Today was supposed to be the big day for the live bank robbery, but halfway through, an old lady pretending to be a victim showed up. As soon as she opened her mouth, she demanded 88,000, while she kept urging me to take out the money. I pulled out a black hood from my pocket and said, "Ma'am, just wait here. I'll be right back." In fact, I was invited by the police to play the role of the robber, and they wanted me to act as realistically as possible. I raised my hand to glance at the time. In 2 minutes, the bank would close for lunch, so I said to the old lady, "Ma'am, there's a bank right here. How much do you need? I'll go in and get it for you." Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately stopped crying and, with a glint in her eye, replied, "The way you say that makes it sound like I'm trying to extort you. Considering you're in a hurry, just give me 5,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. I'll go to the hospital myself." Reluctantly, the old lady got up and added, "Security guy, you have to be my witness. Don't let this kid run off without paying later." The security guard looked eager to help and patted his chest in assurance. The security guard is not in cahoots with the old lady, he is purely there to enjoy the spectacle. After all, it really looks like I hit her. I didn't say a word, just followed behind the two of them, pushing the motorcycle towards the bank. The live stream's bullet comments exploded. Is the host bowing to evil forces? Giving this old lady money only encourages her arrogance. This old lady looks like an old hand. I don't know if the old have turned bad or if the bad have grown old. Do you really think the host went to the bank to withdraw money for the old lady? Have you forgotten the host's current identity? He is a robber now. I followed the security guard who was assisting the old lady into the bank. Besides a few employees preparing to leave work, there was only one customer still conducting business at the counter. Seeing us come in, the employees preparing for their lunch break looked displeased. "Kid, hurry up and withdraw your money. Don't delay us from getting off work." At this moment, I took off my backpack, and everyone thought I was going to look for my bank card. Instead, in front of everyone's eyes, I took out a black hood and put it on, revealing only my deep-set eyes and mouth. Then, I pulled out a pitch-black handgun from my bag. After a crisp sound of the gun being loaded, there was a muffled bang. The bullet sliced through the air, and the shell fell to the ground with a thud. "Don't move!" I shouted coldly, my voice echoing in the hall, and everyone screamed. "If anyone screams again, I will shoot." Everyone crouched down, holding their heads. Although my voice is not loud, it is full of power, instantly silencing everyone in the room. Everyone squat down with their hands on their heads. I quickly took control of the situation, walked briskly to the side of the bank's main entrance, and pressed the shutdown switch, causing the bank's door to slowly descend. It was just lunchtime, so the people outside didn't pay much attention, and I had completely taken control of the situation inside the bank. Although no one was shouting anymore, faint sobs could still be heard, as there were mostly female employees in the bank, and a few young girls just in their 20s were scared to tears by this scene. I'm not a killer, as long as you cooperate. I guarantee you will all survive. But if someone is not honest, then don't blame me. I scanned every person in the bank and said in a calm tone, which also served to comfort the girls who were scared to tears. After all, I was just playing the role of a robber, not a real one. We cooperate. Of course we cooperate. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a trembling voice. I looked down and saw that it was the security guard who had been watching the commotion earlier. At that moment, he was crouched on the ground with his hands on his head, and his cowardly appearance almost made me laugh. I squatted beside him and gently tapped his head with my gun. The security guard trembled all over in fear. "You seem to have some experience," I asked teasingly. The guard stammered in response, "Big brother, please spare me. I've only seen this in movies." My cold voice rang out again. "Did I tell you to lie down?" The guard shivered again. "Big brother, please spare me. I'm just a small security guard. I have an elderly parent and young children at home, and my monthly salary is just over 3,000. I shook the gun in my hand and calmly said, "Go call everyone in the bank here. If you do it well, your life will be spared. Do you understand?" The little security guard was already scared out of his wits, and he didn't dare to say a word of refusal. Then without wasting a second, he hurriedly brought everyone to the lobby as I requested. I took a deep breath with satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. Then, I turned to look at the old lady beside me, whose face was now extremely pale. She just wanted to cause some trouble, but unexpectedly ran into bank robbers, and now she had become a hostage. "Old lady, it's time to settle our matter," I said slowly, holding the gun. The old lady swallowed hard and trembled as she said, "Little brother, I don't want the money anymore, just let me go. After I get out, I absolutely won't say anything about this place." "Do you think that's possible?" My voice remained calm, but the flat tone was particularly frightening. The old lady was so frightened by these words that her teeth were chattering. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. The netizens in the live broadcast room were already having a great time. This old lady must be regretting it now. Running into a robber while trying to scam someone, I bet she won't dare to scam again in the future. I thought it was a legal program, but it turned into a comedy. I really want to ask the old lady how she feels now. As the saying goes, evil people have their own evil people to deal with. This time, the scammer old lady ran into a bank robber. And she deserves it. Although this robber is fake. Judging from the reactions of the old lady and the security guard, he looks more like a robber than a real robber. The security has brought all the bank staff over as I requested. A total of 7 people, 3 men and 4 women. One man in his 40s cautiously approached me, and I glanced at his name tag, which read Manager Joe Lay. Are you one of the personnel from the city bureau's drill? He asked me in a low voice, being careful. At the same time, he was also quite nervous. The city bureau had notified them last time that there would be a bank security drill soon, and their branch was the cooperating party. There would be police acting as robbers to stage a robbery. But this didn't feel staged at all, it felt more real than an actual robbery. After all, in the previous drills, the robbers would just barge in shouting to rob the bank, make a fuss, and then it would be over. Everyone was just going through the motions. I was wearing a hood that only revealed my eyes, exuding a murderous aura, looking anything but like a good person. Yet he still mustered the courage to ask if he could be sure this was just a drill. He wouldn't have to worry about his life safety. I didn't answer immediately, but instead loaded the pistol in my hand. Type 92 pistol, 9mm caliber. Do you think I look like someone who was just practicing? After hearing my words, he couldn't help but swallow. My answer seemed to say nothing, yet it felt like it said everything. The Type 92 pistol is standard equipment for the military and police in Long Country. The military mostly uses 5.8mm, while the police mostly use 9mm. Gun control in the country is extremely strict, and even a fierce criminal wouldn't be able to get their hands on police-grade equipment. So what I just said is almost an admission of my identity as a police officer. However, the manager clearly didn't understand. He just stared at the gun in my hand, feeling even more anxious. Suddenly, the bank's alarm rang out, the sharp sound echoing in the hall. I frowned. Clearly, there were still employees who hadn't been controlled, hiding somewhere and pressing the alarm. And the bank's alarm was directly connected to the police system. Once it rang, the police would arrive quickly. I raised my hand to check the time. I had only been in for about 10 minutes. And I didn't expect to be exposed so soon. This was indeed beyond my expectations, but it was also normal. After all, I was acting alone, and controlling the hostages was indeed a challenge. Who pressed the alarm? Didn't you say everyone was here? I scanned the hall and looked at the security guard, whose face looked extremely bad, with a layer of cold sweat already forming on his forehead, clearly very frightened. I raised my eyebrows and stopped scaring him. After all, judging by his appearance, it might really lead to trouble if I scared him any further. I held the gun and drove everyone to the waiting area. Everyone behave, and anyone who dares to run will feel the power of the bullet. Everyone avoided my gaze and nodded desperately after hearing my words. I nodded in satisfaction and then turned to walk into the counter. It was time to deal with the alarm. The sound was too loud and gave people headaches. At the innermost counter of the bank, a person was hiding. She was curled up under the half-meter-high counter, hugging her knees, trembling and huddled together. She caught a glimpse of me approaching and, frightened, let out a light cough, then buried her head between her arms. Although she tried hard to restrain herself, faint sobs could still be heard. I couldn't help but scratch my brow. It seemed I really played the role of a robber well, scaring this little girl like this. Lu Jean walked over, crouched down beside the little girl, then reached out and turned off the alarm next to her. The sharp, piercing sound stopped instantly. It seemed like the whole world was quiet. Lu Jean turned back, looking at the little girl who buried her head vigorously in her arms. She couldn't help but frown deeply. You say he's playing the tough guy now, but he's a handful. But this comforting. Think about it. Lu Jean gently patted her head before speaking. It's okay. I won't kill you as long as you cooperate properly. Lu Jean tried to make his voice sound as soft as possible, but, as soon as his own words left his mouth, he felt that something wasn't quite right. Why does that sound less like a comfort and more like a threat? Sure enough, a straight man of steel like himself is still not very good at coaxing women nah. In the meantime, inside the office of the city director. At this moment, the director was carrying a freshly brewed hot tea, sitting in front of his desk and opening the live broadcast from his computer. City police officers involved in the maneuver were out in force after receiving the bank alarm. It also represented the beginning of the exercise in the truest sense of the word. The director, as a referee, did not go directly to the scene, but watched both sides of the maneuvers via live streaming. Because, in that case, the director will still be able to stay in the city council and take charge of the situation. After all, it's not like a drill is conducted and the city stops all operations. Being the protectors of this city, they have to be in a state of operation 24 hours a day. Just turned on the live feed. The director then saw the scene where Lu Jin was comforting people. Thumbs up. The tea that had just been sipped into his mouth was spewed out by the chief in one gulp. It was accompanied by a violent cough. A serious old face was instantly choked red. Chapter 7, Surrender him in 10 minutes. This kid, is that comforting? The director coughed violently a few times before hurriedly wiping the water stains on his computer. At the same time, he muttered about Lu Jin. For Lu Jin, the director had always been more favorable. Because Lu Jin is a man who is extremely conscientious and has very strong principles, such a person is still very suitable for the business of a police constable. So, ever since Lu Jin entered the city council, the director had been interested in grooming him as his successor. The two were naturally very well acquainted. The previous Lu Jin's emotional quotient was also not very high, and on top of the emotions of men and women, he had always given people a rather mute feeling. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a straight man of steel. So, even at this time, although Lu Jin had only crossed over a few days ago, but this opening sentence of consolation was exactly like the Lu Jin that the director knew so well. Dry the water stains on the computer. The director took a fresh sip of tea before opening the pop-up on the live stream. Guys, I'm going to go out on a limb and ask, is this Hummer really acting? I'm scared through the screen. Honestly, if the title of the broadcast hadn't said this was a drill, I'm guessing the viewers coming in would have had to think this was the scene of a real bank robbery. Ha ha. There's one thing to say, this robber does have quite that flavor. Say, where is that old lady who just touched the porcelain? What did the anchor do to him? Should not have been. It's possible. I haven't seen the old lady in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. The two brothers upstairs don't around. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Ask for the anchor's information, and next time I run into him, I'll try to walk around him. The number of pop-ups is very high. When you open it up, it basically covers the entire screen directly. And the densely scrolling pop-ups were basically teasing the robbers for acting too real. Seems like a good job. The director couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction as he watched the pop-ups that were scrolling at this point. Earlier, he had explained to Sun Jin to make himself go as far as possible to become a humongous bandit. This kid seems to have done it. Until now, the maneuver seems to have worked well. At least the number of people watching among the live broadcasts had far exceeded the director's expectations. The director was quite satisfied with Lu Jin's performance, as well as the effect of the live broadcast. Next, it is to see how the group of boys participating in the maneuvers will perform. I hope they can show their strength and put on a good show of city council tolerance in front of that many viewers. Outside the bank. By this time the police messengers had arrived on the scene. A dozen police cars were parked on top of the empty lot outside the bank. The police officers who came with the car quickly got out and moved nimbly to pull up the cordon. A tall, middle-aged man with rolled-up sleeves, revealing somewhat tanned arms, got out of the police car and walked behind the cordon. Captain, the crowd has been dispersed and the scene is under control. A police messenger hurriedly came up and opened his mouth to report the situation while handing over a megaphone. That captain nodded and took the megaphone in his hand. His name is Lee Yunwei. He is the captain of the first squadron of the city council, and he is also the chief commander of the business side of this exercise. Lee Yunwei took the megaphone and looked at the bank side from a distance. At this point, the doors of the bank were closed and all the curtains were drawn. You can't even see inside from the outside. Captain, how much time do you think this maneuver will take to finish? The official who reported the situation before was still standing beside Lee Yunwei. He looked at Lee Yunwei and asked cheerfully. Obviously, he didn't care too much about the maneuver. After all, drills like that are still a family affair for them, and most of the maneuvers were nothing more than a walk in the park, so naturally there was nothing to care about. 5 minutes. That captain put his sleeve down. After all, this is a full live exercise, and it's not a good image to have yourself with a rolled-up sleeve. When he heard his brother's inquiry beside him, he only responded casually. Obviously didn't care much either. It's just a drill. Just mean it. How much time can it take? Not to mention, they had now surrounded the bank before the robbers escaped, and even if they were real robbers, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist. Captain, this maneuver is not like the past. Yo, not only is the whole thing live, but I heard that the robber is still that Lu Jin kid. Are you sure you can end the maneuver in 5 minutes? The reporting police messenger continued to speak, speaking with some element of snark. Indeed, this maneuver is something that is not quite like the past. Not only is the whole thing live, but the most important thing is Lu Jin, who plays the robber, the man who was known throughout the city council for his notorious obstinacy. Well, add 5 more minutes. Within 10 minutes, make that Lu Jin kid surrender. The captain responded cheerfully. Immediately afterward, he pulled back the cordon and headed toward the bank with a megaphone. Listen up inside. You're surrounded now. Laying down your weapons and coming out to surrender is your only way out. The captain walked to a distance of 20 or so meters from the bank before he reached for his megaphone and spoke loudly. The sound echoed slowly through the open space in front of the bank. Naturally, it could be heard clearly among the banks. Chapter 8. This kid. He doesn't follow the rules. Shout out. The police captain then took the megaphone and stood at attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at some dust on his sleeve, and the captain reached up and patted it. Obviously, at this point he was still relatively laid back and comfortable. After all, he had participated in quite a few of these maneuvers. For the maneuvering routine, that's natural. Exercise. The police messenger rushes to the scene and shouts after controlling the scene, at which point the robber usually comes out and acts negative for a bit. Then the police messenger applies a little pressure. The robbers surrendered. Then everyone does a little wrap-up and the drill is over. After all, it's a drill. It's not a real bank robbery. What's more, where else would you find a little cutie in this stable and prosperous society nowadays? You're really going to rob a bank? The police captain stood still, waiting for the bank doors to open and the robbers to come out and put up a fight. But, after waiting for a while, the door of that bank was slow to move. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The bank doors remained closed until 5 minutes had passed. It was midday, the sun was blazing in the sky, and the captain of the police force was standing right there, hatless, with that poisonous sun giving him a bit of a headache. This kid, he doesn't follow the rules. The police captain couldn't help but mutter. It was indeed a bit different from what he had imagined. Hearing the shouting. How come that Lu Jean didn't react? Is it possible that she didn't hear it? Reaching up, he scratched the top of his brow. The police captain picked up the megaphone and was ready to shout again. And it was at that moment that a police messenger came up with a cell phone. Captain, the chief's on the phone. The police officer whispered a warning as he handed the phone to the police captain. The captain nodded as he wound up on the phone. Chief, what are the instructions? Answering the phone, the captain opened his mouth to ask a question. Honestly, as the referee for this maneuver, why the chief would call over to himself now was beyond the captain's guess, but he figured it would be nothing good. What are you doing there? Is it hard for a real robber to come out and surrender just because you're shouting? You've been on the scene for almost 10 minutes now. What have you done other than yell? Did the robbers ignore you and you just stayed there in the sun? Hundreds of thousands of eyes are staring at you in the middle of the live broadcast, and you come up with this kind of attitude for them? Are you trying to put our city council's face on the ground? This is a drill, not a play. Get your attitudes in order. The robbers are not coming out to surrender. There are still a number of hostages in the middle of the bank, and the robbers have guns in their hands. Don't disgrace our city council. The director's voice rang out, his emotions obviously a bit agitated. It was estimated that if he hadn't suppressed the fire in his heart, the director would have just cursed his mother. The captain was flabbergasted by the words. Indeed, he didn't take this drill too seriously, thinking that it would be just like the past, and that it would be enough to accomplish the task in a haphazard manner. Now that he was being lectured by the chief, the look on the captain's face finally became serious. Yes, chief, I know it's here. The captain gave a hurried response, and as soon as his words fell, the director's side hung up the phone directly. Obviously, the anger in this heart remained unabated. The captain listened to the busy tone coming from the middle of the phone, his eyes still fixed on the bank's gate not far away. At this point, he just felt his face burning. The director's reprimand was like a slap in the face. Putting away his cell phone, the captain took a deep breath of cool air before he turned toward the police messenger's temporary command room. Captain, what's wrong? The police officer who had just been discussing with the captain about how long this exercise would be over, watched as the captain's face didn't look quite right as he walked over and opened his mouth to inquire. His tone was much more serious at this point. It was as if he sensed that something was not quite right. In 2 minutes, I want access to the bank's internal surveillance. Block off this side of the intersection and keep the public out of this area to avoid unnecessary trouble. Find out all you can about the robbers for me, and inform everyone, all of them, to be on their toes. Maneuvers are not plays. Don't even get into the mindset of skimming. This is going to be a bad one. The captain spoke earnestly as he walked past him. Yes. The look on that police officer's face was instantly serious. On the captain's words, he was already able to guess the tone of the chief's voice in the middle of the phone call just now. At that moment, he naturally did not dare to touch the captain's mold. With a respectful response, he rushed off to do as the captain requested. On the side of the vigilante team, it was finally time to tighten up and start responding to this one. And among the banks, Lu Jin's situation seemed much more leisurely. The hostages were all controlled by him inside the rest area of the bank, and the curtains in the bank had already been pulled up by him. At this point, the only way for the outside world to know what's going on inside the bank is surveillance. This was something that Lu Jin naturally already knew. So, at this point in time, He was about to make a move on these monitors. Chapter 9, he didn't put much effort into this maneuver. Outside the bank, the temporary command room for the police messenger is served by an RV. In the middle of the caravan, there were 2 computers with several screens hanging above them. At this point, several technicians are trying to connect to the bank's internal surveillance, and the police captain stood behind them waiting. His face was grave, his brow slightly locked. It seemed to be mulling over something in general. Captain, successfully connected to the bank's internal surveillance. Just then, one of the technicians rushed to speak, reporting the situation while standing up and offering his seat to the captain. A hint of joy finally appeared on the captain's face. He looked at the screen, and sure enough a picture of the inside of the bank had appeared above the screen. Only, soon a large face appeared in one of the screens, and then that screen was just a blank white. No picture of anything. The captain froze. What's going on here? Hurrying, he looked at the technician beside him and asked, "This monitor has just been connected to the bank. What exactly is the situation in the bank has not yet seen clearly. This is gone? It looks like the robbers blocked it with something. The robbers intentionally obscured the security cameras, which leaves us completely helpless." The technician spoke somewhat helplessly after looking at the image on that screen. The robber obscured the camera, which is not something technology can handle. This kid is really professional. It seems that for this maneuver, he really didn't put much effort into it. The captain couldn't help but reach up and rub his brow. Lu Jin, a man the captain had heard of before, was said to be notoriously conscientious in his work. He'd kind of seen it all during this maneuver. Considering the kind of casual mindset I held, it seemed like I deserved to be scolded by the director. In the middle of the bank, Lu Jin carried a folding ladder and masked that camera one by one with white paper and tape. Live stream. *********. I have to say, the anchor this robber act really professional nah. That's natural. Judging from all the way the anchor is behaving now, there should have been a lot of preparations made before making a move to rob the bank. This exercise is really not the same It's not that I haven't seen people maneuvering before, but it's all just too childish. Like this serious exercise is really the first time I've seen it. The main thing is that this robber is indeed very serious. Nowadays it is indeed hard to see such a person in this society. Honorable. To say something that should not be said. In fact, now that the bank has been surrounded by police officers, even if the real robbers cannot escape, take the play robbers still negative resistance, what is the use? Upstairs brother's words can be wrong. What is the purpose of the exercise? It is to find the problem in the drill, and then avoid it in the actual battle. So the best drill is infinitely close to the actual battle. In the actual battle, the robbers will be surrounded after the surrender? Since they won't, then the resistance inside the drill is meaningful. Cowardly. I've been taught. Getting to the point, the whole point of the exercise is to minimize mistakes in real combat. After all, every mistake in real combat could be a life. The popularity of the live broadcast room had been climbing, and the number of pop-ups had naturally been increasing. And watching Lu Jin's series of responses after the police officer arrived, viewers were calling out the professionalism. The main thing is that Lu Jin does everything in an organized and appropriate manner. It seems he has his own well-thought-out plan. It was just a drill, and at first the audience thought it was just going through the motions. But judging from Lu Jin's performance now, this maneuver seemed a bit different. The more serious the police constables involved in the exercise were, the more exciting this exercise would naturally be. After masking all the cameras, Lu Jin returned to the area where the hostages were. He faced the group of hostages that he had taken under his control and sat on the ground with no care in the world. Immediately after, he pulled a notebook out of his own pocket. Lu Jin had always been in the habit of taking notes even before she crossed over, and this one notebook at the moment contained various details of his plan to rob the bank. It's fine now, just time to look at it and refine the details. While looking at the laptop, he pulled a lollipop out of his own pocket, opened the package and ate it. For even before the maneuver began, he had anticipated that it would be a protracted battle. So I prepared a few lollipops to kill the boredom. Was eating a lollipop. When Lu Jin looked up, he saw the little clerk who was sitting across from him, the one who had rung the alarm bell, staring straight at him. At this point, she wasn't choking anymore, but her big watery eyes were still filled with fear. The tear tracks on her delicate face had not yet dried up either. This little girl's license plate has her name on it, called Shu Yunru. Looking at that appearance is just in her early 20s. Shouldn't have been in the bank for long. Sort of a dabbling little girl. And because of that, he was scared and cried like that before. At this point, Lu Jin saw him staring at himself and thought it was because she was interested in the lollipop in her hand. A slight frown. After a moment's thought it was better to pull a new one out of his pocket and hand it over. Though one doesn't prepare much, but for the sake of the way she was scared by herself just now, let's give her one. And in the middle of Shu Yunru's perspective, the vicious bandit, who was full of hostility, held a lollipop in front of himself and spoke menacingly. Eat? Chapter 10. There's something special about this robber. Shu Yunru looked at the bruiser with a lollipop in his hand and a pair of eyes filled with a ferocious light. One time, she subconsciously shrank back. At this point she was panicking and had absolutely no idea what she was supposed to do. Even little kids know that you can't eat what the bad guys give you. And the man in front of him handing him a lollipop is a tough guy who just robbed a bank. This is clearly the bad guy of bad guys. The candy he gave me. Can I eat it? But if he didn't eat it, would he get angry and make a move on himself? Keep in mind that he has a gun in his hand. Shu Yunru was very entangled in her heart, and she did not want to take this lollipop that Lu Jin suddenly handed up, but was afraid of whether his non-acceptance move would anger Lu Jin. So, that hand was stretched out in mid-air, neither in nor out, and in the middle of Lu Jin's perspective. This little girl is still squirming in the face of a lollipop. Is it possible that she is shy? Want to eat? But after being able to read his own mind, he was even a little embarrassed? Sure enough, women are elusive. Didn't think much of it. Lu Jin directly opened the packaging of the lollipop in his hand and directly handed it to Shu Yunru's mouth in person. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a lollipop. Shu Yunru froze. By now the robbers were handing lollipops to her mouth. That's obviously trying to force her to eat it. He was now just a hostage being taken. And this robber had a gun in his hand and could kill at any time. So, there was clearly no choice for himself. After closing her eyes and gritting her teeth, Shu Yunru opened her mouth and handed over the lollipop to the robber. A little sweet. Nothing seems out of place. Lu Jin looked at the little girl in front of him with her eyes tightly closed, seemingly in some pain as she ate that lollipop. A slight eyebrow raised. The mind wonders if the candy is that bad. Is it possible that the sugar is bitter because it's expired? But, at that moment, he shrugged his shoulders slightly and didn't think any more about it. Just returned to his previous position to sit on the ground again, looking at the notebook in his hand, perfecting his plan B. Shu Yunru ate the candy in her mouth. It was sweet and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Is it just a regular lollipop? Her big watery eyes once again looked at the robber sitting on the ground. Although this robber is vicious, but it seems to be something special now. By this point, Lu Jin still didn't know. Just now, that Shu Yunru was staring straight at herself. It was only because she was thinking about something and lost her concentration for a while. And Shu Yunru didn't know that. When I was lost and thought about my mom and dad just now, that gaze just happened to fall on Lu Jin, who was eating candy. Almost 3 to 5 minutes later, Lu Jin closed his notebook. After once again refining the plan he had written down in his notebook, he put the notebook away. At this point, the outside of the bank was already surrounded by police officers, and breaking out was naturally not a wise choice. Now that he had a number of hostages in his hands, this was his greatest bargaining chip. As long as she held these chips steadily, Lu Jin had the capital to maneuver with the police officers. And, in the middle of a confrontation between himself and a police officer, as long as he had a hostage to use as a bargaining chip, the longer the standoff went on, the more favorable it would be for him. After all, whenever there is a possibility of harming the life of any of the hostages, the publicans would never take it lightly. So, all Lu Jin needed to do was to firmly grasp these hostages in his hands and just confront the police officers outside. Stowed away among the notebooks, Lu Jin found another organizer and put away all the electronics on all the hostages. It's kind of a further step in controlling the hostages. Now these hostages in the bank are extremely afraid of this robber in front of them. So, Lu Jin's collection of electronic devices went very smoothly. Everyone was obediently placing the cell phones they were carrying in the organizer that Lu Jin brought over. Ring, ring. It was also when Lu Jin had just seized everyone's electronic devices. The landline in the middle of the bank rang. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, a glance toward the side where the landline was. It doesn't take much thought to realize that this must be an outside official calling in. At this point, the doors of the bank were closed, the curtains were drawn all around them, and the bank's internal surveillance cameras were all covered up by themselves. Now it's the only way they can reach themselves. Lu Jin reckoned that this was the police officers trying to probe their bottom and find out what was going on inside in the meantime. After all, no matter what kind of robber, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope for life in his heart, there would still be something to talk about. You've got a hostage in your hand, and the police messenger's side can make concessions for the sake of the hostage. What do you want? Money? A car? Even a helicopter? Anything they can get their hands on, they'll give it to you for the sake of the hostages. Having given you these things, even if you run away now, there will always be a day when we catch you. Sure, all this assumes that you have to keep the hostages safe. And naturally, police messengers don't just give in, they'll negotiate with you, distract you, and then frantically look for opportunities. This is the game when it comes to confrontation. Lu Jin hesitated slightly, but still walked over to the landline and picked up the phone. After all, His current self hadn't made a move on the hostages yet, and there was no need to even answer the calls coming in from the police messenger outside. Since they want to talk, they will talk to them themselves. Chapter 11. Even if you're gambling, you have to try it out. Hello? The phone was connected and Lu Jin was the first to speak. The voice was extremely calm and no emotions could be heard. I'm the captain of the 1st Squadron of the Municipal Bureau, and the chief commander of this police team. My name is Lee Yunwei. On the other end of the line, there was a somewhat muffled voice. The opening was a self-introduction. This is also more normal negotiation talk. Reporting your identity first proves that you are in a position and a voice to negotiate. Say, what's the matter? Lu Jin raised his eyebrows, and without any nonsense, he directly opened the door. I know you're holding a lot of hostages. I want to know about the hostages now, and whether or not you've done any harm to them. The captain continued to speak, in a rather forceful tone. After all, this was his first contact with the robbers, so naturally he couldn't show weakness. The hostages are fine and safe. Lu Jin continued to speak without haste. The tone was as calm as ever, and no emotion could be heard at all. I'm not sure I can trust your word. We need to send a doctor into the bank to determine the condition of the hostages. The captain's voice sounded again, his tone still tougher. Keeping a strong tone makes it easy for the other person to give in, and naturally, the captain had his own plans for making such a request. He was going to have one of the police messengers enter the bank dressed as a doctor, then look for an opportunity to subdue the robbers. This plan, if it works, will end this maneuver with the least amount of effort and dedication, and as long as the robbers could agree to send their own doctor to ascertain the condition of the hostages, it meant that the plan had already succeeded by a large margin. Don't stomp your nose, and sending doctors into the bank to confirm the hostage situation? Can I not see what's in your heart? If you think of pulling these tricks again and piss me off, I can't guarantee the safety of the hostages. And just as the captain was still holding out little hope for his plan, Lu Jin's voice rang out. This time it was no longer as calm as before. Instead, they just busted out. The captain on the other end of the phone froze a bit for a moment as he listened to Lu Jin's foul scolding. Isn't this just a drill? Do you have to yell at me? You take it easy. As long as you can ensure the safety of the hostages, we can dispense with the doctor. But it's 12:30, so neither you nor the hostages should have eaten yet, right? It's not the same thing to let you guys starve. So I'll send someone to order a couple of boxed lunches and bring them in for you, okay? Although the captain was holding a fire in his heart, he didn't snap. After all, people play robbers. Even if you curse at the drop of a hat, you can only say that someone else is in the scene. Since the plan to send a doctor didn't work, the captain immediately shifted his plan. It was mealtime, so it should always make sense to bring them some food, right? Yes. Lu Jin's voice returned to calm, and after responding, he simply hung up. He naturally knew that the police constables would surely use the delivery of boxed lunches to move a little. But it was indeed mealtime and there was no telling how much longer this standoff would go on. Even if you don't eat, the hostages you're holding have to eat. If the police want to use some tricks, they can use them themselves. Anyway, as long as the hostages were still in their hands, then they always belonged to the active party. Temporary command room. The captain put down the phone in his hand, and a look of delight was evident on his face. Captain, how's it going? The police officer standing on the side looked at the captain's expression and rushed forward to ask. Didn't hear what was said on the other end of the line though. But, looking at the expression on the captain's face, he had been able to make a good guess. Out of respect for the captain, this opened his mouth to ask a question. This kid really isn't easy to deal with. Sending a doctor into the bank was refused, but delivering a boxed lunch he agreed. Tell your brother to stop pretending to be a doctor and pretend to be a delivery man, and see if there's any chance of subduing the robbers while he's delivering the boxed lunches. The captain took a deep breath of cool air before responding to his men's tolerance. It's not a perfect plan. One could even say it's a very old and tight trick. But, at this point there is nothing better than such a plan. Can't keep spending time with the robbers. After all, the longer it takes, the harder it is to guarantee the safety of the hostages. But, Captain, the robber is also a police officer origin. According to the information, fighting skills should not be weak. If we don't succeed in doing this, will we provoke the robbers and threaten the safety of the hostages? After hearing the captain's command, the official did not immediately turn around to do it. Instead, he looked at the captain and spoke with some concern. Indeed, if this plan doesn't work, it'll backfire and enrage the robbers to the detriment of the hostages. That's why it's a good idea to let the brother who's pretending to be a delivery boy look for an opportunity. The robber must be subdued by striking without the robber's awareness. Of course, if there is no absolute certainty that the robber can be quickly subdued, one must not do anything to provoke the robber. Get it? The captain spoke with extreme seriousness. Indeed, he's got the gambling element. but they've been surrounding the bank for over half an hour now, and they haven't made any progress yet. Wouldn't that make you look incompetent? So, even if it was more of a gamble, the captain decided he had to give it a try. Okay, then I'll go prepare a boxed lunch. Since the captain had already made a decision, it was naturally not good for him as a subordinate to say anything else. After that cop almost nodded, he turned around and walked out of the temporary command room, hurrying to prepare as the captain requested. And the captain took a deep breath. Looking at the dark computer screen in front of him, he was a little lost in thought for a moment, and I don't know what was on my mind. Chapter 12, Confidence from a Fighting Instructor. In the middle of the bank, Lusion was eating a lollipop and was sitting on the ground across from the hostages. He held his chin in one hand and his pistol in the other. Seems a little boring. At this point, he didn't seem to care what kind of action the police officers outside were plotting. Judging by his behavior today, it's not as if he's not interested in maneuvers. On the contrary, playing the robber, Lusion can be said to be doing his best. Totally brought this robber to life. But at this point, he doesn't give a damn about the actions of the commissars. That side shows that he's just confident and doesn't care what kind of combat deployments the police messengers make. At this point, a bag full of money sat on the ground beside Lusion. The bag was just open, the cash inside exposed to the air. Sure, the money isn't real. This is just a drill after all. And if so much real cash is used, who's going to be responsible if something goes wrong? This is a practice banknote that the bank had prepared as soon as it knew it was going to be a drill. Earlier, after Lusion took control of all the hostages. Still, he took the initiative to inform the bank manager that he was merely a robber playing in the drill. He was also told to get the prepared practice money for himself. But, after realizing that this layer of his identity as a robber was nothing more than play, the look of fear in that manager's eyes as he looked at himself hadn't diminished by half. It seemed to be psychologized by the fact that he had been scared out of his mind earlier. Temporary command room. At that moment the captain was holding the bank floor plan and studying the next step of combat deployment. After all, the plan to deliver boxed lunches can only be considered a small test run. Wanting to take down Lusion with just this plan, the captain also knew that it was just too unlikely. So, he was already preparing for a strong attack at the worst possible outcome. Captain, the box lunch is ready. This is the fighting instructor we hired from the SWAT team to prepare him to play the role of a takeout man to deliver the boxed lunches. It was at this moment that two police constables walked into the middle of the temporary command room. One of them was a tall man, with a solid body of tendon flesh that was faintly visible through his clothes. He came in and nodded at the captain, the fighting instructor of the special police squad. This was even if Lusion was born as a police officer. His fighting skills would definitely not be enough. Brother, I'm counting on you, but it must be 100% certainty before you make a move. The safety of the hostages, after all, is the first priority. The captain reached out and patted the fight instructor on the shoulder, handing him a Type 92 pistol as he spoke. The gun is real. Naturally, only the bullets in it were drill-specific blanks. Don't worry, I won't make a move without absolute certainty. The fighting instructor nodded, and after the resultant pistol was pinned directly behind him, he then followed the police messenger who had just brought himself in out of the makeshift command room and changed into the clothes he had already prepared. Carrying the takeout, he headed in the direction of the bank. The captain stood in the doorway of the makeshift command room and took a look around, then returned to the middle of the command room to continue studying the bank floor plan. Obviously, it was true that he didn't hold out much hope. In the middle of the bank, Lusion was still sitting on the floor thinking about things when shouts came from outside the gate. Hello, your takeout is here. Come out and get it. The voice was full of vigor and slowly echoed throughout the square. The people in the middle of the bank naturally heard it clearly. Lusion got up, walked over to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtain to look toward the outside. Almost 5 or 6 meters away from the main entrance of the bank, a figure dressed as a deliveryman stood. He wore a ducktail hat with the brim pressed down a little too low to see his face. Lusion observed the distance again, as well as the roofs of the nearby houses. It was basically possible to determine that the police officers had not arranged for snipers. A slight eyebrow raised. Lusion walked over to the electric door switch and pressed the switch, slowly opening the electric door a crack. Standing outside the door, the fight instructor carrying the takeout stared dead in the face at the slowly rising door. The free hand had moved quietly toward the pistol pinned behind him. At this time he had a complete plan in his mind. Later, as soon as the motorized door was able to open to a certain point and the robber reached out for the takeout, he could make his move, with their own abilities. Definitely able to grab the robber's hand in less than 2 seconds and draw his gun to finish him off after putting him down. He himself was a fighting instructor of the SWAT detachment after all. This set of moves is not too difficult for myself. Though, as envisioned he wasn't 100% sure, but 90% is still a sure thing. That's enough. It's not ego, It's confidence. Confidence from a SWAT detachment fighting instructor. Click. And that's when the fight instructor was dead set on that electric door, ready for the robber to reach out for the takeout. A small rattling sound came out. The motorized door suddenly stopped, and at that moment it had only risen about 20 centimeters. And the robber inside wasn't reaching out for takeout. Big brother, this height of takeout cannot be handed in nah. The fighting instructor froze slightly, then opened his mouth with a somewhat helpless reminder. Have to say, this robber is really careful. The fighting instructor couldn't help but inhale a deep breath of cool air. His brows slightly locked and his attention rushed to focus for a few more moments. Click. The rattling sound came again. The motorized door slowly rose again, and by the time the motorized door stopped again, it was open high enough to pass the boxed lunch in. The fight coach handed the takeout to the door. At the moment he was catatonic, with one eye dead set on the takeout. It was as if they were waiting for Lusion to reach out for takeout. Coming. The door's opening. The fighting instructor held his breath and tensed every muscle in his body, eyes fixed on the gap in the motorized door, just waiting for Lusion to reach out. A few short seconds became a long time. However, the next scene, left him completely confused, only to see that Lusion didn't directly reach out for the takeout. Instead, from somewhere, he found a plastic bag and threw it out. Put the takeout in the bag and you can go. Lusion spoke coldly. Perhaps it was because of the system's humongous aura that made the tone of his speech incredibly cold. Lusion's move was completely different from what the fighting coach had originally thought. It completely disrupted his plans. Is this kid that careful? The fighting instructor froze in place, biocurrents racing through his brain circuits for a split second. Click 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 click. The eye is slowly closing on the motorized door. The fighting coach couldn't think about it in time, and at that moment, he slammed down on the ground and stomped his feet forward, while the door is still open. The whole person was like a fish leaping through the dragon door, drilling inside the bank, and at the same time, pulled out the sidearm on his waist. He wanted to kill Lusion the first time he went in and finished the mission. From the time he drilled into the bank to the time he pulled out his gun, the entire maneuver was clean and uncluttered, worthy of being a fighting instructor inside the police force. He was simply more dashing than a martial arts star inside a movie. Had to call for a clap, but just as his entire body had just pulled out his gun, before he could roll over and shoot, a huge force was suddenly felt at his back, and he became as if he was the Monkey King being crushed under the Five-Finger Mountain. Can't move half the time. He only saw Lusion stomping the fighting instructor to death, his eyes indifferent. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Have the guts to move your feet? I want to fight you one-on-one. The fighting instructor who was stepped on by Lusion had 10,000 grievances in his heart and shouted loudly. However, Lusion had now completely subbed into the role of the tough guy. He asked himself if he was a tough guy. Definitely not stupid enough to play Bushido spirit with their opponents. After all, in his current situation, if he took one wrong step, he would be greeted by either bullets or cold shackles. So he's definitely not going to give the fight coach any chances. Sorry, you're dead. After speaking expressionlessly, Lusion pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the fighting instructor at his feet. Pulled the trigger. The crowd in the bank lobby saw this scene. He was so scared that his face was white and he didn't even dare to take a breath. Quiet as a pin drop. It was as if even the air no longer flowed. Boo! Right in the middle of this deathly silence, a sudden earth-shattering roar erupted. The muzzle of the gun spat fire and bullets sliced through the air. In a flash of lightning, it took the life of the fighting instructor. Although the bullets were blanks, they were hit at such a close range. The sharp pain was so intense that the fight instructor could barely lift his breath. Just as he was about to swear at Lusion, there was a whisper from Lusion in his ear. Before the maneuvers are over, I'm a humongous bandit, and the gods come and go. Be honest. Chapter 13, It's time to wake up. Listening to Lu Jin's words, the fighting coach gritted his teeth, although the heart is quite upset, but nothing more was said. After all, a dead man is in no position to speak. Now it's true that he didn't die, but that's because it was just a drill. If this was a real battle, then he is now a corpse without breath. Even if you don't, what can you do? After seeing that fighting instructor obediently lying on the ground, without the slightest movement, just like a corpse no different, Lu Jin crouched down, reached out and grabbed his collar, and dragged him directly into the bank. Then, it was just like throwing garbage, casually thrown in a corner of the bank. At this moment, the fighting coach only felt his face burning. He squeezed his eyes shut, too embarrassed to look at the gazes of those hostages in the middle of the bank. He himself was at least a fighting instructor of the SWAT team, and now it's being dragged across the floor like this. This is totally bizarre. The fight coach now wants to find a crack in the ground and hurry up. But in order to follow the rules of the maneuver, he had to pretend to be as dead as possible. In the middle of the bank, all the hostages naturally witnessed this. Aside from the manager, The others didn't even know that this was a drill and only thought that Lu Jin was the real tough guy. And because where they were was also some distance from the bank's main entrance. So, what exactly happened just now? They couldn't see too clearly. It seems that a police messenger, taking advantage of the delivery of boxed lunches, came right through the open doorway of the bank, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to restrain the robbers. But the police messenger was only halfway through the drill when the robber stomped on his shoulder, very awkwardly stuck in a doorway. Then, they heard the sound of a gunshot. The robbers were seen dragging the body of the police messenger through the middle of the bank's lobby and finally dumping that body in the corner of the bank. No blood in sight though. But, judging by the way the police messenger was being dragged along the ground, it should have been cold. In other words, the robber killed someone, and it was a police messenger who killed it. One time, the look of fear in those hostages' gazes toward Lu Jin intensified a few more points. After all, there's a possibility of killing someone, and having already killed someone, that's a completely different concept. People have now made a move to kill a police officer. Naturally, he didn't care about killing a few more ordinary hostages. So, all the hostages were now staring at Lu Jin's back with trembling and caution. When Lu Jin looked back over, everyone shivered and hurriedly buried their heads low, afraid of meeting Lu Jin's gaze. Looking back at the shivering hostages, looking at them, almost all of them were trembling and bowing their heads as if they were quails. Lu Jin didn't care. As long as they sat obediently where they were and didn't make a mess for themselves, they didn't care what they were doing. At this moment, Lu Jin retraced his steps to the front door of the bank, pressed the switch for the motorized door. With a click, the door closed again. Lu Jin, on the other hand, carried the boxed lunch and returned to the hostages, sitting on the ground as unconcerned as before. Live in the booth. Ha ha. What was that person doing just now? I was staring at the live screen when I suddenly saw a figure come in through the doorway, and then I was shocked when the anchor stomped on the ground. So did I. Unprepared. I saw a figure like a loach burrowing under the door. It's a raid tactic for the police messenger, isn't it? I have to say, that set of moves to get through the doorway was so smooth and flowing. It's almost as handsome as a yuppie. Handsome is handsome, but I was embarrassed for him when he was stomped on the ground by the anchor greatly. I can only say that the anchor is so awesome. His reaction speed is just too fast. Indeed, in a situation like that, an ordinary person would never be able to react and would probably have been subdued long ago. Pop-ups rolled through the live stream. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were excitedly discussing the scene that had just happened. That fighting instructor's flowing operation and the terrifying reaction of the tough guy Lu Jin. This was even better than a theater blockbuster. In the meantime, inside the command car outside the bank, the captain was looking at the bank floor plan and working out the next steps. Although he didn't hold much hope in his heart, he still waited for the good news from the fighting coach. However, the minutes ticked by. The bank's electric door was slow to open, and the captain's brow grew into a chuan frown. Did it miss? He had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. It was as if a poisonous snake was spitting red letters behind him, staring at him dead in the face. Just then, a police officer trotted outside the makeshift command room, looking grave. Report, Captain. The fighting instructor has lost contact, and judging by the previous gunshots, has probably sacrificed himself. Hearing the officer's report, the captain froze in place as if he were dumbfounded. The eyes were wide open, and there was a look of disbelief in them. Although this is just a drill, according to the rules of previous drills, not only did they fail to rescue the hostages, but they lost a police officer. This incident has certainly dealt a heavy blow to the public security system that everyone is so proud of. The captain's brain buzzed. He could already anticipate the doggone stinking scolding from his superiors at the end of the exercise. Since the popularization of the eye in the sky system and the control of firearms, it's been a long time since we've encountered a bank robbery in this part of the world. If you compare this country's unbreakable security system to a tiger, then in this comfort, the sharp teeth and claws of this tiger have been quietly deteriorating. Even the captain, who had years of experience in criminal investigation, had only seen bank robberies on TV. There are drills for this, but most of them are just going through the motions. Where is it as serious as it is today? So, the captain was at the moment stretched to cope with the situation on the fly. The most important thing was that Lu Juan, who was now inside the bank, had completely treated himself as a humongous bandit, not a half-hearted attempt to let it go. Even though it was now autumn, the sweat still rolled off the beans on the captain's forehead. He panicked. For a while, he really couldn't think of any good way to bring Lu Juan to justice while ensuring the safety of the hostages. And at this point the chief in the police department, he was watching the scene through the live video, and at the sight of the captain's anxious look, instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Exercises should be treated as actual combat, so that we can live up to this uniform on our bodies. It should have woken up by now. right? I wonder how much time this Lu Juan can hold out, the director pondered in his mind. Sure, at this point, the director still felt that Lu Jin, the robber, would not achieve victory in this maneuver. It was only a matter of time before the police force won. It's just a matter of seeing if the captain can muster up the 12th degree of spirit for this maneuver after he's learned his lesson. The director is still quite confident in the team under his hand. As the chief thought, the captain soon came to his senses. The dimness in his eyes faded like a tidal wave, revealing a refined light as sharp as a falcon's. Becoming extraordinarily serious, he finally realized his lapse in command. If it wasn't a drill today, the fighting instructor would already be a dead body. Not only that, but because of the failure of the mission, it's more likely to anger the robbers, causing more casualties, and all because one underestimated the ferocity of the robbers. I want more information on the inner workings of the bank. Everyone surround all the exits of the bank. Snipers report their positions when in position. Do not provoke the robbers until you are completely sure. All actions are under command. The captain picked up his walkie-talkie and bellowed resoundingly. After an order was given, the police officers, who were originally like a scattered group, moved out in unison, surrounded the entire bank. This is the time when the battle between police and bandits really kicks off. Chapter 14, Captain, your hand is high. Inside the bank, Lu Juan opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of the food tickled the cravings inside everyone's stomach. After all, they were hijacked before they got off work at mealtimes, not even eating at this hour. However, the hungry crowd looked at the takeout Lu Yuan was carrying in his hand, but he didn't dare to ask Lu Chun for a meal. After all, in their eyes, Lu Jin was a murderous bandit. Asking him for something to eat is comparable to taking food from a tiger's mouth. Lu Juan picked up his chopsticks and wolfed down his food, quickly shaving a few bites. Expressionless, he chewed his mouthful of rice. When he looked up suddenly, he saw several pairs of eyes staring straight at him. That's when he realized that all of these hostages he was holding were still hungry. 2. Lu Juan put down the lunchbox in his hand and carried the takeout to the crowd. The knot in his throat moved and he swallowed the food in his mouth with force. It was only immediately after that he looked at the group of hostages. Those eyes were filled with the hostility brought about by the robber's aura. The energy conservation program. Just one of these eyes alone made a crowd of hostages tremble with fear. I'm letting you eat, but you all be honest. You hear me? Lu Jing spoke calmly, scanning the crowd that was sitting on the floor at the moment. A few people looked at each other in disbelief, then nodded their heads repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. Lu Juan saw that the crowd had agreed to his request. He was expressionless, and then took the lead in untying the rope on Xu Yunru's hand. Your meal. Hurry up and eat. No tricks. Lu Juan took the lunchbox in his hand and handed it to Xu Yunru. Then once again, he grabbed his takeout and began to chow down. Eating alone seemed to reveal a ruthlessness that belonged to a tough guy. Xu Yunru chewed and swallowed slowly while looking at Lu Juan with the rest of her eyes. And at that moment, Lu Juan kept shaving rice into his mouth. It was as if everything was within his grasp, and he wasn't worried in the slightest that Xu Yunru would run. This calm and collected appearance made Xu Yunru, who wanted to escape, instantly lose her nerve. But in order to fight for a 1 in a million chance, Xu Yunru still gritted her teeth. Isn't it too much of a waste of time to take turns eating like this? Why don't you turn us all loose and eat together? I promise, we'll never run. Xu Yunru looked at Lu Jin's side face and spoke carefully. It seems, it took a great deal of courage to speak a word with Lu Jin. Xu Yunru was now playing a little game in her mind. She wanted Lu Juan to loosen the ropes on everyone's hands. This way we all move together and take advantage of Lu Juan's meal. Maybe we can snatch Lu Juan's gun. After all, there were now 4 men and 7 women inside the bank, so if they all let go, it was still possible to hold Lu Juan down in the first place. However, Lu Juan, was not stupid enough to do so. Put away your little calculations. Letting you all eat is already my greatest mercy. Lu Juan, who had a cold face, returned a sentence and continued eating on his own. It didn't cast a net over Xu Yunru's good looks. Just as Xu Yunru was thinking about how to maneuver around a bit, Lu Juan had already put down his lunchbox and let out a long breath. So full. Haven't you finished eating yet? Lu Juan glanced sideways at Xu Yunru. The gaze that was as sharp as a scalpel seemed to penetrate Xu Yunru's body, landing directly on top of her beating heart. Just this glance scared Xu Yunru so much that she let out a gasp of surprise, and the lunchbox in her hand fell to the ground. Lu Juan, who slightly narrowed these eyes, looked at the rice on the floor with a somewhat unhappy expression. Xu Yunru's eyes misted up and warily explained, I am full. Lu Juan didn't say anything more and walked straight to Xu Yunru, after tying her hands and feet, and then go untie another one. In this way, the crowd inside the bank took turns finishing their meal. Under Lu Juan's eyes that were filled with hostility, no one dared to do anything out of the ordinary. However, It was during the time that the crowd was eating that the officers outside had launched into action. Inside the command car, the captain unfolded the interior floor plan of the bank completely on the tabletop. As you can see, the doors and secure access to the bank are now closed. We can only find another breakthrough. The captain's brow furrowed as he briefed the crowd on the current situation. At this time, a police officer with a questionable face opened his mouth and asked, "Captain, the bank should have no other entrances than the main door and the security passage for security reasons. So where do we start?" The officer's words landed on the ground, and the crowd inside the command car immediately whispered. As the officer said, the bank is trying to ensure that the property is not stolen. There will generally only be two entrances and exits. One is the front door. The other is both a fire escape to prevent escape in the event of a disaster. As long as the main entrance and the fire escape are blocked, then the whole bank would be completely closed and solid. Although the prisoners could not escape from other places, those outside, likewise, could not enter. The captain naturally considered such a situation. He was seen placing the baton in his hand and landing on a small corner of the map. This is a bank of ventilation ducts. I have a suggestion to continuously vent sevoflurane for inhalation at the ventilation ducts. The captain's mouth couldn't help but rise in an arc as he said this. "Captain, I have a question. What's sevoflurane?" "Ha?" The officer who had just asked the question, once again, opened his mouth a little embarrassed. It was something he had never really heard of. Sevoflurane is an anesthetic, aka ecstasy. I have to say that you have a high hand in this, Captain. By drugging through the ventilation pipe, it won't take long for the robbers and hostages inside to fall asleep, and we'll be able to make our move. Before the captain could say anything, one of the nearby police officers took the initiative to speak up and interject. As he spoke, he cast an adoring look at his captain. Hearing this, the captain's face was obviously a bit unsettled. Clenching his hand into a fist, he put it to his mouth and coughed dryly. After all, the whole drugging thing is really kind of frowned upon, but it's not a bad way to deal with robbers. After the captain's orders, officers quickly brought in a large quantity of sevoflurane for inhalation from the hospital. This colorless, odorless, volatile inhalation anesthetic. It soon traveled quietly through the ventilation ducts inside the bank. All the officers waited patiently outside for the moment when the drug would take effect. Chapter 15. The corpse moved and smiled. In the middle of the bank, on the eve of the movement of the communists, after eating her fill, Lusion sat back down again. At the moment, he was writing and drawing in a small notebook, not knowing what he was doing. Compared to the police officers outside the bank who were like ants on a hot pan, Lusion appeared to be extremely laid back. The atmosphere in the middle of the bank hall was somewhat depressing. All the hostages were sitting on top of the chairs in the lounge area, carefully staring at Lusion. They didn't even dare to make a bigger move. He was afraid of making a noise and attracting the attention of the humongous bandit Lusion. Among the corners of the hall, the body of the fighting instructor still lay there peacefully. At this point, the fighting coach was in a state of agony. After he himself was killed in action, he was dragged by Lusion like a sack through the bank's main entrance, and then casually dumped here. And at the moment he was lying in this position, which was really not very comfortable. His own right arm was pinned underneath him. In order to follow the rules of the maneuver, the fight instructor had to play as dead as possible, so he didn't dare move much. So, he had been lying on the floor in that position for almost 20 minutes or so. The right arm was a little numb by now because of the lack of blood flow. He reckoned that if this continued, this arm of his might be ruined. With his afterglow, he quietly glanced in Lusion's direction. At the moment, he was turning his back to himself, so he definitely couldn't see him if he moved. The fighting instructor's heart rejoiced. Hastily, he turned slightly sideways and took out his right arm, which was pressed underneath him. The arms broke free and the blood flowed at once. Although it was still vaguely tingling, a feeling of renewed life surged through the fighting instructor's cerebral cortex nonetheless. I have to say, it's cool. The fighting coach raised his eyebrows slightly, an involuntary smile on his face. Indeed, this subtle movement of the fighting instructor did not attract Lusion's attention, but the old lady who was sitting in the middle of the hostage table and was glancing around at the bumper cars just happened to witness the scene. Goo! The old woman swallowed with some difficulty. Only then did his right hand, trembling with some difficulty, point to where the fighting instructor lay, and the left hand subconsciously covered his mouth. In her cognizance, that fighting instructor was the one who had already been shot in the head by the humongous bandit Lusion, and was dead beyond death. But, just now, she had watched the body move, and a smile came to the corners of the corpse's mouth. Fraud! 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 The old bumper sticker woman opened her mouth trembling. It was only 4 simple words, but it took several interruptions to get them out. Obviously, this old lady was terrified. After all, that's a fraud. Humans, even if they were horrible, were still human beings. but a dead fighting instructor would be haunted if he swindled. A haunting is naturally more terrifying than a Hummer. The bumper sticker old lady's voice was not loud, but it was relatively quiet in the middle of the bank at the moment. The moment her trembling words left her mouth, they naturally caught everyone's attention. Even Lu Jin, who was writing and drawing with his notebook, was looking at the old woman who was almost twisted with fear. And it was only after the old woman saw Sun Jin's gaze looking over that she hurriedly spoke again. I just saw that body, moved and smiled. The old woman who touched the porcelain still spoke with a trembling voice. As he spoke, it was obvious that the look was on the verge of tears. Even when she was first hijacked by Lu Jin, the old lady didn't show this look. And at this point, totally on the verge of tears, live in the booth. Ha ha, laughed me to death. The hostages inside the bank didn't know it was a drill. They thought the police officer was really dead before. Now this line about swindling is just too funny. That said, this old lady looks like she's about to cry from fear. It's really pitiful. Pity? The sister upstairs is a saintly mother, isn't she? Do you have any idea why this old lady is here as a hostage? That's right. If she hadn't touched the anchor before the anchor robbed the bank, could she have messed up this maneuver? So let's not look at appearances in all things. The pitiful may have something to hate. Hey, I would think that the police errand boy would be even more miserable. It's been pretending to be a corpse for more than 20 minutes until now, and now he's been found out when he moves. Indeed, until now, that police messenger was definitely the worst unlucky person, bar none. I'm more curious now about how the anchor is going to round this out. Do you think that old lady who touched the porcelain will dare to touch the porcelain again after this incident? Bar her three guts should not dare. After all, this bumper sticker not only met the bank humper, but also met a dead man swindling. It is too fantastical. This exercise was funnier than a comedy to watch. Straight out of the gate, my stomach hurt from laughing so hard. The viewers of the broadcast knew that this was a drill, and naturally knew that the fighting instructor was not really killed in action. So, after seeing the reaction of the old lady who touched the porcelain, it was all fun for a while. Black pop-ups rolled by, a large portion of them discussing the bumper sticker old lady, and the old lady without knowing it. It seems that is also becoming a legendary internet sensation. In the middle of the bank lobby, the crowd of hostages next to them also quietly gulped after hearing the words of the old woman who touched the porcelain. Carefully, he looked over to the corner where the fighting instructor lay. Sure, at this point, the fighting instructor was lying there peacefully, not moving much. He still had the same expression on his face as before though, but the mind is screaming. After all, he himself had been killed in battle for these 20 minutes or so, and had been doing his best to play this corpse, not even daring to move a bit. Just now, too, his arm was too numb from the pressure, and that's why he carefully moved his arm out. He didn't think he was moving very much, but it was seen after all. What now? The kid playing the tough guy was so into it, he surely wouldn't let himself go. And also just as all the hostages were staring at the fighting instructor, Lu Jin got up. He was seen walking towards the fighting instructor without any haste, and stood beside him. Immediately afterward, he reached out and kicked the fighting coach directly in the shoulder. The fighting instructor froze, and then anger flared up in his heart. This kid is insulting himself. Considering that he was the fighting instructor of a SWAT team, he was a respected existence even amongst the team. What police officer doesn't salute and say hello when they see him? But, at this moment, Lu Jin, however, was directly reaching out to kick his own shoulder. It was a complete and utter disgrace to him. The fighting coach's teeth were clenched, and although his heart was full of anger, he didn't snap. Because he's a police messenger. In the midst of this joint exercise initiated by the police, the city council and the bank, he had to follow the rules. This is the obedience he must have. He's a dead man now, and dead men have no business being angry. After kicking the fighting instructor twice and seeing that he didn't make the slightest movement, Lu Jin bent down, grabbing the police messenger by the ankles as all the hostages watched. Then, dragging him toward the side room as he had dragged him in through the front door of the bank earlier. Chapter 16, this time, you should be dead. Walked to the door and opened the door to the room. With a casual hand, Lu Jin directly threw the fighting instructor inside the room, and he stood in the doorway. Pulling the pistol from behind him, he skillfully loaded and aimed it. And then there was no hesitation in pulling the trigger. Boo! A muffled sound came out as the blackened muzzle spat fire and a round discharged. These are blanks developed specifically for maneuvers. It has the sound, light, smoke and flame effects that simulate the live firing of firearms. That is to say, in terms of sound, light, smoke and flame, there is little difference between blanks and live ammunition. It's just that this drill-specific blanks won't hurt anyone, even at close range. Sure, just because it doesn't hurt doesn't mean it doesn't even hurt. The shot came down on the fighting instructor's head, and it still hurt so much that the fighting instructor hurriedly rubbed his head with his hand. In just a few moments, the fighting instructor was red above his head. This thing really hurts a bit when it hits someone under such a little distance. But, grimacing in pain though. But the fight coach didn't say anything either. After all, he also knew that Lu Jin had already given him face, because Lu Jin didn't shoot right at the corner, but dragged him into the middle of the room, where all the hostages couldn't see, and that's when he fired. Here he moved occasionally, and as long as he didn't make too much noise, he wouldn't be noticed by the hostages. It also avoids embarrassing things like that just now. Most importantly, one doesn't have to keep playing the corpse in plain sight. One can quietly be a corpse in the middle of a corner where no one is watching. So, though another shot was chipped by Lu Jin, but the fighting instructor still took Lu Jin's favor as well. Naturally, he stopped making noise and breaking the rules of the maneuver. At this point, all the hostages are sitting in their places. They watched with their own eyes as Lu Jin went up and through the police messenger, who seemed to have just swindled, into a room. Then standing in the doorway of the room, he raised his hand and added a shot towards the body. And in between, not even a blink of an eye. This is perhaps the kind of murderous demon in the legend, right? The shots fell. Lu Jin still kept the gun in his right hand. The hostages were also holding their breath, a pair of eyes staring straight at the humongous bandit Lu Jin, while also carefully listening to the movements in the room. The whole bank was very quiet, and there was no ringing coming from that room. A few moments later, Lu Jin lowered his gun and directly closed the door to the room that held the police officer's body. Now, should be dead through and through. Lu Jin spoke leisurely. The sound was not loud, but in this quiet environment, it was enough to reach everyone's ears. All the hostages subconsciously sucked in a cool breath. Have to say, this Hummer is pretty brutal. The whole fraudulent corpse thing is, naturally, not very scientific. That bumper old lady, since she saw the body lying on the ground, moved a little. There is a big possibility that the police officer was shot, but not yet dead. There is still a breath. And the humongous man dragged the police messenger and threw him right into the middle of the room when he found out about it. Another shot was added. What else is this if not brutality? It's really horrible. One time, the fearful look in everyone's eyes as they looked at Lu Jin was once again aggravated. This person is a completely brutal to the extreme, completely murderous, and a brute who carries human lives on his back, beyond the banks. At that moment the captain and a cadre of police officers were standing outside the caravan that served as a makeshift command room. The captain lifted his wrist and glanced at the watch on it. A little time had passed since the execution of his plan. If nothing happens and everything goes according to plan, the inhalation sevoflurane is now dropped into the ventilation ducts. The plan is going well. Sevoflurane for inhalation has been put into the ventilation ducts. However, because of the complexity of the bank's ventilation duct system, which covers such a large area, it is difficult to control the dosage of this volatile airborne drug when it is dropped from one of the ducts. To ensure the safety of the people inside the bank, we had to go down to a less controlled dose, so it's hard to say whether or not it will have the desired effect. Just as the captain was waiting rather anxiously, a police constable in a white coat came up. He took the medical gloves off his hands as he talked about how the plan was going. Understandable. The captain nodded calmly. Indeed, the bank has a large footprint and lots of rooms. They drop inhalation sevoflurane through a vent pipe, which is a really difficult amount to control. Inhaled sevoflurane is an anesthetic drug that acts on the brain with minimal side effects. But fewer side effects doesn't mean no side effects. If the dosage is too high, it can be equally life-threatening. Even if what's at hand isn't a drill, it's a real live battle. But there were hostages in the bank in addition to the robbers. All actions of the public servants must be carried out with the lives of the hostages in mind. So, they have to be extremely cautious whenever there is a possibility of jeopardizing the lives of the hostages. After all, no one can afford to take the blame if a life is lost. So, when putting in sevoflurane for inhalation, you can only control it to a lesser extent. This will not harm the lives of the robbers and hostages in the bank. But, there is also a good chance that anesthesia will not be achieved. There's no way around it. All we can do now is wait until the drugs work. If it works better, it should make the robbers' muscles flaccid and incapable of resistance, yet not unconscious. By then, it will be able to end this maneuver. The captain looked far away in the direction of the bank, and after taking a deep breath of cool air, he spoke seriously. He was naturally talking about a more desirable outcome, and a poor result is not enough of a dose to make much of a difference, but it should still be more or less useful, and then it will be much easier for them to attack. Whatever. Once this plan of his own is out of the way, the curtain should be coming down on this maneuver. In the midst of this maneuver, because of his mistakes, a police messenger had already been killed in action. Such a result was no longer acceptable to the captain. So, he would not let the outcome of this maneuver deteriorate again. Think about it. He secretly clenched his fists. his eyes filled with a determined look. In the middle of the bank. At this moment, Lu Jin was sitting on the ground, looking at his laptop, without the slightest realization that something was wrong. After all, sevoflurane for inhalation has almost no flavor. At this time from the ventilation pipe put in, but also after the dilution of air, the smell is naturally more impossible to detect. Only a few of the hostages in the middle of that bank had inexplicably started yawning. Ding! Alert! Trace amounts of sevoflurane for inhalation in the air, potentially jeopardizing host safety. And just then, an icy prompt sounded in Lu Jin's mind. The voice, it came from the system that had barely moved at all after the binding. One time, Lu Jin frowned deeply and hurriedly sat up from the ground. Chapter 17, Did this kid find out? City Council Center. The director was sitting at his desk, watching the maneuvers on a live stream. He was naturally aware of the fact that the captain had put inhalable sevoflurane into the bank's ventilation ducts. After all, this is no small thing. In making such a decision, it is natural to report to the secretary. The director agreed to the captain's plan after some thought. Drugs are used to make the robbers unknowingly defenseless without hostage casualties. Such a tactic was dishonorable, but if it was in the middle of a real battle, it would not be a bad idea. Even, the chief also felt some relief that the captain had come up with this ploy. In the eyes of the director, the maneuver was underway, and the captain was finally sort of finding his form. It looks like this maneuver is about to come to an end as well. An hour or so. Although it's a bit shorter than expected, this Lu Jin kid is doing pretty well. Watching the live feed, the chief took a leisurely sip of tea. Enjoying the sweetness of the tea back, he murmured to himself. According to his expectations, if Lu Jin was up for playing the robber properly, he should be able to last for 2 hours. But, it's only 12:53. It had only been 40 minutes or so since the police messenger had arrived on the scene. If the captain's plan worked, the vigilante team should be able to take the victory in the next 10 minutes or so. That is to say, the maneuver would last almost an hour or so. That's still a little shorter than the chief expected. But, from what he had seen in his own live broadcast, he was still satisfied with Lu Jin's role as this humongous bandit, even far beyond his expectations. And that is when the director put down the cup of tea in his hand, ready to wait and watch the hostages in the bank and Lu Jin fall into a deep sleep under the effect of inhalation of sevoflurane. The screen of the live broadcast room shook, and Lu Jin suddenly stood up. He seemed to be looking around for something. No way? This kid couldn't have found out. Could he? The director looked at the situation with a shocked expression on his serious face. His brows were so tightly locked that they almost twisted into a Chuan character as he opened his mouth in extreme shock. To know, sevoflurane for inhalation is completely colorless and odorless when it evaporates into the air. Then how did Lu Jin find out? In the middle of the bank, Lu Jin frowned deeply as he stood still and looked around. Sevoflurane for inhalation. Although he was not a medical student, he still had some knowledge of this more commonly used anesthetic drug. Now that this appeared, it didn't take much thought to realize that it must be the tactics of the outside tolerant. But, what means did they use to drop this narcotic? The system was just alerted to the presence of trace amounts of sevoflurane for inhalation in the air. In the air, Lu Jin's gaze swept over almost every corner of the bank. Eventually, it landed on a vent pipe opening in the upper right corner of the bank. This is it. I didn't expect to even use such tactics. Lu Jin raised one eyebrow and murmured to himself. Have to say, it's not a very honorable tactic on their part, but it's still obviously very useful. After all, if it wasn't for the system's reminder, I'm afraid even Lu Jin will have to fall. Present, Lu Jin did not dare to be slow. After all, inhalation sevoflurane was volatilized in the air, and at this moment, it was estimated that it was being continuously transported in from the ventilation ducts. If left unchecked, the levels in the air in the banking halls will get higher and higher. Up to a certain point, it acts as an anesthetic. In time, you'll be a lamb to the slaughter yourself. He hurriedly took off his coat, then walked over to the hall water fountain. Without saying a word, he directly hugged the mineral water on top of the water fountain, and immediately afterward poured the water directly on top of his jacket. Only after his jacket was completely soaked did he carry the ladder he had just used to block the camera to that ventilation duct, and used his soaked jacket to block that ventilation duct. And the hostages over there were a bit confused when they looked at Lu Jin's movements at that moment. They don't really know what's going on. It was only to see that Lu Jin, who was originally sitting on the floor, suddenly stood up and then looked around in the middle of the bank. Immediately afterward, he took off his jacket and poured water on it, and ended up plugging his watered-down jacket in the vent pipe opening. It seems, is idle? And it was also just when the crowd of hostages were all somewhat at a loss as to what exactly Lu Jin was doing. He had blocked the ventilation ducts and returned to the hostages. Do either of you have a mask? Lu Jin looked at the group of hostages, and although he looked slightly anxious, his voice remained calm. Combined with the eyes that were full of hostility, it was still oppressive. The words fell. The crowd of hostages all hurriedly shook their heads like rattlesnakes. I have it in the drawer of my workstation. On the contrary, it was Shu Yunru, who was sitting on the very edge, who raised her hand as she opened her mouth tremblingly after a few seconds of silence. She was considered to have the most contact with Lu Jin alone among these hostages. Sure, it was also the one that feared Lu Jin the most. After all, she was the only one who cried out of fear when Lu Jin held all the bank's hostages hostage in the beginning. Raising his hand to speak at this time clearly summoned up no small amount of courage. The police constables have poisoned the inside of the ventilation ducts. If you don't want to die, get the masks and put them on everyone. Lu Jin spoke calmly, though it was said in a low voice. But the moment the words came out, it was directly like a bomb, directly stirring up a mushroom cloud in the hearts of all the hostages. Poisoned the inside of the vent pipe? This ING cop wants them hostages to die with the robbers? One time, all the hostages were in disarray, and a few had even burst into old tears and cried out. There was an instant cacophony in the middle of the bank lobby. Boo! Seeing this, Lu Jin's brows deepened while he drew the pistol behind his back and fired a shot directly towards the ceiling. A loud muffled sound came out, finally silencing everyone once again. After all, no one wants to get shot, even if it means death. At this time, Lu Jin was also somewhat helpless. Sevoflurane for inhalation is nothing more than an anesthetic, not a poison. Naturally, he had just said that just to make sure that all these hostages were on their toes, so that they wouldn't have to take care of them themselves when they inhaled a sufficient amount of sevoflurane and became unconscious. Who knew that the moment his slightly modified words came out, it had provoked such a great reaction from them for a moment. Don't worry, you won't die yet. Can't you see I've already blocked the vents with my soaked jacket? After the soaked fabric is stuffed in the vents, it can block outside air with poisonous gases from coming in. Of course, the air in the middle of the bank already contains a certain amount of poisonous gas at this point, but the good news is that it's not a large amount, and as long as you wear a mask, that dose won't be able to make a difference. After stabilizing all the hostages with gunfire, it was Lu Jin who opened his mouth coldly, and that irrefutable tone convinced everyone present. These words, like a tranquilizer, calmed the hostages. Chapter 18, The plan of a strong attack goes down the drain. Shu Yunru hurriedly took out all the masks and distributed them to Lu Jin and a group of hostages. In the middle of the bank, there are 12 robbers. Lu Jin, plus hostages. The medical mask Shu Yunru took out was still enough points. Wear a mask. Lu Jin made all the hostages sit back down again. Although they were all on tenterhooks at this moment, worrying about the poisonous gas in the air, they didn't dare to say anything more under Lu Jin's intimidating pressure. After the hostages were all arranged, Lu Jin came to the window. Lifting the curtains up a crack, he looked out through that crack towards the procession of businessmen outside. The distance is a bit far. Lu Jin had good eyesight, but he couldn't see much from such a distance. However, he could still tell that the procession of public officials was obviously busy at this time, and many of them were gathering up from all over the place. Obviously, they were getting ready for action at this point. Inhalation of sevoflurane into the ventilation ducts was their preparation for the operation. This is going to be a strong attack. Lu Jin raised one eyebrow and looked at the roof across the bank again. During the few days of preparation at the start of the maneuver, Lu Jin had already mapped out the terrain around the bank. He had already known what was a good place for a sniper to hide across from this bank. Look toward those places at this time. As expected, he saw snipers basically everywhere he thought of. The police officers had already set up a dragnet outside the bank. At this point, the only thing he had to rely on was the hostage in his hand and the door that could isolate information from inside the bank. If this gate was breached, this maneuver would be in a desperate situation for the robber himself. So, Lu Jin absolutely could not let this strong attack by tolerance go smoothly. The mind made a reckoning. Lu Jin looked back over at the hostage table. It was only then that he drew the gun behind him and walked towards the group of hostages. Outside the bank, the captain lifted his wrist once more to check the time. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since the delivery of sevoflurane for inhalation. After all this time, the drugs should have kicked in. Looking up into the air not far away, the strong attack team had already assembled by now. Report, the strong attack squad is ready for action. A police messenger also walked quickly to the captain's side and saluted before opening his mouth to report the situation. The captain nodded. From a distance, he looked at the closed doors of the bank. The right hand that was stretched up was just about to swing downward when there was a sudden movement coming from the door of that bank. The captain stared slightly, then frowned deeply. What's going on? At this time of the day, the hostages and robbers in the bank should have passed out from inhaling sevoflurane. Even if the dose of sevoflurane used for inhalation wasn't enough, they should have been groggy and incapacitated. Why are the doors of this bank open at this hour? The captain's right hand, which was just about to give the order. Froze in midair for a moment. The situation at this point had caught him completely off guard. It's amazing that the drugging plan didn't work one iota. And the robbers also opened the doors of the bank a second before they were ready to make a strong attack. After that electric roller shutter door slowly rose, it wasn't the robbers who showed up, but a figure with his hands raised and wearing a security uniform. He walked forward shakily, and although he was far away, the captain could still make out that his legs were shaking, and Lusion was now shrinking and hiding behind the security guard. He grabbed the security guard's collar behind him with his left hand and held a gun to his back with his right hand. The entire body was almost perfectly covered by the security guard. After all, there were at least 4 snipers on the upper floors across the street from the bank staring at the location of the bank's main entrance. Lusion will surely be beaten into a sieve whenever he shows his face. Team, Captain, what's going on here? The police messenger who had just reported the situation also saw the situation at the main entrance of the bank. Look at the security guard who was walking out trembling. He also opened his mouth to ask a question with some confusion. The robbers know we're preparing a strong attack and have come out to negotiate. Have all the members of the strong attack squad hide. Don't let the robbers see them. Inhalation with sevoflurane didn't do the trick, and I'm afraid this plan for a strong attack is going to go down the drain. The captain sucked in a breath of cool air and spoke with a grave expression on his face. He looked at the police messenger who had reported the situation and commanded twice before hurrying forward. That police messenger also didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly ran to the location where the strong attack squad was, and told all the team members to go to the back of the car and hide. I'm Lee Yunwei, the chief commander of the police force. I don't have a weapon on me, so calm down and don't hurt the hostages. Maybe we can talk. The captain walked towards the bank, and when he was only about 10 meters away from it, he raised his own hands and spoke in a loud voice. The robbers walked out with a hostage, so they must have wanted something. At this time, it was natural not to provoke the robbers and talk along with them. Sure, the captain had already placed a number of snipers on the upper floors opposite the bank. While calming the robbers, the maneuver could just as easily end if the snipers could find an opportunity to kill the robbers. Lusion didn't say anything. He just held the hostage and stood his ground. Still holding his hands up, the captain slowed his pace toward the bank. After all, he was still a long way from the bank, and conversation was not easy. Since the robber hadn't opened his mouth to respond to what he had just said, he was obviously willing to talk. So, he was going to approach closer before engaging the robbers. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Stand still. Just keep this distance. Tell me what you want to talk to me about. The robber's voice rang out when the captain was only 4 meters away from the robber. It's peaceful. It's almost impossible to hear much emotion. The captain couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Putting aside the time he called into the bank, this was his first encounter with the robber. Lusion. The tone of the robber's voice alone at this point was quite surprising to himself. After all, at this moment, he was outside the bank with a hostage, and so many police officers were staring at him. He should also realize that there are no telling how many gunpoints in the shadows are looking for him. But spare me the fact that he was still so calm under such circumstances. How mentally tough does that have to be? Even if this is just a drill. The captain thought that if he were playing the role of a robber at this moment, he would never be able to be as calm as Lusion. The fact that you have now walked out of the bank door means that you must be asking for something. As long as you don't harm the hostages, we'll do our best to fulfill all your demands. Want money? Or want to see family? The captain took a deep breath of cool air and stabilized himself before speaking seriously. But, after the captain's words fell, Lusion, however, directly sneered twice. The captain flinched slightly. He was obviously confused in the face of Lusion's sudden sneer. What does this hijacker mean? Did he say the wrong thing? Chapter 19, The consequences of angering me are severe. Did I say something wrong? The captain spoke with some confusion. At this point, from where he was, Lusion's figure was completely blocked by the security guards. Thus it was impossible to see what exactly Lusion's expression was at this moment. Something? Sorry, not really. I came out because I was forced to nah. If you guys hadn't drugged the bank from the ventilation ducts and prepared to forcefully attack the bank, I didn't really want to come out. The robber's voice rang out languidly, and this time the tone was no longer calm, and it was mixed with a strong dose of mockery. The captain's face changed. He saw the robber open the bank door and walk out, just assuming that the inhaled sevoflurane didn't do the trick. It didn't even occur to them that the robbers had recognized their drugged move. It wasn't unexpected. It was not daring to think in that direction. After all, air-diluted sevoflurane is completely colorless and odorless. How could they drug the robbers and know? A mole? That's not possible. The maneuver clearly explained that the robber was just one person, so naturally there would be no mole. Then how did he know about the drugging? The captain's brows were deeply locked as he looked in Lusion's direction. his face extremely grave. Terrible. This is really a very scary opponent. The robber was fully aware of his plan. It seemed that this maneuver was not going to end so easily. How did you know about the drugging? The captain took a deep breath before opening his mouth again in a deep voice to inquire. At this moment, his face was grave. While asking lusion a question, he also unconsciously glanced towards the upper floors across the bank. The captain is not a cutie. He naturally knew that lusion would definitely not answer his question. And knowing that you won't get an answer, you still ask questions. Obviously, he's stalling. The fact that lusion had recognized their plan to drug and prepare for a strong attack was proof of the robber's meticulousness. If we don't take this opportunity to finish him off now that he's out of the bank, then there's no telling how long it's going to be a stalemate trying to end this maneuver next. It doesn't matter how I know. I just came out here to try to tell that I'm not a very good-tempered person. It's not impossible for you to want to forcefully attack the bank, but the moment the bank's doors are broken open, you'll be ready to collect the corpses of all the hostages. Lusion remained tightly hidden behind the security guard. His voice rang out unhurriedly, a few words filled with threats. You calm down. As long as you don't hurt the hostages, we definitely won't force an attack. The captain opened his mouth once again, and while calming lusion, he once again looked back at where the sniper was. And at this point, an anxious look had appeared on the captain's face. Even the tone of his voice seemed a little sharper. After all, listening to the robber's words right now, it seemed like he wasn't planning on talking for long. But now there was still no news from the sniper, and such a good opportunity was about to slip out from under his nose. So, the captain's heart was naturally unconsciously anxious. Captain, stop looking. If I'm not mistaken, there are no less than 4 snipers upstairs across the street, right? Are they all looking for my location now? It can't be found. Do you think I could be unprepared since I dared to come out? Lusion spoke again. A few words were said in a tone full of teasing, and the captain froze right where he heard them. The captain's pupils constricted slightly, and he couldn't help but gulp as he looked back toward the bank's entrance. This kid even knew how many snipers he had arranged? Mother asterisk 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 Is it possible that he's got perspective? How did you know? The captain spoke coldly. Honestly, the moment the words left his mouth, he realized what a brain-dead question he had asked. After all, isn't it a normal process for a police officer to arrange for a sniper in a situation like this? What's more, lusion himself was originally from within the tolerance team. Knowing this is more than justified. Report, position 1 is obscured by hostages. Unable to target. Report, position 2 is obscured by stone pillars. Unable to aim at target. Report. In the meantime, in the captain's headset, the voices of several snipers reporting the situation rang out one after another. No exceptions. All of them were not on target at all. Not to mention the shooting? The captain's face turned green. Not only was this kid aware of how many snipers he had arranged, he even knew exactly where the snipers were located. No wonder he leaned against that stone pillar in front of the bank as soon as he came out. The stone pillars and the hostages' blockage made his location a complete blind spot in the field of vision when viewed from above the roof of that building over there. Ask the snipers you put in place if they all have a triangle symbol next to where they are right now. Interesting, isn't it? That symbol was left behind when I was stomping around the day before yesterday. If I were a sniper, those places would indeed be my choices when it came time for action as well. Lusion spoke leisurely, the calm tone coupled with that unhurried tone. It was as if he was having some family conversation with the captain. Lusion's voice wasn't too loud, but through the captain's headset, those snipers had obviously heard Lusion's words as well. Captain, there is indeed a symbol next to position 1. The second position is also available. The reports came again in quick succession, and after hearing these reports, the captain's face went pale for a moment. It's so humiliating. Not only did the robber see through all of his plans, but the robber had even guessed what kind of position the sniper he had arranged would choose. Where is this still a standoff? It totally became a case of the robber alone playing all of them for fools. Listening to the incessant reports coming from several snipers, the captain's heart held afire. He took off the headset directly from his ear and casually threw it on the ground. Now even the sniper's position is exposed. He had completely missed his chance to take out the robbers at this point. What do you want? The captain looked at the robbers hiding behind the security guard and took a deep breath of cool air before speaking in a deep voice. Surprisingly, the robbers chose to take the hostages out of the bank. Then he must have his own agenda. Only, what exactly his purpose was at this point was a little unclear to the captain for a moment. I just wanted to tell you, I'm a tough guy. A tough guy who has been on the ground many times and knows the bank's neighborhood extremely well with a tight plan. By the way, the most important thing is that I have a dozen hostages in my hands. The consequences of angering me are severe. Lusion spoke without haste. Only after saying this did he let out a cold smile and continue to speak. and your actions of drugging as well as preparing for a strong attack have successfully angered me. Chapter 20, I wish I could shoot you right now. Hearing Lu Jin's words, the captain's heart thumped. He suddenly had a bad feeling, only to see that Lu Jin stopped waiting for the captain to respond after his words fell. He once again took the hostage and slowly backed toward the half-open bank doors behind him, and when he reached the door, he raised his foot directly and kicked the bank security guard in the back. The security guard was already trembling on his legs and wasn't standing too steadily. A kick down. It stumbled directly and fell out toward the front. Boo! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Jin directly pulled the trigger at the same time the security guard fell out. A loud muffled sound came out. The blackened muzzle spat fire and shell casings fell to the ground. A drill-specific round hit the guard in the back. And this place is really where the heart is. It's a live bullet if you will. Then this warhead will penetrate the bones of the security guard's back with great speed, shattering the bones and piercing the heart. The security guard had no chance of survival. Sure, it's just blanks used in the middle of a maneuver, and it doesn't cause substantial lethality. The guard only felt a pain in his back. He knew he had been hit, but it didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. But the security guard, who did not realize that this was a drill at this time, was still lying on the ground in old tears. He just assumed that getting hit by a bullet didn't actually hurt very much, but one is certainly not saved. Thinking about their own old and young, only 40-something years of age will die. A time the security guard cried even more sad, and after the security guard was kicked away, the captain finally saw Lu Jin who had been hiding behind the security guard. With the mask on, you can barely see one eye, and at this point, Lu Jin's eyes were filled with hostility. The moment he met his gaze, he made himself, as a police captain, wince. I don't know how many outlaws I've caught and how many murderers I've seen in my own eyes, but he had never seen such a horrible look in his eyes. This was the first time he had met Lu Jin, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. If the captain hadn't been reminding himself in his mind that this was just a drill, I'm afraid he would have been in a trance thinking of Lu Jin as a real bruiser. After one shot killed the bank security guard, Lu Jin's eyes full of hostility stared at the captain while his hand had already pressed the switch of the bank's electronic door. Click, click. With a heavy rattling sound, the electronic door of that bank slowly fell. At this point, the captain was only 4 or 5 meters from the bank's front door. If he were to act now, he could definitely rush into the bank before the electronic doors closed. But he couldn't. Because, after Lu Jin finished off the bank security guard with a single shot, the black hole of the gun was aimed at himself. If he was the one who made any moves, he knew that Lu Jin would definitely shoot to finish himself off at the first opportunity. He was the commander-in-chief of the police team in this exercise. If he were all killed in action, then this whole live-streaming exercise would be a real joke. It's unheard of for the commander-in-chief of a tolerance team to die in the middle of a drill. Honestly, I'd like to shoot you right now, but not yet. After all, if the commander-in-chief of the travel team dies, then I'm afraid that I won't be able to save the little lives of these hostages. The bank's electronic door closed slowly, and as it covered half of Lu Jin's body, Lu Jin's voice came out. This one was loud. It seemed as if the kid was purposely speaking so loudly so that all the other tolerances could hear. Didn't see his expression when he spoke though, but the captain could imagine how arrogant the expression on the face of this Lu Jin kid was when he said this. Mother asterisk 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 error. The captain clenched his teeth and broke into a direct curse. He reached out and rubbed his hands hard over his face, as if to clear his head. This Lu Jin kid is really too cunning. Without realizing it, he himself, the commander-in-chief of the tolerance team, was made to break his defense. Boo! A muffled sound came out. The doors of the bank closed after all. Lu Jin takes the hostage out of the bank's gate, puts it in front of himself, and eventually kills the hostage in front of himself. And all he could do was watch. The few snipers arranged didn't even see Lu Jin's shadow. Strange shame. It was totally the most humiliating day for the captain in his career. It was thought to be a perfect plan to drug through the ventilation ducts. Once this plan was in place, in conjunction with the strong attack that followed, he was able to end the maneuver. Who knows? Not only did the plan not work, it also angered the robbers because they tried to drug them as well as strong-arm them. Let the robbers kill another hostage. Counting the previously fallen tolerances, 2 people had been killed in this maneuver, and now the robbers were still alive and well inside the bank. Phew! After a moment of slight composure, the captain let out a long, cloudy breath. The maneuver is not over yet. Although he was holding fire in his heart right now, he had to suppress it. Ow, ow. And at that moment, on the ground not far from the captain, the bank security guard was still on the ground, holding his breath as if he were a wolf howling loudly. It's loud. The shock gave the captain a bit of a headache. The captain reached up and scratched his head before walking towards the guard. Get up. You're not dead. The captain crouched down, reached out and patted the guard's shoulder, and spoke somewhat helplessly. The man has been crying for a while now. How come you don't realize you're okay now? Nah. I've been shot. Call me an ambulance. By the way, tell my wife I hid a bank card under the couch with his birthday password. The guard, his face full of tears and snot, looked up at the captain. While continuing to choke, he hurriedly explained the aftermath. Until then, he remained convinced that he had been shot and was not going to live long. It's just a drill. What just hit you was just blanks. You're not hurt. Besides, have you ever seen anyone who's been shot and is about to die be able to cry so mid-sentence? The captain somewhat helplessly patted the security guard's shoulder and once again patiently explained. The guard willed himself to stop crying, but still choked on a sob. The captain shrugged helplessly. All that could be done was to reach out and help the security guard, who was still lying on the ground, to his feet. He couldn't help but complain, Lusion, the kid who shot and killed people was cool, and this aftermath work still needs them to come. P.S. Many thanks to my brothers for the gifts, ratings, and comments of encouragement. There were quite a few brothers who sent gifts yesterday, so I won't thank them all. I'm mindful of every bit of your support. 4 shifts delivered today as a small payback. I hope you can continue to support it. As long as you support it, the author's updates will definitely be strong too. Chapter 21, There's No Way Out. Call for help from the SWAT team. From a distance, he greeted 2 police officers who came over to take the bank security guard over and settle him down. The captain returned to the middle of the makeshift command room. At this moment, Lusion's terrifying eyes still lingered in his mind. Have to say, Lusion really isn't an easy opponent. Originally, the captain settled on the plan of ventilating the ducts to discharge the drugs in conjunction with a strong attack, and prepared to end the maneuver. But the plan didn't work and angered the robbers by shooting a hostage right in front of him. A plan to fail. In order to stop irritating the robbers and endangering the lives of more hostages, he himself naturally did not dare to act rashly again for a while. In the temporary command room, the captain stared at the bank floor plan with a heavy face, his brow deeply furrowed as he wondered what was going on. Captain, strong attack program. The police messenger who had reported earlier scratched his brow, but came over and asked anyway. He also knew that the plan for a strong attack was definitely on hold. But, now that the captain hadn't given the verbal instructions, it was only natural to come over and ask for clarification. The robber shot a hostage right in front of me, and that's the warning he gave when he realized we were preparing a strong attack. Right now he's holding over a dozen hostages. The maneuver has lasted so far, and 1 police officer and 1 hostage have been killed in action. No more casualties can be expected. Alas, the plan for a strong attack has been put on hold for the time being. The captain's voice was rather gravelly, and he let out a long, rather helpless sigh as he said the last. Think about the conversation with the robber earlier. The robber's arrogant attitude and words full of threats filled his heart with fire. But so what? The robbers are still clutching more than a dozen lives. A casualty in a drill is a mistake for the police force. And now this maneuver has killed 2 men. Even one of them is on official business. This miss has been huge. If the robbers made another move on the hostages because of the police messenger's actions, the captain would really be a joke. So, the strong attack program must be put on hold. So what's next? It's not the same thing to just stand still nah. The police messenger who reported the situation looked at the captain and also spoke rather helplessly. The publican dared not act rashly, and the robbers could not escape even though they were holding a large number of hostages in the middle of the bank. The maneuver seems to have stalled a bit as it went on. There's no way out. Notify the SWAT team. The maneuvers are almost at a stalemate right now, and maybe the SWAT team will be the key to breaking that stalemate. This Lusion kid isn't simple. We didn't lose our face unjustly. The captain was silent for a moment's time, taking in a long, cool breath before opening his mouth to respond. SWAT team. They are the type of police within the ranks of the police messenger system that are tasked with certain special assignments. Known for its grueling training and strict standards, it is a special elite unit in the police force, specializing in a variety of special and dangerous missions. They have better equipment as well as physical fitness than the regular police force. The combat capability is naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary police errand. The fact that this maneuver had risen to the level of fielding a SWAT team was obviously a rather humiliating thing for the captain. But, there's no way around it. After all, he wouldn't have called for help from the SWAT team if he still had a plan to break the stalemate at hand right now. Captain. After hearing the captain's decision, the police messenger who reported the situation first looked up at the captain's expression, watching the captain's brow deepen with worry. At that moment, he didn't say anything more, just saluted and then rushed to do what the captain explained. Alas, Lusion, you brat have disgraced me to the core. Watching his men, the police messenger had exited the makeshift command room and went to call the SWAT team for help. The captain let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. Think about when the exercise first started. At that time one was still spirited, put out the bravado of ending this maneuver in 10 minutes. Look at it now. He himself was wildly provoked and even verbally insulted by the robbers. But one can only ask the SWAT team for help. In your face. This old face of his is considered to be lost inside this maneuver. City Council. In the middle of the director's office. The director was sitting at his desk, watching the situation in the temporary command room for business travel through a live feed on his computer. The exercise was broadcast live to the public in its entirety. Naturally, it's impossible to have only live footage from the robber's point of view. Naturally, the temporary command room of the public messenger has live broadcasting equipment. So, all the decisions and actions of the busking team were also broadcast live on another live stream throughout. Only, the heat on this broadcast of the gung-ho team isn't exactly high. It seemed that the audience was a little more interested in the robbers than what the Tolerance were doing and what their next move was. But at this time, the live broadcasting room of the Tolerance is suddenly flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers. All of these viewers were from the hijackers' live stream. The main reason was that the screen of the robbers' live broadcast had suddenly gone black just now, and there seemed to be a problem with the live broadcasting equipment. It was then that time that the director followed the audience to the Tolerance Perspectives live room. So, naturally, he had seen the captain preparing to call for help from the SWAT team. I didn't realize the drill had gone this far after all. It's really the first time in the last few years that our city council has had a SWAT team involved in an exercise. It looks like this Lu Jin kid is doing really well. It also seems to prove that my old man's vision is still accurate. The director picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea, and just as he drank it into his mouth, he felt that the tea was a little cold. With a slight quirk of his eyebrow, he didn't get up to refill the water. Just a long sigh and a murmur to himself. Honestly, it wasn't as if the chief had anticipated that this maneuver would go this far. He knew Lu Jin's more serious character. Therefore he himself chose him to be the robber. For the sake of this exercise it wouldn't be a haphazard walkthrough. But he really didn't expect Lu Jin to behave like this. It's amazing that the chief commander of the police messenger in the middle of this exercise has been pushed this far. At this point, the director was not sure whether he should be happy or disappointed. Lu Jin had this kind of performance, proving that he had a good vision, and also pushing this exercise to be able to really mean something from the real world. This is something that the secretary should naturally be happy about. But with such a performance from the police messenger team, both strikes came back in defeat, and even killed a public official and a hostage. And this exercise was still live-streamed in its entirety, with the number of viewers estimated to be in the millions. Millions of people have seen their city council behave like this. How can the secretary not be disappointed? But this maneuver played itself out as little more than a referee. So naturally there is no casual meddling in the direction of the maneuvers. All he could do was make sure that the maneuver was fair, just and open. Chapter 22. Aren't we in the same category? In the middle of the bank. After Lu Jin reclosed the gate, he returned to the area where the hostages were. Actually, just now when Lu Jin took a hostage out of the bank's gate, for the other hostages, it's kind of a better chance to escape. After all, the doors of the bank were opened. Besides, the robbers were confronting the police officers and couldn't spare much attention to them. All the hostages understand this, and more than one hostage had an escape in mind. But, in the end, none of them tried, because they don't dare. Lu Jin's image of a tough bandit had penetrated deep into their hearts. With those hostile eyes and murderous back, it gave them a chance to escape, but none of them dared to try. And on the other hand, judging from this tough guy Lu Jin style, if your escape fails, he won't hesitate to kill you with a single shot. Therefore, as long as the chances of a successful escape are not 100%, it's a fight for your life. How much courage does it take to gamble with your own little life? Anyway, no hostage in the middle of the bank can do that. Staying in the bank as a hostage, the robbers will probably kill someone next. But with so many other hostages, how is it that they chose to kill themselves and not someone else? So, none of the hostages chose to run away, but all stayed obediently among the hostages. When Lu Jin came back, the pairs of eyes were avoiding Lu Jin while quietly observing the robber with their afterimages. Little brother. That security guard. After Lu Jin returned to his previous position and sat down, the old woman in the hostage table who was a bumper sticker plucked up enough courage and still opened her mouth to ask. That security guard was the one of these hostages who had crossed paths with himself the most. After all, he was the only one who came up to join in the fun when he touched himself at the time, and at his own request, he agreed to testify in his favor. So, the old bumper sticker lady was still more curious about what was going on out there. What happened to that security guard eventually by Lu Jin? Shot by me. Doesn't he like to testify for people? I, for one, like nothing better than a hothead. Lu Jin wiped the gun in his hand and spoke extremely calmly. The look was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Sure, it is indeed a small and insignificant thing. After all, it was just a drill, and the guards weren't really dead. He just got off an early shift. You. The old woman who touched the porcelain trembled and opened her mouth, speaking with a shocked expression on her face. The hostages, heard the gunshots in front of the bank just now. So, the security guard was shot dead by Lu Jin, something they had expected in their minds as well. However, hearing Lu Jin say it herself at this time was still quite shocking. The old woman who touched the porcelain was tempted to accuse Lu Jin of being a demon, but in the end, he didn't dare to say it, because she was afraid that her accusation had angered Lu Jin. And when the time came, this humongous man would drag herself, an old lady, out and shoot her as well. What's wrong with me? Aren't we both in the same category? You're a bumper sticker. I'm a bank robber. Both bad guys. It's just that I'm young and capable of robbing banks. You're old, and you're small and can only touch porcelain. But when it comes down to it, bank robber me and bumper sticker you. How are we different? Lu Jin looked at the old woman who was touching the porcelain and cheerfully opened her mouth. And in 2 sentences, she made the old woman speechless. That seems like a load of crap, but it seems to have a bit of truth to it. Their own bumper dry is not a good thing. Pit are also young people's hard-earned money. Do is not conscience. Not a nice person indeed. But one didn't kill anyone. One is not a demon. Only, when you die later, are you going to be put in the frying pan when you get to the legendary hell because of all this bumper sticker stuff? Looking at that old woman after hearing her words, she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. At that moment, Lu Jin also stopped paying attention to her. He stood up and walked over to the corner of the wall where the hall ventilation ducts were located, removed the jacket that was plugging the vent pipe. Now that some time had passed since the drugging, the inhalation sevoflurane in the air of the bank lobby had pretty much dissipated. The drugs remaining in the ventilation ducts alone are no longer effective. So, there's no need for this vent pipe to be plugged all the time anymore. Most importantly, just now, knowing that the police officers had drugged the air vents, Lu Jin, in the heat of the moment, had stuffed the vents with his own jacket after soaking it, and the equipment the chief had given himself was hidden in his jacket. So, the live feed from the hijacker's perspective has been down for a while. Now Lu Jin had to hurry and check if there were any problems with the live broadcast equipment. After all, this was a fully live-streamed exercise, and until the exercise was over, he, as a robber, had to make sure that the broadcast was smooth as well. Looking at the live equipment, it doesn't appear to be damaged. Lu Jin tossed the switch on the device, and the small light green light on it lit up, proving that the device had once again begun to operate normally. At this point, the jacket was still wet, so Lu Jin removed the setting cup and clipped it to his shirt. It's a new tech product within the police force. A miniature camera. It's also very miniature overall, so it doesn't look out of place clipped on top of a shirt. The live broadcast equipment was back up and running, and the live feed was naturally restored once again. Live stream. Holy, finally there is a picture. But I've been waiting for almost 20 minutes. I thought the anchor this robber has been killed in action. Ha ha. The brothers upstairs shouldn't be unaware that there are 2 live rooms, right? There is also a live room next door for the police command center. It's a long way from being killed in action, now that the police messengers are being tossed around by the robbers. I heard that even the SWAT team has been mobilized, so I guess the robbers will have a hard time next. Indeed, the combat power of the SWAT team and the police messenger team that's not on the same level. The robbers must hold out. I haven't seen enough of such a good-looking maneuver, so it shouldn't be a problem to hold out for another day or two, right? 1 or 2 days. In the hands of the SWAT team, the anchor will be considered a bull if he can last half an hour. Although I also thought the maneuvers were exciting and wanted to see more. The brothers upstairs are right. In the hands of the SWAT team, the protagonist doesn't think he'll last long. Indeed, but no matter what, to be able to get a SWAT team to come out, anchor grade is already very impressive. The number of pop-ups instantly spiked up when they saw the live feed resume. Many of the viewers were coming back from the live broadcast of the police officer's temporary command room, so naturally the news of the police officer asking for help from the SWAT team was also brought back. At this point, the audience obviously didn't think much of Lu Jin as a tough guy. After all, there is no doubt about the combat effectiveness of the SWAT team, and at this time, Lu Jin was naturally unaware of all this. In the meantime, outside the bank on top of the clearing, several police cars with sirens blaring drove in. After the car stopped, the heavily armed and well-equipped SWAT officers quickly got out of the car and assembled. The maneuver was thoroughly white-hot. Chapter 23. This line, have I heard it somewhere before? There weren't many people in the SWAT team, just a dozen in total. Once they got out of the car, they quickly assembled in the middle of the clearing. On the other hand, The squad leader of the SWAT team walked directly towards the Captain Lee Yunwei, who was standing at the entrance of the temporary command room. Lee Yunwei is the squadron leader of the 1st Squadron of the City Council. Although the SWAT team was independent of the squadron, it was ultimately just a special team. So, the rank of the squad leader of the SWAT squad is naturally lower than the squadron leader Lee Yunwei. Not to mention, Captain Lee Yunwei is also the chief commander of this maneuver. The SWAT team came to him though he asked for help, but in the midst of this maneuver, naturally, he was still in charge. Captain. Walking up to Captain Lee Yunwei, the junior captain saluted and opened his mouth to call out. As the words fell, some meaningful smiles appeared on his face. It seems, it was teasing Captain Lee Yunwei, who couldn't take it down in the face of a maneuver. Surprisingly, they had to ask for help from their SWAT team in general. Ahem. Coming? You guys are pretty fast. Looking at the smile on the young captain's face, the captain felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He coughed unnaturally. Then with a serious look on his face, he opened his mouth and spoke nonsense in an attempt to ease his embarrassment. Tell me what's going on at the scene right now. Seeing the captain's embarrassment, the junior captain naturally stopped flirting. Seriousness returned to his face. Looking back at the bank not far from the closed doors, he opened his mouth to ask a question. The robbers entered the bank at about 12 o'clock, and we were alerted by the bank's internal alarm at 10 minutes past 12 and arrived on the scene at almost 18 minutes past 12. The scene has been cordoned off, and the robber is only one man with 10 hostages in his hands. The captain, with his hands behind his back, also looked away in the direction of the bank. With a serious face, he told the junior captain about the maneuver. The junior captain lifted his wrist and glanced at the time. It's 1:20 now. That is to say, the maneuver lasted a little over an hour between the start of the exercise and now. Looks like this maneuver was a bit of fun after all, and it lasted an hour. And even we're out there. The junior captain looked back to the captain and spoke cheerfully. The expression on that face, as well as the tone of his voice, it was clear that he didn't take this maneuver very seriously. The captain couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile when he saw this. Think about when you first arrived on the scene. That mindset was the same as the current junior captain. Didn't take the maneuver seriously at all either. But now, Lu Jin, who plays the robber this time, is not easy to deal with. You still have to be somewhat prepared ahead of time. The captain reached out and tapped the junior captain on the shoulder. With a serious face, he opened his mouth, saying that was a bit of an early warning to the junior captain. Though, the SWAT team's equipment and fighting strength were not comparable to that of a typical police badges team. However, in the captain's opinion, it was still not easy for them to gain an advantage against Lu Jin, who still had more than a dozen hostages in his hands. So, it took the captain to give the junior captain a kind word of caution. Lu Jin? I've heard of it, and I'm told it's a stubborn ass. But having met me today, I'm afraid this stubborn donkey won't be able to be stubborn anymore. The young captain raised one eyebrow and spoke languidly, a hint of playfulness still on his face as he spoke. Obviously, he still didn't take much notice of the captain's well-intentioned reminder. Isn't it just a drill? Their SWAT team is already out there. What could possibly go wrong? At this point, what the squad leader was pondering was no longer whether or not he could take this maneuver to victory. Rather, he had to subdue Lu Jin within a few minutes and end the maneuver. 5 minutes? No, it's still a bit rushed. After all, he had to understand the situation and organize his actions. 10 minutes? More than enough. Captain, give me 10 minutes. In 10 minutes' time, I will absolutely kill Lu Jin and end this maneuver. After a little thought, the junior captain looked back at the captain and spoke rather confidently. Speaking on a cloud, it was as if he had it all figured out. It seems, at this point, he had already secured his victory. And hearing this from the junior captain, the captain couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his eyes. Although it has been extremely well disguised, but it was still full of embarrassment. Because what the junior captain was saying at this point, he himself had said when he first arrived on the scene. Only an hour had now passed. The robber Lu Jin was still at large, and the maneuver was not yet over. Even because of his own poor decision-making, he had already lost a police officer and a hostage in battle. Think of your own spirited appearance and arrogant attitude at the beginning. One time, the captain is so embarrassed he can literally pick his toes out of a 3-room apartment. At this point, the captain and junior captain were standing in the doorway of the makeshift command room. Their conversation was naturally live-streamed in its entirety. Live stream. Ha ha. Why do I feel so familiar with what the squad leader is saying at this time? I shouldn't have heard it somewhere, right? Dog head. Upstairs brother. You're not mistaken. That was supposed to be the lieutenant's line. Laugh me to death. Brothers of the live broadcast, come and beg for the psychological shadow of the squadron leader at this time. You guys are also really too unkind. Now that the other captain is experiencing a large social death scene, You guys are even mocking them? But, I really can't help it either. But there's a chance that someone's SWAT team could still take the maneuver in under 10 minutes. Indeed. After all, the combat power of a SWAT team is not comparable to that of a normal police band. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing for the captain if the junior captain really took the maneuver for 10 minutes? Anyway, let's hope that the robber can hold out for a little while longer. After all, such a wonderful live broadcast can't be found anywhere else. Indeed, I'm counting on this live feed for dinner. It's still 5 hours before supper time. The arrival of the SWAT team attracted quite a few viewers from the Robber's Perspective livestream to flock to the Tolerance Perspective livestream. After the number of people in the live room soared, the number of pop-ups naturally increased dramatically. Watching the young captain who had just arrived on the scene utter the exact same lines as the previous captain, the pop-ups were all up in arms at once. It's a good thing the captain can't see the live pop-ups at this point. Otherwise, the captain reckoned it would be a real public social death. For the confidence of the SWAT team squad leader, many of the viewers in the live broadcast room were still more convinced. After all, there is no doubt about the combat effectiveness of the SWAT team. Lusion plays a robber who is just one person, and in the face of a well-equipped and highly capable SWAT team, viewers really don't know how he should resist. In the face of such an arguably brilliant exercise live, naturally, the audience didn't want it to end like that. But, the robbers are really a bit outnumbered. So the audience that favored the hijackers was by this time a very small fraction of the audience. Chapter 24, New Mission, Double the Reward. By the way, where's my fighting instructor? While the captain was being embarrassed, the junior captain looked like he suddenly thought of something. Looking up at the captain he asked, their squad's fighting instructor, who had been transferred half an hour earlier, had cooperated with the captain's maneuvers. But, the squad leader didn't seem to see him after arriving at the scene. The natural thing to do at the moment is to be concerned about where your fighting instructor ran off to. After all, the fighting instructor would be a no-brainer later on if he got going on his own. Inside the bank, the corner of the captain's eye twitched slightly once more. He sighed before speaking rather helplessly. Not bad. Getting inside the bank so quickly? Blending into the bank as a hostage. Ready to meet the police officers outside? Captain, it looks like you're not going nowhere here. After the young captain sniffed, he opened his mouth rather excitedly, his face full of smiles as he spoke. He didn't realize the captain had made it this far before he arrived. Wouldn't it be simpler to end the maneuver with a fight instructor inside the bank? It won't take 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Not surprisingly, this maneuver is coming to an end. The junior captain was there mulling it over with excitement. The captain on the side, however, was shocked and looked at him with a cutie. Like, look at him. What's in this kid's head? How is it that when he says he's inside the bank, he thinks he's penetrating the bank? If he had been able to proceed this far without any problems, would he still need to ask for help from their SWAT team? Your fighting instructor is inside the bank, killed in action. The captain hurriedly reached out and patted the junior captain on the shoulder. In 2 sentences, he was brought back to reality. Hearing the captain's words, the junior captain was first slightly stunned, and then a slightly shocked expression appeared. Killed in action? He opened his mouth in some dismay, even wondering if he had misheard. That's a fighting instructor for a SWAT team. If it was a one-on-one free-for-all situation, even he, the squad leader, was no match for him. A battlefield like that, killed in action? Are you kidding me? But, looking at the serious expression on the captain's face at that moment, it was obvious that the news was true. The captain scratched his brow in some embarrassment. Though, the main reason for the fighting coach's demise was because of his arrogance, striking when he didn't get 100%. But a big part of it is also due to poor decision-making by the captain. If he hadn't asked the fight instructor to take the opportunity to look for opportunities while delivering boxed lunches, naturally, nothing like that would have happened. So, now that the junior captain asked, he was more than a little embarrassed. But, the captain still told the junior captain what had happened earlier. This includes his own drugging of the ventilation ducts and his preparation for a strong-arm attack that angered the robbers, who shot a hostage right in front of him. All told the junior captain. It seems that this maneuver is really something. The junior captain narrowed his eyes as he listened. The image of the robber Lusion was already being sketched in his mind. Lusion. It was a name he had heard before, but he hadn't seen it in person. After all, the city council was huge, and there were a lot of police officers in it, so it was normal that people who weren't part of a squad hadn't met much. Judging from the captain's description, this one was indeed a bit tricky. After coming to the scene, the squad leader didn't really even give much thought to this maneuver. He's been through a lot of maneuvers himself. Most of the maneuvers are just on point and don't last long. But, on hearing that his fighting instructors had all folded at the hands of the robbers, obviously, this Lusion who played the robber, doesn't seem to be the same now. Well, Want to take back what you said about ending the maneuver in 10 minutes? It's not too humiliating if you take it back now. The captain looked at the young captain who was deep in thought and spoke with a playful smile on his face. This kid is just as arrogant as he was when he first arrived. You've already lost your face. At this point it's more natural to want to watch the show mentality. It's true that it's a bit tricky, but taking down the maneuver in 10 minutes shouldn't be too much of a problem. The junior captain shook his head slightly, still speaking with quite a bit of confidence. Lu Jin, who played the role of a robber, was not easy to deal with, but his own squad leader of the SWAT team was no slouch either. How can you give in when you haven't even touched one yet? Nice. It's good to have faith. Seeing this, the captain once again reached out and patted the junior captain on the shoulder, a meaningful smile on his face as he spoke. At this time the captain's mind is pondering, very good. This kid is also a Nazi. The Yellow River Heart will not die of the Lord. It seems that this exercise is not only his own person to lose face. Let's go. Go into the command center and study your next year combat deployment. With less than generous thoughts in mind, the captain became enthusiastic for a moment. Pulling the junior captain, he headed for the middle of the RV. The junior captain was flabbergasted. But for the moment, he and the captain went into the caravan that served as a temporary command post. Looking at the bank layout on the table, he studied the next battle plan. In the middle of the bank, Lu Jin saw the arrival of the SWAT team through a gap in the curtains. The SWAT team is here. This is not good news for yourself. After all, he clearly knew that the SWAT team was not comparable to ordinary police badges in terms of both equipment and combat capability. Their own next position after their arrival will naturally become difficult. Previously, he himself killed a hostage in front of the chief of police dispatch. It stopped the strong attack they had already prepared. It made the official team not dare to act rashly for a while. But, now that the SWAT team had arrived, they would surely try to organize another strong attack. After all, a constant stalemate was not the result the police officers wanted. Honestly, it wouldn't be hard for Lu Jin to end such a stalemate, because before making his move to rob the bank, Lu Jin had already thought of countless possibilities and made very many plans to deal with them. His plan B, which he had already prepared, was to be surrounded by police officers in a bank under a hostage situation. And for such a situation, Lu Jin made quite a few plans to get out of it. It's not easy to get out of it, but in Lu Jin's eyes, it wasn't too difficult. At this point, Lu Jin was pondering whether he should also prepare for getting away since the SWAT team had already arrived. And it was at this moment that an icy prompt suddenly sounded in Lu Jin's mind. Ding! The system mission has been updated. New mission, continue to confront the police team at the bank for 6 hours. If you complete the mission, the initial reward will be doubled. It's the system's beep. Lu Jin was slightly stunned and hurriedly opened his system's quest panel. He himself was starting to wonder if he should prepare to get out of the situation, when the system unexpectedly came with such a task. One time. Rather, it's a bit of a disruption. Chapter 25, Why is this so greedy? System, open the mission panel. Lu Jin silently gave the system a command in his mind. Soon, a virtual panel that only Lu Jin alone could see appeared in the void in front of him. Initial mission, participate in and ultimately win the exercise. Initial mission reward, 500,000 yuan in cash, 1 random intermediate skill, 2 attribute points, and 500 points. New mission content, to continue the 6-hour standoff with the police force inside the bank. New mission reward, all initial mission rewards *2. Hint, the host can give up the new mission and choose to complete the initial mission, and can also receive the initial mission reward. The panel radiating a blue ghostly light recorded the contents of Lu Jin's mission for this maneuver. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Lu Jin fell into a brief silence. Follow the rules of the drill. At this point, all he had to do was get out of the bank and he would have won this act. That is to say, he was already one step away from the initial mission reward, and he'd already prepared several plans to get out. Completing the initial quest was not a difficult task for Lu Jin at this time, but the new mission continues to insist on a 6-hour standoff. The SWAT team has arrived on the scene. The next move by the police messengers will surely become increasingly difficult to recruit. If they attacked the bank, it would be them who would be victorious in the maneuver, and then they themselves wouldn't even be able to get the initial mission rewards. But, this reward was directly doubled, which was quite a temptation for Lu Jin. Ding! Will you be receiving a new mission? And just as Lu Jin was still weighing the pros and cons, the system's icy prompt sounded in his mind once again. The eyes closed slightly and opened again a moment later. There was an extra hint of determination in Lu Jin's eyes. Pick up! With a clenched tooth and a crossed heart, Lu Jin responded to the system in his mind. Staying in the middle of the bank for another 6 hours against the SWAT team was indeed not easy, but it's not an impossible thing to achieve. There were still 10 hostages in his own hands, and with such leverage, what did Lu Jin have to fear? since the system dared to update the mission, then Lu Jin dared to take it. He's a man who just doesn't know how to spell goon. Ding! The mission has been claimed. Hosts are required to remain in the bank for 5 hours and 59 minutes against a team of police officers. The icy prompt sounded again. The time on the virtual panel had begun to count down. Lu Jin took a deep breath of cool air and closed the system's mission panel. Since I have to keep going for another 6 hours, I'll have to reorganize my own plans for the rest of the day. After all, with more than 6 hours to go, there was no telling how many more offenses the vigilantes would launch. And in the face of the police officer's offense, Lu Jin couldn't miss once, because but one mistake and he'll lose the maneuver. In time, that is, they can't even get a little bit of reward from the system. So, facing every next attack from the police officers, Lu Jin had to have the perfect countermeasure. Go back to the floor in front of the hostages and sit down. Lu Jin pulled out his notebook again, and on top of this palm-sized notebook, it was densely written with various plans of Lu Jin. These plans were various responses to the means by which he anticipated that the vigilantes would attack. There's only one person by himself. There is only one chance, and if you fail there is no possibility of coming back. So, it was natural for Lu Jin to think of every aspect. Flipping open his notebook, he was ready to mull over what tolerance would do next before he made his move. Lu Jin started by pulling a lollipop out of his pocket. It's his habit. Always like to have a little something to eat when I think about things. When he unwrapped the package and was just about to eat it, Lu Jin looked like he suddenly thought of something. Looking up towards the hostage table, and this glance just happened to see Shu Yunru, who was looking at him. A pair of big watery eyes looked straight at herself. Because she had cried before, her eyes were a little red and swollen, looking even more pathetic. Hiss! Lu Jin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Why is this so greedy? There were only a few lollipops in total, and she had just shared one of them with her. Nope, just this one. Lu Jin scratched the back of his head and spoke somewhat helplessly. Shu Yunru froze, blinking her big eyes. She didn't seem to understand what Lu Jin was saying. Lu Jin frowned slightly. I've already told her about this last one, and she's still pretending not to understand? She doesn't even want to let go of her last lollipop? Are all women this greedy? Lu Jin sidestepped and didn't care. He directly placed the lollipop in his mouth. Anyway, this candy will not be given to her by herself. Actually, Lu Jin still had it in his pocket, only he really couldn't spare it. After all, he was going to be in the middle of the bank for another 6 hours, and there was no telling how much more he would have to think about. The rest of the candy he saved might not be enough. How can you separate people? He had been kind enough to share one of them with her before, and he had been conscientious enough to do so. And now she wants it? What a greedy woman. At this point, Shu Yunru watched as Lu Jin sidled up and placed the lollipop in her mouth, and she finally reacted to what Lu Jin meant by that sentence. At that moment, a blush rose above her delicate face with an embarrassed expression. She really wasn't looking at the lollipop in Lu Jin's hand just now. Just now, the robber came back by the window, then sat down on the floor and pulled out his laptop to look through it. This naturally aroused the curiosity of the hostages, all curious as to what was in that notebook. So, basically all the hostages were staring at Lu Jin, not just Shu Yunru. And after Lu Jin took out the lollipop, he only looked at Shu Yunru and didn't even pay attention to the gazes of others. Naturally, he thought that Shu Yunru was the only one staring at his lollipop. At this point, misunderstood. Shu Yunru only felt social death. She hated to find a crack in the ground and hurriedly burrow in to hide. She would have liked to explain. However, thinking about Lu Jin's eyes that were full of hostility and his murderous personality, she still didn't dare open her mouth. So this misunderstanding, it's kind of unresolved, and Lu Jin didn't pay any more attention to Shu Yunro and the crowd of hostages, just writing and drawing with the notebook in his hand. In the notebook, there was a hand-drawn map of the bank's layout by Lu Jin herself. This was Lu Jin in the 3 days of preparation time before, drawn against the bank after several stampedes. This hand-drawn map of the bank's layout seemed no less detailed than the one in the hands of the police constables outside. That alone, it was enough to prove how much effort Lu Jin had put into this maneuver. He was a man who took things seriously. Even if it's just a small thing, if you decide to do it, you will definitely strive to do it perfectly. Not to mention something as big as robbing a bank. Chapter 26, Robbing a bank is also a skill. Lu Jin was looking down at the notebook he was holding, and with the equipment used for the live stream hanging from his shirt. Naturally, he captured the laptop in his hand. The contents of the notebook were then revealed on the air as well. Live stream. Asterisk. This anchor greatly bullish hand-drawn bank layout map? It seems that before this hands to rob the bank, is to do a lot of preparation this densely packed our homework. After seeing Anchor Data's laptop, I would like to call him the strongest robber. Robbers aren't scary. It's the robbers who are afraid of being cultured Why? After seeing the anchor's notebook, I vaguely feel that there is hope for the anchor to last until dinner time nah. As much as I don't want this maneuver to end so soon, it's hard. Indeed, the robber is alone. And after the SWAT team intervenes, it's not expected to last long. Agree with the brothers upstairs. +1. Upon seeing the hand-drawn bank layout and the dense plan on Lu Jin's notebook, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but exclaim a bullseye. The preparations made by this play-acting robber, before making his move, were clearly far beyond what they had imagined. It's not hard to see why. Robbing a bank is also a skilled job. If it wasn't for all the preparations, this robber would have been cold. One time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were admiring Lu Jin as a robber. Because, the one at hand is just a drill though. But he, the playwright of the robber, came up with this preparation. It is natural that people who are so serious about what they do are to be admired. The situation in the live broadcast room was naturally invisible to Lu Jin. At this moment, he just stared at the notebook in his hand, and after catching himself for a while, he finally drew across somewhere. If I were in command of the police force, this place would be the breakthrough with the best chance of completing the raid right now. Here, too, I do not yet have a defense. It's still not very convenient to be the only one, and at some point, teammates are still pretty important. Holding the notebook in her hand, Lu Jin murmured a few words to herself. As he spoke, he restowed the notebook, turning back to the hostage table. He had a calm expression on his face, and a pair of eyes full of hostility swept through the hostages. The crowd of hostages rushed to avoid Lu Jin's gaze. After all, this gaze looked really a bit oozing. So naturally, no one wanted to meet Lu Jin's gaze. You, stand up. After sweeping around amongst all the hostages, Lu Jin's gaze fell on a bank employee toward idol. This was a male clerk in his early 30s, not too different in stature and size from Lu Jin. He reached out and pointed at Xiang Xian, his cold voice slowly echoing in the middle of the bank hall. Goo! That Xiang idol first gave a thump in his heart, and then swallowed with some difficulty. He didn't even dare to look up to make sure the robber was talking about himself or not. But, even without looking, he could still feel it clearly. The robber's hostile eyes were fixed on himself. It was a very strange feeling. It's like you're being watched by a tiger, and since you don't see it, you still feel sweaty. At this point the bank clerk to idol was very scared, because he didn't know exactly what the robber was doing by telling him to stand up. The last one to be called up by the robbers, or the poor bank security guard, was shot in the head after following the robbers out. At this point, Xiang Xian was not sure if this robber was going to pick a lucky one to go out and kill. After all, according to the robber's style of behavior, he was indeed capable of doing such a thing. What I say doesn't count anymore, does it? Lu Jin spoke coldly. The voice was not loud, but the words came out to scare that Xiang Xianxiao into a shiver. He hurriedly stood up and looked at Lu Jin with a pale face. Brother, you let me go. I'm still young, don't want to die. Xiang idol opened his mouth trembling. The pale lips were quivering madly as he spoke, obviously already fearful to the core. But, Lu Jin, however, ignored him and directly removed the robber's hood from his own head and put it on Xiang Xian's head. Immediately after, Lu Jin brought over the jacket that had been soaked with water earlier and personally put it on for Xiang Xian. Bank clerk Xiang idol was in a daze at the moment. What are the robbers up to? Why are you still dressing yourself? Is it hard to believe that you're afraid you'll catch a cold? But, he's got a wet coat. Even though it was summer now, the temperature in the middle of the bank was already not high, and this soaked clothes on his body still made Xiang Xian shiver. After doing all this, Lu Jin still didn't say anything. He just took a few steps backward, sizing up Xiang Xian from a distance. Immediately after, there seemed to be a rather satisfied nod. For a time, not only was Xiang Xian and the group of hostages confused, even all the viewers in the live broadcast room were confused. The robbers are doing what? After putting the clothes on Xiang Xian, Lu Jin brought her backpack over again. Under the gaze of all the hostages, he pulled out a palm-sized bomb from the middle of his backpack. Goo! Looking at the remote-controlled bomb, all the hostages unconsciously gulped. This robber, what is he going to do? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Jin remained unhurried and wrapped that bomb around Xiang Xian's back. It's a remote-control bomb. Not very powerful, but enough to blow through an 8mm thick steel plate. As soon as I press the remote control, you'll instantly fall apart and not even Hades can save you. Remember? After tying up the bomb, Lu Jin then spoke calmly. The expression and tone of voice were extremely calm as he spoke. It's like having a family conversation. At this moment, Xiang Xian's face was pale, and beads of sweat were all over his forehead. He opened his mouth, too scared to say a word, and could only nod frantically. Great! Your name is Xiang Idol, isn't it? But from now on, you're not Xiang Idol. Your name is Lu Jin. You're me, the robber, got it? Lu Jin removed the work tag from the front of Xiang Xian's shirt and threw it aside after glancing at the name on it. He spoke calmly, holding Xiang Xian's head as he spoke. He kept his eyes looking straight into his own. Goo. Xiang Idol swallowed hard. Looking at Lu Jin's pair of hostile eyes, he didn't dare to disobey in the slightest. After all, now his own little life was in his hands. Don't be afraid. Tell me who you are. Lu Jin nodded his head in satisfaction, then once again looked at Xiang Idol and asked out. A few smiles appeared on his face at this moment. It seemed to be encouraging Xiang Idol in general. I am Lu Jin, the robber. Xiang Idol opened his mouth trembling. In order to stay alive, he naturally did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Louder. Be mean. Have you ever seen a robber as wimpy as you? After Xiang Idol responded, Lu Jin slightly raised his eyebrows and suddenly raised his own volume. With these few words out of his mouth, Xiang Idol was almost scared to tears. Those legs were shaking like crazy. Chapter 27, Raid Plan. Highly feasible. Tell me loud and clear. Who are you? Lu Jin's eyes looked straight at Idol and his voice raised a few degrees. The fierce look was chilling to the eye. Under high pressure, people tend to explode. Fruity. Under Lu Jin's compulsion, some blood emerged in one of Xiang Xian's eyes, and his trembling teeth suddenly clenched. I'm Lu Jin, the robber. This time Xiang Idol spoke again, a sentence that almost came out as a growl. A pair of eyes were still filled with fear though. But, because of the congestion of floating blood, it did look a little bit of ruthlessness as well, although this was far from the effect that Lu Jin wanted. However, Lu Jin did not continue to apply pressure. After all, it's just a drill. The robber himself is merely playing. Xiang Idol was more of a victim in this maneuver, unknowingly becoming a hostage. So, Lu Jin wouldn't be able to handle it if she scared him out of his psyche. Great. Remember the state you're in. As long as you do what I say later, I'll make sure you can live. Lu Jin patted Xiang Idol's shoulder and spoke calmly. After saying that, he stopped caring about Xiang Xianxiao for the time being. He just made himself over to the front door of the bank and looked out through the gap behind the curtains. At this point it was still relatively quiet on the side of the police force and there wasn't much action. Lu Jin lifted the watch on his wrist and looked at the time. And there's no rush. It's just standing still, watching the movement of the team of police messengers. In the temporary command room, the captain, the junior captain, and a skeleton crew of the police force gathered around a map of the bank layout. At this point in time, the next step in the deployment of the operation is being discussed. I suggest this as our next breakthrough. The junior captain pointed to a corner on the layout map and spoke calmly. The crowd looked over. That's the back door of the bank, the internal passageway where bank employees normally enter and exit. It is locked all year round and must be swiped open by a bank employee to gain access. The reason why the captain didn't choose to break through this door before, that's because the bank employees are all being held hostage in the clutches of Lu Jin. So, the captain couldn't get a bank employee's ID card for a while. But now the bank security guards who have been killed in action are in their hands. You can get in and out of that door just as well with a bank security guard's ID card. Breaking through from here is indeed a good idea. But our previous strong attack has already angered the robbers. If we act rashly, the safety of the hostages will be very difficult to guarantee. This maneuver has already resulted in the death of a police officer as well as a hostage. If there are further casualties, one of the bonehead cops almost nodded. It was only after expressing his approval of the junior captain's idea that he voiced his concerns. But, he fell silent only halfway through the last sentence, because everyone present knew very well what it meant if there were any more casualties other than the robbers. Naturally, he didn't want him to say more. Continuing to confront the robbers is equally detrimental to the lives of the hostages. We can't give up the opportunity to take the initiative just because of our previous loss. Besides, the main reason why the robbers were angered before was because the strong attack plan was exposed. And this time we're making a surprise attack. Acting without the robbers' knowledge, we'll definitely be able to achieve the effect of surprise. The junior captain continued to speak. As he spoke, he grabbed a marker from the table in passing. A fork was drawn where the internal access is on the layout plan. The captain and a group of key police officers nodded after hearing the junior captain's words, but they did not say anything. The raid the squad leader was talking about was not without feasibility. And, a surprise attack by a SWAT team. That was naturally much more effective than the previous forceful attack. Naturally, none of them had any objections. What does everyone think? Seeing that the crowd was silent, the young captain looked up at them again. Be proactive in opening your mouth to solicit ideas. Everyone's okay with that. Tell us about your operational deployment. The captain opened his mouth to respond to the junior captain. Everyone present naturally wanted this maneuver to end sooner. So, as long as the little captain's plan would work, they were naturally all for it. This raid is planned to be carried out by our SWAT team. I'll send 4 members of my team with the bank security guards' ID cards to sneak into this position at the back door from both sides. Then I will be the one to hold the robbers at the main entrance of the bank on the grounds of negotiation. While I attracted the robbers' attention, the team crept inside the bank through the back door and waited for the opportunity to free the hostages and kill the robber. The robber is only one person, so naturally, it's hard to take care of the head and the tail. And, of course, we can put snipers across the bank. That way, even if the team that infiltrated the bank doesn't get it, the sniper can wait for an opportunity to kill the robbers while I draw their attention. The junior captain took the marker in his hand and scratched it on the bank layout map. Almost vocally, he told the crowd his entire plan. The captain and a skeleton crew of police officers were nodding their heads as they listened. It's a plan that's highly feasible. But, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on the captain's face when he heard the last item about arranging snipers. Ahem. Snipers won't have to be arranged. He clenched his right hand into a fist and covered his mouth as he coughed lightly twice. It was only then that he spoke with some embarrassment. Why? The junior captain raised one eyebrow and asked a somewhat unsure question. Earlier the captain had talked to him about the general course of the maneuvers that had lasted until now. But, the sniper exposure hasn't been said. Therefore, he naturally didn't know that the sniper arrangement had already been used by the captain before. We had snipers across the street from the bank before. But not only did the robbers know there was a sniper, they even knew exactly where the sniper was. He was more prepared before he made his move than we expected. Now the bank across the good sniper position robbers are all clear, even if arranged snipers are also very difficult to get. Before the captain could say anything, one of the backbone of the police force spoke up and told the junior captain why. After all, the captain can't be left alone with this disgrace either. They, the backbone, should share some of it together as well. In that case, it seems that this lusion kid is quite unexpected, but he's definitely not going to be able to handle our surprise plan this time. After all, even with all the thinking, he's only one person. I still don't believe he can change into a doppelganger anymore. The junior captain raised one eyebrow and put the marker back in the quill as he spoke. When he spoke, he revealed a powerful confidence. This plan of his own could be called seamless. Only, what the junior captain doesn't know is that the place where he drew a fork on the layout map and the place where he drew a fork on the hand-drawn layout map on Lu Jin's notebook are obviously the same place. Chapter 28, This drill depends on you. Live stream. Listening to the squad leader's plan for the raid. The audience discussed it with unprecedented fervor. That sounds like a good plan, SWAT team leader. The feasibility of it is still very high. It looks like there's a chance to end this maneuver. Indeed, worthy of being a SWAT team, this ability is really something. Is it hard to believe that this time the humans are going to be ambushed? It's really a bit of a shame. After all, there won't be much to see live at the end of this maneuver. To be honest, for a bank maneuver to last this long, Lu Jin, who played the tough guy, is already considered strong. Indeed, past maneuvers have been nothing more than a walk in the park, and it's not often that one is as serious as this one. Lu Jin, please remember this name and go around it the next time you hear it, or you might become a hostage if you're not careful. Ha ha. Upstairs, does it do you any good to laugh me to death? That said, as far as I'm concerned, do I think the robbers can still be salvaged? I also think the robbers will be able to struggle a little more. Have you noticed that the place marked by the junior captain and the place marked by the robbers seem to be the same place? What the brothers above mean is that the robbers guessed the actions of the SWAT team leader in advance? How can that be? The more you talk, the more mysterious. If the robbers are really that good, I'll just stand upside down and drink the foot washing water. The pop-ups were so numerous that they almost covered the live screen in black. There was also a great deal of approval from the audience of the live broadcast regarding the raid plan of the squad leader. So, many of the viewers in the live stream thought that this maneuver was afraid to end. And while many viewers were watching both live streams at the same time, a small portion of them seemed to have realized that both Lu Jin and the young captain were marked in the same place. Only, these words are said on the air and believed by very few. Luck Jin as the robber is awesome, that's what most people are willing to admit. But, being able to guess the squad leader's next move before they set their raid plan in motion, this almost unforeseen statement was still not believed by most of the viewers in the broadcast room. At this point, even the audience who felt that Lu Jin was still able to salvage a little bit was already just a small portion. In the temporary command room, the raid plan passed unanimously. The squad leader naturally began to make arrangements for the operation. The captain, for his part, stood in the doorway of the makeshift command room, peering out toward the bank from a distance. The next raid was taken over by the SWAT team and there was nothing left for him to do. He just had to wait for the good news. Sure, the captain also hoped that what came through would be good news. After all, if this raid plan fails again, the likelihood of 0 casualties is almost 0. And in a drill that has already seen the death of a police messenger and a hostage in action, if there were any more casualties, the captain would have a real headache. Originally, at the beginning of the maneuver, the captain's mind was still relatively relaxed. Thought it was nothing more than a walk in the park as usual. He goes to the scene and shouts and then just arrests people and the maneuver is over. Who knows? As the exercise progressed, this hack has become a nightmare for him. Alas, the captain couldn't help but let out a long sigh at the thought. He reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose between his eyes, and in his mind he could only hope that this nightmare would end sooner rather than later. Almost 3 or 4 minutes later, the squad leader repaired to the door of the makeshift command room. He picked up his own thermos and took a sip of the tea inside, casually spitting the tea leaf ends out of his mouth onto the floor. It's all set. My 10 minutes. I should be counting down from now, right? Absolutely end this maneuver in 10 minutes. Replacing the thermos, the junior captain only looked sideways at the captain and spoke cheerfully. There was a faint smile on his face, but that smile was filled with a strong sense of confidence. The squad leader was confident that he would be able to catch the robbers off guard with this surprise attack plan. End this maneuver with a thunderbolt. Okay, 10 minutes of your time. I'll keep count for you. This maneuver is counting on you. The captain reached out and patted the junior captain on the shoulder, speaking with the same smile. Though, the captain kind of wanted someone to disgrace himself with, but he preferred that this nightmare-like maneuver hurry up and end. So, he naturally hoped that this raid would have the desired results. Kill the robbers, perfectly free the remaining hostages, and end this maneuver. After hearing the captain's words, the junior captain stopped speaking at that moment. He picked up one of the megaphones beside him, and he headed toward the bank without haste. In the meantime, in the middle of the bank, Lu Jin, who was standing behind the bank's window and looking towards the outside through a gap in the curtains, saw the SWAT team leader who was walking over. Redrawing the curtains tightly, Lu Jin turned toward the hostage table. Just now he had been watching the situation outside from behind the window. So, spare a thought, the squad leader had been quite secretive in arranging the raiders. But Lu Jin still saw 4 SWAT team members touching down next to the bank. A plan that seemed seamless to the junior captain, but in Lu Jin's eyes, he saw through the whole picture. Earlier, when Lu Jin was holding his notebook to study the next step of the police team's plan, he noticed the employee passageway at the back of the bank. Think differently. If he's in command of a team of police constables, then, when formulating his plan of attack, he would definitely use this place as a breakthrough as well. So, he asserted that when the SWAT team arrived, they would surely use this place as a breakthrough for an attempt as well. That's why Lu Jin had prepared a response plan at the very first moment. Prepare for a trick in a jar. The bank clerk Xiang Xian, who was about the same size as himself, was an important piece in the plan, and to be able to do it is almost unforeseen. It wasn't that Lu Jin really expected things to happen. Only, it's that the tactics used by the police force are all too old-fashioned. They launched several attacks one after another, using methods that have even made it to the big screen and I don't know how many movie bridges. So, as long as one was prepared, defusing their attack was but a simple matter. With the help of this maneuver, Lu Jin was able to give them a reminder. Save it for when that day does come. Using such tactics would not only be ineffective, but might even come at an extremely steep price. Walking across to the hostage table, Lu Jin took out his black backpack. Under the gaze of a host of hostages, he pulled something out of the middle of his backpack that was wrapped tightly in black cloth. The thing looked like a burning stick. It was almost as long as one of Lu Jin's arms. Only Lu Jin was in no hurry. Under the gaze of the hostages, the black cloth was slowly opened, and the contents appeared in the sight of the hostages as well. One time, all the hostages couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect this robber to have this hidden in his inconspicuous backpack. Chapter 29, all set. Go! It was a rifle. Pitch black. After Lu Jin unwrapped the black cloth, he took it in his hands and played with it. Click! A crisp cocking sound rang out. After Lu Jin gasped the rifle in his hand, he tried the alignment again, tight before loading the rifle. And after doing so, Lu Jin looked up at the hostage table. It was only at this point that all of the hostages were staring at the rifles in their hands with almost a dazed look on their faces. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Type 95 assault rifle. The 5.8mm round has low recoil, smooth power characteristics throughout the gun, a good overall layout, and very little vibration from holding the gun while firing. It's a good performer. One of the more common firearms in our country. It's also my preferred rifle. Lu Jin spoke calmly. Sort of a science fiction for a bunch of hostages. Mostly, Lu Jin saw them all staring blankly at the gun in their hands. Thought they were curious what kind of gun it was. What Lu Jin couldn't stand the most was this kind of inquisitive eyes. So even though they were his hostages at this time, he gave them a talk. Goo. And when the crowd of hostages heard this, they all gulped with horror on their faces. Why is this Hummer telling them this? Could it be that the robber was going to use this Type 95 assault rifle? Which was a good performer and which he preferred? To smash the heads of their hostages later? That's too cruel, isn't it? The crowd of hostages were all filled with fear and trembling for a moment. Neither reacted to remove his gaze out of fear, and Lu Jin looked up again. Just seeing those hostages still staring at the guns in their hands, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Haven't they all been given the science themselves? Why are you still looking at yourself? Is it hard to think that you're going a little overboard now that you've pulled out another automatic rifle? As a tough guy, I carry an automatic rifle. It's not too much, is it? Although the expression on Lu Jin's face was calm, those eyes were full of hostility. The mere sight of it made the hostages tremble with fear. So, whatever tone he was speaking in, it seemed more like a threat to the hostages. Not excessive. Not excessive. All the hostages subconsciously shook their heads at almost the same time. Cowardly response. Hearing such a response, Lu Jin finally nodded in satisfaction. He didn't slow down, and after loading the automatic rifle, he pulled out 2 more grenades from inside his backpack. 1 Type 92 pistol, 1 Type 95 assault rifle, 2 exercise-specific remote-controlled bombs, and 2 exercise-specific grenades. These are all the equipment that the director gave himself before the exercise. In the words of the chief, when you have all this equipment, you are considered a real tough guy. With all her equipment ready, Lu Jin stood up and walked over to Xiang Xian, the bank clerk. At this moment, Xian Idol is wearing a hood and the jacket Lu Jin wore before entering the bank. At a glance only 2 eyes could be seen. There should be a police officer coming to talk later. So go over and respond after you hear the robber being called. Just talk to him about whatever he talks about. Remember the state you were in. You are Lu Jin, the robber. Just play nice and I'll make sure the bomb on you doesn't go off. Get it? Lu Jin looked at Xian Idol and spoke calmly, speaking while holding the remote control of the bomb in his hand. He waved it in front of Xiang Xian's eyes. Got it. Got it. I am Lu Jin, the robber. Xiang Idol hurriedly nodded heavily, trying to raise his voice a few degrees. It was still a bit wishy-washy, but it was obviously a lot stronger than before. Great. Lu Jin nodded. At this point, he had already set up everything according to his plan, just waiting for the SWAT team to turn themselves in. Outside the bank, the SWAT team leader walked slowly and leisurely into the cordon, only about 10 meters away from the bank. He was walking slowly at this point, as if he was waiting for something. Report Mantis, Yellow Bird is in position. It was also at that moment that a report came from within the squad leader's headset. Roger that. The junior captain gave a small response. Immediately afterward, he walked towards the bank's front door with a happy face. That's right. The reason why he took his time before was that he waited for those team members he sent out to reach their designated positions. As soon as they reach the designated location, their side goes up to attract the robber's attention. And while you are talking to the robbers yourself, the team side can then act. There was only one robber. This plan could definitely catch him off guard. Listen up, robbers inside. I'm the captain of the city's SWAT team. I come in good faith. Perhaps we can talk. Walking outside the front door of the bank, the squad leader picked up a megaphone and began shouting at the inside of the bank. The mid-range voice slowly echoed throughout the square after going through the loudspeaker. Naturally, the inside of the bank also heard it extremely well. After hearing the shout, Lu Jin glanced sideways at Xiang Xian and gave him a wink. After that, Xian Idol swallowed his saliva. He gritted his teeth or got up and walked towards the bank's gate. After all, with a bomb strapped to himself, his little life was in Lu Jin's hands. So naturally, he had to do what Lu Jin said. After the junior captain shouted, he stood in the doorway and waited. At this moment, he had a deep frown on his face and was obviously quite nervous. Even the palms of both hands had begun to sweat. Mostly, the squad leader had high hopes for this raid. If it fails, definitely a big blow for the junior captain. So naturally, he was unusually nervous. And just then too, the curtain next to the bank's front door was pulled back a crack, and a figure appeared behind that crack. The junior captain looked up. The figure wore a hood, a face that showed barely more than one eye. He frowned slightly, his gaze moving down to see the coat on the figure. It's a dark green punching bag. In the middle of the police messenger's makeshift command room, the squad leader had read the surveillance recordings of the bank's internal surveillance before the robbers covered it up. Indeed, it was wearing a hood and such a coat. That's right. The man in front of him was clearly the robber of this maneuver. You're Lu Jin? Looking at the figure behind the window, the junior captain raised his volume and spoke loudly. He deliberately increased his voice, to make sure that the few members of his team were able to receive messages through their headsets. The fact that he and the robber started talking is a sign that the operation has begun. I am Lu Jin. The figure behind the window involuntarily gulped and responded to the squad leader. The junior captain raised one eyebrow. He felt that there was something not quite right about this Lu Jin who played the role of a robber. But what was wrong couldn't quite be said. Always feel how this kid is a bit dull. And the lusion he heard is not quite like the general? In the meantime, outside the employee walkway at the back of the bank, 4 heavily armed SWAT officers are waiting here. After hearing the sound of the squad leader and the robber talking, the teammate standing at the front gave a wave of his hand. Action! A calm voice rang out. The team member next to him hurriedly swiped the door with the bank security guard's ID badge in his hand. Several SWAT team members entered the bank through the employee walkway in a quick and orderly manner. Chapter 30, Captain, it's too late to evacuate. After the 4 SWAT team members entered the bank through the employee walkway, staying in formation and advancing cautiously. Though, the robbers had been attracted to the squad leader who was at the main entrance of the bank, but maybe he had set a trap inside the bank. So, SWAT team members are naturally careful in their travels. Beware of the surroundings while traveling. Only, everything went more smoothly than expected. Above the road leading from the strip to the bank lobby, several SWAT team members found no obstacles at all. It seems, the robber wasn't as tough as I'd heard. The main entrance to the bank, the squad leader is still negotiating with the robbers. Sure, his main purpose was to attract the attention of the robbers and create conditions for the team to make a surprise attack. So the talk is about irrelevant issues. The robbers seemed to be pretty good at fooling around. 2. Didn't even notice that danger was approaching, and was also very cooperative in negotiating with himself. As time passed, an imperceptible smile even unconsciously surfaced on the captain's face. The longer he stalled, the more successful this raid would be. And at this point, he's stalled quite a bit already. His crew should be close to sneaking into the bank lobby. Report! We've successfully infiltrated, have the robbers in sight and are ready to fire. And it was at this point, the report of his own team members rang out among the squad leader's earphones. Words! The junior captain was ecstatic. I didn't expect this plan of mine to go so well. The robber was still standing across from himself now, not even realizing that behind him, a few of his own team members were already aiming their guns at him. This drill, it doesn't seem to be as difficult as the captain said. You don't see anything wrong? The junior captain looked at the robbers in the window and spoke cheerfully. At this point he was a spring chicken. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at the time. The countdown has only just passed 4 minutes. I had originally agreed to 10 minutes with the captain, but I didn't realize that I would be able to finish in less than 5 minutes. I really don't know what happened to the captain's previous decisions. Faced with a robber of this magnitude, it was surprising that even his own fighting instructor folded in. It's not difficult at all. What? The robber on the other side looked at the junior captain and asked with a dismayed expression. It didn't seem to quite understand what the junior captain meant by something being off. The maneuver is over. You did play the robber well, but that's as far as it goes. The junior captain still spoke cheerfully, speaking with his hands behind his back. That appearance is clearly already in control of the whole situation in general. Indeed, now if only he would give the order, the robber in front of him would have been killed by his own men. He has, indeed, taken control. Drills? What maneuvers? The robber still looked at the young captain and asked out a somewhat confused question. Doubt seemed to fill those eyes. Hear that? The junior captain froze for a moment. He doesn't know the drill? He's not lusion. Then who is he? The junior captain seemed to know what was wrong at this point. From the beginning when he saw the pair of eyes of the robber in front of him, there seemed to be a trace of lingering fear in his eyes. That fear wasn't something that lusion, who played the robber, should have. And as the process went on behind the scenes, it was all just too much. It went so well that there was hardly a hitch in this plan. It seems, everything is a trap in general. Something's not right. Evacuate. The junior captain's brow deepened as he hurriedly gave orders into his headset. At this point, he was almost certain that this robber in front of him was not lusion. So where did the real lusion go? I guess this kid guessed his plan a long time ago, and is waiting for a few of his own team members to enter the trap inside the bank cat, and listening to the commands coming from within the headset. The few SWAT team members in the middle of the bank were flabbergasted. You look at me, I look at you, wondering what's going on right now. They carefully sneaked into the bank. The robber was now across the street from them, and with all 4 of their guns aimed at the robber's back, they were able to end the maneuver by simply pulling the trigger. Why did the captain suddenly give the order to retreat? Duh. And just when a few SWAT team members were still wondering if they should withdraw, 2 crisp, rattling sounds came out. Look for the sound. An orb 2 sizes smaller than a fist rolled toward where they were. It was only when the thing stopped that they got a good look at it. It was a grenade. The pupils of several SWAT team members shrunk almost simultaneously. At this point they were in the middle of a passageway behind the bank's lobby, a rather small space. It was completely unavoidable in such a small space. Boo! Before a few SWAT team members could barely react, a muffled sound came out. That grenade blew up. The grenades all utilize a device called a delayed detonation device, which means that there is a period of time after triggering before they explode. This time is the same for the same type of grenade. That is to say, if you know the type of grenade, you can do exactly what you need to do to make it explode immediately after you throw it. This grenade had obviously taken a second reading before it was thrown. So, it exploded within 2 seconds of hitting the ground, leaving several SWAT team members with absolutely no time to react. Sure, it was nothing more than a drill grenade, and naturally it wouldn't have the same power as a real grenade. The explosion was followed by a mere blast of colored smoke. It choked a couple of SWAT officers who squinted their eyes. And after the grenade exploded, a figure sprang out from behind the wall at the corner in front of the passageway where the SWAT officers were. Boo! Boo! Several gunshots came out in quick succession. Lu Jin's expression was indifferent, holding a Type 95 assault rifle, not caring if those few SWAT officers had already been killed in the explosion of the grenades. A shot directly toward the head of each SWAT officer. Blanks weren't very powerful, but Lu Jin basically hit his head with every shot. So, it still hurt for a while, and a few SWAT officers grimaced. Outside the bank, the junior captain was naturally very anxious as he listened to the commotion inside. But at this point, he was also completely helpless to support his teammates. Don't get involved in the battle. Hurry up and retreat. All he could do was speak into his headset, almost growling orders to his team. But there was no one to respond to him. The junior captain's teeth were clenched, and in his heart, he naturally knew that the raid plan had failed, and a few of his own team members were presumed to be in trouble. That's 4 SWAT officers. If something really happened to them, that would be a huge mistake for a maneuver, and he himself is the culprit of this blunder. Captain, it's too late to evacuate. Your team, all killed in action. A moment. A voice suddenly rang out from within the squad leader's headset. It was clearly Lu Jin's voice. Chapter 31, you've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Lu Jin. The junior captain's teeth were clenched, and the 2 words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Though, he hadn't met Lu Jin, nor had I heard Lu Jin's voice. But, at this moment, he had a feeling that this voice ringing in the middle of his earphone was definitely Lu Jin's. A raid plan that seemed almost perfect to him. In the end, it turned out to be a trap for Lu Jin. He had been played hard by him himself. Just think of all that. Anger rose in the young captain's mind then. His teeth were chattering slightly. The breathing became heavy. His eyes were full of anger as he stared at the figure behind the window. This figure in front of me wasn't Lu Jin. Then who was he? Accomplices? According to the information that the police team has now, the robber is only Lu Jin. But if this accomplice had been hiding in the bank from the start, and had not appeared at the same time as Lu Jin, it was indeed possible that he had not been detected by the police force. Then Lu Jin could have accomplices that the police force doesn't know about. And this maneuver did not explicitly say there was only one robber. If the robbers that the chief was preparing at the beginning were 2 men, only that the news was not publicized, it's not out of the realm of possibility. The young captain's pair of eyes remained dead set on the figure behind the window. The figure also remained standing still and did not move. The junior captain's hand slowly moved down, then at one point quickly drew the sidearm at his waist. A set of flowing movements is extremely fast. The average person would not be able to react if they were unguarded. Guns in both hands, blackened muzzles against the glass, aimed through the glass at the head of the figure behind the window. Who are you? The young captain inclined his head and coldly opened his mouth to ask out a question. At this point he was seething with anger because his plan had failed and several of his team members had gotten into trouble. If the figure behind the window was Lu Jin, the robber's accomplice, that squad leader absolutely beat him to death regardless of the consequences. Don't kill me, I am innocent. And as he aimed his gun at the figure behind the window, the figure hurriedly raised his hands. He opened his mouth trembling, his eyes filled with fear. He's scared. That shouldn't be the reaction of a fellow robber. Captain, shoot him. The SWAT captain shot a hostage in the middle of a bank robbery. This news is interesting, and it was at this time that Lu Jin's voice once again sounded within the captain's earpiece. The voice was not loud and the tone was extremely calm. A few words in the clouds, but it made the junior captain hate his guts, even if it was clear in his mind that it was just a drill. At this moment, the squad leader also very much wanted to capture Lu Jin and beat him up severely as a way to vent his anger. But, obviously he doesn't have that opportunity right now. After all, at this point, he hadn't even seen Lu Jin's face. The young captain frowned deeply, both hands still holding the gun aimed at the figure behind the window. According to Lu Jin, the figure behind this window was a hostage? At this moment, he calmed down and looked at the pair of eyes in which there was no other color than fear. It seems, indeed impossible to be Lu Jin's accomplice. Phew, squad let out a long, cloudy breath. Try to calm yourself down quickly. He can't be angry. Anger only lowers one's IQ. Why don't you shoot? Gee, Captain, you don't hit the mark when given a chance. Shall I help you? Lu Jin's calm voice continued to resound within the squad leader's headset, and with those words, to the right of the figure behind the window a gun-toting hand suddenly extended. The one pistol was aimed at the figure's temple as the junior captain's eyes watched. The junior captain froze slightly. He hadn't expected this to happen. This hand was naturally Lu Jin's, who was standing behind Xiang Xian. The two of them were of similar stature, and even Xiang Xianxiao was slightly taller than Lu Jin. So, Lu Jin stood behind Xiang Xian, just enough to hide herself tightly. At this moment, Xiang Xian's heart was bitter. With a bomb strapped to his body, he was being held at gunpoint by the SWAT team leader in front of him, and the robber's gun was pressed above his temple behind him. He stood trembling in place, tears already streaming indisputably out of one pair of eyes. He was really not sure what he should do. Getting down on your knees and begging for mercy? As it is now, I'm guessing he'll get his head smashed in before he even kneels down? Captain, now if I can just pull the trigger, this hostage will die before you. Don't you want to kill him? Do you want me to help you? And as soon as he dies, you'll be able to see me standing behind him. You'll even be able to one-shot me when the time comes. Well, Lu Jin's voice once again sounded in the middle of the headset. His voice was not loud, and naturally could not be heard through the window, but it was extremely clear from within the headset. The voice was full of flirtation. Lu Jin, don't mess around. With a clench of his teeth, the junior captain threw the gun in his hand to the ground aside, then raised his hands. He suppressed the anger in his heart and opened his mouth to respond to Lu Jin. Although the current him did want to get Lu Jin killed, but he's a police messenger. Naturally, he couldn't watch the hostages die in front of him. So, he compromised. Great, you lost this raid, and the cost was the fresh lives of several police officers. That's a bit of a price to pay. I'm not going to kill you and keep you alive so you can figure out how to deal with me. Just a reminder to be careful the next time you try to make a move. After all, you've lost a lot of people in battle so far. Lu Jin's voice sounded in the middle of the headset. It was still just as calm, and this time the calm was tinged with mockery. The junior captain's teeth were clenched as he tried his best to restrain the anger in his heart. He didn't say another word. It just turned away from the location of the bank's main entrance and headed over toward the line of police officers. Lu Jin had said he wouldn't kill him, and he clearly didn't stand a chance if he stayed at the bank gate any longer. In order not to provoke the robbers to take action against the hostages, naturally, he had to hurry up and leave. Almost 20 meters or so out of the way, the junior captain looked back again. It was no longer the hooded figure standing at the window at this point. The junior captain stopped in his tracks. From a distance, he and Lu Jin looked at each other. What a decent face with sword brows and an English face. But that pair of eyes is full of hostility. Looking from afar makes people feel chilled in their hearts. Such a decent face but gives the impression of a great villain. The young captain couldn't help but frown deeply. Is this Lu Jin? Let yourself fold 4 players for Lu Jin? This face, memorize it yourself. The maneuver wasn't over yet, and he still had a chance. At this moment, the junior captain secretly swore in his heart that he would have to make this kid pay. Chapter 32. This kid really counts for nothing. At this moment, Lu Jin stood behind the window. Look away from the little captain. The expression on his face was barely discernible. The failure of this vigilante operation should make them more cautious in preparing for the next one. Don't dare to take another easy shot. And as long as the team of police officers didn't dare to make a move in an easy way, then Lu Jin would be able to drag his feet for a longer period of time. At this point, there were still more than 5 hours to go before the time set by the system mission. To continue to be in the middle of the bank for that long, not a simple thing indeed. Watching the small captain not far away turn around and look at himself from afar, Lu Jin picked up the headset in his hand. Keep going. Go farther. I don't want to see you in my sights. Lu Jin spoke calmly into his headset. After saying that, he threw the headset on the ground aside and crushed it with one foot. Carry. The headset over there was stomped right through. The headset the junior captain wore on his ear then let out a piercing noise. With a locked brow, the junior captain hurriedly removed the headset. After giving Lu Jin another deep look, he continued walking towards the front as Lu Jin requested. At this time, Lu Jin still had a number of hostages in his hands, so he could only comply with Lu Jin's request. When he turned around just now, Lu Jin was standing behind the window. There were just about 20 meters between him and Lu Jin. If he had a gun in his hand, he might be able to finish off Lu Jin with a single shot and end the maneuver. No, this Lu Jin kid is not a simple person. Even if you have a gun on yourself, he should also be able to react before he draws his gun and shoots himself. The chances of getting it are not high, but if one arranges for snipers before the raid, the junior captain mulled it over in his mind while looking up at the building across the street from the bank. If you looked from that building, the place where Lu Jin was just now seemed to happen to be a blind spot in the line of sight. So, even if snipers were arranged, they simply couldn't lock onto Lu Jin. This kid really counts nothing nah. It's even more terrifying than one might think. He himself, the squad leader of the SWAT team, had fallen on his sword this time, in the middle of a live broadcast. Brothers, how come I can't quite believe my eyes? This time the anchor, the robber, has won again? Indeed, this robber is a bit heaven-defyingly strong, isn't he? Lu Jin today is also too bullish. To think that even the SWAT team can't do anything to him. It's not just that there's nothing to be done about him, losing 4 members of the team in one operation, and now the robbers are still on the loose. It's just been crushed. Lu Jin. I've memorized this name. I'll be his #1 fan from now on. Looks like this maneuver won't be over anytime soon, so I can watch it for a few more hours. Comfy nah. That said, where are those brothers who just said the robbers are hopeless? Why don't they hurry up and come out to be beaten? Do I remember if one of the guys had to drink the foot wash upside down again? Lu Jin is greatly bullish. Indeed, it is quite bullish. The robber is just one person. He can toss the police team. This is if the robber has a small team still? That said, the young captain should not have gotten hit too hard this time, right? Ha ha. He and the captain are also able to be counted as difficult brothers. Both of them were prepared to end the maneuvers within 10 minutes, and as a result, they have been severely beaten in the face. Watching the small captain's back as he departed miserably from the bank, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed unkindly. Before this raid, most of the viewers of the live broadcast were still not optimistic about the robber Lu Jin. In their opinion, facing the SWAT team members and such a perfect raid plan, Lu Jin reckoned that he was going to be planted and the maneuvers were going to end. Who knows? The end result was that the few SWAT team members who raided were all killed in action. The little captain who was so spirited and accomplished just a moment ago. At this point, you can only go back in gray. In the face of such a result, the audience in the live broadcast room could only exclaim, Lu Jin is bullish. What Lu Jin didn't know was that while he had solved this raid organized by the squad leader, he had also gained a large number of fans in the live broadcast room. City Council. In the director's office, the expression on one of the director's faces was extremely grave. His brow furrowed directly into a chuan. How come? A drill has gone on so far, and these boys give me an answer sheet like this? 1 hostage. 5 police officers killed in action. The most important thing is that the robbers haven't been caught yet? The director murmured as he looked at the live feed on his computer. He was the referee for this maneuver. It's natural that we shouldn't take sides. But, in the midst of such a fully live-streamed maneuver, himself as the head of the city council, naturally, it is hoped that the police contingent can end this exercise perfectly with 0 casualties. After all, this will also allow for a good demonstration of the city's capabilities in front of a live audience. As a result, the maneuver is now devolving into this. The exercise hadn't even ended yet, there were so many casualties. On 3 occasions, the vigilante team launched operations, but none of them were effective. Something is clearly wrong with this. Something went terribly wrong. Hey, these boys. No one was interested in the maneuvers at the beginning. This time it's kind of a good lesson for them. The director let out a long sigh. A shake of the head could only lead to a self-congratulatory cry. The city council is indeed disgraced. I only hope that this maneuver would achieve a bit of a warning effect for the boys under his command. This face has to be used for something. Bitterness of heart. The director picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, noticing in his mouth that the tea had long since gotten cold. For a moment his brow furrowed even deeper, and not being in the mood to refill the water at that moment, he put the teacup back on the table. In fact, the maneuver was not without its own satisfaction. At least Lu Jin's role as this robber not only achieved the effect, but even far exceeded his own expectations. He himself had told him at first that he was going to work hard to become a Hummer. Who knows? It's only been 3 days, and this kid is simply more than a tough guy. A crowd of hostages in the middle of the bank were frightened by him. Even he was getting a little unrecognizable. The maneuvers have gone this far. At least it proves that he had a good eye when he was casting the robber to play the role. Just hope. Lu Jin. This kid. Don't get too deep into the drama. After all, once the maneuvers were over, he wouldn't be a tough guy anymore, but a police messenger. If the maneuver had ended it would have still looked like this tough guy too. How can we handle cases in the future? But, all else aside, Lu Jin, playing this tough guy, still gave the director a lot of surprises during this exercise. With a tough guy like Lu Jin, this drill is called a real drill, an exercise that ends with a walkthrough like in the past. What good can it do? Chapter 33. Every step must be perfect. In the middle of the bank, after watching the junior captain disappear into the distant police car, Lu Jin redrew the curtains. He turned and looked at Xiang Xian, who had dropped to the ground next to him. Xiang Idol was obviously frightened, still trembling after falling to the ground. Lu Jin looked at him calmly. Then amidst Xiang Xian's fearful gaze, Lu Jin extended his hand. Your life. Saved. Lu Jin's calm voice rang out. Goo. Xiang Idol subconsciously gulped. Hearing Lu Jin's words, he actually had a feeling like he was being pardoned. Looking at the robber's hand stretched out in midair, he hesitated for a moment, but still extended his own hand over, allowing Lu Jin to give him a hand. He was not going to let the humongous man in front of him pull himself up. But this humongous man has his hand out. If he didn't give face, he might lose the little life he had just saved in the blink of an eye. After pulling Xiang Xian up, Lu Jin removed the remote control bomb from his body. That's what brought Xiang Xian back over to the hostage table. For himself, he put his things back into his backpack and slung it over his back. This backpack was randomly placed in the corner of the bank by Lu Jin before. Because at that time these hostages didn't know what was inside the backpack, they naturally didn't pay attention to the backpack. But at this point, they already know what's inside. If we were put in the same position as before, maybe these hostages would have gotten ideas. Although these robbers were now more afraid of themselves. However, Lu Jin felt it was still necessary to defend himself. So, a backpack is naturally most secure on your back. Putting on his backpack, Lu Jin arrived at the location where the few SWAT members who had just been killed in action were. After throwing the grenade himself earlier, he left them alone after filling in a shot towards each of them and reminding them that he had all been killed in action. At this time when they came back, the several SWAT team members, although extremely reluctant, were quite cooperative. Both lay quiet and motionless. As much as possible, they play the role of what they should be, dead people. Great. That's what a dead man should look like. Lu Jin looked at a few SWAT team members and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Several of the SWAT team members frowned and scowled, but didn't say anything. Discipline is strict. It's one of their tenets. Since their SWAT team had joined the exercise because of the police team's request for help, the rule of the exercise was discipline. So, they're still very disciplined. Lu Jin didn't say anything at that moment and opened the door to the room where the fighting instructor was. Only then did he turn around and come back, dragging the 4 members of the team on the floor and turned to the door of the room and tossing them in like garbage. From the hostage table, where the SWAT team was located, was a blind spot in the field of vision. The crowd of hostages naturally couldn't see the players. All they saw was Lu Jin dragging people out of there and throwing them into the room. They didn't see exactly what kind of people died, but it must be all dead through. There's no doubt about it. Otherwise the man wouldn't have been dragged around on the floor by the robbers and even ended up being thrown into the room. There were 4 figures in police uniforms in all. That is to say, 4 more police officers were killed in action. That adds up to 5 police officers as well as a hostage. This robber not only robbed the bank, but also killed so many people. If he is caught, he will definitely not live. Such a person would naturally not care about carrying a few more lives on his body. One time, the fear that the crowd of hostages had for Lu Jin added a few more points. They even hurriedly lowered their heads when they saw Lu Jin walking towards the side after handling a few SWAT members. Afraid that Lu Jin would find out that he was looking at him, Lucan returned to sit on the floor across from the hostages, pulled out his laptop again, turned the notebook over and drew a red line across the top of one of the pages. Immediately after, Lu Jin stared at his laptop and pulled a lollipop out of his pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. Having just eaten a lollipop, he seemed to be thinking of something. He looked up at Shu Yunru. As for Shu Yunru, who was sitting on the hostage seat over there, as soon as she saw the robbers looking up, she hurriedly lowered her head, afraid of meeting the robbers' gaze. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was just thinking about how he was going to explain that he suddenly had another lollipop here. Now that he saw Shu Yunru's appearance, it was obvious that there was no need to explain. This way is pretty good. Eating a lollipop and looking at the notebook in my hand, Lu Jin was thinking about the next course of this maneuver. The loss of the raid plan just now had directly killed 4 SWAT team members, which was definitely a huge blow to the police force. And after having just suffered such a blow, they certainly wouldn't make another rash move. He managed to buy himself quite a bit of standoff time. But it was also clearly not enough to last the 6 hours that the system mission needed to reach. But what will the police constables do next? Trying to stay in the middle of the bank as long as possible under the onslaught of police officers. Lu Jin would have to think more than the police constables thought. Plan more comprehensively. After all, he didn't have a single trial and error, so he had to make sure that every step of his response was to perfection. If there was the slightest mistake, as long as the police officers seized the opportunity, then all the efforts one had made before would go down the drain. In the temporary command room. Boo! What? The plan failed and all 4 team members were killed in action? The captain slammed the table and spoke in a rather shocked voice. At this moment, he wanted to explode a foul language and also vent his heart's anger, but he still held back. But the camera was across from him at this point. There's no telling how many viewers are watching in the live room. As the commander-in-chief of this exercise, a team of police messengers, it was indeed not good for him to directly burst into foul language. Therefore, the captain still gritted his teeth and held back the urge to explode. The captain was indeed very angry and shocked at this point. All 4 members of the raid were killed in action. Such an outcome was something he had thought about though. But, by the time he actually heard the result, the captain still had his defenses broken inside. On hearing the squad leader talk about this raid plan, because the feasibility of the plan was felt to be very high. So, almost everyone, including the captain, visualized the outcome of the plan in a good direction. The thought was that if it was no better, the raid would fail at best. The few members of the raid were still able to pull back. Who knows? That's how it ended up. All of the team members were killed in action, and the robbers remained rampant in the middle of the bank. The maneuver had lasted until now, with a total of 5 police officers killed in action as well as 1 hostage. This has just become the largest casualty count in the city council's nearly 2 decades of maneuvers. Most importantly, now the maneuvers are far from over. No one knows if such a casualty count is the final casualty count. After all, Lu Jin, the robber, was too unexpected. Chapter 34. How can he escape in such a situation? Captain, it's me. It's because of my mistakes that it's come to this. When the drill is over, I'll write a review and voluntarily accept the punishment. The junior captain stood next to the table, looking at the grim-faced, frowning captain. He was silent for a moment. It was only then that he stepped forward and opened his mouth full of apologies. He blamed himself very much indeed. 4 players were killed in action because of their own mistakes. The SWAT squad was originally small in number, and as a squad leader himself, he was as close to every member of the squad as a brother. How could the squad leader not blame himself for getting them killed in action because of a command problem? At this point he could only be thankful that it was a drill, for if his own players weren't really killed in action. If not, it will then be a blunder that you will never forgive yourself for the rest of your life. The decision to raid was made after everyone talked it over. It's not just one person. Of course, the exercise isn't over yet either, and it's not the time to hold anyone accountable. What we should be discussing is what we should do next. So many brothers have already been killed in action, but the result has only fueled the robbers' arrogance. And what should we do next with the robbers? The captain stood up straight and let out a long, cloudy breath before he looked at the few people in the temporary command center and spoke. The junior captain and the cadre of police officers fell silent as they listened to the captain's words. Drugging fails, forcing fails, raid fails again. They don't have too good of an idea for now. After all, the robbers still have hostages. The police messenger is actually on the more passive side. And being on the passive side and having to initiate the offense is indeed too risky. Watching everyone go silent, the captain sighed as well, reaching up to rub his temples. Now a raid had only just failed, and that was with 4 players killed in action. Everyone's morale was naturally affected to a greater or lesser extent. It would not be wise to rush into a plan of attack at this point. The most important thing to do in the moment, it should be to calm down the robbers, ensure the safety of the hostages in the bank, and wait for the robbers to relax before looking for an opportunity. Police dispatcher's perspective live streaming. The atmosphere here is a bit gloomy, seeing that I'm just as worried for the little captain. This maneuver carried out so far, for the captain is completely hellish difficulty. Indeed, the captain stated that he was just too hard. This Lu Jin playing the robber is not only more real than the real thing, but also has a thief's damn high IQ. In the midst of this maneuver, Lu Jin's performance was truly spectacular, completely demonstrating what it means to be a highly intelligent robber. I don't know why. Maneuvers see now. Some heartache captain. It's really poor. I really didn't expect that this raid of the little captain would fail. Originally all thought that the robber Lu Jin could GG. Who knows that people are the biggest manipulator. 4 more SWAT team members have been killed in action, and the maneuver has gone on so far that it begs for the captain's mental acreage. Dog's head. I don't know the captain's mental area, but I know he should have a mental shadow about the name Lu Jin in the future. Ha ha. Upstairs brother. Be careful, the captain follow the network cable to your house to knock on the door. Brothers, predict if the robber Lu Jin has a chance to win this maneuver? It's definitely hard to win, but if we hold out for another hour or two, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, the way things are going, it's not like the police messenger's side is in a hurry anymore. Indeed, don't look at the fact that Lu Jin has the upper hand in every way now, but the outside of the bank is surrounded by police officers, so there's no chance of escaping. The victory of the exercise is always with the police force. It's just a matter of when and how much it will cost. Until today, I've never really heard of an exercise where the robber side won. At this time, the situation in the temporary command room was all recorded by the camera to the live broadcast of the police force. The audience was very enthusiastic about the discussion. The number of pop-ups in the live stream was naturally high. Quite a few spectators looked at the captain in this state at the moment and felt that he was really a bit pitiful. After all, the few times he fought with the robber Lusion, he was completely crushed. Not only did they not take any advantage, they even lost a lot of manpower. And some viewers in the live broadcast room began to boldly speculate whether this maneuver would end up being won by Lusion. But the vast majority of viewers continue to feel that this is not possible. Although right now, Lusion seemed to have the upper hand in every way, and had even gotten the better of him in a few exchanges as well. But if Lusion, who is a robber, wants to win the maneuver, then he must take the money he has robbed with him and escape from the middle of the bank. So many police badges outside the bank at this time. The entire outside of the bank was surrounded by police agents. And to say it was a dragnet would be an understatement. How can he escape in such a situation? Not to mention, looking around at the history of the last decade or two, there really hasn't been a single instance where the robber side has won. Lusion was able to do what he's doing now. It's already considered very good. Even many viewers are willing to call him a highly intelligent robber. But to say he won, that's basically one idea, it's impossible. In the temporary command room, the stony atmosphere lasted for a while. A moment later, the captain pulled a carton of cigarettes out of his pocket and was just about to tear open the package when he remembered the camera on the table. There was a pause in the movement of his hand, but he turned and walked out of the RV that served as a makeshift command room. Standing out of sight of the cameras before looking away in the direction of the bank, he lit a cigarette. "Captain, give me one too." The junior captain followed suit and looked at the captain as he spoke calmly. The captain nodded, handing over both the cigarettes and the lighter. The junior captain also lit his cigarette. The two men stood side by side beside the RV, looking away from the direction of the bank. "What are your thoughts on how to move next?" The captain inhaled deeply and exhaled before looking at the curling smoke and calmly asking. "Even though they are up and down, we are more like friends." So, the captain's voice was still rather calm as he asked this. "Pacification is the main thing. Several attacks in a row. All of them have been lost. If we rush to attack again, I guess Lusion should make a move on the hostages. From what I've just seen with him, this kid is really capable of anything." The junior captain also took a deep drag on his cigarette before speaking leisurely, thinking of what Lusion said just now when he stood behind the hostage and raised his gun to the hostage. The young captain just couldn't help but frown deeply. Indeed, the next best thing is to pacify the robbers and secure the hostages. The captain threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped on it. He looked up with a helpless response as well. The next move must be made with caution. So, until there's too good a plan of action, it's just going to have to be a matter of placating the robbers. Chapter 35 Low Risk, High Reward Programs. The police force did not renew its offensive for some time to come. This was something that Lusion had expected. After all, successive serious losses have made them careless. The best way to prevent the outcome of the exercise from continuing to deteriorate is to stay put, waiting for Lusion to reveal her cracks. Look for the opportunity to strike a blow and end this maneuver. Temporary command room. The captain, the junior captain, and a bunch of the backbone of the police force were gathered around the front of the table. A map of the bank layout is on the table. A whiteboard was placed next to it, and on the whiteboard hung a picture of Lusion. And on top of the whiteboard are words written in marker: vicious, cunning, high IQ, and so on. Obviously, during the time they pressed on, the captain and his men were not idle. In order to be able to make a more careful and perfect plan, the captain and the others had analyzed a lot of things from Lusion's character, the internal situation of the bank, and the direction of the exercise. "What do you guys think Lusion would do if we sent negotiators to the bank?" The captain slipped the marker into its sleeve and tossed it back into the barrel. Only then did he look up at the group of people in the makeshift command room and seriously opened his mouth to ask out. In the midst of such a stalemate at this point in the maneuver, it's not good for the police force to launch another offensive. At this time, sending professional negotiators is a more common tactic. After all, as the maneuver stalemated, the police officers, though not attacking, continued to surround the bank. A robber can't escape in the middle of a bank even if he has a lot of hostages in his hands. So, even if the robber is unwilling to negotiate at first, as the standoff continues, the robber usually gives in, willingness to talk to negotiators. But that was an ordinary robber. And this Lusion kid is not an ordinary robber. Whether he is willing to negotiate or not is anyone's guess. Based on Lusion's performance in the middle of this maneuver, it's hard to tell if he's willing to negotiate. He's extremely aggressive and it's not certain that he'll take on the negotiator. One of the cadre of police officers spoke only after a brief silence. Hearing him say that, a few of the other boneheads nodded quite approvingly. Indeed, as far as Lusion's performance in the middle of this maneuver is concerned, it's still very possible to not only not talk to the negotiator, but to just shoot the negotiator in the face. If this really happened, the police force would be a joke again. Lusion is indeed fierce and cunning, but he's not a cutie. Now that the bank is surrounded by us, he must have known there was no chance of escape. Accepting negotiations is one of the few options he has. After all, negotiations can get him something. So I do think that sending in negotiators might be a good idea. The junior captain, however, was silent for a long while before he spoke leisurely. Listen to his words. Several of the other cadre of police officers were silent. Indeed, the junior captain has a point. While the junior captain and the cadre of skeletons were more than a little torn, the captain was once again picking up a marker and tapping on the whiteboard. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Did you guys hear the point of what I asked? What I want to ask isn't whether or not Lu Jin is willing to negotiate, but rather what he'll do if we send a negotiator. If I were Lu Jin, with the maneuver already at such a stalemate and the police sent in a negotiator, I would have let him into the bank whether I was willing to negotiate or not, and then take him into custody so there's one more hostage. The captain spoke languidly. After saying that, he looked at the group of people in the temporary command room, waiting for them to comprehend their meaning. Captain, do you mean we do something about the negotiator? The junior captain raised one eyebrow, taking in the captain's meaning at first glance. Slightly surprised, he opened his mouth to ask out. That's right. Why are we now tied up and having an extremely hard time making a plan? It comes down to the fact that we have nothing to say about what's going on in the middle of the bank. What is Lu Jin doing and where are the hostages? We all know nothing. If we can monitor the situation in the middle of the bank and know the robbers' movements, it won't be difficult to end this maneuver. The captain slapped the table and spoke rather excitedly. The junior captain and a few of the backbone of the police force nodded as they listened to the captain's words, clearly agreeing with the captain. My plan is to put surveillance, listening devices on the negotiators. Then have the negotiators go into the bank to negotiate with the robbers as much as possible. As long as the negotiator has access to the bank, we'll be able to access what's going on in the middle of the bank through surveillance and listening devices on the negotiators. At that time we'll make a plan for a strong attack and take this maneuver. The captain spoke rather seriously. A hard-to-conceal smile even appeared on his face when he spoke of his excitement. Obviously the captain was still quite pleased with this plan of his. Listening to the captain expound on his plan, several of the backbone of the police force, as well as the squad leaders, nodded their heads frequently. That's a good plan indeed. Low risk, high reward. All that is required is for the negotiator to have access to the bank. As for the outcome of the negotiations, it no longer matters. Captain, that's a good plan indeed. As long as I can gain access to the situation in the middle of the bank, my side will be able to immediately have the SWAT team organize an attack. What do you think of the program? When will it start to take place? The junior captain was also quite excited, and spoke earnestly with a tap on the table. For this Lu Jin kid, the squad leader's heart was so full of hate that he couldn't wait to catch him and destroy his arrogance. Now that I've heard about this plan, I'm naturally a little impatient. Now is not the time. The stalemate hasn't lasted long enough now. And the longer the stalemate lasts, the higher the likelihood that Lu Jin will accept negotiations. And by accepting to negotiate, Lu Jin will not take on the negotiator. So we still have to wait. As I foresee it, this plan will have to be implemented at dinner to be most secure. The captain drew a deep breath of cool air before he spoke solemnly. The group of people nodded approvingly at the words. As time passes, the pressure in the minds of the police officers will increase, and likewise in the minds of the robbers. After all, surrounded by so many police officers, the heart's hope for escape must have been diminishing as time went on. The pressure on that robber's heart was naturally imaginable, and when that pressure builds up to a certain point, the robber will slowly compromise. The likelihood of accepting negotiations will increase. The chances of success for this plan of the captain's will be very high. So, what the police officers need to do now is to stay put and continue to wait. Chapter 36, basically foolproof. Time flies. In the temporary command room, it's still the captain, the junior captain, and a skeleton crew of police officers gathered here. At this point, the crowd all held boxed lunches, which they ate while studying the bank layout map. By now the time had come to 6:30 in the evening. 5 hours have passed since the squad leader's raid was planned. That is to say, it had been 5 hours since the raid plan ended and the police officers had been pressed into service. And within those 5 hours, there was no rumor of any movement from the robbers in the bank. The two parties just quietly faced each other. It's 6:30. The captain tossed the finished boxed lunch into a side trash can. Lifting the watch on his wrist, he glanced at the time. He spoke in a hushed voice. The exercise has been going on for almost 7.5 hours since it began. This has been going on for far too long. Bank exercise, being able to last for an hour or two, can already be called rare. And this drill that lasted 7.5 hours and still hasn't ended, that's perfectly capable of going down in the history of the city council. Now, it was also the time that the captain set to carry out his plan. All set, right? The captain glanced sideways at the junior captain and calmly opened his mouth to ask a question. The junior captain also threw the finished boxed lunch into the trash. It was only then that he looked to the captain and nodded. The plan had been made long ago, so naturally they were preparing early. The junior captain turned and exited the makeshift command room. Soon, then he walked back with one. This is the negotiator inside our city hall. We have hidden filming equipment on each of his jackets and belts. Of course, we even hid hidden listening devices in the soles of his shoes to keep them out of both places. It's basically foolproof. After the junior captain brought the negotiator into the temporary command room, he then carefully described to those present about the preparations he had made this time. Devices were hidden in jackets and belts as well as shoes. This is indeed able to be said to be foolproof, because, even if Lu Jin had noticed something, at most, he would have asked the negotiator to take off his jacket. In that case, there are also two other places where the device can be useful. After all, it was always just a drill, and the robber played by Lu Jin was even more serious. You can't just strip the negotiator completely naked, can you? He shouldn't be able to do something so insulting. Great! This time, the plan is only to succeed, not to fail. This exercise has been going on for far too long and it's time to end it. The captain sniffed and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Then he turned back and looked around at the group of people in the middle of the temporary command room before speaking in a deep voice. It has indeed been too long. If this plan failed again, the captain figured he'd have to break down. Promise to finish the job. The negotiator nodded seriously at the captain's words. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took the boxed lunch that the captain had prepared for the robbers and the hostages with him, and exited the makeshift command room in the direction of the bank. The captain, the junior captain, and the cadre of police officers stayed in the makeshift command room. After the technician connected to the surveillance listening device on the negotiator, he stared at the screen and watched the situation through the images that came back. In the middle of the bank, behind the window next to the bank's front door, Lu Jin sat on the ground. From this position, the movements of the police officers outside could be seen through the gaps in the curtains. You'll be able to see the hostage mat when you turn around, and it's a nice spot to let off some steam. Lu Jin was holding a cell phone in his hand and was bored with the landlord. There was not a bit of action on the side of the police force for almost an afternoon, which still surprised Lu Jin quite a bit. But, this was the result that Lu Jin wanted the most. After all, he was in the middle of the bank in a standoff, in order to stall until the time specified by the system. And the lack of movement on the part of the police force certainly made it easier on himself. Just finished a handful of games. Lu Jin looked up, only to see a figure walking towards the bank. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Lu Jin stood up from the ground, watching the figure from a distance. At this time, the sky was darkening, and with such a long distance between them, it was natural to not be able to see the appearance of that one figure. Lu Jin was quite alert and pulled out his pistol from behind him. The figure slowly approached. Only after getting closer did Lu Jin see that it was an unfamiliar face in civilian clothes. The figure stopped when it was still 4 or 5 meters away from the bank. Hello, I'm a negotiator for the city council. I'm here to help you. I don't have a weapon on me and have brought you guys a boxed lunch already. Neither you nor the hostages have eaten yet at this hour, so I'll bring the food in, and we can talk after you've finished. If you have any wishes or requests, as long as they are within our ability, we can grant them. As the figure stood still, it began to shout into the middle of the bank. The tone of voice was sincere and the words were quite appropriate, and it was obvious that they were indeed professionally trained negotiators. When he finished speaking, he held up his hands, sort of a way to show that you mean no harm, as well as show that you don't have a weapon on you. Lu Jin stood behind the window. From his position at the moment, he was able to see outside through the gap in the curtains, but naturally, he couldn't be seen from the outside looking in. He looked away from the figure of the negotiator outside the bank and did not react immediately. He opened the mission panel of his system. At the top of the panel, the countdown numbers were still pulsing. 28:29. There are still 28 minutes left to go before the time set by the system. This means that you can stay in the middle of the bank for another 28 minutes before you can pull out. In this way, it would be considered to have completed the task after the system was upgraded. 28 minutes. Then it is indeed now also possible to sit in preparation for one's withdrawal. Lu Jin stretched, then got up and went back to where the hostage table was, took off the robber's hood that Xiang Idol was wearing on his head, as well as the jacket he was wearing. Lu Jin has a cleanliness problem. This headgear that had been worn by Xiang Xian was naturally unwilling to be used again, but luckily he had a new headgear in the middle of his backpack. He placed the headgear Xiang Xian had worn in the middle of his own backpack, took out the new one and put it on, followed by the dark green punching bag. The crowd of hostages were all confused as they watched Lu Jin's maneuver. Lu Jin had removed the headgear earlier, and his own face had been exposed long ago. So what was the point of putting the headgear back on now? Sure, they naturally didn't dare to ask Lu Jin, and so it was only possible to keep curiosity to oneself. Putting on his own equipment, Lu Jin reappeared by the bank's front door, pushed the button that controls the door to the bank. The motorized door then slowly rose. Chapter 37. Did you particularly like this outfit? Watch the bank doors open. The negotiator walked into the middle of the bank with a boxed lunch in his hand and his hands held high. And that is? He had just set one foot in the door of the bank. A hand with a gun then protruded from behind the wall next to him. The blackened muzzle of the gun was pointed at his temple. Goo, take it easy. I don't mean any harm. I don't have any weapons on me. The negotiator subconsciously gulped and hurried to speak, talking at the same time. He remained standing in the same position with his hands raised, obviously waiting for instructions from the robber next to this one. Keep going a few steps ahead. Lu Jin's calm voice rang out. Words. The negotiator didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly followed the robber's request to take a few steps forward without haste. Click. Behind them came the rattling sound of the gate falling. The negotiator just stood still and didn't look over sideways. Just waited quietly. Lu Jin walked up and briefly searched the negotiator. It was determined that the negotiator was unarmed. Taking the boxed lunch from the negotiator's hand, Lu Jin brought the negotiator to the hostage table. Then, he pulled out a handcuff and cuffed one of the negotiator's hands directly above the chair, in order to limit the scope of activities of the negotiating experts. Actually, Lu Jin wasn't worried that this negotiator was a police messenger in disguise. After all, the tactic of using a false identity to attack while delivering food had already been used once. Not only did it not achieve any effect at all, it even folded a police messenger. So, the commander-in-chief over there would never use it a second time. After all, this kind of trick, which has all been recognized before, may also have an unexpected effect, but the risk is just too great. Knowing that the risk is huge and that it is the cost of trial and error in terms of human lives, the chief commander of the police force naturally would not have made such a decision. But even knowing that the negotiator isn't not going to be a police officer pretending to be one, but Lu Jin still handcuffed him, mostly because the negotiator knew that this was just a drill and that he, the robber, was merely playing the part. Therefore control is naturally not as easy as with other hostages. It's only right to give him some special treatment. As for the handcuffs, it was something Lu Jin had previously collected from a few SWAT officers who had already been killed in action. It's been almost 8 hours since you entered the bank, so I'm sure you know what's going on out there now. You definitely won't be able to escape. Turning yourself in is your only way out, and as long as you don't hurt the hostages again, it is possible to get a lighter sentence. And if you have any requests before turning yourself in, we can fulfill them as long as they're reasonable. Like meet your parents, your kids? Once handcuffed to the hostage table, the negotiator began to speak in earnest. These are some specialized negotiating terms, directly picking out the current situation of the robbers, and then throwing in a little sweetener in an attempt to break through to the robbers from the family piece. The words and voice were extremely sincere. But, Lu Jin, however, was as if he hadn't heard what the negotiator was saying at all. After he locked up the negotiator, he took it upon himself to pick up the boxed lunches on the floor and began to get the hostages to eat one by one. He himself picked up his boxed lunch and took a big bite. Raising his head, he calmly swept the negotiator's eyes, but was completely deaf to his words. In the middle of the temporary command room, at this point the captain, the junior captain, and the cadre of police officers were quite excited. The negotiator managed to get into the middle of the bank, and no harm was done. That is to say, the captain's plan worked without costing him anything. At this point, above several monitors in the makeshift command room, footage captured by the filming equipment hidden on the negotiator's body was being relayed. On top of the screen, Lu Jin was sitting on the ground and was eating a boxed lunch in a big bite. But, looking at Lu Jin on top of that image, the junior captain was frowning slightly. What's wrong? Is something wrong? The captain sensed that the junior captain seemed to have doubts in his mind and opened his mouth to ask at that moment. In the middle of a previous raid, this hood and this dark green rash vest were worn on the hostages. Lu Jin is also the one who used this headgear and punch bowl to make me think that the hostage was him. The junior captain spoke seriously. It was worn on the hostage's body before to confuse himself, but now why has he switched back? It's hard to believe that. Is particularly fond of this outfit? So you switched back immediately after using it? Are you saying that what's in front of the camera right now might not be the robber? Lu Jin, but a hostage? The captain frowned slightly and opened his mouth to ask a question with some surprise. How does this look? It should be Lu Jin. He had seen Lu Jin before, but when he met him, Lu Jin was dressed like this. That's not what I meant. That should be Lu Jin in front of the camera. Only I didn't expect the clothes to come back to him. The junior captain shook his head slightly and hurriedly responded to the captain. Naturally, This figure in front of the camera would not be a hostage. After all, Lu Jin is a robber. How could he let a hostage sit here under control? Just can't really figure out why he changed back to this outfit. At that moment, the junior captain also shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It doesn't matter why he's back in that outfit. The important thing is that now we have been able to monitor the situation in the bank, and then as long as we can find a good opportunity, this exercise will also be over. The captain wrapped his hands around his chest and spoke in a deep voice as he looked at the screen. The captain's mind was sort of relieved at this point. The maneuvers had been going on for so long that they were finally getting a little break. And this breakthrough is, in some ways, a complete rip in that impenetrable bank. It gave the captain hope of ending the maneuver. In the middle of the bank, Lu Jin was still sitting across from the negotiator and eating her meal. He had said almost nothing since handcuffing the negotiator. Other than concentrating on dry cooking, there was no movement. Actually, Lu Jin knew that the negotiator had cameras hidden on his body. Even during the simple body search just now, Lu Jin had already touched the camera hidden on his jacket. But Lu Jin didn't poke at it. Even after handcuffing the negotiator, he purposely sat directly across from that camera, for that camera to be able to catch itself just right. Because letting the police officers outside understand the situation in the bank was a rather important part of Lu Jin's plan to get away. He has a well thought out plan. And Lu Jin believed that this plan of his could definitely be unexpected by the police officers. Chapter 38, Lu Jin's huge mistake. The negotiator was still there talking with all his negotiating skills. But Lu Jin remained silent. After eating a box of lunch in peace and quiet, there seemed to be some desire for more. Picked up another box of lunch and ate it. The hostages on the hostage table who hadn't eaten yet couldn't help but be slightly shocked for a moment when they saw the scene. This boxed lunch that's ready outside. I think it's prepared per person, right? This robber ate his share and he wants more? Doesn't that mean they have to have someone go hungry? The police outside showed no signs of breaking through, and there was no telling how much longer they would be locked up in the bank. In such a situation, the robber even had to eat an extra boxed lunch. This is too inhuman, isn't it? Sure. Although there were complaints in his heart, no one dared to say anything. After all, starving for a meal doesn't kill you. But if they pissed off the robbers, then they would probably have to die on the spot. This robber is a murderous demon. The few hostages who hadn't eaten stared blearily at the wolfing down the humongous bandits, all of them gulping quietly. The main reason was that Lu Jin's eating was just too flavorful. A boxed lunch is eaten out of a full meal. Lu Jin finished eating. Rather contentedly, he burped, then went to the water fountain and had a couple glasses of water. Only after doing this did he rejoin the seat he had just taken. Those hostile eyes stared at the negotiator, but didn't speak, just stared at him quietly. The negotiator's heart fluttered at Lu Jin's look. It wasn't the first time he had negotiated with a robber, and he had come into contact with quite a few of them before, but it was really the first time he had seen such a fierce look like Lu Jin's. I can't escape. I'm tired of being surrounded by police officers in the middle of the bank for so long. I've killed people. 5 coppers and a hostage. That's 6 lives in total. So as soon as I'm caught, I mustn't survive. I for one don't like to be too lonely, so I don't want to die alone. Later I'll put all these hostages in an office on the 2nd floor, and then every half hour I'll grab out one and kill it until I've killed all the hostages here. There are 10 hostages here, plus you, that's 11, and I can kill for another 5.5 hours. Of course, these things are not known to the police officers out there. They just thought the hostages were all alive, and the minute they stormed the bank, they would have realized that the place would have been littered with corpses. Lu Jin stared at the negotiator for a while before speaking. His tone remained calm as he spoke, but it was the same calm tone that spoke the most horrifying words. A crowd of hostages were crying out. After all, Lu Jin's words just now were like a death sentence for them. This robber, who was more terrifying than the devil, ultimately had no intention of sparing them, a group of innocent people. Why are you doing this? The hostages here, they're all innocent. Ha! The negotiator hurriedly opened his mouth, trying to use his specialized negotiation knowledge to make Lu Jin change such vindictive thoughts. However, just after he opened his mouth and said 2 words, Lu Jin got up and walked away, no longer paying attention to him. After all, Lu Juan had finished the lines he had prepared for himself. Naturally, he didn't bother to say anything more to this negotiator. Lu Jin's words were not meant for him to hear, but for the police officers outside in the temporary command room. He's very clear. The guys must be watching themselves right in front of the screen at this point. Every word one says in the face of a negotiator, they are surely able to hear clearly, and Lu Jin's purpose for doing so was to tell them that they had to do it quickly. After all, the hours required by your own system have been completed by yourself. It's time to leave next. And Lu Jin's escape from the middle of the bank still needs their help. After listening to Lu Jin's words, Those hostages who hadn't eaten yet didn't seem to feel so good when faced with a boxed lunch. Almost all of them are crying and have not the slightest appetite. Lu Jin didn't spoil them, so if they didn't want to eat, they shouldn't eat. He was carrying his one Type 95 assault rifle, called all the hostages up from the hostage table and herded them into an office on the second floor office area. It was a windowless office, and Lu Jin hustled them all inside and locked the door behind him, because the hostages' hands had been tied with a rope by Lu Jin before. So, in a short time, they shouldn't be able to toss anything, and Lu Jin didn't need much time. In the meantime, live in the booth. This robber played by Lu Jin Didi is too ferocious, isn't it? He can't escape himself and has to start pulling hostages as his back. A hostage has to be killed every half hour. That doesn't leave much time for the police officers. Indeed, the police constables must be rushing to get their hands on this news. After all, there can't be any more hostage casualties. Luckily, right now, Lu Jin doesn't realize that the negotiator has a camera on him. Did you guys notice that Lu Jin actually locked up all the hostages on the second floor, keeping them away from himself? That's a huge blunder. Finally, someone has realized the key problem. This mistake of Lu Jin is really creating an opportunity for the police officers. With only robbers and negotiators in the hall, this is indeed a good opportunity for a strong attack. That said, Lu Jin is a little bit not quite right. This maneuver lasted until now would have been winning step by step. How did he suddenly make such a blunder? A wise man is a fool. The maneuver lasted too long, and it's understandable that Lu Jin would be dizzy and make a mistake. But this mistake could be the chance for the vigilantes to end the maneuver. Pity. The audience was enthusiastic about the discussion. The number of pop-ups is very high. The audience was puzzled as to why Lu Jin had driven all the hostages in the middle of the hall to the second floor to be locked up. It was thought that this was a blunder committed by Lu Jin, and that mistake could very well be the opportunity for the police messengers to end the maneuver. Sure. Those who did not understand Lu Jin's behavior were also the captains in the temporary command room. Temporary command room. What's this kid doing? How come he's got all the hostages on the second floor? Isn't separating yourself from the hostages adding to the risk? This isn't like Lu Jin's style, nah? The captain frowned deeply, feeling a bit puzzled, and opened his mouth in a rather puzzled manner. Could it be because he didn't want to expose it as a drill? After all, the next thing he said was that he was going to kill hostages. If he kills in front of the other hostages, won't this reveal that this is nothing more than a maneuver and that he, the robber, is not really a robber? In that case, the remaining hostages will be difficult to control. He did it so that the other hostages, who couldn't see it, would think he had actually killed someone. The junior captain pondered for a moment before speaking seriously. The captain thought slightly. It makes sense. If that was the case, then Lu Jin had made a big mistake. A blunder that was enough to end the maneuver itself. Chapter 39, the get-out plan begins. Anyway, the robbers are away from the hostages, which is a good opportunity for us. The robbers have threatened to start killing hostages. Squad leader, prepare to organize a strong attack. In 10 minutes, launch a strong attack on the bank. We must save the hostages, capture the robbers, and end this maneuver before the robbers make a move on the hostages. The captain stood up straight, looking back at the squad leader behind himself and the cadre of police officers. He opened his mouth to give the order, though it feels a little off about this. But right now this is clearly a great power play opportunity. The captain was naturally reluctant to let it go. In the middle of the bank, after holding all the hostages on the second floor, Lu Jin returned to the bank lobby. With the negotiator and the filming equipment in sight, he took the rest of his boxed lunch and walked into the room where the fallen police officers were. The captain had prepared a boxed lunch that naturally included these fallen police messengers. They did get killed in action in the middle of the maneuver, but also still have to eat. You can't just let them starve because they were killed in action in the middle of a maneuver. So, Lu Jin entered that room with a boxed lunch. To the negotiators and the captain in front of the screen in the temporary command room, they were not out of place. Only, the time that Lu Jin went in seemed a little long. It doesn't even take that long to deliver a meal. It is hard to believe that he is going to watch a few police officers finish their boxed lunches inside. Almost 5 minutes. Lu Jin walked out from the middle of that room. And what exactly happened inside that room in those 5 minutes was invisible to the negotiators and the crowd in the makeshift command room. They naturally didn't know that a SWAT officer in the middle of the room had been stripped naked by Lu Jin. Aside from his personal clothing, all of his equipment and clothes were taken away by Lu Jin in the black backpack behind him. From after the afternoon raid, Lu Jin had been carrying the backpack behind her. So, the backpack didn't attract the captain's attention either. After all, and the captain outside, they saw Lu Jin from the screen. This backpack Lu Jin has been carrying. So naturally, you don't focus on the backpack. After coming out of that room, Lu Jin rejoined the negotiator and sat down across from him. Just sit quietly. Never looked up at the negotiator since, let alone struck up a conversation. It seemed that the maneuver had gone on too long. He's already a little tired? 10 minutes later, the squad leader who had already organized the next strong attack operation returned to the temporary command room. Captain, everything is set. It's also dark now, so we can feel our way silently to the bank gates. If Lu Jin is defenseless, the strong attack team will definitely be able to enter the bank within a minute. The junior captain stood beside the captain and reported the situation over. Words. The captain nodded. He didn't say anything, and his eyes remained glued to the screen. At this point in his life, still have a vague feeling that this isn't quite right. In the midst of this maneuver, Lu Jin had been acting extremely difficult. Fierce, cunning, highly intelligent, cautious. These are the labels he has given himself. But, a humongous bandit who was so difficult to deal with suddenly made such a big mistake, creating such good conditions for them to make a strong attack. Why is that? It's like a perfect game of chess where the other team suddenly exposes the veteran to your car. Is this an opportunity? Or a trap? The captain was silent. The loss of several shots in the middle of today's maneuvers had made him cautious when faced with this great opportunity. After all, this boy Lu Jin was not an easy opponent. Captain, what's wrong? Watching the captain's brow deepen, he seemed to be contemplating something. The junior captain raised one eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask a question. The captain didn't respond. Just the right hand propped up on the table, the index finger tapping lightly on the tabletop. In the middle of the bank, after Lu Jin sat in place for a while, stood up and stretched. Immediately after, he pulled out his pistol and held it above the negotiator's temple. I'm going to the bathroom, so you'd better be honest and don't do any tricks, or else, I'll be the first to kill you when I come back. Lu Jin came up to the negotiator's ear and spoke coldly. The sound wasn't that loud, but enough to be picked up by the listening surveillance devices on the negotiators. The words fell. Lu Jin then turned directly toward the direction of the toilet. The restroom is located next to the stairwell going up to the second floor. Lu Jin didn't enter the restroom, but instead passed right by it and tried to lighten his footsteps as much as possible to go up to the second floor. In the meantime, Lu Jin turned off the live streaming device on his body. After all, it's not quite convenient to broadcast your own next move. The screen went black in the hijacker's view of the live room, and the viewers who didn't know what was going on murmured. And among the banks, Lu Jin brought Xiang Xian out from the middle of the room where the hostages were being held. There was only one camera all the way around the corner of the stairs, and that camera had long been covered by Lu Jin. So, Lu Jin's actions were impossible for the police officers outside to pick up. Lu Jin brought Xiang Idol to the bathroom. At this moment, Xiang Xian had a lifeless expression on his face. After all, think about the fact that you're going to die later, and you're going to be tossed around by this tough guy before you die. He was naturally raw. I can let you live. In the middle of the bathroom, Lu Jin took off the hood that was on her head. Looking at Xiang Idol, he calmly opened his mouth. Xiang Idol sniffed. The original pair of eyes that had run out of hope suddenly lit up. Big brother, are you telling the truth about this? I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you can let me live. Xiang Idol opened his mouth with an excited expression. As he spoke, a touch of joy that was hard to hide appeared on his face. When death is imminent, the desire to live becomes stronger. In just now, Xiang Xian was still like the other hostages, thinking that the robbers were about to make a move on them, and that they, the defenseless hostages, could only wait for death. But now the robber was telling himself alone that he was able to let himself live. Xiang Xian was naturally compelled to desperately try to grab this straw. Lu Jin didn't speak again. He put the hood in his backpack on Xiang Xian's head, and he took off all the jackets, pants, and shoes he was wearing and let Xiang Xian change into them. Do it all. He took the remote control bomb from his backpack again and rewrapped it around Xiang Xian's body. This is the most important thing to control toward idleness. After all, with this thing, it would ensure that he wouldn't dare to disobey himself. Finally, Lu Juan unloaded his own Type 95 assault rifle and hung it around Xiang Xian's neck. Now you're going to walk out and go back outside and sit on the floor next to the negotiator. Remember, don't say anything, just sit there. As long as you can behave yourself, I guarantee you'll live. Of course, if you dare to have any petty thoughts, I will absolutely detonate this bomb at the first opportunity, so that you won't even be able to leave a whole body. Get it? Lu Jin's eyes filled with hostility stared at Xiang Xian, and he spoke coldly. The fear for Lu Jin and the desire to survive drove Xiang Xian to nod heavily. As long as I can live. On this point that Lu Jin said, he was naturally willing to do as he was told. Chapter 40, The robbers are under control. Bank lobby. The negotiator was the only one in the entire hall. He just sat there quietly, and the hidden filming device he was carrying relayed the situation in the banking hall in real time above the screen in the makeshift command room. Not much longer. A figure appeared in the line of sight of the filming equipment. He was wearing a dark green assault suit, a black robber's hood on his head, a Type 95 assault rifle around his neck, and a black backpack behind his back. It was the robber who had just gone to the toilet. He walked slowly towards where the negotiator was. Only, the walk was slightly stiff. It doesn't seem so natural compared to before. But hardly anyone noticed this detail. They just saw the hijacker come back and reposition himself on the ground across from the negotiator and sit down. Still not saying a word, he kept his head down and ignored the negotiator. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. In the temporary command room, Captain, give the order for a strong attack. This is a perfect opportunity to end the maneuver. And if we miss this opportunity, there's no telling how long this maneuver will go on again. There are now only 4 minutes left before the robbers threaten to kill the first hostage. Even if we can wait, the hostages can't. The junior captain looked at the screen image, the figure of the robber sitting on the ground, and spoke to the captain. He couldn't wait to catch Lu Jin and end this maneuver with his own hands. The captain lifted his wrist and looked at the time. Indeed, time is running out. If the robber really did what he just said, he'd have to kill a hostage every half hour. Then he'll have to do it soon. But the captain still feels that something is not quite right. But time was now too short for him to hesitate too much. Any further hostage killings will only worsen the impact of this exercise. Do it! Force the bank and free the hostages. The captain pondered again for 2 seconds before making a decision with a clench of his teeth. The opportunity in front of me is just too tempting. After thinking about it for a long time, the captain was still not willing to give up this opportunity. At this point, he could only pray in his mind that this was a mistake made by the robbers and not a bait he had thrown. Yes, Captain, just wait for my good news. The squad leader received the order, and with a heavy nod at that moment, he turned around and walked out of the makeshift command room. Because of his hatred for Lu Jin, it made him decide that he would personally lead this strong attack plan. He wants to catch Lu Jin himself, ruthlessly extinguish Lu Jin's arrogant flames. In the middle of the bank, the negotiator and the robber remained still. The negotiator's talks were long overdue because this robber wouldn't even strike up a conversation. Now he too had given up negotiating and was sitting obediently in his chair, a hostage. Outside the front door of the bank, a number of police officers had already felt their way up in the night. A heavy fire truck with black lights was parked not far from the bank's front door. A couple of police messengers hung above the bank's electronic door with an iron hook attached to a fire truck. The fire engine started violently. A kick in the floorboards. A huge force came out, directly tearing the bank's electronic door apart. The bank's gates are double guarded. There is a layer of metal electronic doors on the outside, and a layer of glass doors behind the electronic doors. After the electronic door is torn apart, a team of police officers who had already been prepared quickly rushed up next to them and used a breaker hammer to quickly break open the last glass door. A few smoke bombs were quickly thrown into the middle of the bank immediately afterward. Heavily armed SWAT team members, led by the squad leader, fishtailed through the bank's front door. All of the police messengers worked together intimately. The series of actions happened almost in a flash. If the robbers inside were in an unguarded situation, there was no way they could have responded. Fruity, the squad leader, led the way into the bank. The robbers sitting on the floor had even just gotten up, before they even had a chance to bring up the guns hanging around their necks. Freeze! Hands up and crouch on the ground with your head in your hands. Be honest with me. The squad leader took the SWAT team members and pointed their guns at the robbers from a distance. A stern voice rang out in the middle of the bank. The robber didn't choose to struggle anymore when he saw such a situation, and hurriedly raised his hands. The squad leader rushed up with his men to bring the robbers under control. You boys are in my hands. Be honest with me. Watch out, I'll show you what your brains look like flying out. The junior captain spoke almost through gritted teeth, and as he spoke, he was obviously taking a long, bad breath. Think about Lu Jin's arrogant appearance before. Look at him now being held down by 2 SWAT team members. A hooded face is being rubbed on the ground. The little captain's heart was in his mouth. Report! We've managed to get into the bank and get the robbers under control. The negotiator on the scene was not harmed, while secretly feeling good in his heart. The squad leader hurriedly reported into his headset to the captain in the temporary command room. After all, you can't keep such good news to yourself. Gotta hurry up and tell the captain's side so he can have a good time too. In the temporary command room. Boo! Great! Hearing the news come in, the captain slammed the table. Couldn't help but laugh for a moment. The maneuver had lasted so long that it was finally sort of over. The boy Lu Jin has fallen into the net, even if it's very clear that it's just a drill. But the captain's heart was completely in the right place. More than if he had caught the real robber. Right. Hurry up and go and take someone to free the hostages and see how they are doing and if they need additional ambulances. And in his excitement, the captain hurriedly responded to the junior captain. The robbers are now under control. Then the next most important thing is naturally to free the hostages. As long as all the hostages were rescued, this maneuver could be considered to be truly over. Roger that. A response came from the squad leader in the middle of the headset. The captain exhaled heavily in a cloudy breath. The heart that was hanging there was finally put down. Present. He walked out of the makeshift command room, looking away from the bank hall, which was in disarray over there. He lit a cigarette. In the middle of the bank. You too, keep a good eye on the robbers. Just keep it held down. After all, this is a tough guy. Make sure you hold him down for me, and watch out for him running away. The rest of you come with me to free the hostages. The junior captain once again looked at the robber who was being held down on the ground. That's before gloating in giving orders, even if it was just a drill. But he still hated Lu Jin with a passion, and now that he was looking at Lu Jin's wretched appearance, he naturally wished it would last longer. It's normal to have a little action during maneuvers. Yes. A group of SWAT officers heard the order from the squad leader. Both responded, leaving 2 people to continue holding the robbers down. The rest of them followed the squad leader and prepared to go up to the second floor to free the hostages. Chapter 41, The Interlocking Plans. In the toilet, the real robber, Lu Jin, was waiting in a small cubicle at this time. He had a bag at his feet, and naturally, the bag contained the proceeds of his bank robbery this time. 2 million practice notes. Lu Jin was wearing the equipment he had stripped from the fallen SWAT team. An outfit wrapped him so tightly that almost only his eyes showed. And at that moment, Lu Jin had already put away the robber's aura skill. A pair of deep eyes, very different from before. Now, I'm afraid that even if the squad leader stood in front of him, he might not be able to recognize him. Lu Jin stood quietly in the middle of the bathroom cubicle. Wait until you hear footsteps coming from upstairs. Only after making sure that the SWAT team members had all gone upstairs to rescue the hostages did Lu Jin lift up the bag containing the practicing banknotes and walk out of the restroom. He had a steady pace. There was no hint of panic at all in the deep eyes. It's as if you think of yourself as one of the SWAT team. There was no one outside the restroom. Not many people entered the bank under the strong attack plan. Just 10 or so SWAT officers in total. Except for the 2 SWAT officers who were still holding Xiang Xian in the middle of the hall. The rest of them followed the squad leader up to rescue the hostages. After all, the robber was only one person and had already been caught, so naturally there would be no one guarding this passage. Upstairs, the door to shut the hostages was unlocked by Lu Jin, and the key was hidden in a flower pot. So, it takes time for the junior captains to open their doors. You can't get down in a short time and you won't run into yourself coming out of the restroom. Lu Jin walked towards the bank hall without any hurry. The 2 men holding down the robbers in the middle of the hall saw Lu Jin's figure and obviously treated him as one of their own. After all, before they entered the bank, they threw smoke bombs into the middle of the bank. At this time the smoke has not yet cleared. In the middle of the bank each other can just barely see the figure. Even people who were extremely well acquainted would not be able to recognize it at a glance. Not to mention, Lu Jin's face was covered. So the 2 SWAT officers just assumed that Lu Jin was one of their own when they saw the dress. The most important thing was that they were seeing the bag Lu Jin was carrying in her hand and the practicing banknotes that were full inside the bag. It was only assumed that Lu Jin was a member of the team that followed the squad leader up to rescue the hostages. He found the robbers' loot and went ahead and lifted it. So, Lu Jin then swaggered out of the bank with the stolen money under the eyes of the 2 SWAT officers. After exiting the bank, Lu Jin didn't choose to slip away. Instead, they went straight towards where the temporary command room was located. At this point the captain was standing outside the makeshift command room smoking a cigarette. Seeing Lu Jin, who was dressed in a SWAT outfit, walking over, he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Report. The loot from this robbery by the robbers has been seized. Lu Jin walked up to the captain and saluted before opening his mouth to report the situation. The words fell. Then he opened the bag and displayed the practicing banknotes inside in front of the captain. Great. This maneuver is finally over. Let's just find a place to put this stolen money for now. The captain looked at the bag of practice notes and nodded rather happily. It wasn't a real banknote. It was just a practice banknote prepared for maneuvers. So after reading it he waved his hand towards the SWAT team members in front of him. Tell him to find a place to put this up. Yes. Lu Jin responded with a cry. Then he lifted the large bag of stolen money and walked past the captain. The captain inhaled his cigarette. His eyes still on the bank. He was in a great mood at this point. After all, this exercise, which had been like a nightmare for myself, was finally over. This is naturally good news for the captain. Though, the maneuver resulted in the deaths of 5 police officers as well as 1 hostage. But now at least it's not going in a worse direction, isn't it? And what the captain didn't expect, the nightmare that belonged to him was far from over. and the culprit who had made this maneuver into his nightmare had just walked right past him. After leaving from the captain's side, Lu Jin had also successfully accomplished getting away from the bank, and managed to bring out the most important thing about this heist for himself. Stolen money. This one's off the hook. Lu Jin's plan was extremely rigorous. At almost every step, he pondered over it for a long time and revised it many times. Entered the bank from a release negotiator. Lu Jin then had already started his plan, deliberately selling a break to the side of the police force to give them a chance to attack strongly. Force them to launch a strong attack as soon as possible by getting ready to start killing hostages, and in turn not having too much time to think about it. Ignoring the negotiator and not striking up a conversation with the negotiator for the sake of not revealing himself easily when it came time to pose as himself to the idol. Hanging the automatic rifle around Xiang Xian's neck, in order to give the young captain who had suffered a loss once a psychological hint that the one with the gun would never be a double. Send the hostages to the second floor, in order to hide themselves in the toilet. Police officers to rescue the hostages themselves in the toilet can hear their footsteps up the stairs, easy to grasp their movements, ringing in the rings. Everything Lu Jin did was very purposeful. Without realizing it, it brings everyone into its rhythm. What the police constables thought they had mastered was actually just what Lu Jin wanted them to master. Everyone has fallen into Lu Jin's trap. Even the director, who was in the middle of the city council at this time, thought that Lu Jin had already been captured by the squad leader, and that this maneuver was already coming to an end. No one guessed. By now Lu Jin had already taken his stolen money with him and disappeared above the street opposite the bank. In the middle of the bank, the squad leader and crew forced their way through the unlocked door when they couldn't find the key. Bring out all the hostages inside. At the sight of the police officer, the hostages, who until now had no idea that this was a drill, became almost incoherent with emotion and cried loudly. Just half an hour ago, the robbers threatened to kill someone every half hour. They thought they couldn't even escape. Now, they were finally rescued by the police messengers. That feeling of coming back from the dead is hard to empathize with if you don't actually experience it yourself. The SWAT team members brought a group of hostages out of the middle of the room, calmed the emotions while taking them downstairs, and after the last hostage walked out, the SWAT team member standing at the doorkeeping count was frowning deeply. Captain, one hostage is missing. He hurriedly gave a quick report of the situation to the squad leader who was already preparing to go downstairs. The junior captain froze slightly. Hurry back to points. Fruity, there were only 9 hostages they brought out of the room, and according to the information they had, Lu Jin should still have 10 hostages in his hands. So where's this missing person? Where did he go? Almost just for a second, the junior captain sensed something big was up. In the previous raid, Lu Jin had used a hostage as a stand-in to attract his attention. This kid isn't going to use such tactics again, is he? Mother asterisk 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 Is it hard to be fooled twice by the same trick yourself? Chapter 42. Why did it turn out this way? Something is wrong, the junior captain murmured. Hurrying downstairs, he made it to the bank lobby as fast as he could. At this time, in the middle of the hall, the smoke caused by the smoke bombs had not completely cleared. Squinting, the junior captain ran over to where the 2 SWAT officers were holding the robbers down. He crouched down, a deep breath of cool air. The heart kept praying that this person had to be Lu Jin. With a heavy gasp, the junior captain reached out shakily to uncover the robber's hood on the floor. The heart is beating fast. The whole bank was rather noisy at this time, but even in the midst of such a noisy environment, the junior captain could still hear his heartbeat clearly. His nervousness was unmistakable. The hood is uncovered. It was not Lu Jin's face that appeared as the young captain had expected. It was a completely unfamiliar face. A pair of eyes were filled with a look of fear, like that of a frightened bird. Her mouth was still taped shut and she could only make whimpering choking sounds. Looking at the face, the young captain froze for a moment. Although there has been some mental preparation, but when the truth really appeared in front of his eyes, he still had some difficulty accepting it for a while. Obviously everything was going smoothly and according to plan. So why did it turn out this way? Teeth clenched. The robber's hood was all but crushed into a ball in the junior captain's clenched hands. The blow that the young captain received now was entirely greater than the insults he had received from Lu Jin through the window earlier. Captain? The SWAT officer holding the robber down looked at his captain, who was suddenly a little disoriented after seeing the robber's face. At that moment, he hurriedly opened his mouth to give a reminder. Is the captain overwhelmed with joy? After all, this drill had gone on for so long, and now that the robbers had been caught, the drill was able to end, and everyone was able to get off work. It's understandable to be a little bit happier about the big fall. Hearing the team member's reminder, the junior captain then also came back to his senses. He stood up and waved his hand toward the 2 players. Let the man go. He's not a robber. The junior captain spoke somewhat feebly. After all was said and done, tossing the hood he clutched in his hand aside as well. What? He's not a robber? How is this possible? He's got a gun on him. A Type 95 assault rifle. How can this not be a robber? The team member opened his mouth in extreme shock after hearing the words of the junior team leader with a slight stare. Though obviously a little less than convinced, he nonetheless released the robber from the ground. In the meantime, removed the gun from the robber's neck. Skillfully, he unloaded the magazine. But the inside of that magazine was empty. No bullets. The team member frowned deeply and handed the clip to the squad leader. The junior captain took the clip and sucked in a slight breath of cold air. Obviously, he had already suffered the loss of a double once. How could he fall for it again? Because one's first thought upon seeing the robber, whose face could not even be seen, was that he had a weapon on him that only a robber should have. So, didn't even think about the stand-in aspect. That's what the robbers seized upon, and easily tricked themselves out of it with the old tricks. Did anyone just get out of the bank? The junior captain frowned deeply and looked at the two SWAT officers who had been controlling the robbers in the middle of the bank hall and asked out. They were in the bank lobby the whole time. The robbers shouldn't be able to get away. Despite launching a strong attack, they have breached the bank, but all the police officers surrounding the bank outside had not yet withdrawn. And even the staff passageway at the back of the bank was guarded by police officers outside. It's a completely airtight web. Are the robbers perhaps still in the bank? Yes. You guys just went up to free the hostages. One of our brothers just came out with a bag of money. We both assumed that you had seized the robbers' loot, so we didn't ask any questions. One of the police officers spoke earnestly, recounting what had just happened in the middle of the bank hall. At that point they all thought they had caught the real robbers. Naturally, they don't care about these things. After all, the figure was wearing SWAT clothing as well, and they took him as one of their own at the first opportunity. I didn't expect this kid to use such a tactic and slip out from under my nose. Even took the loot from this robbery. Shame on you. After hearing the words of the team member, the junior captain also instantly understood Lu Jin's golden trick. In hindsight, that's not too clever a tactic. But, this kid Lu Jin made every step extremely perfect. Getting yourself played for a fool. The first thing he did after he forced his way into the bank and took control of the robbers in the middle of the hall was not to go upstairs to free the hostages, but to check the room where the fallen police officers were first. Then this plan of Lu Jin's would be exposed instantly. Or, the first thing he did himself, when he had the robber under control, was to unmask him. Then there's no chance of Lu Jin getting away. But Lu Jin just counted on not doing that, and he himself was exactly what he expected. Mesmerized by the weapon hanging around the robber's neck and eager to save the hostage. Step by step, he led himself into the perfect plan he had already prepared. Lu Jin, I'm convinced. The junior captain took a deep breath of cool air before looking up at the ceiling and speaking in a low voice. The voice was not loud, as if spoken to himself. Indeed, having seen Lu Jin's escape plan, the squad leader at this point was sort of convinced. Under such a heavy siege, he didn't think Lu Jin could escape. Even if one were to play this one robber himself, in such a situation, it is estimated that one would not even think of getting out of it, because in his own eyes, there was no chance of getting out of this. But Lu Jin did it, getting out of it unharmed and under your own nose. Even took $2 million of stolen money with him. At this point, the group of SWAT team members who had put the hostages in place had all rejoined the bank lobby. Unaware of the situation at the moment, they were standing behind the squad leader, waiting for his next order. Find me every corner in the middle of the bank that you can get into. You can't leave the slightest trace left behind by the robbers. Better remember to put everything back in its place. The junior captain spoke calmly, giving his orders. Though, by this time it was known that the robbers had succeeded in getting out of the bank, but he had not yet been instructed that the maneuver was over. So naturally he had to continue to give orders about maneuvers. The robbers got away though, but maybe there are clues among the banks that he accidentally left behind. Even though there's little hope, you still have to try. Yes, the crowd of SWAT team members sniffed and responded in unison. And after giving the order, the junior captain turned and left the bank, heading towards the temporary command room. He'd have to report the current situation to the captain. The situation is complex and it's hard to tell through the headset. It's safer to report in person. Chapter 43, a dozen of you let him get away? In the temporary command room. At this point, in addition to the captain being here, there was another figure in a white shirt. The figure was naturally the commissioner who was the referee. The director had previously been in the middle of the city hall, getting a live feed of the drill to see what was happening on the ground, and seeing as the maneuver was almost over, it was natural for himself, the referee, to arrive on the scene in a hurry. After all, announcing the end of the maneuver is something you still have to do yourself. Watching the director personally visit the scene, the captain hurriedly invited him into the temporary command room and personally made him a cup of tea. The maneuver had delivered itself to the director with a poor answer sheet of 6 killed in action. So, At this moment, facing the director, he was a bit ashamed to speak. It's just sitting quietly across from the director. Slightly nervous, he looked like a student who was alone with his homeroom teacher. 5 police officers were killed in action, as well as 1 hostage. With the kind of decisions you are making, if you were in the middle of a real battle, wouldn't you have to make the same mistakes at the cost of the lives of police officers? It's also fortunate that this was a drill and that these young lives didn't really fade away. You guys should thank Lusion. He's the one who made it possible for you to discover these blunders right in the middle of the maneuvers. Mistakes discovered in the middle of an exercise at least have a chance to be corrected. If the same mistake were to occur in actual combat, it would be an unforgivable blunder. Now that the maneuvers are almost over, both you and the squad leader must make a deep review when you return. The director took a sip of hot tea before speaking with a serious face. The sound wasn't great though, but the stern tone had made the captain's head lift. The captain was very ashamed. Not to mention the fact that the chief was just saying a few words in a stern tone at this point. Even if he just came up and gave him a kick in the ass, he would have stood up straight and taken it. After all, because of his own poor decision-making, he caused the death of his team members. Getting punched in the face is light. Director, when we go back, we will make a deep examination and learn a profound lesson from this maneuver. Similar mistakes will never be made again. The captain took in a deep breath of cool air before he gathered the courage to look at the director and speak with profound seriousness. Every word comes from the heart. Until now, the captain had really understood what the chief really meant by that line about drills not being child's play. Exercises are trial and error for the sake of actual combat. One bad decision in real combat can be a live life, and just have the opportunity to avoid one such mistake. Then, let alone one exercise, even 10 or 100 would be worthwhile. After all, life is precious and there are no do-overs. As long as there's a little growth, this exercise will be worthwhile. Lusion's performance in the middle of this maneuver was very good. This kid played the robber completely beyond my expectations. Not only seriously but also did his homework. Treat maneuvers the way he should. Even though he was eventually caught by you guys, it was obviously enough to give you guys a headache. The director drank up the water in his teacup, and when he talked about Lusion, a satisfied look finally appeared on his face. Lusion's role as the robber was kind of the only thing that pleased the director in this exercise. Totally. It's way beyond one's expectations. A maneuver. There also has to be someone as serious as Lusion to play the robber decently. After all, even the robbers that the police officers encountered during the exercise were already several times tougher than the humans. Then when it really comes down to the real thing, meet an ordinary robber. Wouldn't the police officers be able to handle it with ease? Hearing the chief's words, the captain nodded approvingly although he didn't say anything. Lusion as the robber is naturally nothing to write home about. Make yourself hate it. Even the end of the exercise in his own heart, this fire has not yet subsided. This is the greatest recognition of him. Watch as the chief finishes the tea in his cup. The captain naturally got up, ready to refill the chief's water. And that's when it happened. The squad leader walked in from outside the makeshift command room. His face was extremely ugly, as if he had just eaten a fly. Chief. Seeing that the chief had also arrived in the middle of the temporary command room, the squad leader hurriedly saluted. Lusion caught it? Why don't you bring him here? The chief nodded and looked at the junior captain to ask out. Count the hours. The hostages in the bank should have been successfully rescued by now. The chief reckoned that the junior captain would be coming over now to report this happy news. Lusion ran away. The junior captain's face was grim, and he looked at the chief with a deep frown as he gave a report. Bowed his head as he said this. The words exit. A brief silence fell over the makeshift command room for an instant. The captain's hand that was pouring the water all froze directly in midair. A face filled with a shocked expression. Run away? Not. More than a dozen of your SWAT officers entered the bank and took control of Lusion. So he can still run away? Did he grow wings? Or did he just disappear into thin air? The director also froze for a few seconds before speaking in extreme shock. More than a dozen heavily armed SWAT officers control a man. Then even if the one across the street was a god, it wouldn't be so bad to let him run away, right? That robber in the middle of the bank wasn't Lusion at all, but a hostage in disguise. Lusion dressed up as one of our men and slipped away with the stolen money. The junior captain took a deep breath of cool air before he spoke extremely helplessly. When he finished, he looked up at the chief as well as the captain. Seeing that both of them were frowning deeply, they didn't seem to have fully responded to what it meant. Present. The junior captain then told them everything that had happened since he had entered the bank. And listening to what could be called bizarre, the chief couldn't help but frown and let out a laugh. The laugh was more like a bitter laugh. How could he have ever imagined that a squadron leader of the city council, a squad leader of a SWAT team, would be fooled by Lusion in this way? The captain stood still with the water he had poured for the chief, his face extremely ugly. If it was the face of the junior captain just now, It looked like he had eaten a fly. Then at this point the captain's face looked more like he had eaten a dead rat. Because the junior captain's words reminded him of the figure who had walked up to him in SWAT clothes carrying stolen money to report on the situation. He is Lusion? Standing in front of myself like that and talking to myself, even opening the stolen money to show myself, and then got out of the way next to himself. Surprisingly, he himself hadn't noticed a hint of abnormality since the beginning. That's interesting. After Lusion changed his clothes, he just waltzed out of the bank. And it turns out that the one thing you went to the trouble of forcing your way through the bank and taking control was a hostage. The chief reached up and scratched the top of his brow, smiling and shaking his head. A few words were said with a smile, but to the captains and junior captains it sounded altogether more than a harsh rebuke. The director put away the smile on his face after he finished speaking. Instead, he drew in a deep breath of cool air. Hopeless. In the face of such it can be described as bizarre results. At this time, the secretary also do not know what kind of mood he should use to treat. Chapter 44. They should be very upset about it. Live stream. The pop-ups also completely exploded when they heard how things were going. No way? Lusion even ran away? What kind of international joke is this? To run away in a situation like that? Upon hearing this news, I can only exclaim that Lusion is bullish. Strong indeed. One person facing the heavy encirclement of so many police officers. He managed to get away. This is really not something an ordinary person can do. Is this the legendary high IQ robber? Convinced. This is quite an exercise. And this Lusion, who played the role of a robber, is really admirable. Before I saw the hijacker's live screen disappeared, I thought the hijacker was giving up resistance, but I didn't realize that he was actually planning a big plan to get out of the way. It's so awesome. That said, before hearing this news, no one should have been able to think that Lusion would be able to get away, right? Indeed. Not only did we not expect it, but looking at the reaction of the director, I guess even he didn't expect it to end up like this. More than that, I'm a big fan of Lusion from today onwards. Lusion has now gotten out of the middle of the bank, so won't he be the winner of this maneuver? It's really the first time I've heard of an exercise won by a robber. Now that I've called Lusion Dada the strongest robber in history, no one should have a problem with that, right? A real high IQ robber. This exercise was a real treat to watch. Seeing such an unexpected result, the viewers in the live broadcast room were extremely excited. This maneuver, Lusion's performance, has been a delight for the audience. But watching Lusion just like that, seemingly caught by the young captain in the middle of the final strong attack, the audience still felt more or less unfulfilled in their hearts. And now, they heard that Lusion had actually escaped. That unfulfilled feeling instantly disappeared and was replaced by shock. An outcome that no one dared to think about actually came to pass. One time, naturally, all the pop-ups were praising Lusion. Because of Lusion's outstanding performance, this entire live-streamed exercise was simply more exciting than a theater blockbuster. The audience watching the live broadcast had even surpassed 1 million at this point. And, in addition to the live stream, voices began to appear on top of various forums as well as social networking sites discussing the maneuver. The number of people who know about this wonderful and unbelievable maneuver is growing. The name Lusion is also beginning to be known. At this time, more than 10 kilometers from the bank on a street, Lusion carried the bag containing this stolen money and walked above the street without any hurry. Wearing a special police costume and carrying a very large bag in her hand, Lusion was really striking in such a costume, though the paths he chose were the more isolated trails. Still, there were quite a few pedestrians who saw him along the way, and there are also quite a few security cameras along the way. But Lusion appeared under the surveillance camera without the slightest evasion. He also didn't seem to have the slightest desire to hide his tracks. 10 kilometers away. Naturally, Lusion couldn't have come here on foot. Once he left the bank's security perimeter, he called a car directly from the curb, took the bus to the neighborhood before starting the walk. Originally, after getting away from the bank, the maneuver was then considered a victory for the robber he played. And it was at that time that his own system once again gave information about the upgrade quest. The bonus is upgraded as soon as you can successfully escape again for a 24-hour period. Without much hesitation, Lusion accepted the quest upgrade. After all, escaping for 24 hours wasn't too difficult for Lusion. The rewards gained can be upgraded with certainty. Why not? Only, at this moment, this outfit on himself was just too eye-catching. To begin his escape, he had to find a place to change out of this costume in a hurry. After walking forward again for some distance, Lusion saw an inn with a dismal business. No hesitation, he walked straight into the middle of the inn with his bag. Temporary command room. The atmosphere in the command room at this time was somewhat heavy. Both the captain and the junior captain stood beside the table, heads bowed with deep frowns. The director, on the other hand, was sitting in his chair with a rather serious expression on his face, again without saying a word. A moment. Reaching up, he scratched the top of his brow before the chief looked at the captain and junior chief and spoke. Since the robbers have gotten out of the bank, then this maneuver is kind of over. And the end result is that the robbers won. The director spoke calmly. As the head of the city council, this was an outcome he did not want to see. After all, with the premise that the exercise was live-streamed in its entirety, the fact that a team of police messengers lost the exercise would be more or less bad for the city's reputation. But being the referee of this maneuver, he wants to judge the results of the maneuvers from a fair and impartial point of view. According to the rules of the maneuver, Lu Jin had already won this maneuver by getting out of the bank. The director's words fell. Both the captain and the junior captain looked up. Although they were still a bit unwilling in their hearts, this was a result they had to recognize. Lu Jin is strong. Managed to slip out from under their noses with an almost perfect plan. He did win this maneuver. They were naturally convinced of Lu Jin's victory. But, as police constables, they are definitely not happy about such an outcome. Seeing that neither the captain nor the junior captain said anything, the director took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Lu Jin's number. Since the maneuver was over and Lu Jin had won, it was only natural to call him back now. As a winner, he had to show up at the end of the maneuver no matter what. In the middle of the inn, Lu Jin had just taken a shower and was sitting on his bed flipping through the system's Quest interface. An old man's cell phone he kept on his nightstand suddenly rang. Without looking back, Lu Jin picked up his cell phone and directly connected it. Chief, without even looking at the caller ID, Lu Jin spoke. Because this number is known only to the director. The cell phone was given to him by the chief before the exercise began, and belonged to the way the chief, who was a referee, had a single line of communication with him. So the only person who would make this call would be the secretary. Lu Jin, you won this maneuver. You can come back now. The chief's voice rang out on the other end of the line. The tone was extremely kind. Listening to this tone, it was as if the director on the other end of the line was an extremely kind and benevolent old man. It was a complete polarization compared to the stern look and tone when dealing with captains and junior captains. Hey, the captain and junior captain should be upset, right? I slipped under their noses like that, so close that they were able to catch me. Lu Jin laughed twice, then spoke leisurely. The chief's cell phone is in amplified mode. Thus Lu Jin's words they heard clearly from the side. The faces of the two men were horribly dark at this point. That's ing. Too insulting, isn't it? Chapter 45 plus. 24 hours of escape time. In that case, I'll give them another chance. 24 hours. Next I'll be doing a 24-hour runtime with the stolen money. If they are able to catch me within that time, then they will be able to rewrite the winner of this maneuver. How? Lu Jin spoke in a calm tone, extending what and when the maneuvers were conducted. Such an act of raising the stakes was quite unfair to Lu Jin, who had already been considered victorious. But right now this was brought up by Lu Jin. One time, the director, the captain, and the squad leader were all slightly stunned, followed by a look of dismay. I don't understand what kind of medicine this Lu Jin kid is selling in his gourd. What do you two think? The director did not respond to Lu Jin. Instead he looked at the captain and junior captain and asked. After all, one is only the referee. All one needs to manage is to make sure that no one uses cheating tactics inside the exercise. As for whether the maneuvers should be ramped up or not, that's best left up to the two sides they're involved in the maneuvers to decide. Yes. A 24-hour manhunt. If I catch you, Lu Jin, don't regret it. The captain hurriedly stepped forward and increased his own voice to speak into the cell phone in the chief's hand. For the results of this maneuver, both the captain and the junior captain were quite upset. At this moment, Lu Jin even took the initiative to raise the stakes, which was not to their liking. So, the captain hurriedly agreed to come down at the first opportunity. There was even a little bit of agitation when he said the last sentence. Obviously, he was afraid that Lu Jin would back out again. Don't worry, 24 hours from now, this maneuver will still have the same outcome. Lu Jin's voice sounded again. The words were full of teasing. The captain's corner of his eye twitched slightly, wanting to open his mouth to retort, but the words were held back. Now that Lu Jin was the victor, a bit of victorious posturing was normal. Hold yourself back for a while. When we catch him kid in 24 hours, we'll hit him hard in the face. Alright, since both of you have reached a consensus, it's naturally not good for me, the referee, to say anything more. The maneuver adds a 24-hour manhunt. Within 24 hours, as long as the police team captures Lu Jin, they will win, and vice versa for the robbers' side. The director nodded and opened his mouth seriously to announce the new rules. 24-hour manhunt. And so it begins now. Live stream. No way? Lu Jin Dede has won the maneuvers and even took the initiative to raise the stakes? Lu Jin Dede, If you're threatened you blink. I have to say that Lusion, the robber, is really arrogant. I like it. This 24-hour chase is a new opportunity for the captain and the junior captain. Nah. Chance? Why do I feel like it's just that they're going to be tortured by Lusion again for 24 hours? Ha ha. Upstairs brother. You're going a little overboard. Whether they're tortured or not. All I know is that next thing I know I'll have 24 hours of live viewing again, which is real good news for me. That's right. I don't care who wins in the end result. I only care if the next maneuver is exquisite. Brothers, put your hearts in your stomachs. As long as the person playing the robber remains the same, the rest of the maneuvers will certainly not be unexciting. That's right. Lusion greatly YYYDS. For the sudden ramp-up that the exercise ushered in. A 24-hour manhunt. The audience was talking for a while. The number of pop-ups increased dramatically, and it was easy to see that the audience was quite excited by the increase in the length of the exercise. And at this time, the percentage of viewers in the live broadcast room who were optimistic about Lusion also became the majority. In the midst of the previous confrontation, those who favored the robber Lusion were almost a very small minority, and most viewers felt that no matter how the maneuver developed, the winning side would always be the side of the police messenger. And in the end, Lusion delivered an answer sheet that made them extremely surprised. Successful escape from the bank with a plan that could be called perfect. And naturally, this made many viewers who were not optimistic about Lusion start to become his loyal fans. So, over the next 24 hours of the chase, the viewers who favored Lusion instead turned out to be the majority. In the end, after successfully raising the stakes, Lusion hung up the phone. He didn't rush to start his escapade, but quietly sat on his bed and looked at the system's mission panel. The virtual panel emitting a faint glow floated right in front of him. Initial mission, participate in and ultimately win the exercise. Initial mission reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. 1 random intermediate skill, 2 attribute points, and 500 points. Mission accomplished, continued 6-hour standoff with the police force inside the bank. Reward for completed missions, all initial mission rewards *2 if final victory. Ultimate mission, 24-hour escape. Ultimate mission reward, the ultimate reward will be rated according to the host's performance in the escape. The higher the rating, the more generous the reward, and any act of banditry will increase the rating. Current rating, B. Remaining escape time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds. The last item in the mission panel is the newly added escape mission. The system didn't explicitly say what the reward for this quest was, but, since it could be called the ultimate mission's reward, it naturally wouldn't be too shabby. The higher the rating the greater the reward. Only now, this rating of his own, seemed a bit low, but it was only AB grade. Any humongous move will raise the rating. Lusion stroked his chin. If he had taken out the commander-in-chief of the police force, I don't know if this rating would have risen a few levels in a row. After all, taking out the commander-in-chief, this behavior should be considered the humongous among the humongous. Sure, it's just a thought. After all, the commander-in-chief had been staying in the temporary command room, so if he wanted to kill him, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Smiling and shaking his head, Lusion closed the quest panel and stood up to stretch. Since the hike has now been finalized as well, then one would have to start the next 24 hours of escaping as well. It's not a simple matter of not getting caught by a police messenger within 24 hours. After all, the manpower and material resources of the police messenger are extremely scary. What's more, in this society nowadays, there are cameras in basically every corner, and these cameras are a resource that the police messengers were able to utilize. So, trying to accomplish this final task of the system, Lusion must have a well-thought-out plan, one that is more well thought out than is getting out of the middle of a bank. He has to win every step of the way, but wherever there is just one wrong step, then everything will come to nothing. And in the meantime, in the makeshift command room outside the bank, the police messengers are also getting busy. After all, with the next 24 hours of the chase, will be their last chance to save face. They had to catch this tough guy Lusion, who had ruthlessly slapped them in the face, at all costs. Chapter 46, What if it's a trick to blacken the lights? In the temporary command room, a couple of technicians sat at their computers crackling on their keyboards. Several screens hanging above were showing surveillance footage from several nearby streets. The captain and junior captain were standing behind a couple of technicians waiting, and the chief, who was the referee, has gone back to the city hall. Surveillance footage is played in multiples. If you are not professionally trained, it is basically hard to even see the content of the screen, not to mention finding the figure you want from among such images. Found it. After the robbers left the bank, they walked almost 100 meters down Fifth Avenue in the direction of Youth Road. Then he took a cab and headed for Youth Road. In the midst of the captain and junior captain's wait, a technician's voice rang out. The two men padded over to take a look. Surveillance footage was frozen in the moments before the robbers got into the car, dressed in special police attire and carrying a big black bag in her hand. It was Lu Jin's outfit when she left the bank. The time shown on the surveillance screen is 7:05. The captain clearly remembered that it was almost 7 o'clock when Lu Jin appeared in front of him. That means 5 minutes for him to show up and get a cab. That's almost enough time. But naturally there was no chance to use any more tricks within such a time. Then this figure was definitely Lu Jin. Where did he go after the ride? The captain rested his chin on one hand and opened his mouth a bit impatiently to ask out. It wasn't too long now until Lu Jin left the bank. The sooner he is identified, the better it will be for the police force to pursue him. The target got out of the car on Winghing Road. It ended up in an inn called Wingate Accommodations. When the captain's words fell, the technician next to him hurriedly opened his mouth to report the situation. Several technicians worked together. It is naturally very easy to track the movements of a cab. Wingate Accommodation? The captain raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself. He glanced at the time the robbers had entered Wingate's lodgings, a time before the decision was made to add a chase component to the maneuver. That is to say, when the director contacted Lu Juan, he was already checking into this hotel. Report. Wingtai Accommodation did have a rooming-in record for a man named Lu Jin 15 minutes ago. A technician spoke up again to report the situation. The captain nodded. Nowadays, hotels and hostels across the country basically have to swipe their ID cards to leave a record. And this record is linked to the police differential system. So, as long as you use your ID card to open a room, the police messenger system will be able to check it easily. Captain, should we check out this inn? The junior captain stood beside the captain and opened his mouth to inquire about his life. The captain did not respond. Instead, he bowed his head in contemplation. The tracks of Lu Jin's movements that they have now are basically from 10 minutes ago, including checking into this inn. It has also been recorded before the hunt was established, and going now is highly likely to be a punt. But what if Lu Jin comes with a move to blacken the lights? He guessed he wouldn't check out the inn if he thought he'd pounce. That's why they're still hiding in the inn. It's not out of the realm of possibility. And, according to Lu Jin's character, it was indeed possible for him to do such a thing. Report. After Lu Jin entered the inn, the surveillance footage didn't capture him coming out again. But the only cameras we can access are the ones outside the inn. We have no way of knowing if Lu Jin left through the back door or somewhere else. The technician who was still reviewing the surveillance records spoke up again to report the situation. The captain sniffed and nodded. Pull up a map of the area around the inn. The captain was silent for a few seconds before speaking to the technician. The crackling of a keyboard. A detailed map of the inn's surroundings quickly appeared on the computer screen. The captain looked at the map and his brows locked slightly. Behind the hostel is an urban village. To know, the kind of place in an urban village, where there are many foreign workers, can be described as a mixed bag. And there are very few municipal surveillance cameras in there. If Lu Jin is hiding in an urban village, it will be difficult to find his movements through the surveillance video. If we want to find him, we will have to rely on a precise lineup. This is a lot of time as well as labor. It seems, Lu Jin's appearance in this inn was not a random choice. Rather, it was a plan from the beginning. His purpose, I believe, was the townhouse behind the inn. You take 3 teams with you. Team 1 is going to line up at the Yongtai lodging to make sure that Lu Jin isn't going to pull the lights out on us. Team 1 blockade the townhouse behind Wingate Accommodation. The rest of the team is canvassing among the city villages, looking for signs of Lu Jin. If I'm not wrong, Lu Jin should be hiding in this city village right now. The captain took a deep breath of cool air before he looked back at the junior captain and gave the order. Yes, the junior captain nodded. After responding to the captain, he turned and exited the makeshift command room. He quickly drew in his manpower, and in no time at all he was off with a dozen police cars, heading towards this time's destination, City Village. The captain, on the other hand, was still standing in the middle of the makeshift command room, looking at the map of the urban village on the screen. This kid Lu Jin is extremely cunning. One had to put oneself in his place and think, if one were him, where would one hide in the middle of a city village? Print me a copy of the map. And then you guys start by keeping a close watch on every exit in the town center village. Report to me at the first sign of any suspicious person entering or leaving the town center village. The captain spoke again and gave the order. Several technicians responded and got busy. The captain, meanwhile, went to the water fountain and poured a cup of water and sat down on the stool next to him, frowning as he pondered what kind of plan Lu Jin would have. Yongtai Accommodation Inn. Lu Jin didn't leave at the first opportunity after packing up. After carefully arranging the room, he opened the window, glanced at the dark alley behind him, then tied one end of the twisted sheet to the foot of the bed and tossed the other. Immediately after, Lu Jin climbed up to the window. Finding a borrowing point, he stepped on the pipe outside and climbed into a side room. Business is very bad at this inn. There weren't many lodgers all day and night. The ability to maintain the business is mainly due to the owner renting out a number of rooms to the public, and the rooms for rent are the ones on the top floor, so the guest rooms below are basically empty. Lu Jin didn't leave after climbing into this empty guest room. Instead, he surveyed the room for a moment and found a hiding place to cat. It's really a bit of a desperate move to do so, but if he could dodge it, it would be able to save a lot of effort for Lu Jin. After all, running around with 23 kilograms of stolen money is a bit tiring. Chapter 47, Two brothers killed in action without seeing anyone. 5 minutes later, the squad leader led the way to the inn. They had sent out 3 teams in total, and the remaining 2 teams had already rushed to the predetermined location. The junior captain's group was the smallest in number. After all, coming to the inn to check was just a precautionary measure, fearing that Lu Jin would make a move to blacken the lights. And in the opinion of the captain and the junior captain, the chances of Lu Jin coming under the lights weren't exactly high, so naturally this wasn't the focus of their pursuit operation. Once inside the inn, the squad leader showed his identification and explained the situation before sending a couple of his team members up to check it out. And he himself was inside the counter checking the surveillance of the inn. Second floor, outside room 206. The 3 police constables were carefully on guard with guns in their hands. After all, Lu Jin was a tough bandit who had just robbed a bank and had a gun on him. If he was in the middle of the room, there was definitely a gunfight that could not be avoided. The door to the room was ajar, and a bright yellow light was on in the room. One of the team members at the head of the group cautiously approached towards the door of the room, a loaded pistol in each hand. When he was close enough, he raised his foot and kicked in the door of the hidden room. Snapped. The door to the room opened and a small rattling sound came out. Something seems to have fallen to the ground. A few of the officers didn't care. After all, dropping something wasn't anything important. The first thing they should have cared about when they opened the door was whether the robber was in the room or not. So, they were all staring straight ahead, not even noticing that what had fallen to the ground was a grenade that had triggered the fuse. Several police officers swept around the room with their pistols in their hands, and the room was empty. Lu Jin apparently ran away. There's a grenade. Take cover. It was also when someone noticed what had fallen to the ground. At that moment a stern voice rang out, but it was obviously a little too late. Boo! A muffled sound came out, and a puff of red smoke was raised after that maneuver-specific grenade exploded. The 2 police officers who had already entered the room simply couldn't back out. It was the same police messenger in the doorway who dodged and hid behind the wall, escaping the wave of grenades. The squad leader who was checking the surveillance downstairs was also hearing the commotion upstairs. At that moment he frowned. After dropping the mouse he hurried towards the stairs. When he came to the door of the room he saw that the place was a mess. 2 police officers were covered in red paint from the grenade explosion, and only one was spared. Captain, Lu Jin is not in the middle of the room. He had a grenade hanging behind the door to the room, and when we kicked in the door it triggered the fuse. 2 brothers killed in action. Watching the squad leader come up, one of the police officers hurriedly opened his mouth to report the situation. The young captain's teeth clenched, his brow furrowed, and he couldn't help but reach up and rub his temples. He knew that this Lu Jin kid was not easy to deal with, but he never thought that this kid would come up with such a hand even when he was on the run. It's a ing mistake to get in his way. 2 more police officers were killed in action. Phew! The junior captain exhaled a deep, cloudy breath. After slightly adjusting his mind, he entered the middle of the room. The first natural thing to see was the open window, and the rope twisted from a bedsheet hanging above it. Walked over to the window and glanced downward. The alley below was dark. The squad leader looked again towards the left and right sides of the alley. There were obviously no cameras present in such a place. Lu Jin ran away, just as the squad leader had expected. It had apparently slipped down through this window and into the townhouse beyond. Slap hard on top of the windowsill. There was clearly some chagrin in the young captain's mind. After all, he hadn't even seen a single hair on Lu Jin's head on his own trip to bring the team here. But he had fallen 2 more police officers in battle. Lu Jin, this kid, really put himself on the defensive now. Turning around and just about to leave the room, the young captain suddenly saw a note on the nightstand. He grabbed it and looked at it. You are so close to catching me. The simple sentence almost didn't make the young captain's back go out of breath. It's ing. Insulting. The old saying also goes that a man can be killed but not dishonored. Looking at the dragon's handwriting on top of this note, the junior captain could even imagine the arrogant expression on Lu Jin's face when he wrote this sentence. Just for his arrogant attitude, he really had to catch him himself. Check the room for any useful clues. This Lu Jin kid has escaped into the city village. I just looked at the surveillance in the inn's hallway. He didn't come out of this door after he went into the room. He should have used the rope twisted from this bedsheet to leave through the window. The 2 brothers who have already been killed in action will report back over to the temporary command room first, and after the rest of you check the rooms, come with me into the city center village for a sweep. the junior captain clutched the note left behind by Lu Jin in his dead hands. Only then did he turn back to look at a couple of police officers to give orders. Temporary command room. A map of the town center village has been printed. At that moment the captain was looking at the map, a red marker in his hand, mulling it over as he wrote and drew on it. He is going through everything he can learn, studying which areas were the more likely hiding places for Lu Jin in the middle of this urban village. And just at that moment, the intercom on the table rang. It was the voice of the squad leader reporting the situation. What they were using was the latest research in military walkie-talkies that covered a range of up to 20 kilometers. So, even if the squad leader was now 10 kilometers away from the temporary command room, it still didn't affect the use of this intercom. Captain, Lu Jin is not in the inn. It should have escaped into the village of the city. But when the door was opened for inspection, our crew, through the walkie-talkie, the squad leader reported back to the captain what had happened at the scene as it happened. And to hear that once again 2 police officers were killed in action, the captain's face changed slightly. He clenched his teeth, his fingers holding the walkie-talkie all a little white from too much force. Before they could completely lock onto Lu Jin's trail, someone was killed in battle once again. It was something the captain was completely unprepared for. You lead the rest of the team and rendezvous with the squad that's canvassing the urban village. Manpower is needed over there. Make sure to thoroughly sweep the urban village before dawn and find Lu Jin's trail. He was carrying stolen money, a big target and quite visible, and the town center village, though not small, should not be too difficult to line up. The captain didn't open his mouth to accuse. He just calmly gave the order. After the confrontation at the bank in front of him, he had clearly understood that anger would only affect his decision-making, and as the commander-in-chief of the police force, every decision he makes is especially important. So, no matter what the situation, he must remain calm. The piece of urban village they needed to check out now was the largest in the entire city. It covers a wide area and has a very large foreign population. Trying to find someone in the middle of such an urban village is naturally difficult. But, the good news for the captain and his men right now is that the robbers' loot hasn't been found yet. Therefore, the robbers should have had the stolen money with them when they entered the town center. $2 million in stolen money is a big target. A goal of this magnitude is naturally very compelling. As long as Lu Jin really went into the city village, there should be quite a few people who saw it. Chapter 48, Rating Up. Just a little bit more. In room 205, the entire room was dark. Lu Jin is hiding under the bed. Until he left, the squad leader remained convinced that Lu Jin had already escaped the inn and entered the city village. Mostly before coming, the junior captain and the captain already felt in their hearts that Lu Jin would not stay in the inn. It should have gone into the fishy, more favorable to him, urban village. With such preconceived ideas, combined that with the empty room, the open window, and the rope twisted from the sheet on the window, they then felt all the more that Lu Jin would not come to the last hand under the lamp. But, the note left by Lu Jin said, so close to catching him. It's almost like a clear-cut card with the squad leader. It was because Lu Jin had been hiding in the room next to him. At the time the junior captain saw the note, the distance between him and Lu Jin wasn't even more than 10 meters. If it was a quiet enough environment, I'm afraid they would still be able to hear each other's heartbeats. But, when he saw that one note, the junior captain only thought that Lu Jin was mocking him for coming a step too late. A little bit of what he thought was time, and the little bit that Lu Jin said was the distance. If the squad leader knew about this afterward, I'm afraid that he would be so angry with Lu Jin that he would vomit blood. Ding! The host eliminated 2 police officers and temporarily managed to evade their pursuit. The rating has risen. Current rating, A. Remaining escape time, 23 hours 32 minutes and 45 seconds. Right at this moment, Lu Jin's cold system prompt sounded in his mind. But Lu Jin didn't bother. Just laying there under the bed, ready to rest for a while. After all, it had been a long day of maneuvers. Not exactly physical work, but it was still pretty tiring at this point. Besides, Lu Jin still had plans to go through during the second half of the night, so it would be wise to take a break to regain your strength first. But, this hiding under the bed to sleep is honestly really uncomfortable. The exclusion of urban villages is in full swing. The half-dozen or so police officers who participated in this exercise were basically assigned to participate in a sweep of the city's villages. But as the lineup deepened, there was no progress at all on the squad leader's side. Lu Jin seemed as if he had evaporated from the earth. Temporary command room. The captain moved his stool and sat outside the command room, mainly in the command room. With the live streaming equipment in place, it does seem a bit inconvenient to smoke by yourself. And the captain likes to have one when he's thinking. So simply just move a stool and sit out. It was now nearly 11:30. The ashtray in front of the captain was already filled with cigarette butts. Placing the map in his hand on the table in front of him, the captain's eyes remained fixed on the map while his hand fished the cigarette case out of his pocket. I opened it and touched it, but it was empty. The captain looked down. The carton of cigarettes was already finished, and he couldn't help but crumple the carton into a ball with some annoyance and throw it in the trash can next to him. A large area had been marked on the map in red pen. These were all areas that had already been lined up, and the captain had marked them on the map in real time, based on the information coming in from the squad leader's side. But, together, these areas are less than a quarter of the entire urban village. This is going a little slower than expected. After all, it's getting close to midnight at this time of day, and most people are already resting. In the half hour that passes, the platoon will not be able to proceed. So, the time left for them is indeed running out. Phew, the captain let out a long, cloudy breath and leaned back on top of his chair, looking up at the dark sky. At this time, he has even regretted why he agreed to Lu Jin's pursuit of this additional action. The author also regretted it. He was scolded to death. The author's eyes were all swollen from crying last night. Is it really good for you guys to scold a girl who writes about male frequency in this way? Although upset about the previous bank maneuver, figuring to get his face back by the next chase. But as things stand now, this Lu Jin kid is really hard to catch now. Captain, we've checked more than a dozen businesses on this side of the southern district, and there's no sign of Lu Jin. Where exactly do you think this Lu Jin kid is hiding? Just at this moment, the voice of the squad leader reporting the situation resounded once again from within the intercom. The captain grabbed the walkie-talkie on his desk. Come back first. It's getting late, and it's going to be difficult to conduct the rest of the exfiltration operation. The brethren are also tired, so let's continue tomorrow. By the way, remember to bring me a box of cigarettes when you come back. The captain's tone was rather hopeless. Naturally, he wanted to catch Lu Jin more than anyone else, with the possible exception of the junior captain of course. But it is indeed too late now. Today's maneuver had lasted so long that he naturally had to think of the people under his hand. We're not all made of steel. How can we go on tomorrow without some rest? Hearing this, the squad leader over there was first silent for a moment, and it was only after a long time that a close the squad resounded from within the intercom. The junior captain is also tired. But, in order to catch Lu Jin, he was even able to stay up all night to continue the lineup. But by this point in time, he was also very aware that it had become very difficult to continue with the exclusion process. So since the captain has given such orders, he then had no choice but to close the team. 20 minutes later, the squad leader returned with a squad that had been canvassing the city's villages, and the squad blocking the entrances and exits of the town center village remained in place, to prevent Lu Jin from escaping from the city village. Exhaustion can be stopped, but naturally this blockade of entrances and exits cannot be evacuated. Luckily, the manpower needed to block off the entrances and exits wasn't that much, and the captain had lined up a shift system. The two squads rotated through the rest, which wasn't too hard. Captain, have some? The junior captain returned to the door of the temporary command room and packed 2 soup noodles in addition to a pack of cigarettes for the captain, placing one of them in front of the captain. He then unceremoniously moved a stool and sat down next to him, opened the package and sucked up the hot noodles. It was now nearly 12 o'clock at night. The junior captain was really hungry after taking his team out for a night of tossing and turning. Do you think this Lu Jin kid could have never entered the city village at all? The young captain inhaled 2 mouthfuls of spaghetti afterward. Only then did he look up at the captain and ask. Nearly 3.5 hours of canvassing yielded almost no useful information at all. It made the junior captain begin to wonder a little if he had been heading in the wrong direction to begin with. I've had the tech sweep almost every surveillance record within a kilometer of the inn as a centerpiece. After Lu Jin entered the inn, there were no more security cameras to capture him. So if he's not in the middle of the inn, he's hiding in the middle of a city village. Just see if you can determine that Lu Jin has left the inn. The captain also unpacked and ate his snack, chatting with the junior captain as he ate. Can be sure. I looked at the surveillance records of the hallway in the middle of the inn. After Lu Jin went into the room, he didn't come out again. He must have left the inn through the window. The young captain nodded rather seriously. Until now, he still didn't feel that there was anything wrong in the middle of that inn. That's right then. That kid is definitely in the middle of town. He's quite cautious in his actions, and it's normal for his trail to be well hidden. Continue to line up the urban villages tomorrow and make sure he's caught. The captain spoke with extreme seriousness, chewing hard on the noodles in his own mouth after saying that words. The junior captain also nodded with a serious look on his face. Chapter 49, a really big show. For in the morning, Lu Jin crawled out from under the bed. First, he stretched and moved his muscles slightly. Needless to say, the quality of sleep was not good enough after this whole night of cats under the bed. Craned his neck, accompanied by the clicking sound of joints rubbing together. Lu Jin took in a deep breath of cool air. Just in time. It was time to start laying out the final operation of this maneuver for myself. He carried his backpack out of the darkened room, Looking at the cameras in the hallway, he didn't try to hide from them, he just tried to walk down them as gently as he could. The junior captain of this inn has already lined it up once. In a short period of time, it should not be minded to make another row. So, even if the figure was left on the surveillance, by the time they realized it, this exercise would be long over. All Lusion needed to take care of was not to be discovered by this innkeeper. After all, since the squad leader had been here, he must have explained to the innkeeper that he would have to call the police when he saw him. When she quietly walked to the second floor, Lusion heard the deafening sound of snoring coming from the front desk on the first floor. These small inns don't hire employees, and the owner's family usually does the work themselves, and it's usually the owner himself who works the night shift. Men have big hearts. There was no business at night, and one person watching the store the rest of the night must have just slept. Listening to that snore was obviously a good night's sleep. Present. Lusion was then relieved, carrying a large bag of stolen money straight out of the inn. Standing in the blind spot of the camera next to the inn, Lusion was in no hurry to leave. He took out his cell phone and ordered takeout. Then they stood still and waited. Almost 20 minutes later, the delivery boy rode his motorcycle far toward the hostel side. Lusion beckoned and guided the delivery boy out of the range of the surveillance cameras. After taking the delivery, Lusion bought the deliveryman's motorcycle as well as his clothing for the high price of $5,000. Then, Lusion changed into the outfit of a deliveryman and rode his motorcycle away from the place where the surveillance range could capture him. Only the deliveryman was left staring at the collection on WeChat in the cold and confused. Oddballs come and go every year, but this year seems to be particularly eventful. I bought a used motorcycle, came out in the middle of the night to run a few takeout orders, and surprisingly, I suddenly made a ton of money. 5 in the morning, outside the temporary command room. The junior captain had already found an early police car and casually dealt with the rest of the day. The captain, on the other hand, was still sitting at his desk studying the map. There are more and more things marked in red pen on the map. For this maneuver, he had been attentive enough. He just didn't know if he could catch Lusion tomorrow. At this moment, the captain's eyes were covered in blood. Although he kept refreshing himself by smoking, he was still yawning, having stayed up until now. He was indeed sleepy as well. Lifting the watch on his wrist to check the time, the captain stretched and finally managed to set the map aside before plopping down on the table to squint for a moment. After all, after dawn one has to make decisions for the next move. Take a break no matter what. 6 points. The sky was still dim. 20 to 30 police cars were parked outside the bank and a cordon was drawn around the perimeter. But it was quiet at the moment. There were indeed quite a few police messengers on the scene, but most of them were in their cars dealing with sleep. After all, this is the time of year when people are most likely to get sleepy. 300 meters from the bank, a figure dressed in a deliveryman's outfit pulls up on a motorcycle. He watched from a distance in the direction of the makeshift command room. A moment. He went to the breakfast place next door and bought a couple breakfasts. Then carrying his breakfast, he started his motorcycle and drove in the direction of the temporary command room. In the meantime, he reopened the shooting gear on his body. The hijacker's view of the live feed finally reappeared. The highest number of viewers on this broadcast has been close to 1 million since the start of the maneuver. But after being closed all night, it was opened again without warning at this point. So there were only a few hundred people among the live stream. Asterisk. Finally another picture. I thought the anchor had been taken by aliens. Say, why does this place look so familiar to me now? Isn't this the base camp of the police force? How did Lusion show up here? It couldn't be that Lusion has given up resistance and is preparing to give himself up, right? What the upstairs brothers said is really not impossible. I didn't expect that even Lusion, the strongest robber, couldn't top it? No fun. Stayed up all night waiting. Didn't expect this to be the result. Indeed. And high IQ robbers. This is totally egg IQ robbers. Watching the hijacker's live feed turned out to be near the police messenger command. The audience was clearly a little disappointed. For a moment, it was thought that Lusion hadn't been able to hold out after a night's pursuit and was ready to come and surrender. What they didn't realize was that they were about to see a really big show next. Riding a motorcycle, Lusion slowly drove beyond the police guard's cordon. Naturally, there's no one guarding the place. After all, there were so many police officers here, and it was only a temporary alert because of the maneuvers. So naturally there was no need for a guard post to keep watch all night long. Park your motorcycle outside the police line. Lusion pulled back the cordon and approached towards the temporary command room on foot. Basically all the police messengers are still asleep. But, even if someone saw a delivery man come in, naturally they wouldn't think much of it. After all, it's extremely normal for someone to order a breakfast for dinner at this hour. Walking up to the door of the makeshift command room, the captain was currently asleep on his desk. He sleeps a lot. Guess it's the stage of being asleep. Lu Jin placed several breakfasts on top of his table before walking to the door of the temporary command room again. A few of the technicians had been called in early by the captain to rest. There's no one in there. Naturally, Lu Jin scanned around in the middle of the temporary command room. Then easing himself as much as possible, he stepped into the makeshift command room. A remote-controlled bomb was pulled from his pocket and secured under the table in the makeshift command room. Before the maneuver began, the chief had given himself a total of 2 remote-controlled bombs, one of which was used on Xiang Xian and did not end up detonating. This one Lu Jin kept until now. The previous text has been revised. Only after doing so did Lu Jin carefully exit the temporary command room. The captain still hasn't woken up. Faint snoring could even be heard from the table. Obviously exhausted from earlier, he was now sleeping a bit. Plan to reach. Lu Jin stopped lingering at that moment and hurriedly turned around to leave the guarded area. And it was just as he was getting on his motorcycle and getting ready to leave that the junior captain had just woken up from his nap and walked outside the makeshift command room. From a distance, I saw the back of the man in the outfit of a delivery man. The junior captain raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking down at the table a few more breakfasts, he just assumed that the captain had ordered breakfast, but fell asleep before it was delivered. Hey, Lu Jin, this kid has kind of tossed us around. The junior captain shook his head and muttered. He even took off his own jacket after saying that and draped it over the sleeping captain. Then, he grabbed an early breakfast from the table, ate it and turned to leave the makeshift command room. The captain doesn't know what time he's busy until he rests. Now, since he hadn't woken up yet, he would leave him alone. Chapter 50, Exercise ends with great rewards. Live stream. Just now, Lu Jin's move of running into the temporary command room and slipping around was seen in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. One time, the entire broadcast exploded. I didn't see wrong just now, did I? I actually saw Lu Jin run into the middle of the police messenger's temporary command room and slipped around? Is this the legendary boldness? It's so awesome, worthy of being the strongest robber ever. From this second onwards, I am completely convinced, Lu Jin Day is forever a god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. That Lu Jin, as a robber, would dare to run up to the police messenger's makeshift command room and walk up to it. What's Lu Jin doing in the temporary command room? He's a robber running to the police base camp. Wouldn't he be throwing himself into the net if he's not careful? I think it went to put something in it. Do you guys think it's possible that Lu Jin ran to the temporary command room and planted a bomb? It's unlikely, isn't it? It should be bugged or something. Although the audience was only a handful of 100 people, they were enthusiastic in their discussions, so there are still a good number of pop-ups on the air. For Lu Jin to have so blatantly run up to the temporary command room of the police messenger to walk up a circle, and to have left unharmed, the audience was extremely shocked. Shocked, he could only exclaim in awe of the bull. After all, beyond that, they also really couldn't think of any tart words to express the admiration in their hearts. 7 points. The sky had begun to cloud over. The captain shuddered in his sleep and woke up. Rubbing his eyes sleepily, the captain saw breakfast on the table. Slightly confused. Then again, he saw the coat he was wearing. He glanced at the badge on it, which was unmistakably the police uniform of the junior captain. One time, the captain understands too, figuring it was the junior captain who came to bring him breakfast early in the morning. But seeing that he was asleep, he didn't wake himself up. The captain reached out and touched the breakfast on the table, which had gotten a little cold. Still, he didn't care enough to grab it and take a few bites. While eating breakfast, it was time to start studying the map on the table again. There are now only about 12 hours left until the hunt is over. There wasn't a lot of time. It was natural for the captain to seize every second of the day. Next time, the squad leader continued to lead his team into the city village to line up Lu Jin's trail. There's been nothing to show for it though. After a whole day, they had lined up the entire urban village, but Lu Jin was like he had evaporated. There was no trace of him at all. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening when the captain sat in the midst of the temporary command room. He looked at the map on the table and couldn't help but contemplate it. Is it possible that he or she has been going in the wrong direction from the beginning? Hostels, urban villages. The captain's fingers tapped lightly on the map. A myriad of possibilities came to mind. Eventually, his finger returned to the location of the inn on the map. Perhaps, Lu Jin has been in this inn all yesterday and didn't leave at all? The captain murmured to himself with a deep frown. It was quite a moment of realization for him at this point. But, it was too late now, even if I had figured something out. After all, the time left now was not enough for him to comb through Lu Jin's trail from the beginning again. This maneuver, in the end, he lost to Lu Jin. Although my heart was not willing to do so, what could it do? Lu Jin even gave him an extra 24 hours on top of the regulations for the maneuver. But he still lost. Close ranks. The time is almost up. We ended up losing this maneuver. Picking up the walkie-talkie on his desk, the captain gave the order rather somewhat reluctantly. One after another, the voices of several squads replying came from among the walkie-talkies. The setting sun spread halfway across the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the square outside the bank. In the midst of the only time left in the maneuver, the few squads that had gone out in pursuit were slowly making their way back, and the commissioner, who was the referee for this one, arrived on the scene. The exercise is coming to an end. But they hadn't even seen Lu Jin's shadow since he disappeared into the inn yesterday. The police messenger side lost, and it's still lost completely. In the meantime, on top of a neighborhood building about 100 meters from the bank, Lu Jin sat here quietly. A virtual panel that only he could see floated in front of him. Above the panel, light blue numbers were slowly counting down. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. There were only 9 minutes left to this final task itself, and at this point one's rating remains an A. With such a rating, Lu Jin was naturally dissatisfied, and just as unsatisfactory, he infiltrated the makeshift command room of the police force in the early hours of the morning. 4. It's all about coming up with an arguably brilliant finish before this maneuver comes to a close, and there's no telling how much of a boost this closing explosion will bring to his rating. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. With a calm face, he looked at the countdown time on the virtual panel. Lu Jin got up and moved around a bit. From a distance, he looked from the roof of the building he was on toward the temporary command room for police officers in front of the bank. There was quite a bustle there at the moment, and it was evidently busy before the fall of the maneuver. It wasn't too clear to see in this part of Lu Jin, but he could still see the captain's figure walking into the makeshift command room. It's about time, Lu Jin murmured to himself. Then without hesitation, he pressed the remote control in his hand. There were already only 6 minutes left before the maneuver fell apart. And even if the police messengers had their general location now, they wouldn't have a chance to find themselves. So, this blogging for final grading by myself is about as good a chance as it's going to get. In the temporary command room, the captain had just walked in, ready to organize things on his desk. Boo! It was at this moment that a muffled sound suddenly rang out from beneath the table. Before the captain could react at all, the table shuddered slightly and the remote-controlled bomb hidden underneath it exploded. That spray of paint stained most of the captain's body. Bombs for maneuvers are naturally not very powerful, and just being stained with paint means being killed in action and eliminated from the exercise. The captain looked at the paint on his body for a moment, confused and obviously completely unresponsive. This is the temporary command room, the police messenger's home base. Outed yourself here? What kind of joke is this? In the meantime, a few dozen meters away on the roof of a building, Lu Jin stood here looking far toward the temporary command headquarters. A dozen seconds after he had pressed the remote control himself, there was chaos outside the makeshift command room. Obviously, his own final plan to wrap things up worked. Ding! Elimination of the chief commander of the police squad. Rating up. Current rating, S+. Currently has the highest rating. Remaining escape time, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. The system's icy prompt sounded. Lu Jin stretched again, not realizing that he had really guessed. After taking out the commander-in-chief of this police force, this rating can really go up 2 levels in a row. Now that he or she has earned the highest rating for the ultimate quest, then all that was needed was to quietly wait for the last 5 minutes to end, and one would be able to collect all the rewards of this exercise. It was also unknown to what level the rewards that one would receive after completing this final mission would be able to be raised to. Should be generous? Ding! Escape time is over. Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate quest and receiving all the rewards. The rewards have all been given out. Do you want to claim them? As the countdown on the virtual panel ended, an icy prompt sounded once again in Lu Jin's mind. Pick up. A smirk surfaced on Lu Jin's face. There was almost no hesitation in responding. One has waited long enough for this reward. Chapter 51, Basic Attribute Enhancement. Ding. Reward successfully claimed. Obtained cash reward, $5 million. Has been stored in the system space. The host can be withdrawn at any time. Into the account channel system has been special treatment. Skill reward, advanced skill, precision shooting. The host obtains the top shooting skills of all kinds of firearms, and his attainment in firearms shooting reaches the rank of the world's masters. Acquired skill reward, intermediate skill, fighting technique. The host gains a free fighting technique, enough to rival top fighting instructors, still a hair's breadth away from a grandmaster. Acquired skill reward, intermediate skill, lockpicking. The host has gained the skill of lockpicking. A wire is enough to keep the whole neighborhood closed at night. Still need to work hard from picking open bank safes. Acquired attribute points, 6 points. Points can be added on top of the host's basic attributes, increasing the host's physical quality in all aspects. Points awarded, 1,000 points. The virtual panel floated in front of Lu Jin. and words emitting a light blue glow listed out the rewards that Lu Jin had obtained. Looking at the reward in front of him, a hint of joy surfaced on Lu Jin's face. Having completed the ultimate mission and obtained the highest rating, this reward was even more generous than Lu Jin had imagined. The cash rewards are multiplied directly, and the system seemed to be quite a bit more powerful than one would expect. The cash rewards received into the account channels have also undergone special processing, which can save Lu Jin a lot of worries. It's well known, when a large amount of money over $200,000 is credited to an individual's account, the bank tests the account and thoroughly investigates the source of that amount. Unexplained amounts credited to the system that the bank can't trace to its source and you can't explain to yourself. That would be stolen money. The system was able to process the amount before it was credited, which naturally saved Lu Jin a lot of trouble. The improvement in skills is that there is one more advanced skill in addition to the two intermediate skills. But, now how big is the difference between this intermediate skill and the advanced skill? Lu Jin wasn't aware of it either. Perhaps one could only have a number in mind when one had the opportunity to upgrade these few intermediate skills of theirs to advanced ones. 2 more attribute points. The points, on the other hand, are doubled. Overall, Lu Jin was still quite satisfied with the rewards he received from the system here after this maneuver was over. Present, Lu Jin didn't delay and sat down on the ground with his knees crossed, ready to use up the still hot attribute points. This is able to directly increase the attribute points of one's base attributes. Just how magical it was. Lu Jin was still quite curious. System, open the attribute panel. Lu Jin couldn't wait to give the system a command. Ding! Attribute panel is open. An icy prompt sounded in Lu Jin's mind. A new virtual panel surfaced in front of Lu Jin's eyes. Host, Lu Jin. Age, 25. Occupation, police officer. IQ, 105. Adult average 100. Strength, 108. Adult average 100. Endurance, 103. Adult average 100. Possesses skill, precision shooting. Advanced, robber's aura. Intermediate, fighting technique. Intermediate, lockpicking. Intermediate, possession of attribute points, 6 points. Points owned, 1,000 points. Above the panel, all of Lu Jin's data was recorded on it. The 3 items of IQ, strength, and endurance were the basic attributes belonging to Lu Jin. That is, all 3 items are followed by a plus number. Faced with these 3 items, Lu Jin was a bit hesitant again for a while. How should I allocate the 6 attribute points I have? Frowning in contemplation for a moment, Lu Jin still resolutely added all of his attribute points to the IQ item. After all, I'm afraid no one is too smart for their own good. Strength and endurance, both of which can be improved through acquired exercise. And IQ Lu Jin didn't know if it could be improved through exercise. But even if there were a way to be able to exercise your IQ, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult. So, this belonged to the point all added to the item of IQ, which was the most appropriate for Lu Jin himself. And after all the attribute points were added, Lu Jin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. However, this pain was only a brief moment, and after the pain disappeared, Lu Jin suddenly felt his mind start to become active. The feeling was so peculiar that it was hard to put it into words. It's as if your brain was just a rusty machine, but at some point he suddenly runs. The moment her thoughts cleared, Lu Jin looked up at the sky. It seems that all the sky has become more blue. Does just 6 attribute points make such a big difference? Lu Jin got up and murmured to himself. Lu Jin was still extremely satisfied with the changes to himself after this attribute point enhanced his basic attributes. It seems, among so many things rewarded by the system, this attribute point was still the most precious. And of course everything else is kind of beyond what Lu Jin would have expected. After all, as far as the system rewards cash, the robber that Lu Jin had played in the middle of his previous maneuvers, even if it was a real robbery, had only managed to grab $2 million after all the hard work and maneuvering with the police officers. After all, a new banknote just out of the warehouse weighs 1.15 grams, 10,000 is 115 grams, 2 million would be 23 kilograms, or 46 pounds. Any more will be hard to take away. Even if he eventually manages to escape from the police officers, he is stuck in hiding for the rest of his life. But Lu Jin, by participating in a single maneuver, received a clean $5 million. How could Lu Jin not be satisfied with such a reward? Temporary command room. A few minutes ago, the captain looked at the colored paint on his body with a confused look on his face. As the commander-in-chief of this drill police team, he naturally knew very well that this was only caused by the explosion of a bomb that was used exclusively for the drill. But he was in the middle of the temporary command room of the police force. Why is there a bomb here? It's outrageous. And the police messengers outside the temporary command room heard the commotion inside and rushed over to check the situation. Everyone was confused when they saw the captain's appearance. The director, on the other hand, took a deep breath of cool air when he saw this and lifted the watch on his wrist to check the time. 5 minutes left until the end of the maneuver. The commander-in-chief is dead, eliminated from the game. The director's calm voice rang out. Though, he didn't want to accept the situation either, but as a referee he had to make sure the maneuvers were fair. So naturally, the results can only be announced. Lu Jin utilized a remote-controlled bomb inside the last hours of the end of the exercise, directly eliminating the commander-in-chief of the police team. As for how this remote-controlled bomb appeared in the temporary command room, no one knows. And listen to the chief's voice. The junior captain, as well as a group of police officers, had just come back to their senses. The junior captain hurriedly looked around, as if trying to find Lu Jin's figure. Chapter 52, The Strongest Robber on the Internet. But, looking around, the whole square was full of police officers. Where was Lu Jin's figure? Mother asterisk. When did the kid load the bomb into the makeshift command room? The junior captain clenched his fists in death, and the two words were completely squeezed out from between his teeth. All the police officers present were not expecting it. When the exercise was about to end, such a thing as the death of the commander-in-chief happened. This kid, Lu Jin, totally gave everyone in the police force a hard blow before the exercise came to an end. The explosion was like a loud slap in their faces. Everyone hated it. But, the maneuver was now coming to an end, and even the Lu Jin trail had yet to be discovered. What else could they do with Lu Jin? Live stream. What happened? The commander-in-chief died in battle and was eliminated from the game? Seems like it. Didn't you see the big guy in the white shirt announce the results? The captain is too cold to even be resuscitated. Upstairs, brother. Is it in your interest to laugh me to death? Isn't Lu Jin always on the run? Then how did the commander-in-chief get eliminated? Right. As the commander-in-chief, hasn't the captain always been sitting in the temporary command room? This being eliminated is a bit outrageous. Clueless brothers upstairs. Go watch the replay from just after 6 a.m. Lu Jin came to the makeshift command room while it was still light out, and the bomb should have been hidden by that time. It's so awesome. Lu Jin greatly operates this. I'm getting wet watching it. Worthy of being the strongest robber ever. Nah. From today onwards Lu Jin is my idol. Even the commander-in-chief of the police dispatch was taken out by him. Is this the legendary extra-legal maniac? It's really a bit strong. This step-by-step scheming is truly shocking. Nah. When Lu Jin sneaked into the temporary command room in the morning, he had turned on the live broadcast device though, but the audience in the live room was still relatively small at that time. So, this incident of the death in action of the chief commander of the police team, which happened before the end of the maneuvers, many viewers of the live broadcast were also a bit confused, and after figuring out what happened, the audience was stunned for a moment. The admiration for Lu Jin in his heart increased for a moment. For this shocking scene by Lu Jin before the end of the maneuver, viewers enjoyed it and posted it on a variety of forums to discuss it. Shocked, high-intelligence robbers win the bank exercise with a complete victory, not realizing that before the end of the exercise the chief of police dispatch, a maneuver ended. He was actually rated by the netizens as the strongest robber in history. Know the truth, I cried. The highly intelligent robber is freshly released, and with one man's strength against the entire city council, he actually won the final victory. Various eye-catching headlines have also appeared on top of various websites. One time, the exercise, which is nearing its end, has been pushed to the top of a number of websites. The name Lu Jin naturally appeared with great frequency. Even those who hadn't seen this exercise live, more or less knew that the strongest robber had come out of the net. Outside the door of the temporary command room, the director lifted his wrist again to check the time. The time allotted for the arrest has expired. The maneuver is over. This exercise was ultimately won by Lu Jin, who played the robber. There's a total of 1 hostage killed on the police officer side, 7 police officers, and a commander-in-chief. The director put his hands behind his back and took a deep breath of cool air before speaking with a serious expression. While saying this, he couldn't help but glance at the captain. The captain bowed his head and couldn't help but reach up and scratch the top of his brow, obviously extremely ashamed. A few minutes ago, seeing that there was no hope of catching Lu Jin anymore, looking at the number of people killed in this maneuver, he thought that this would be the worst possible outcome. Didn't realize, on the eve of the fall of this maneuver, Lu Jin unexpectedly gave himself such a big surprise. Straight away, he eliminated himself as commander-in-chief as well. It's really a big joke when you tell it. The main thing is, the way Lu Jin eliminated the commander-in-chief was by placing a remote-controlled bomb in the middle of the temporary command room. And when exactly he came, no one even noticed. This is a police base camp, and the robbers came here to hang out and even set up a bomb. No one's found out. This is certainly a hard slap in the face to all police officers. After glancing at the captain, the director ignored him and just took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Lu Jin's number. Lu Jin, you did good. Come back. This maneuver is over. You win. I don't think anyone would dare to disobey now. The director opened his mouth in an extremely amiable manner, though there was some anger in the chief's mind about the outcome of the maneuver. After all, the performance of the police force is a disgrace to the municipal council, and as the director of the municipal council, this old face of his will be affected to a greater or lesser extent. But he couldn't implicate this fire in his heart to Lu Jin's head. Lu Jin just did what he asked. As much as possible, I'm going to make myself a tough guy. This Hummer was so real that it was just a bit out of the chief's league. Once the caller responded to himself, the director hung up the phone as well. With his hands behind his back, the director stood in the square looking off into the distance, and all the police officers who had seen this exercise stood in formation a short distance away. There was a large number of people at the site. The atmosphere, however, was rather stagnant, and hardly anyone spoke. Mostly, everyone in the police force was quite heavy-hearted in the face of the results of such an exercise. Almost 10 minutes. Lu Jin carried the black backpack and appeared beyond the distant cordon. His face was calm. With unhurried steps, he walked towards the makeshift command room on this side, and it was at the same time he appeared that the gazes of almost all the police officers in the square focused on him. Seeing it appear so quickly, the police officers present reacted for a moment. Dare I say that this Lu Jin kid didn't run far at all, and has been hiding near the bank, facing the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes. Lu Jin was as if he didn't even notice their gaze that wanted to eat him. Still with a calm face and a steady pace, he arrived at the door of the temporary command room, casually handing the black backpack in his hand to the squad leader next to him. Lu Jin saluted at the director. Chief. Lu Jin opened his mouth rather respectfully and called out. The squad leader on the side, carrying the bag with the stolen money, looked up at Lu Jin with a deep frown. This kid really doesn't think of himself as an outsider, nah. Now I'm still angry in my own heart. Of course, now that the maneuver was over, even if he was holding a bellyful of fire in his heart, he had no place to send it. One can only continue to hold it in. Chapter 53, Tossing and Tossing. You boys did a good job. The robber was played to my great satisfaction. An exercise that also has to have one of these bruisers in order to reach its true significance. The director looked at Lu Jin in front of himself and reached out to pat his shoulder. And only then did he speak seriously, speaking with a rich smile on his face. Which half of that stern look from the past was still there? Thank you, director, for the compliment. Lu Jin also responded with a smile on her face. The director patted him on the shoulder again, then put his arm directly around his shoulder and the two of them took 2 steps toward the front. You boys did your homework on this maneuver, didn't you? The director lowered his voice and spoke cheerfully. He also looked up and around casually as he spoke, as if he was afraid that the ensuing conversation would be overheard by others. Indeed. What? Chief, you're not regretting your decision to pick me to play this robber, are you? Lu Jin also lowered his voice and gave a smile in response. What kind of nonsense are you talking about, kid? The director's brow locked as he spoke with a serious face. But, the words fell from his lips, and he put away the serious expression on his face again. Speaking of regret, it does have a bit of that too. After all, I didn't expect you to be able to do this when I first asked you, kid, to play the robber. After so many police officers were killed in battle, you ended up eliminating even the commander-in-chief of the police force for me. This maneuver is broadcast live on the entire network. Millions of eyes are watching. My old face can be considered to be disgraced by you. The director frowned and spoke somewhat helplessly. He had been very optimistic about Lu Jin before, and had been somewhat of a mentor as well as a friend. Lu Jin's performance in this maneuver could be said to be very good, so the director was naturally extremely kind to Lu Jin. A few heartfelt words in a joking tone wouldn't hurt. Listen to the secretary's complaint. Lu Jin shrugged his shoulders slightly. A look that says there's nothing I can do about it now that the maneuver is over. I took a call yesterday from the head of the provincial office in Central Cloud Province. That old boy was a comrade in arms with me back in the day, and he watched the live broadcast of our city council's maneuvers yesterday, and he's very interested in you. So he's going to run a bank drill at their provincial hall as well, and would like to invite you over to play the robber and have a few extra teammates for you. I agreed for you. There's nothing else to ask. After all, they're a provincial department, so you'll have to prepare more thoroughly to be ready to participate in their maneuvers in overdrive. Better toss them provincial offices. That's an order. Got it? The director came over to Lu Jin's side and spoke in an extremely serious tone. A deep frown locked his brow as he spoke. Obviously, I'm afraid that his old war buddy didn't simply express his interest in Lu Jin when he called yesterday. With the way the chief is acting right now, he shouldn't have escaped being mocked hard. Got it. The director's words had already reached this point, so naturally, Lu Jin could only nod and accept it. Not to mention, you, the robber playing the system, have to participate in the maneuvers to get the rewards. As for the system's rewards, Lu Jin was also still rather salivating. So, with a new invitation for maneuvers, Lu Jin was naturally very happy. As for what the director said about tossing a chicken and dog, then Lu Jin could only say that he was doing his best. Great! Tomorrow our city council will hold a press conference. You as the side that played the robber in the exercise, and also the ultimate winner, you have to go on stage to give a speech. You prepare. When the press conference is over, you should hurry up and pack up and go to Jongyun province. It's considered a normal draw of manpower, and I'll give you a few days off to rest up when you get back. The director was obviously still quite satisfied with Lu Jin's answer. A few more brief explanations were given at that moment. Then he let go of Lu Jin's shoulder and returned to the entrance of the temporary command room to begin a little summary speech for the end of the exercise. Lu Jin naturally stood by and listened. The end of the exercise is the end of the summary speech, and then the exercise really comes to an end. The police messengers who participated in the exercise began to clean up the scene, and naturally, Lu Jin, the robber, didn't need any help. Present. Lu Jin then left the scene straight away, ready to go home and rest. After all, these 2 days of maneuvers had been quite a mental drain on Lu Jin. Right now it was natural for him to go back and get a good night's sleep. The next day, just after 8 in the morning, Lu Jin received a call from the captain, saying that he was asking Lu Jin out for a meal. Faced with a sudden invitation this early in the morning, Lu Jin was confused. Consider that he even eliminated him with a remote-controlled bomb before the maneuver came to an end. It must have been quite a blow to him. So, maybe the captain should have hatred in his heart for himself at this time. This early in the morning to ask yourself out to dinner, it would not be trying to trick yourself out. Find a sack to put up and beat up, right? It's not that it's not possible, but he himself had just obtained the intermediate fighting technique from the system. If the captain was really prepared to do that, Lu Jin wouldn't mind trying out the depths of this fighting technique of his. After agreeing to the captain's invitation, Lu Jin packed up slightly and left the door, followed the address given by the captain to a Cantonese-style tea house. Guided by the waiter, he entered a private room, and the captain and junior captain had already taken their seats long before Lu Jin came in. The two were drinking tea and having a chat. Coming, the captain saw Lu Jin push the door in and spoke with a smile on his face. His face looked a little hard and he had heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept all night yesterday as well. Lu Jin smiled and nodded in response, and then he took his seat without ceremony. Lu Jin, when do you have time? Let's go to our SWAT team's martial arts field and let's practice. Our squad's fighting instructor is also very unconvinced about folding at your hands, and he'd like to practice on you as well. The junior captain picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. It was only immediately afterward that he spoke cheerfully. The expression on his face as he spoke was still extremely kind, and his tone was more like a flirtation with a friend. During the maneuvers, the squad leader did hate Lu Jin with a passion. But, now that the drill is over, we're all on the same city council. The young captain obviously also considered this Lu Jin, who had tossed himself around, as a friend. Okay, I'll go to the SWAT team myself when I have some free time to ask for advice. Lu Jin poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip before responding with a smile. From the way the captain and the junior captain are acting right now, there's absolutely no desire to put a sack on themselves and beat themselves up. Nah. It seemed like his idea of trying out the skills he had just acquired would have to fall by the wayside. For the final results of the exercise, the captain and junior captain were indeed extremely upset, but obviously after the maneuver was over, they did not implicate the grievances in their hearts to Lu Jin. He even had the idea of befriending Lu Jin because of his performance in the middle of the maneuvers. Chapter 54, Being Fooled by This Little Chicken? Lu Jin, after I went back yesterday, I watched the surveillance video for the whole night, knowing that you boys didn't leave the inn until 4:10 in the morning, but you disappeared off the surveillance screen and were never seen again. I'm curious how you did it. The captain brought the menu and handed it to Lu Jin. Then, only then did he open his mouth to seriously question Lu Jin. This time, I invited Lu Jin out for dinner. Firstly, it was considered to formally make friends with Lu Jin, and secondly, it was to ask about the doubtful places in my heart. The maneuver was indeed a blow to the captain, but blows were not going to bring him down as a city lieutenant. Instead, he was made to keep scrutinizing himself, looking for his mistakes in the midst of this maneuver, so he didn't go back to rest after the maneuvers fell apart. Instead, he had spent the entire night in the middle of the city council watching the surveillance equipment of Lu Jin's route of travel in the middle of the maneuver. Even though the maneuver was over, he still wanted to figure out how exactly Lu Jin had managed to do all of this. Find out where you're really missing the mark. Well, I disappeared off the surveillance screen at 4:10. Did a delivery man appear 20 minutes later? I ordered the takeout, and then used $5,000 to buy the outfitter's clothes as well as his motorcycle. So the delivery man who appeared in the back amongst the security footage. It was me. Lu Jin shrugged her shoulders slightly and told the captain the truth while looking at the menu and ordering. The maneuver is now over. And he had come to ask himself so sincerely. Then there's no harm in telling him that. Naturally. And, let's be honest, Lu Jin still appreciated the character of the captain and junior captain. After the maneuver, not only did he not hold a grudge against himself, but he even invited himself to dinner in a generous manner to make friends. Definitely people who do great things, I must say. Awesome. That's quite a surprise move, you kid. When did you hide that remote-controlled bomb in the middle of the temporary command room? The captain looked at Lu Jin with appreciation in his eyes. He then asked his final query. There were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the temporary command room, so naturally, the captain didn't figure out when Lu Jin came to the temporary command room even after he went back. Breakfast yesterday morning. Was it good? Lu Jin put down the menu in his hand and looked at the captain and opened his mouth smilingly. The captain flinched slightly. With that, he stared wide-eyed at the squad leader next to him. You didn't bring breakfast? The captain spoke with some shock. He hadn't been thinking about breakfast, mostly because of the clothes the junior captain had draped over himself to bring his thoughts to a different place. Let him think that breakfast was what the junior captain had brought himself. Didn't you order breakfast? The junior captain was also wide-eyed and shocked. So the delivery man was you? Just as the words left his mouth, the junior captain turned back to look at Lu Jin. Nice guy. It was only now that he reacted to the fact that he was just 30 or so meters away from the fleeing Lu Jin. If he had been able to discover anything about it at the time, I'm afraid I'll be able to end the maneuver. But it's too late for anything. So close to catching me. Lu Jin spoke calmly with a smile on his face. The words were extremely calm though, and basically no tone could be heard. But, that didn't sound right to the junior captain. After all, this sentence, which Lu Jin had written on a note before, was left to the squad leader who came to the hostel to conduct an inspection. Say it again at this point. That's totally shrimp. Pig heart nah. Snap. Good boy. You're good. The junior captain slammed the table, hating his guts again at this point. Still, he couldn't help but praise Lu Jin. Awesome. The captain also gave a thumbs up and spoke rather seriously. Now Lu Jin had spread out all the areas they couldn't figure out, allowing them to thoroughly see how Lu Jin, who had played the role of a robber, had performed in this maneuver. One plan was executed with utmost perfection. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a tent. If this maneuver was a big game of chess, then Lu Jin was the only one who held the pawns, including the captain and the junior captain who all became pawns. Lu Jin, indeed, deserves that highly intelligent robber moniker the internet has given him. After having morning tea, the three men returned to the city hall together. Because this entire live-streamed exercise was so hot, it created a relatively large social impact. So naturally, after this exercise, a press conference had to be organized. It's also a way to give an account to all the viewers who have been following this maneuver. The press conference is scheduled for 1 p.m. After Lu Jin and the others arrived at the city office, there was naturally rest time. Only, when Lu Jin arrived at the city office, he was called to the director's office before he even sat down. Director's office. Knock, knock, knock. The director had just taken out his good tea and was about to make a pot when the door slammed. Enter. The director looked up with a response. He then proceeded to make his own tea, while showing off his tea to the figure sitting on the couch. Lu Jin pushed the door and walked in. After the director saw that the visitor was Lu Jin, the smile on his face intensified a few more points. Lu Jin, come. Let me introduce you to the director I mentioned to you yesterday. He is my old comrade in arms. When we were in the battlefield, we were as close as brothers, living and dying together. In the absence of outsiders, there was not a trace of seriousness on the director's face. Instead, he was full of smiles, obviously very close to this director. Ha ha, old Lee, you can shut up, boy. I don't suppose he said anything bad about me when he introduced me to you? And as close as brothers, life and death. You only just need to say a few less bad words about me and I'll be thankful. The hall director laughed bashfully. As he spoke, he got up and came to Lu Jin's side, taking a couple of careful glances. The director was very tall, estimated to be 1 meter 9, and was very strong, stronger than Lu Jin. A country face with 2 thick eyebrows and a pair of extremely deep eyes. It looks extremely decent. It's the kind of face that when you put it in a movie as a villain, you'd think he must be an undercover agent. Hello, director. Lu Jin looked at the director in front of him and saluted in greeting with a serious face. Other people's 2 bosses flirting with each other, himself, a subordinate, naturally, is not good to get involved. So, Lu Jin directly avoided the director's question and just opened his mouth to ask a hello. Nice face, just a little too skinny. Old Lee, Your entire city council was fooled by such a little chicken? If this were me, I'd just sue for old age. The director sized up Lusion for a few moments before looking back at the director and opening his mouth flirtatiously. And when Lusion heard this comment, he couldn't help but slightly twitch the corner of his eye. Chicken Little. He himself, who was 5'8" and weighed nearly 104, was described as a chicklet? Chapter 55. This is something a dog wouldn't drink. You heard what old Hai said. He's not just looking down on me. He's looking down on you. You have to earn your own face, and you'll have to do well to participate in their provincial office's maneuvers. The director smiled and sat down where he was making tea. Without looking back, he opened his mouth to arch the fire. He was very confident in Lusion. The more arrogant old Gao is now, the more his face will hurt when the time comes. Yesterday he called and taunted himself severely. That's a breath you've been holding yourself. He was waiting for Lusion to perform well, and then he would double his own taunts to get rid of this bad anger in his heart. Boy, you do need to get your act together. Don't go to our provincial office when the time comes and get the maneuver ended in 3 or 5 minutes. When that happens, your chief won't have the face to see me again. Ha ha. The director turned around and patted Lusion's shoulder, unable to stop throwing his head back and laughing when he spoke on the spur of the moment. Though look, it was as if they had already seen their provincial office win in the middle of the maneuver, and the embarrassing look on the chief's face. The director had a lot of strength, and these slaps on Lusion's shoulders made Lusion couldn't help but frown slightly. But, judging from these unconventional behaviors of his, he should be a rather gregarious person. There was also a smile on his face the whole time. There is obviously some difference in personality from the director, who has always been quite serious. Here, taste it. It's a tea I've treasured and never been able to part with. Just then, the chief's tea was ready. He poured 3 cups before opening his mouth to greet Lusion and the director. The director sniffed and went over to sit down without ceremony, picking up the tea on the table and sipping it. Lusion also went over and picked up a cup and took a taste. Tastes good. It has a sweet aftertaste in the mouth and the aroma fills the entire mouth. Honestly, Lusion is a complete amateur for tea tasting, and the tea he drank before crossing the border was a dozen or so dollars a caddy. But, even for an amateur like him, once he tasted it, he knew that the tea was very good. Just can't tell what's good about it. Well, the director raised one eyebrow and opened his mouth rather expectantly to ask a question. After all, something that has been treasured for years has been brought out to be shared. So naturally, I would like to hear a couple of kind words. Nice. It's really the first time I've had such good tea. Lusion nodded and gave a smile in response. The director sniffed and nodded, still obviously satisfied with Lusion's response. The smile on his face intensified a bit at that moment. You kids don't see it. You can call this stuff good tea? Not that I'm making it up. This stuff wouldn't be drunk for a dog. When you're done with your maneuvers at our provincial office, I'll get you a few tins of really good tea and bring it back to your chief then. Don't fool your guests with these in the future. As soon as Lusion's words fell, the director sitting next to him spoke up. As he spoke, he also drank all the tea in his cup, before placing it back on the table. Lusion froze slightly and looked back at the director. The chief still had a smile on his face that he hadn't managed to put away. A pair of eyes looked at the hall director, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, obviously furious. Lusion, you go out first. I have something to take care of. The director reached out and waved his hand at Lusion. While speaking, a pair of eyes still didn't leave from the director sitting across from him. Yes. Seeing this, Lusion hurriedly responded, then slipped out of the director's office. Both of them were leaders, and this little police messenger couldn't afford to mess with them. And judging from the scene, what follows in the middle of the director's office will be rather bloody. Gently closed the office door. Lusion was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he stood outside the office and listened to the commotion inside. The director fighting with the director. This scene is not easy to meet. One naturally wants to hear the commotion. You old thing. I'll treat you well. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Let's see if I don't get you killed today. The director's voice took the lead. Come and go. It's been over 20 years since I've asked you to practice. I've come to see if you've grown. Then came the director's voice. 30 years ago, if I hadn't brought you out from inside the dead, could you have lived to get to take the first-class merit? You can still taste my old man's good tea today? The director cursed some more. Both men were obviously up by the sound of stools moving inside. Obviously haven't done it yet though. Bah! Who cares about that first-class merit? If I hadn't been laid up in the hospital for 3 months at that time, could Ran have been tricked by you? Besides, that tea of yours is garbage. A dog wouldn't drink it if you gave it to him. The director responded with 2 more sentences. Listening to the commotion inside, Lusion frowned deeply for a moment. It seems that the relationship between the director and this director is really a bit complicated. It's not true that they're lifelong brothers, but there seems to be quite a bit of emotional turmoil involved. Listening to the action start inside, Lu Jin couldn't help but worry about her chief. After all, with his own director's small arms and legs, facing the director's tall head and big man, it was obvious that they were not at the same level of combat power. Of course, a dispute between two leaders of people. It's not his turn to go up there and mind his own business. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Both the secretary and the director attended the press conference. The reception was organized by the city council, and as the director was the initiator and referee of the exercise, it was only natural for him to attend and host the press conference. And the director was going to invite Lu Jin to participate in their next exercise at the provincial office. It would also be a good idea to take advantage of this reception to expand the visibility of their next exercise at the provincial office. Neither one could see any injuries. Obviously, it's moving, but it's still all on point. The director must have put in a lot of water. After all, at his size, if he did do it, I think an ambulance would have to come. In front of the media and outsiders, the secretary and the director acted as if they were close to each other, as if they were brothers indeed. And the reason why he would behave like that in front of Lu Jin, I guess they didn't treat Lu Jin as an outsider. After all, Lu Jin was the director's most favored scion, and was basically trained as an apprentice. Therefore, even if the director met Lu Jin for the first time, because of the director's relationship, he more or less still had a favorable impression of Lu Jin. End of press conference. The news that Lu Jin was going to the Central Cloud Province provincial office to participate in the exercise was then considered to have been completely released, and the news is making waves online. After all, his outstanding performance in the last maneuver had not only gained him a slew of favorable comments from the mouths of the audience watching the live broadcast. Even after the exercise ended, clips from the exercise were edited many times and appeared on a variety of short video platforms. Lu Jin's popularity naturally rose by leaps and bounds, and while countless netizens are lamenting the fact that they missed out on an amazing maneuver, news spread that Lu Jin was once again preparing to participate in the maneuvers. So, this has caused quite a stir online. Naturally, Chapter 56 Requirements for Teammates. Basically all the major websites appeared to be discussing it on the net. For the next maneuver, Netflix is clearly looking forward to it. And in the evening of that day, Lu Jin simply packed up his things, and then he also followed Elder Gao on the plane to Yunzhong province. As the director, Elder Gao naturally didn't come on this trip specifically to pick up Lu Jin. He did invite Lu Jin to participate in the maneuvers, but after all, the difference between the two previous positions is relatively large. To get Lu Jin to go to Yunzhong province, a single phone call would be able to solve the problem. Where's the need to come in person? He had come to the city council in person for the main purpose of getting together with the chief. After all, the old brother lost so much face. Naturally, he had to come over and make a good mockery of it himself. But, because as a director, there are more things to do, he also only had a dinner with the director before taking Lu Jin and heading back. That night, Lu Jin stayed at a hotel that had already been arranged by the provincial office. The next morning was sent by the director of the car, received in the middle of the provincial hall, office of the director. When Lu Jin knocked on the door and came in, the director was making tea. After seeing Lu Jin, he hurriedly greeted him and sat down. Here, taste it. Isn't this tea of mine 100 times better than the goods your chief brought out? Lu Jin had just sat down when the director poured him a cup of tea. He spoke with a kind smile on his face. Lu Jin picked up the tea and tasted it. Nice, sweet and savory. Lu Jin nodded and responded to the hall director with a smile. He can't really tell the difference between this tea and yesterday's tea. Anyway, it's all good tea. Ha ha. When we get back, I'll get you 2 cans and you bring them to old Lee. Show him what's really good. The director spoke cheerfully. As he spoke he picked up a glass himself and took a taste. Eyes slightly closed, obviously reminiscing about the flavor of his fine cup of tea. You don't see me lifting a finger with old Lee. I even beat him up yesterday. But really, you and I are really like brothers. This life of mine. He picked it up from the dead. The closest person in my life is old Lee. I was an orphan when I was a child, and when I joined the army at 18, I was assigned to a squad with old Lee and became friends. Together as soldiers for more than 10 years. Have fought in wars and escaped from death I do not know how many times. When we were soldiers, it is no exaggeration to say that the two of us are wearing the same pants relationship. Hey, back when he took advantage of my hospitalization, after enjoying the flavor of the tea, hall manager Yo-Yo and Lu Jin made some small talk, but it stopped after saying that. Obviously, he didn't feel too good about continuing these latter words with Lu Jin. These ramblings would not have needed to be said, but Lusion is the disciple that old Lee recognized. It would be bad if he misunderstood himself at that time. So, the director made a point of mentioning this. Well, let's cut the small talk short. You don't have to let go of this invitation to maneuver. Our provincial office is not weak. I also talked to old Lee in the middle of the phone earlier, and I can send you a few additional teammates this time. After all, if it's just you, we at the provincial office are too embarrassed to bully you. Sit up straight." It was only with a smile on his face that the director spoke to Lu Jin. Although there was still a smile on his face, his tone was much more serious. "Could be." Lu Jin nodded and gave a succinct response. For the matter of sending a few additional teammates, Lu Jin was naturally willing to accept it. After all, having a teammate was able to save a lot of things, and quite a few programs are much easier to implement. Your teammates will be chosen from among our provincial offices, and you can say whatever you want. I'll try to match you up as best I can. The director leaned on his desk and spoke earnestly. He was very nice to Lu Jin. On the one hand, this is his old brother's apprentice. On the other hand, it was that he had also watched the live broadcast of Lu Jin's maneuvers before, and he was extremely appreciative of Lu Jin's performance. So, the maneuvers were all extremely amiable between words. I don't ask much for the number of teammates. 3 is good. A driver, a sniper, and a computer expert. Plus me. We're only 4 in this team of robbers. That's not too much, is it? Lu Jin pondered for 2 seconds, then spoke seriously. He had thought about his teammates for a while. Too many players are not conducive to movement and it is difficult to plan. Together with myself, a total team of 4 would be enough. But these teammates must be excellent in their specialized skills. After all, he himself must have acted as the brains presence among the robbers, responsible for coordinating the plan. Therefore teammates need to be assisted by specialized and competent skills. Driver. This is naturally what every team of robbers needs. After all, having a good driver when escaping is more important than anything else. Sniper. This is mainly to be able to create some deterrent effect on the police force when caught in a standoff situation, and it is possible to observe the movements of the police differential at any time. Although Lu Jin now possessed an intermediate skill in precision shot, the sniper position is one that he or she is perfectly capable of holding. But, snipers needed to aim for long periods of time as well as take cover, and there were definitely more things they needed to do on their own, and they didn't have the energy to do the sniping thing. Computer specialist. The importance of this player cannot be overstated. After all, in this age of technology, there are a lot of things that a computer expert can fix. Not too much. Let's start with the specific requirements for drivers, shall we? The director nodded. He had originally planned to send Lu Jin an additional 4 to 5 members of his team. I didn't realize that he only wanted 3, so naturally his request seemed excessive to the director. Can drive. It has to be a prick. The more unruly kind the better. Lu Jin calmly opened his mouth to give a response. For the car skills, he did not have too many requirements, mainly from the police force in the middle of the driver. Do not get an honest police officer on the line. After all, don't wait until it's time to flee and he has to wait when he sees a red light. That could be a real piggy bank. There's really one. You see how he is. The director nodded, then tapped the computer keyboard on his own desk and pulled up the identifying information of a police messenger. Moved the computer screen to a position where Lu Jin could see it. Lu Jin took a general look. Zhao Ji, 43 years old, ordinary constable in the CID squad. Zhao Ji, who has also been working at our provincial office for nearly 20 years. The police officers who came in with him have been mixed up with captains at worst, but he's still an ordinary police officer. He's very capable, and the cases he solves and the criminals he catches are able to rank in the provincial office. There have been no promotions, mostly because there have been more demerits than merits. He could tear the restaurant down to catch a suspect, even racing with criminals inside the city in order to catch them. He should be number 1 in the hall for being able to call himself a prick. After watching Lu Jin look at the basic information for a while, the director opened his mouth leisurely. Briefly, Chapter 57, it shouldn't be hard to win. Well, are you still satisfied with this one? The director looked at Lu Jin with a smile and opened his mouth to give an inquiry. Satisfaction. Hearing the director's introduction, Lu Jin nodded in response. This Zhao Ji was exactly what he wanted. Even openly racing with criminals in the city in order to catch them. He came to be the driver. Perfect. Snipers and computer experts. I'll give you 2 recommendations. The director spoke with a smile on his face. After that, he pulled up the information on the 2 officers from his computer. Ling Feng, male, 36 years old, has been the sniper champion of the Central Cloud Province Police Force for 4 consecutive years, has the nickname of Bulletless, but was once booked for unauthorized firing on the way to a mission. Tang Yuyan, female, 21 years old, computer specialist. He was once arrested for hacking into the police messenger system and arrested for jeopardizing public information security, and then acquitted because he was under 16 years old at the time and didn't cause significant damage. Now being specially recruited into the Central Cloud Province's cybersecurity department. The director followed Lu Zhuan's request of wanting to stab the head and picked up and recommended 2 people. Saw the resumes of these 2. Lu Zhuan nodded. Just the 3 of them. Lu Zhuanhui responded calmly. All of these people that the director has recommended are still quite happy with themselves. Now that the candidates are finalized, the next step is the equipment. For the equipment, what are your requirements? As long as it's not too much, I'll try to fulfill it. The director picked up the tea on the table and took a sip before speaking leisurely. 2 Type 95 automatic rifles, for Type 92 pistols, 1 CSLR-4 sniper rifle, 10 grenades, and 2 remote-controlled bombs. Just watch and prepare the blanks for the maneuvers. It shouldn't be too much for me, a humongous bandit, to ask for this equipment, right? Lu Zhuan opened his mouth almost without much thought and directly reported the gun he wanted. Obviously, he had thought about the weapon thing a long time ago. The director froze slightly at the first sign of these weapons. Type 95 automatic rifles, Type 92 pistols, as well as grenades and remote-controlled bombs for maneuvers are not a problem. After all, it's all standard in the police force. Just this CSLR-4 sniper rifle. CSLR-4 sniper rifle, currently the most expensive gun in the military, with a unit price of up to $260,000 and a bullet costing $50. It is a veritable dirt-cheap weapon. Once the country won 7 firsts and 14 individual subjects with the CSLR-4 sniper rifle, and ranked first in the total number of medals and gold medals. It made the CSLR-4 rifle famous overseas. In a nutshell, this gun is very golden. There are a handful of provincial halls, but there aren't really many people who have touched them. But the words had been said, and a director himself was always not so bad as to go back on his word for the sake of a sniper rifle. A slight frown. The director still decided to give Lu Zhuan the only CSLR-4 sniper rifle inside the provincial office. No problem. I'll fulfill your request for the CSLR-4 sniper rifle. Any other requests? The director asked a final question. That's enough gear. Lu Zhuan smiled and opened his mouth. Seeing that the director even gave a commitment to the provincial CSLR-4 sniper rifle to himself, Lu Zhuan was naturally too embarrassed to ask for other equipment. After all, in the maneuver he played just the tough guy, not armed forces. He'd even want some RPG if his character wasn't a humongous bandit. Sure, another Type 99 a main battle tank would be even more impressive. It's natural to be cautious when robbing a bank. I'm afraid that the director will turn the table on the spot. In that case, I'll tell you what you're aiming for this time, the director said, taking out a map from inside a drawer and spreading it out on the coffee table. This is the bank you are robbing this time, and we will be placing bags of diamonds inside the vault. My goal was to hijack the diamonds and escape a 2-day, 48-hour manhunt and be considered victorious. This exercise can be even tougher than your city councils, not only because you're dealing with our provincial office, but on the other hand, the time added to the chase. It's not easy to flee for 48 hours in the face of a manhunt by the entire provincial office. Think it over, and don't you dare come next in this maneuver. If you think it's too difficult to escape for so long, I can cut the time down a bit by giving in. The director looked up and spoke seriously. A smirk appeared on his face as he said the last. Aggressive? Lu Jin also smiled slightly. It shouldn't be too hard to win. Lu Jin's voice was extremely calm, and it looked as if he really didn't put this maneuver in his eyes. It seemed that he didn't feel any pressure in the face of the provincial authorities, and the 48 hours of escape. Ha ha, you kid is quite confident. I'll pass on the crew and maneuver related information to you. Go back and get ready. You have 3 days to prepare, and the maneuvers begin in 3 days. I hope you boys will be in the same frame of mind to see me now after the maneuvers are over. By the way, just a reminder, those pricks you chose, they're not very manageable nah. The director smiled bashfully and poured a cup of tea for Lu Jin once again after he finished speaking. Lu Zhuan nodded slightly, and after finishing his tea, he got up and saluted the chief. Then he also turned to leave. That afternoon, in the midst of the provincial hall, inside the office of the CID, Zhao Ji, count on me to beg you, okay? Do you see how many complaints you've gotten this year already? 98 times. If this keeps up, I won't be able to bail you out. Sitting in his chair, the chief of detectives threw a tip sheet on the table and huffed and puffed. You can't afford to give it up. Who's going to solve this big pile of cases when I'm gone? Joji grinned as he sat in his chair. As he spoke he pulled a cigarette from inside his pocket and handed it to the captain. When the captain didn't answer, he lit up himself. Cut the playfulness. You think I'm joking with you? This is a transfer order from the director. The director took a sip from his teacup, then spat the tea dregs in his mouth toward the trash can. As he spoke, he threw a transfer order on the table. Yo, joining a drill to play a robber? That's kind of interesting. Zhaoji hurriedly grabbed the transfer order and glanced at it, and couldn't help but laugh after seeing what was on it. He thought he was really going to be transferred because of the complaint. Didn't realize. It's just a transfer to a drill, and it's still playing a robber. You boy. You're just good enough to play the robber. When the time comes to perform well, maybe if you perform well the inside of the provincial hall can give you a credit. You get credit for what you've done, and I get to suffer a little less. The captain put his teacup back on the table and spoke with feigned irritation. Yes, promise to finish the job. Zhaoji cheerfully saluted and opened his mouth with a fake proper response. After that he picked up the transfer order and examined it again. His mouth murmured, after decades of being a police officer, I didn't expect to be able to be a robber for once to get over it. It's kind of fun. In the meantime, the other two teammates selected by Lu Jin also received the director's transfer order at the same time. Chapter 58. Which of you is for and which of you is against? Back to the hotel. Lu Jin took the map given by the director, started researching the location of this one bank that was participating in this maneuver. Because it was a drill initiated by the provincial government, the scale was naturally quite a bit larger than the previous drill that Lu Jin had participated in. The specification of the bank is much bigger than the last one. The location is also much more favorable. Located in the city center. It's only about 5 kilometers in a straight line from the provincial office. A location like this means that this bank must have a lot of foot traffic. That is to say, the hostages Lu Jin will face this time will be several times more than the last time. The greater the number of hostages, the harder it is to control them. And, this time the target of the drill itself as a robber was no longer the practiced banknotes from the last time, but the diamonds located in the middle of the bank's safe. In other words, one needs to open the bank's safe in order to get the target object. Lu Jin put down the map in his hand and came before the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, looking through that glass towards this one city. Being the capital city of a central cloud province, it was extremely prosperous. Behind the prosperity, there is no lack of strong security force support. There was no doubt about the strength of the provincial office of Central Cloud Province. The quality of their police force was not something that could be compared to their own city council before. Open the system mission panel. After Lu Jin stared out the window for a while, only then did he calmly give orders to his system. Ding! The mission panel is open. An icy prompt sounded. A virtual panel floated in front of Lu Jin. Mission content: participate in a provincial hall exercise in Zhongyun province and win the final victory as a robber. Mission reward: 8 million in cash. Random advanced skills *2, 10 attribute points, 5,000 points. Extra reward: if the host is able to achieve a rating of S+ in the middle of the exercise, an extra reward can be triggered. Current rating: none. Subtitles emitting a light blue glow floated above the virtual panel. This was a system task generated by the system right after he agreed to participate in the exercise. Obviously, because the difficulty of this maneuver had risen quite a bit, the system's rewards had also risen. Trying to win this maneuver, as long as there was enough time to prepare, Lu Jin had absolute confidence. But, this time with the quest panel there is an extra bonus item. So, Lu Jin's goal was no longer to simply win this maneuver. Instead, you have to perform perfectly and trigger extra rewards. This was then extremely important to Lu Jin. To get to that point, he then needed the absolute perfect plan. And with such a plan in place, he had only 3 days to prepare. Some haste nah. Closing the system's quest panel, Lu Jin looked back up at the window and murmured to himself. The next day, Lu Jin, who had stayed up all night looking at the map of Shangyun City, was woken up by her cell phone at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was an unfamiliar phone number attributed to Upper Cloud City. After frowning at it, Lu Jin frowned and looked at it. He still answered it. Hello? Sitting up from the bed, Lu Jin spoke calmly. You're Lu Jin? There was an energetic voice on the other end of the line. Speak loudly. Through the phone, it still shook Lu Jin's eardrums. Yes. Who are you? Lu Jin held the phone away from him and rubbed his aching ears. It was only then that he frowned in response. Other than the director, he didn't know anyone in Shangyun City, and the person on the other end of the line was clearly not the director. I'm Zhao Ji, your accomplice. Aren't we going to rob a bank together in a few days? Our chief told me to come over and find you today. Say, where are you? I've been waiting in the hotel lobby for a while. The voice on the other end of the phone continued to ring with a big grin. Listen to the voices over there. Lu Jin reached out and rubbed his temples, which were a bit vaguely sore from staying up all night. Turns out it's a teammate who's here. I have to say, the director is pretty good at this speed, transferring people over so quickly. Wait a moment in the middle of the hall, and I'll be right down. Lu Jin responded and hung up. A quick wash and down the stairs. In the middle of the hall, Lu Jin had just taken the elevator down when he saw a middle-aged man in a leather jacket sitting on a sofa not far away. His hair was short, and he was sitting on top of the couch with his hands in his pockets and his legs crossed. Still shaking my leg over and over there. With that look, it's less like a police officer and more like an old asshole. And there were 2 other people. a man and a woman, sitting on the couch next to him, but the three didn't seem to know each other. It's also a bit far apart. All here? Lusion walked over and looked at the trio and calmly opened his mouth to greet them. Lusion had read their files in the middle of the director's office, so naturally they were able to recognize them. When Zhao Ji heard Lusion's words, he first raised his eyebrows in slight surprise, then turned back to look at the two people on the sofa next to him. It was only then that he looked like he had come to his senses. So you two are my accomplices too, nah? I thought you two were guests in the middle of this hotel. Zhao Ji cheerfully opened his mouth, obviously in a good mood because he's going to play the robber next and get a taste of a whole new life. That early 20s Tang Yuyan closed her laptop, looking up at Joji. Uncle, you're so loud. Now the whole hotel knows you're going to rob a bank. Be careful, the maneuvers haven't even started yet and a few of us will be arrested. She took the lollipop out of her mouth before she looked at Zhao Ji and spoke disdainfully. After saying that, he put the lollipop back in his mouth. Looking at Tang Yuyan, who was eating a lollipop, Lusion slightly raised his eyebrows. Like this stuff? Rather, it's kind of a similar interest to myself. I'm not a little excited about this? Listening to Tang Yuyan, Zhao Ji scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. No wonder everyone in the middle of the entire bank hall cast a strange look when he called just now. Turns out it was a little louder. He is a man whose voice is indeed a little loud. Well, since everyone is here, let's go get some breakfast first. Lusion glanced at a few people before he spoke calmly. After saying that, he didn't give them a chance to retort and turned around to walk towards the buffet restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. In the middle of the restaurant, several people sat around a table calmly eating. No one said anything, and the atmosphere was decidedly awkward for a while. Lusion put down the chopsticks in his hands after finishing a tea egg, wiping his hands with a paper towel while looking up at several people. Since we're already a group, then there has to be a leader. After all, without a recognized backbone who calls the shots, the group is like a handful of loose sand. Lusion spoke calmly. The words fell. Several people looked up at him. Lusion spoke calmly once again. I'll be the boss of this team. Which of you is in favor of it and which of you is against it? Chapter 59. Don't complain to me if you're injured or damaged. The three people who were eating all looked up at Lusion. And no one spoke. All of them were quiet as they looked at Lusion. A smile surfaced on Lusion's face as he swept his gaze over the three and placed the paper towel he had just finished wiping his hands on the table. It seems that it is really like what the director said. These few pricks are really not too good to manage, nah. But, the more so, then the position of one's own mastermind must be established even before the maneuver. If not, in the midst of the maneuver a difference of opinion arose, and one's absolute voice was heard. It would be devastating for the side of the robbers. I think I can do this team leader position. After all, looking at my age, I'm also the oldest of the few. After a moment of stagnant atmosphere, Zhao Ji took the lead and put down the cutlery in his own hands, speaking with a smile on his face. As he spoke, he grabbed a tissue and wiped his mouth directly. The words fell. He leaned sideways, one arm resting on the back of his chair, and squinted his eyes dangling at Lusion. Uncle, leaning on your old age is your fault. It's not just a matter of being old enough to be the boss. By the by, it's brains. Understand? Tang Yuyan looked at Zhao Ji with disdain and gave a cold hump before speaking with a slightly mocking tone. Raising his own right hand as he spoke, he tapped his temple. Mockery is in full effect. Sniper Lingfeng poured remained silent. After he watched a few people begin to argue, he continued to look down and began to eat. Obviously, he doesn't seem to be interested in this team leader position, but if he was sure to give it to Lusion just based on one sentence, he wouldn't agree. After all, he hadn't seen what Lusion was capable of. Maybe this kid, he doesn't have what it takes to be the boss at all? So, when someone fought with Lusion, he continued to lower his head and eat from his own bowl, and didn't speak again. In a situation like this, whoever is the boss now has to show the ability to convince the people. As long as someone with real skills comes to be the boss of this, Ling Feng wouldn't care just who this person was. It seems everyone is still interested in the position of boss. Then it looks like it's going to be a match. After all, there are those who can do it, and that's what will really convince the people. Lusion sat up straight and spoke calmly. As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone present. How does it compare? Zhao Ji raised one eyebrow and looked sideways at Lusion. Tang Yuyan rested her hands on her cheeks and also looked at Lusion curiously. As for the sniper Lingfeng, still eating with his head down, it seems, what the other three were fighting about had nothing to do with him in general. Take your pick. I don't even care. Lusion's face was calm and he responded with a slight shrug. It seems to have a full bottom line in general. Kind of. After all my years of police work, I don't have many specialties. I just know how to fight. Let's touch then? Zhao Ji smiled and stood up after hearing Lusion's response. He moved his body slightly, craning his neck, and there was a subtle clicking sound of bones rubbing together. Poor dry police. Especially the criminal investigation piece. Fights cannot be avoided. Zhaoji is always at the top of the crime-solving rate and has a short temper, often striking out to catch criminals. Even if you don't have professional combat training, you are still able to become a good fighter. Not to mention, being a police errand boy, he has had systematic training. There are no shortage of fighting skills either. Combined with a lot of real-world experience, it's naturally considered a good hand. Tang Yuyan sat on a chair, her hands dragging her chin, a sweet smile on her face, obviously ready to see the action first. In the middle of the alley behind the hotel, there is a vacant lot and there are no passers-by in the vicinity. Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng stood at the entrance of the alley. Lu Jin and Zhao Ji, on the other hand, came into the middle of the alley, and the two of them stood facing each other. I'm not polite. Just don't complain to me if you hurt or break it. Zhao Ji raised his own fists, protecting the sides of his face as his eyes stared at Lu Jin. The eyes were cold. It gives the impression of being watched by hungry wolves. Come on. Lu Jin would also pose and open his mouth to respond with a cry. Zhao Ji didn't talk nonsense and directly swung his fist to strike, but a punch swung out was directly dodged by Lu Jin. With a raised eyebrow, Zhao Ji launched a succession of fierce attacks. However, every time he struck out, he was easily dodged, and he couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Jin's clothes. Frowning, Zhao Ji stared at Lu Jin, who kept moving his pace. The steps on this kid's feet looked like they gave off a disorganized vibe, but being able to easily avoid every one of his attacks was indeed something. But, he dodged like that. Even if he couldn't hit him, he couldn't win himself nah. And it was while Zhao Ji was calculating in his mind that Lu Jin struck, mixed with the sound of breaking wind. A punch was swung towards Zhao Ji's stomach. Zhao Ji fiercely flinched, and while trying his best to dodge, he hurriedly used his hands to defend himself. And it was when he was making his own response that Lu Jin suddenly tightened his force slightly, and his swinging fist turned into an elbow strike. Humph! An elbow strike lands solidly on top of Zhao Ji's shoulder. Zhao Ji stifled a grunt and took 2 steps back. The force wasn't too great, or at least it was within his reach. But, as Zhao Ji had just stabilized himself, Lu Jin's figure had already appeared in front of him. A straight right hand lands to the gut of Choji. Zhao Ji had just covered his stomach and bent over in pain, when Lu Jin clenched his left hand into a fist, and his elbow had already smashed down towards Zhao Ji's back again. The bones of the elbow are extremely hard, and with the application of skill can exert a force several times greater than that of a fist. This elbow smashed down, directly sending Zhao Ji sprawling to the ground. Ahem! No more fighting! No more fighting! Coughing violently a few times, Zhao Ji, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly waved his hand. He himself had struck out so many times in a row without even touching the corner of his coat. When this kid strikes, not once does he fall short. It's a complete one-sided beatdown on its own. This team leader position, it seems you have no idea? Lu Jin stood in front of Zhao Ji and spoke with a smile on her face. You do it, you do it. Zhao Ji waved his hand and hurriedly responded twice. He wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, and since the content of this competition was still picked by himself, he was naturally convinced. I just didn't expect this kid to be so young and really not a coward when it comes to moving. Lu Jin nodded. Reaching out with his right hand, he pulled Zhao Ji, who was sprawled on the ground, to his feet. He himself was able to beat him by virtue of his near-crushing fighting skills. But, the power is still noticeably lacking. After all, Lu Jin had intended to settle the fight on the first punch thrown. That punch, however, didn't do enough damage to Zhao Ji. At this moment, Lu Jin pondered that he had to hurry up and get some attribute points to improve the basic attributes of his power. Based on the skill of fighting arts alone, fighting skills do manage to crush most people. But, in front of the crushing power, I'm afraid that only with the fighting skills is still not quite enough. Chapter 60, Time to prepare a case. Since the match between Lu Jin and Zhao Ji was over, several people left the alley as well, and just as they reached the main entrance of the hotel, they saw a bomb-proof police car parked outside the hotel's main entrance. In the meantime, the phone in Lu Jin's pocket rang. Lu Jin pulled out the phone and spoke to the opposite side under the watchful eyes of several people. Here's our gear, go over and check it out. Turning back to a few people, he opened his mouth to give a reminder. Lu Jin then walked towards the explosion-proof police car over there. Watching Lu Jin and the others walk over, 2 heavily armed SWAT officers also came down from the car. You're Lu Jin? One of them glanced at Lu Jin and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Jin nodded. I didn't expect the director to make such a big deal out of sending a piece of equipment, but it was understandable when you thought about it. After all, there was an extremely valuable sniper rifle in the equipment you requested this time. It's always good to be careful. 2. May I see your credentials, please? The SWAT officer held out a hand and opened his mouth once more to give a reminder. Lu Jin nodded and took out his credentials, handing them over to him. The man double-checked several times before taking out a document for Lu Jin to sign. This is, naturally, the document for the handover of the equipment. Lu Jin glanced at the tall explosion-proof police car once again while taking the pen to sign. Tang Yuyan, do you think just this blast-proof police car, if it was under lock and key, you could use a computer to open the door of this car? Lu Jin glanced back at Tang Yuyan, who was standing not far behind him, and casually opened his mouth to ask. Tang Yuyan sniffed and was also quite interested. She walked up without haste and circled along the police car. Only then did he walk back to Lu Jin with a slightly locked brow. If it's using an electronic key, it can still be opened. It just takes a lot of time. Probably give it half an hour or so. After all, this car has a higher level of security than a regular car system. Tang Yuyan spoke rather seriously. Obviously, this answer of hers had been a well-thought-out reply. What if I said that it would only take me 3 minutes to open this car door? Lu Jin still had his head down and was reading the contents on the handover document. Without lifting his head, he gave a light response. The words came out. The gazes of everyone present gathered on Lu Jin's body, including the 2 SWAT guys who were escorting the weapons. Dude, don't brag. We're the latest model of bomb-proof police car. If you can open this door in 3 minutes with it locked, you can have the car. One of the troopers spoke cheerfully. There was clearly some mockery in the words. After all, this is not a normal police car in front of you. The protection and safety of that is basically the existence of the sky. 3 minutes to open the car door. Are you kidding me? Gee, who doesn't know how to brag? If you can really open the door of this police car in 3 minutes, then you'll be the boss of this team. If you can't open it, I'll be the only one you guys look up to from now on. Well, Tang Yuyan smacked her lips and looked at Lu Jin with a disbelieving expression. Tilt your head as you speak. Thinks he's already quite the boss. Yes, Lu Jin nodded. An arc appeared on his face as he responded. He was waiting for these words from Tang Yuyan. To compare hacking skills with Tang Yuyan, he definitely didn't have a single chance of winning. But, if it was about lock-picking, his own skill of intermediate lock-picking was no joke. A single wire can keep an entire neighborhood closed at night. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to open the door of this blast-proof police car. After all, there's no way this thing is as protective as a safe. Is there? While speaking, Lu Jin returned the document that had already been signed into the hands of the SWAT officer just now. The trooper took the paperwork and, also with a view to watching, locked the car door. Then, Lu Jin pulled out a wire-like object from his pocket as a crowd of people watched. This was the lock-picking tool that he had just exchanged with points from the system mall while everyone was not paying attention. With a calm face, Lu Jin took the piece of wire and pounded it into the lock's eye. On the sidelines, Zhao Ji is timing it there. Tang Yuyan clasped her hands in front of her body and watched Lu Jin's side of the movement from afar. She was not convinced that Lu Jin could really open this car door. Sure, it's not just that he doesn't believe it. Everyone present did not believe that Lu Jin could do it. All thought he was just bragging. And as time passed, Lu Jin's face remained extremely calm. Not a trace of nervousness could be seen at all. Click. At a certain moment, a crisp ringing sound came out. Lu Jin put away the one wire-like lock-picking tool, then pulled open the car door under the gaze of a crowd. Shocker. A crowd of people were staring at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. This man, who opened the door of a bomb-proof police car with just a piece of wire, how is that possible? Though inwardly, I desperately didn't want to believe it was true, but it had just happened in front of their eyes, and there was no room for disbelief. Excuse me, since I did open this car door in 3 minutes, then I'll take this team leader position with a grain of salt. Lu Jin walked up to a few people before he spoke with a smile on his face. Though look, it's like just doing a small, insignificant thing. Boss, bull. Zhao Ji was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Lu Jin and stuck out his thumbs before speaking with extreme admiration. If he said that he had just made a move with Lu Jin and although he had lost, he was still somewhat unconvinced in his heart. At this moment, after seeing Lu Jin show his hand again, Zhao Ji was considered to be convinced. How did you do that? Tang Yuyan swallowed her saliva, and above that delicate face, it was still filled with disbelief. She looked at Lu Jin and opened her mouth to ask. Ling Feng didn't say anything. However, the eyes that looked at Lu Jin obviously changed somewhat subtly as well. This thing isn't hard to drive. What's really hard to open is a bank safe. Lu Jin shrugged. In the face of a crowd of shocked gazes, he still had a smile on his face and spoke in a cloudy manner. It seems that this is a trivial matter. By the way, the handover papers have been signed. Our gear, shouldn't I get it? Lu Jin turned back. Looking at the 2 SWAT officers who were still standing in shock, he opened his mouth. This way please. That SWAT officer opened his mouth extremely politely. It seemed that he was afraid that Lu Jin would really give him the reason for asking for this explosion-proof police car. The attitude was completely different than before. After Lu Jin checked the equipment and saw that there was no discrepancy with what was written on the document, he accepted it as well. Before leaving, one of the SWAT officers tapped Lu Jin's shoulder. With a serious face, he opened his mouth. "Brother, if you have time, come to our provincial office to prepare a case craftsmen have to file." Chapter 61, A Complete Perfectionist. Witnessed the departure of the blast police car. Lu Jin brought Zhao Ji and the three of them back to the hotel room. It's a suite, living room, kitchen, bedrooms and more. So, there is more than enough room for 4 people. Naturally, Lu Jin placed the black backpack containing the equipment for this exercise on the table. Only then did he sit down on the couch behind the table and open his backpack to take out his equipment one by one. And when he took out the CSLR-4 sniper rifle, Ling Feng, who had originally been acting as if he wasn't interested in anything, had a pair of eyes that lit up. It's like the weasel that sees the chickens. He, who had originally clasped his hands in front of his body and leaned against the door to concave his look, quickly walked across to Lu Jin. "Is this the CSLR-4 sniper rifle?" Looking at the sniper rifle that Lu Jin was playing with in his hands, Ling Feng spoke with some excitement. Speaking, that sight stayed locked on the sniper rifle. CSLR-4 sniper rifle. The lure of this stuff is just too much for a professional sniper. After all, this stuff is not only extremely golden, and the service is generally military and will rarely exist among the police force. Therefore, snipers like Ling Feng, who were in the middle of the police force, basically had no access to the CSLR-4 sniper rifle. Recognize? Lu Jin raised one eyebrow and looked up at Ling Feng, and then he proceeded to play with the sniper rifle in his hand. Goo! Ling Feng stared at the gun in Lu Jin's hand and involuntarily gulped. That look. It's like a child who sees a neighborhood kid eating a lollipop and is already salivating. He really wanted to open his mouth and ask Lu Jin to give him this gun to touch. But, the words came to my lips, but I was too embarrassed to open them. He's a talented sniper. And geniuses, they all have their own pride. Lowering his voice and begging was something he really couldn't do. They're both okay with me being the boss of this team. I wonder what kind of opinion you have at. Lu Jin once again played with the sniper rifle for a moment before placing it on the table. He looked up at Ling Feng, unhurriedly opened his mouth and asked out. His voice was extremely calm, and it seemed that he had already taken Ling Feng into his hands. Indeed, as Lu Jin took out his CSLR-4 sniper rifle, Ling Feng's eyes began to glow within a pair of eyes. He had been taken to death by Lu Jin. Me? I'm fine with that. At Lu Jin's question, Ling Feng was first slightly stunned, but then they also reacted to Lu Jin's meaning. Turns out this guy was trying to seduce himself with this CSLR-4 sniper rifle. But, he made it, after all. Compared to this book of CSLR-4 sniper rifles in front of him, whoever is the boss of this team is simply inconsequential in Ling Feng's opinion. As long as he could use this gun, his trip had not been in vain. Great! Then the CSLR-4 sniper rifle is yours to use until the end of the exercise. Lu Jin nodded with considerable satisfaction, a smile on his face as he opened his mouth. And just as his words fell, Ling Feng could not wait to pick up the CSLR-4 sniper rifle on the table, gasketing an unloaded, empty gun. Listen to that crisp sound. Ling Feng instantly had a satisfied expression, and that look was like a demented man. Lu Jin didn't pay any more attention to him. Instead, he turned around and walked into his bedroom, taking out a map of Upper Cloud City as well as a notebook. On top of the notebook were several plans that he had already tentatively laid out. I'm sure you're all very aware of the strength of your Upper Cloud Province provincial office. It's not going to be easy to win this maneuver, and it would be even more difficult to win perfectly enough. I, for one, happen to be a total perfectionist. So this is an exercise that we have to win with extreme perfection. In order to achieve this result, I will develop a plan that is comprehensive and detailed enough so that it will ensure our victory. And all you need to do is follow my plan to the letter and follow every instruction I give in the middle of the maneuver. Lu Jin spread the map on the table in front of the sofa, followed by placing his laptop on top of the map as well. While doing so, he calmly opened his mouth to speak to the 3 people present about his request. In the meantime, Lu Jin also turned on his passive skill, Robber's Aura. An aura, if any, rose from Lu Jin's circumference. His words fell. Raising his head, the hostile eyes swept over the 3 people present. All 3 were slightly stunned. The Lu Jin that they had just come into contact with. The Lu Jin in their eyes, although relatively strong, often wore a smile on his face, giving people an extremely decent feeling. But at the moment, Lu Jin's pair of eyes were filled with hostility, and when his sight met with his, it gave people a feeling of heart-stopping. Even the aura around him gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It seems that, in this short period of time, a completely different person in general, since I'd become the leader of our team. Then, in the middle of the maneuver, any decision I make is a done deal. Ugly words. If anyone questions any of my decisions in the middle of the act, then don't blame me for being rude. After sweeping her gaze over everyone in turn, Lusion once again spoke coldly. The words were not loud, but oppressive. As these words came out, all three of them frowned slightly. But they didn't open their mouths to say anything in rebuttal. Although Lusion's words did sound not so comforting, but since they had accepted the transfer order and recognized Lusion as the team leader, then naturally he has no problem saying that. It seems that everyone is fine with it. So let's hope that there will be no unpleasantness within us during this maneuver. Just a couple of plans I've roughed out that you can look at first. Lusion looked at the silent trio and nodded with considerable satisfaction. And then he put away the passive skill of robber's aura. As he spoke, he threw the notebook on the table to the closest Zhao Ji. Since he himself is the brain of the robber team, then it must be done strongly enough. After all, several of his own teammates were able to be counted as geniuses in various fields, and were pricks among the provincial halls of Central Cloud Province. If you want to be in the middle of the maneuver without internal disagreements, you have to establish your position ahead of time. So, at this point all the hard words were said. Lusion felt it was still necessary. Zhao Ji took the notebook that Lusion threw over, and after carefully flipping through a few pages, the expression on his face became grave. His brow furrowed as he went through the contents of the notebook with seriousness. Awesome! Zhao Ji finished reading the notebook and passed it to Tang Yuyan. It was only then that he couldn't help but look up at Lusion. A heartfelt word of praise opened his mouth. Chapter 62, The Eve of the Handshake. Looking at Zhao Ji's reaction like this, Tang Yuyan was also quite curious and picked up the notebook, looked up carefully at the plan above. Not bad indeed. I recognize you as a man with a brain. You're the boss. I'll take it. Tang Yuyan also nodded her head quite seriously after reading the several plans that Lusion had formulated on the notebook. She looked up at Lusion and was extremely serious when she spoke. I don't have to look. As long as this CSLR-4 sniper rifle is mine to use in the middle of the maneuver, then he's the boss. I'll admit it. And as Tang Yuyan passed the laptop to Sniper Lingfeng, that Lingfeng didn't pick up. He just cradled that CSLR-4 sniper rifle in his arms with his right hand, and with his left hand pulling on his own sleeve, he was carefully wiping the gun. Tang Yuyan couldn't help but skim her lips. He muttered in his heart, are all gun players so brainless? The few plans that have been worked out now are rough plans. If you want to win this play by virtue of this plan, that's not enough. The maneuvers begin in 3 days. That means we're running out of time. We're going to have to savor every next minute to perfect this plan. Lusion got up and walked over to the hotel water fountain to pour herself a glass of water. While sipping the water, this is when he spoke languidly to a few people. He knows, after looking at his plan, his position as the backbone of the team was considered completely established. Now that the issue of team status is resolved, then it was time for the real preparation. The time given by the director was only 3 days, and facing this city she was almost completely unfamiliar with. 3 days of preparation time was indeed not much for Lusion. So, he had to savor every second of what was to come. The next 3 days, Lusion spent a whole day at the bank with a few of his team members, and the rest of the afternoon was spent wandering around the bank. Carve into their minds every corner of the bank they could get to as much as possible. By the time evening came, Lusion had summarized the details that each person had etched into their minds and drew a map of the bank's internal layout, as well as perfecting a fine map of the bank's surroundings. Day 2. Lusion let Zhao Ji drive the car and wander around in the middle of Shangyun City, going around blindly without a purpose. Lusion, on the other hand, had been holding a map of Shangyun City in his hand, writing and drawing on it every time he arrived. In a whole day's time, Zhao Ji dragged Lusion around Shangyun City almost once, and the map in Lusion's hand was full of markings. Day 3. Lusion didn't bring any of his teammates with him. He went out all day by himself and didn't go back until sundown. Not that anyone knows what he went out to do, but he seemed rather tired, obviously having been out all day. The day of the appointed maneuver was fast approaching. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Ji, Tang Yuyan, and Ling Feng gathered in the middle of the hotel's restaurant. In front of them lay the already cleanly eaten dinner plates. They came to the restaurant for breakfast at 8 o'clock. Eat while waiting for Lusion. However, as the restaurant had already begun to clean up, Lusion's figure still didn't appear. During the first few days of preparation time, Lusion had always been very punctual. At 8 o'clock, go to the restaurant for breakfast, and after that you leave for the stomping grounds. But today it has not appeared until now. You guys don't think our boss overslept, do you? Zhao Ji looked down at the time and frowned as he looked up at Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng with a somewhat anxious question. He was hot-tempered and rather quick-tempered. After waiting so long for Lusion to show up, naturally he was the most anxious. After all, it's a big day for them to get their hands on a bank. How can this Lu Jin, who is the boss, have no sense of time? It's possible. Tang Yuyan held a lollipop in her hand and spread her hands, responding with a wry smile. After she finished, though, she once again ate her lollipop and played with her computer. This little girl is practically computerized, always carries a laptop wherever he goes. As for the sniper Lingfeng, after finishing breakfast, he was sitting on top of the chair with his hands clasped in front of him, his eyes staring at the dinner plate. Stayed in this position for half an hour without moving. It was like a stone statue. It seems, doesn't really care about anything, so, he naturally acted as if he hadn't heard Zhao Ji's inquiry. Looking at the other two who didn't seem to be too enthused, Joji stood up from his chair and paced in the middle of the dining room. It seems to be in an extreme hurry. Waited until 10 o'clock. It was only then that Lu Jin's figure appeared in the middle of the restaurant. Boss, what time is it? We're going to rob a bank. Such a big deal. And you overslept? Watching Lu Jin walk in unhurriedly from outside the restaurant, Zhao Ji hurriedly greeted him. One hand rested on Lu Jin's shoulder, while the other lifted the watch on his wrist to show Lu Jin. There was chatter in his mouth. Lu Jin smiled. I have to say, Choji's character is quite interesting. Already in his 40s, but the most indolent of their team, whose average age was in their 20s. Lu Jin didn't strike up a conversation with him, just walked himself into the middle of the restaurant and ordered a meal. There are free meals offered 24 hours a day in the middle of this restaurant, so there is something to eat at this point. Our move is set for 11:50, the last 10 minutes before the bank lunch break. This is the time of day when there should be the fewest customers among the banks all morning. This bank is strategically located and has a very high traffic flow, so if there are too many people in the middle of the bank, it won't be conducive for us to control the hostages. Lu Jin ate and looked up a few of her teammates before she spoke calmly. When Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng heard this, they both nodded in silence. Instead, it's Zhao Ji. He patted his chest and let out a long breath. I thought you accidentally overslept. In my whole life, I guess I've only had one chance to rob a bank. If I miss this opportunity, I'm going to regret it for the rest of my life. Boss, next time this action time, can you inform me in advance? Causing me to wake up at 6 o'clock this morning. If I had known to act so late, I would have slept more. After Zhao Ji breathed a sigh of relief, he then looked at Lu Jin and muttered brokenly. Obviously, for this bank robbery, Zhao Ji that was very much on board. It's really the emperor's fault. And looking at this reaction of Zhao Ji, Tang Yuyan, who had been playing with the computer, muttered without lifting her head. It wasn't loud, but Zhao Ji still heard it. Faintly, he seemed to be trying to open his mouth to say something. But, the words were held back. After all, she doesn't seem to be wrong about that. Chapter 63 My childhood dream is to be the Monkey King. 11:30. A van slowly pulled up to the green light on the opposite side of the road. Between waiting for the red light, the eyes of several people in the car looked across the street to the bank. This weather, why is it still raining? Zhao Ji, who was driving the car, looked at the dark cloudy sky and couldn't help but mutter. The sun hasn't shown up since early this morning. It was even raining moderately at this point. Beams of rain crackled above the roof of the car. Sight was also somewhat impaired by the rain curtain. There are 3 consecutive days of moderate rain to follow. This is good for us. After all, trying to find someone in the middle of surveillance on a rainy day when everyone has umbrellas makes it that much harder. Lu Jin looked out the window and calmly opened his mouth to respond. He knew the weather 3 days ago. Weather. It's also an important piece that you can utilize to your advantage. Therefore, before making plans, Lu Jin naturally had an early weather forecast. It's just that weather forecasts aren't 100% accurate either. So, among the plans he had made, Lu Jin had not included the weather forecast either. At this point, since it is indeed accurate, that was naturally good news for Lu Jin. The green light is on. Zhao Ji didn't hesitate and drove the car slowly towards Silver, somewhere out of sight of surveillance. Just as Tang Yuyan was about to get out of the car, Lu Zhuan called out to her. Here's what you asked for. Can you take care of the rest? Lu Zhuan handed a USB flash drive to Tang Yuyan and spoke calmly. Ha, you really got it? That's a good one. Then, leave it to me. Tang Yuyan took the flash drive in Lu Zhuan's hand, a sweet smile on her face. Zhao Ji, who was on the side, couldn't help but get curious when he saw the two of them in this mysterious manner. Boss, what's the point of that flash drive? Zhao Ji turned his head sideways and asked Lu Yuan with a puzzled expression. Lu Zhuan turned his head, that icy gaze, looking straight into Zhao Ji's eyes. Looking at Zhao Ji was like a thorn in his side. Questions like that, I don't want to hear again. Lu Zhuan opened his mouth in an undeniable tone. With the addition of the humongous bandit aura, the ruthlessness was chilling. Zhao Ji visibly froze for a moment, to the point that he didn't even notice at what point he nodded toward Lu Zhuan. Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng got out of the car with their umbrellas and walked towards the bank as Lu Jin had requested. After the two left, the car continued toward the bank, parked in the middle of a parking space outside the bank. 11:40. Lu Jin lifted his wrist and looked at the time. And then it was time to squint and lean back in his seat for a few moments nap. Zhao Ji sat in the main driver's seat, scratching his head while constantly looking towards the bank. Obviously, he was still very nervous at this point. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had ever robbed a bank, so it was natural for him to be nervous. 11:54. Lu Jin once again raised his wrist and looked at the time. When he saw that it was about time, he opened the door and went to the back of the car to open the trunk. Put it on. Lu Jin pulled open a black backpack in the trunk. Finding a set of raincoats and throwing them to Zhao Ji, he himself took out a set and put them on neatly. Boss, you're still well prepared here now. Zhao Ji picked up the raincoat and took a look at it, and couldn't help but open his mouth cheerfully. He also gave Lu Jin a thumbs up while speaking. But, seeing that Lu Jin didn't pay any attention to him, he shrugged his shoulders as well and hurriedly put his raincoat on. After putting on her raincoat, Lu Jin threw Zhao Ji another mask. Zhao Ji picked it up and looked at it. It was a pig head mask. He flinched slightly, glancing sideways at the mask in Lu Jin's hand. It was a monkey head mask. Boss, why don't we switch? My childhood dream was to be the Monkey King. Zhao Ji took the mask and scratched the back of his head before speaking tentatively. Obviously, he was more than a little disgusted with the pig's head mask he was holding. Snappy. Lu Jin coldly opened his mouth in response. In response, he had already put the monkey mask on his head. Zhao Ji skimmed his lips, still rather helpless, and put the pig mask on his head. 11:56. Heavy rain poured down and the sky was dim. There was hardly a pedestrian to be seen on the streets. Two figures in raincoats and masks, each carrying a huge black backpack, walked slowly toward the bank from across the street. The pace was calm and steady, and the water splashed as he took one step. In the rain, the hideous and ghastly mask looked like it was floating in midair, giving people the creeps. A distant, infrared-lit security camera recorded it all. The bank security guard was standing behind the glass door and was holding his cell phone in his hand to turn on Shakeology and check out the beautiful women. After all, it was now the last few minutes before his lunch break, and he was out of things to busy himself with, so he could just play with his phone for a while, and paid to feel the fish. He didn't even notice that two strangely dressed men were walking in the door. Push opened the bank door. After walking into the bank one after the other, Lu Jin and Zhao Ji both stood still, sweeping her gaze across the banking hall. Lu Jin nodded at Zhao Ji, and after receiving Lu Jin's authorization, Zhao Ji ripped open his trench coat and pulled out a Type 95 automatic rifle. Ta-da-da-da-da. With the muzzle facing the ceiling, Zhao Ji pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spat fire and a deafening thud spread throughout the bank. The security guard who was playing with his cell phone not far away was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground. One time, screams pierced their eardrums and people scrambled for their heads. Don't move. Robbers. Whoever moves again, I'll shoot him. Zhao Ji roared with excitement as he held the Type 95 automatic rifle in his hand. Again, a few shots were fired into the sky. But, the two words he shouted out at the top of his voice were obviously still effective. After the words fell, although it was still quite noisy in the middle of the bank, the people all stood still and didn't dare to move. The security guard saw the scene and froze in place in shock. Inside the cell phone, Shakian's rather offensive loud laugh was on a constant loop. Zhao Ji heard the commotion and walked over to the security guard. The eyes that peeked out of the hollow of the mask scared the guard with just one look. Zhao Ji slanted his eyes and glanced at the cell phone on the floor. He suddenly remembered his usual end of overtime, when he took the subway home. Those who took the phone to brush Shakian, people who also externalized their voices. The dissatisfaction that had been pent up in his heart for a long time burst out at this moment. I'm most annoyed with people shaking because they're outgoing. Be quiet, all of you. After Zhao Ji finished speaking, he stepped out and stomped on the cell phone on the ground. Raising the 9-5 automatic rifle in his hand, he viciously opened his mouth at the security guard. That look is just like substituting himself into the role of a tough guy, where there is still half of the police officer look. The security guard, on the other hand, was obviously dumbfounded. Standing still, he didn't dare move a muscle. Chapter 64, I'll keep your life for now. Don't waste time. Grab control of the hostages. Lu Jin stood behind Zhao Ji and calmly opened his mouth to give a reminder. Okay, boss. After Zhao Ji heard Lu Jin's voice, he held his gun in one hand, while his other hand was stretched up to give an okay sign at Lu Jin. Responded Lu Jin. Then, with the 9-5 automatic rifle in his hand, he began to drive all the hostages in the bank toward one place. Lu Jin, on the other hand, stood in place with a gun in his hand to control the hostages who were driven over, prevent them from doing anything small. According to the requirements given by the director, their target this time is the diamonds hidden in the bank's safe, trying to get into the safe and get the diamonds out of it. This naturally takes quite a bit of time. So, containing the hostages and preventing them from calling the police is necessary. The ideal plan was that Lu Jin and his men would have already gotten the diamonds before the police team received the bank's alarm, and get away with it. And it was the same time that Zhao Ji was driving away the hostages. Lu Jin suddenly noticed that inside the window of the manager's room on the second floor, there was a head looking through the window at the situation in the first floor hall. Don't move! Lu Jin hurriedly held his gun and aimed at the head behind the glass on the second floor. Calendar drinks followed. But, that head, however, hastily retracted. Lu Jin's brows were slightly locked as he hurriedly rushed up towards the second floor. Ring ring ring. But just as Lu Jin rushed to the stairs, the ear-piercing alarm bell had already sounded in the middle of the bank hall. It's too late. The alarm had obviously been pressed by the man who had just poked his head out of the second floor. When the alarm goes off, the police force will also be mobilized on the other side. Should be here in 5 minutes. Boss, what's going on? After Zhao Ji, who was driving away the hostages, heard the alarm bell, he hurriedly looked back at Lu Jin and asked. There was a slight panic in his tone. After all, it's the first time I've robbed a bank and I don't have much experience yet. More or less panicked after hearing the alarm. None of your business. Hurry up and get all the hostages under control first. Lu Jin responded to him and then walked straight up towards the second floor office area. Come to the office area. Lu Jin heavily slammed the door of the manager's office. Before, Lu Jin had already noticed this manager's room when they came to step on the spot. This is the biggest leader in this branch who punches in every day. The manager in this manager's room. And when nothing is going on, the manager is basically in the middle of this office. But, Lu Jin noticed that he would leave the bank early every day at 11:30 to go home for dinner. After all, being a leader is always a bit of a privilege. So, when controlling the hostages just now, it didn't occur to me that this manager hadn't left early today. It's amazing that he's still in the middle of his office at this point in time. And the main reason why this manager uncharacteristically didn't leave the bank early was that it was raining today. Too lazy to go home for lunch. He figured he'd deal with the other employees in the middle of the bank later for a bite. Who knows? He was just organizing his papers himself when he heard a mess in the middle of the hall. Sneak a peek. And the robber sees it. Although he was extremely flustered, he still pressed the alarm in the manager's room at the first opportunity. At this point, he hurriedly unlocked the door to the manager's office. Herself was hidden under the desk. He curled up into a ball and was shivering as he listened to the slamming sound coming from outside the door. Their bank wasn't too far from the provincial hall, and after receiving the alarm, the police messenger should be able to come over within 10 minutes. He only expected that after hearing the alarm, these robbers would not dare to stay in the middle of the bank for long. As soon as the robbers withdraw, not only will he or she be able to save his or her life, but he or she may even be rewarded for the heroic act of ringing the alarm in the first place. It might not be out of the question to become a branch president. The manager winced while his mind fantasized about his flatulent future. Suddenly, the sound of the door slamming stopped. He inhaled a deep breath of cool air, and his heart instantly rejoiced. I think the robbers left when they saw that the door was unlocked by themselves and there was no chance to open it, right? Click. And it was just as he was breathing a sigh of relief in his mind. The door was pushed open. He saw a pair of feet in combat boots step through the door, and after a slight pause, they came toward him. His teeth clenched and he hurriedly closed his eyes in death. The footsteps stopped at his heels, and then he felt something on his head. It's cool to the touch as only metal can be. No need to think. That thing must be the muzzle of a gun. I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? Lu Jin held the gun in his hand against the chubby manager's head. An icy voice rang out. The door to the manager's office was indeed unlocked just now. However, this was just a matter of a few seconds for Lu Jin, who possessed an intermediate lock-picking technique. Don't kill me. I know it's wrong. I have a 3-year-old at home. That manager never dared to open his eyes, and his trembling sentence was tinged with sobs. The top of his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. His body was trembling with fat, obviously terrified. Open your eyes. Lu Jin still spoke calmly. Goo. Listening to the robber's demands, the manager subconsciously gulped. Gritting his teeth, he managed to open his eyes. A monkey face mask came into his eyes, and the manager, who hadn't been too psychologically prepared, was instantly shivering again. The blackened muzzle of the gun was aimed at his head. As soon as the robber pulled the trigger, he was able to take his own little life in an instant. The manager was breathing heavily and his heart was beating fast. I just said don't move. Didn't you hear me? Lu Jin spoke again. The voice was just as cold and calm and murderous. Listen. Heard it. The manager almost cried out and hurriedly responded to Lu Jin with a trembling cry. Cold sweat ran down his forehead above his eyes. But, the manager, however, didn't dare reach out to wipe it off. After all, the situation at hand, if he moved, the robbers would probably have to make a move. I'll keep your little life for now. If you misbehave next, my 3-year-old at home will never see you again. Get it? Lu Jin put away his gun and stood up, looking down at the manager as his icy voice rang out. The manager was like an amnesty, hurrying as if pounding garlic and nodding frantically. This time his own goal was the contents of the safe, and trying to open a safe in the middle of a bank should be a lot easier with the assistance of a managerial-level person. So, Lu Jin deliberately scared this manager. Let him open the safe for himself later, and he shouldn't dare to think of anything else. After all, looking at him, he didn't look like someone who would be able to sacrifice himself for the safety of the bank's property. Of course, there is nothing wrong with valuing your life. There is only one life. Throwing your life away in defense of someone else's. Those who can do it, too few. Chapter 65. I bet you don't dare to shoot me. Bank lobby. At this point, the hostages had been driven to the center of the bank lobby by Zhao Ji. Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng, who had entered the bank in advance, were also among them, as if they had also become hostages. Lu Juan walked slowly to the center of the lobby, sweeping a glance at everyone present. I want everyone to cooperate a little. After all, it saves a lot of trouble. But, Lu Juan sighed with a regretful tone in the middle of his words. Only then did he speak again. There are always people who like to challenge my bottom line, so someone has to suffer the consequences for the manager's bad choices. As the words landed, Lu Juan's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Fear spread through the crowd, which put their heads down. At this point, Lu Juan's eyes rested on a man in a leather jacket. He walked up to the man and stopped for half a second. It was as if the air had stopped flowing in those seconds of silence. It's incredibly depressing. Lu Juan's arm slowly raised, the blackened muzzle of the gun aimed at the jacketed man. This person was none other than Ling Feng. Lu Juan was waiting for Ling Feng to say the words to open his mouth and beg for mercy. However, right now, Ling Feng's mind was filled with that sniper rifle. It seemed that he had forgotten all about the lines Lu Juan had delivered earlier. Like a dilettante, he looked straight at Lu Yuan. When the crowd saw this scene, they were already sweating inside their palms for Ling Feng. I can't even breathe a sigh of relief. I bet you wouldn't dare shoot. Ling Feng really couldn't recall what Lu Juan wanted him to say before. In the end it was just a matter of being clinical. After holding back for half a day, he actually held back a classic Yen Xuanying line. The hostages were completely dumbfounded when they heard this. The heart of the matter is that this person is really just. However, as soon as Ling Feng's words fell, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the hall. Boo! Inside the bank lobby, a flash of light. Fleeting. Ling Feng then planted himself on the ground, where he lay on his back. Blood slowly flowed away, reflected in the light of the bank's lobby. It glowed like a cockatrice. The hostages saw the scene. One by one, their eyes were hollow, their hands and feet were cold, and their minds were blank. Get rid of him! Don't scare everyone! Lu Juan reattached the pistol to his waist and spoke coldly to Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji stifled his laughter and dragged Ling Feng's leg and pulled it out like this. The snow-white ground left a long trail of blood, bright and eye-catching. As Zhao Ji dragged Ling Feng to the back door, he glanced back at the overhead surveillance. Raising the gun in his hand, he jumped straight up and smashed the camera with the butt of the gun. Get up now! How long are you going to be on your back? You're a lousy actor. You almost wore out your welcome. Zhao Ji didn't open his mouth rather contemptuously, and as he spoke, he gently kicked Ling Feng on the ground with his foot. Obviously, he was not too satisfied with Ling Feng's clinical performance just now. In the meantime, he threw the backpack with the sniper rifle on it to the ground. Ling Feng violently rolled over and climbed up from the ground. Do you know how expensive this stuff is? Be careful. Ling Feng coldly glanced at Zhao Ji, hurriedly picking up the backpack with the sniper rifle on the ground. He then screwed on his backpack and left through the back door of the bank. After walking out of the bank, Ling Feng fished out a map from inside his pocket and looked up at the office building not far away. Stepping toward that office building, he kept taking the elevator to the rooftop. After reaching the rooftop, he carefully took out the sniper rifle parts from inside his backpack. From assembly to cocking in one fell swoop, it took less than a minute in total. Holding the long-desired CSLR-4 sniper rifle, the always paralyzed Ling Feng finally revealed a light smile. After he got down, his gaze became unusually harsh. It's like a rock. It doesn't move. Even if someone walked past it, they probably wouldn't even notice that there was a person lying on the ground here. Boss, it's taken care of. That kid's still alive. I added another shot. In the bank lobby, after returning from the back door, Zhao Ji opened his mouth very fiercely. Once again, the hostages inside the hall were scared straight. Great, Lu Juan calmly replied back, and then he once again looked at the crowd inside the bank. From now on, Anyone who makes a mistake will have someone else take the fall for him. And it won't necessarily be the offender who dies, but it will most certainly be one of you. That's why you have to watch over each other. Otherwise, if someone else makes a mistake, the unlucky one will probably be you. Get it? Lujuan once again scammed the crowd. The hostages nodded. Lujuan was quite satisfied with the reaction of the hostages. With that, he walked over to the manager and gently tapped him on the shoulder. I'm sorry to hear that someone has completely left this world because of your fluke. The manager felt his heart thump and stop beating when he was slapped so hard by Lujuan. The whole body was shaking like a sieve. Muttered, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." The guilt inside brought tears to the manager's eyes. Other people who were afraid of being affected by the incident were even casting spiteful glances at the manager. As if the manager would dare to make any more trouble. They would have eaten the manager alive as if he was alive. This was the reason why Lu Juan wanted to play this scene with Ling Feng. Direct the conflict within the hostages. Instead of making yourself the antithesis of a hostage. This way one will have more room to maneuver. Not only that, but the Ling Feng sent out will also be very useful in a pinch. It's just not yet known if this move will work. However, since you're playing the robber, it's natural to take all the variables into account. Looking at the expressions of the hostages, Lu Juan was very satisfied. Zhao Ji on the side even admired Lu Juan from the bottom of his heart. Boss, I think you need to see a psychiatrist after this maneuver. Zhao Ji held the gun and whispered in Lu Juan's ear. At Zhao Ji's question, Lu Juan raised one eyebrow, rather puzzled. All this hostage control you've got going on. I doubt you're from Gotham. Zhao Ji glanced at Lu Juan and opened his mouth sheepishly. Get to work. Seal off the bank. Lu Juan didn't say anything more, only urging Zhao Ji. The police contingent should be about to arrive outside the bank by now, and Lucan hasn't gotten the target on this one yet. So, there was no chance of him escaping the bank before the police messenger came. Then only plan B can be adopted. Blocking banks. Buy yourself enough time to get the diamonds in the bank. Zhao Ji wasn't idle. Rush to close the bank's electronic doors. Start blocking the bank as Lu Jin had explained early in the morning. Lu Juan, on the other hand, came to the manager. Now we need you to do us a favor. And I don't suppose you'll refuse? Lu Juan squatted down and spoke in a kind tone, but the geniality made it more like the devil's smile. The manager had a face full of fear. The beads of sweat on his forehead didn't stop. Go ahead. I will help you in any way I can. The manager nodded repeatedly, not daring to say a word. After all, seeing the viciousness of the robbers, he suspected that all he had to do was say the word no and his little life would be gone. Great. I need to get into your bank safe now. This time I came for a little something in the middle of the safe. As long as you cooperate obediently, I promise you'll live. Lu Juan then stood up. Looking down at the manager he spoke calmly. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with hostility, and it was frightening to watch. But, the manager wasn't sure if he was scared, or if he had been crouching for too long. It only felt like my legs were tingling and my stomach was trembling. I can't walk. The manager spoke with a shaky voice. But, as soon as those words fell, his gaze met the robber's hostile eyes. One time, he couldn't help but gulp. Think of the children in your family. Lu Jin opened his mouth coldly, uttering a sentence slightly. That manager instantly turned pale. Yeah, think of the children in your own family. What should they do? Mother and daughter. If you die? Can walk. Can walk. The manager hurriedly nodded like garlic. As he spoke, he braced one hand against the wall and stood up shakily. Chapter 66, Release of some of the hostages. The manager, who had already been scared out of his wits, was almost obedient to Lu Juan. Come to the bank safe area. Found the safe number the director had given himself. Lu Jin stood in front of that safe and frowned slightly. This thing is locked. And, bank safes have two keys. One in the hands of the bank manager and the other in the hands of the customer. And the director of keys did not give himself. It's going to take a little longer. Lu Jin murmured to himself. The director had left it that way, and he hadn't really expected it. After all, every bank safe deposit box business is different. Lu Jin really didn't expect this. Though, he had the intermediate lockpicking skill rewarded by the system. But it wasn't enough to open a bank safe. Lu Jin has a way to open this safe easily. It takes quite a bit of time though. He glanced down at the watch on his wrist. The police messenger should be there soon. Now's not the time to spend getting the safe. Gotta go deal with the hostages first. Bank lobby. Lu Jin re-enters. He divided the hostages into two waves. You're all coming with me. Everyone else, follow Piggy. Looking at the hostages, who had been split into two waves by himself casually, Lu Jin coldly opened his mouth. When these hostages heard Lu Juan's words, their faces turned white with fear. No one dared to complain and could only do what Lu Jin said. Lu Juan led the group forward. It didn't stop until it came to the bank's storage room. Get in there. Lujuan held his gun and spoke coldly. The hostages very obediently went right into the storage room. When the hostages were completely in the storage room, Lujuan took out a storage box and collected everyone's cell phones. He then walked out of the storage room and took a chain and a lock from inside the backpack behind him. Locked the door straight away. Almost at the same time, Zhao Ji also locked another group of people in another room. The hostages in the entire bank were completely split into two waves by Lujuan. After dealing with the hostages, Lujuan and Zhao Ji rejoined in the hall. Boss, what do we need to do next? Zhao Ji looked at Lu Jin and spoke cheerfully. It was very exciting to talk. Obviously, this trip to rob a bank was indeed a good life experience for him. Cover up every part of the bank that can let in light. I want to make sure that the police officers can never see what's going on in the middle of the bank from the outside. Lu Jin spoke calmly. After saying that, he pulled out a stack of posters and 2 rolls of double-sided tape. Zhao Ji nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly took the poster and sealed all the bank's glass tightly. Only after doing this did he rejoin Lu Jin. Boss, this bank robbery is really a physical job. By the way, how did you come up with all this? Zhao Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke under his breath. After entering the bank, Lu Jin did everything in order. Although it was known that Lu Jin had made very many plans to deal with the situation before he made his move. But now that he saw Lu Jin's strategizing appearance, Zhao Ji was still extremely impressed in his heart. Really, substituting as a robber makes you think about this. Actually, robbing a bank is not an easy thing to do. It's got to be brains. Look at the time. They should be here soon. Lujuan glanced down at the time on his wrist and said thoughtfully, fruity. At the very moment of his words, a siren went off outside the door. Lu Jin and Zhao Ji stood behind the window. Through the gap in the curtains, a number of police cars were seen parked above the square outside the bank. After the car is parked, the police messengers quickly got out of their cars and began to pull up a cordon and set up the scene. And the lead police messenger stood at the forefront, looking away from the bank. Obviously, he would be the chief commander of this maneuver, of the police contingent. It's about time. According to the plan, we should release some of the hostages first. After all, too many hostages is not conducive to our control. And the hostages that are released will be able to bring out some information on our behalf that we want the police messenger to know. Lu Jin lowered the curtains and looked back at Zhao Ji as he spoke calmly. Zhao Ji sniffed and hurriedly nodded. With the automatic rifle in his hand, Zhao Ji came to a room where the hostages were just held. It looks like a random selection of hostages, and Tang Yuyan, naturally, was among these hostages. I'm in a good mood. Your little lives are saved. When you get out, you'd better keep your mouths shut. Lu Jin looked at the group of hostages who were driven to the main entrance of the bank by Zhao Ji and coldly opened his mouth. No one dared to reply, but all were hurrying to nod frantically. This robber seems to want to let them go. Seeing that he is about to escape from the tiger's mouth, they naturally did not dare to disobey. Click. Lu Jin didn't say any more nonsense. The bank's electronic gate was pressed, and with a dull rattling sound, the bank's gate slowly opened. Get the hell out of here. Lu Jin once again spoke coldly. As the words fell, those hostages all hurriedly ran towards the outside of the bank's gate. After all, now the robbers are going to release them. Maybe in the next second, the robber is going to backtrack. Naturally, they were able to be a little more safe by running out of the bank's doors a second sooner. Above the square outside the bank, watching the bank's doors slowly open, while a number of people then ran out from within the bank. The police messenger, who was standing outside the cordon observing the situation, froze in his tracks at the commander-in-chief. Captain, what's going on over there? How did so many people suddenly come out? One of the constables standing beside him was also confused, and at that moment asked with some consternation. The robbers took the people inside the bank hostage. These hostages are his capital. Shouldn't he hold all these hostages firmly in his hands as capital for this police officer to maneuver around? How come he let all the hostages go as soon as the police arrived on the scene? This seems to be out of order. I'm not sure what's going on, but I've seen the live video of the previous maneuvers, and our opponents, they are extremely cunning. There should be some kind of scheme to do this now. First, send someone to pick up all the hostages, calm them down, and ask about the situation in the middle of the bank. Let's see if we can get some useful information out of them. The commander-in-chief frowned deeply and pondered slightly for a moment before opening his mouth to respond. The next police officer nodded hurriedly. Turn around and do what the commander-in-chief says. In the meantime, in the middle of the bank, the hostages ran out in a swarm, naturally not noticing that a little girl standing at the end of the line didn't make a move. The bank's electronic doors slowly fell once again. Boss, I have to say, that was a hell of a trick you pulled off. It's totally the best of everything. Even this part of the hostages that are useless to us, and can even be called a liability, have been used by you as a gun. Tang Yuyan pulled a lollipop out of her pocket. As he tore open the package, he looked at Lu Jin and opened his mouth rather adoringly. Chapter 67, Good will triumph over evil. Outside the bank, the police messenger started to take the men to the pre-built canopies in the drizzling rain. All the hostages stood together, one with a vacant look in their eyes. It seemed that Lu Jin's appearance was still present in his mind. Once I remembered, I shuddered. It wasn't until the commander-in-chief walked into the canopy that the crowd saw the uniform that filled them with a sense of security. It was only then that he was sure he was now safe, and his taut nerves finally dropped. Sir, you've got to catch these people. They're inhuman. They say they'll kill. We were lucky to get out. The others can't guarantee it. The crowds were outraged, crying or cursing. Everyone stay calm. We'll definitely catch the bandits. Good will triumph over evil in the end. I'm here to find out what's going on with you guys. And make sure you tell us everything you saw in the bank. Please, tell me as much detail as you can. The commander-in-chief spoke forcefully, and when he finished he nudged a couple of the police agents next to him. Record the information that everyone knows. 3 police constables, with notebooks and pens in their hands, burrowed into the crowd and began to take notes. Not much longer. People then told the police messenger all about their encounters at the bank. The information obtained was much the same, not much different. The commander-in-chief then told the remaining 2 police messengers to continue calming the crowd. He himself walked out of the awning with a police officer. Commander, I've standardized everyone's statements. 2 robbers, unknown number of hostages, and the robbers killed 1 person after entering the bank. It should be trying to kill to establish authority. Only the above information is available at this time. The police messenger standing next to the commander-in-chief closed his notebook and stood up straight. The commander-in-chief, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and stood with his arms folded, looking at the bank nestled in the hazy smoke and rain in the distance. It seemed to be pondering, why do I get the feeling that there should be 3 robbers, and the one they killed and threw out was an accomplice, with a gun in his hand? The average person would have been scared silly. That doesn't make any more murderous stand-up necessary. By releasing the hostages, he's also trying to tell us this one piece of misinformation. Let us think that there were only 2 robbers, so that the one who was planted outside the bank would be able to surprise them as they escaped. The commander-in-chief finished, smacked his lips and hooked a light smile. So Commander, how should we respond now? The next police officer spoke earnestly. Right now we don't know the number of hostages or exactly where they are. Acting rashly will only enrage the bandits. The safety of the hostages must come first, and the only way to make the next move is to know the specifics of the hostages. Is Tech here yet? The commander-in-chief turned his head to the police messenger next to him and asked. Here we go. It's all in the car. The policeman nodded. Hurry up and get the brothers to put up the shelters. This is likely to be a protracted battle. The commander-in-chief finished his speech and walked briskly into the car with his hands behind his back. Outside the bank, the action of the police constable has begun. In the meantime, Lu Jin and his party inside the bank were not idle either. Only Tang Yuyan was seen eating a lollipop in her mouth, her fingers flying on the keyboard. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and a rare serious look appeared on her face. About how long will it take to get control of the entire bank's surveillance system? Lu Jin, who was waiting on the sidelines, glanced down at the time on his watch and opened his mouth to ask. Tang Yuyan finally hit the enter key and pulled the lollipop out of her mouth. It'll be ready soon, thanks to the Trojan horse you implanted in this computer beforehand. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for a while. Tang Yuyan turned her head to survey Lu Jin, curious as to how he had infiltrated the bank the other day. The Trojan horse inside the flash drive is then implanted into the bank's computer. After all, bank computers are very secure. Attacking a computer through an extranet simply can't be done. Only the direct implantation of a Trojan horse. The computers here are like a city, with the front door long since sealed. Even if you disguise yourself as someone inside, you can't enter the city. The only way to control the city is to plant a spy through the back door. Just as Tang Yuyan was curious about how Lu Jin managed to enter the bank and gain access to this computer, the picture had appeared inside the computer screen. The entire bank's security system is now controlled by Tang Yuyan. Well, boss, what's next? Tang Yuyan cocked her head and asked Lu Jin. Stick to the plan. Use surveillance and lure the fish to the bait. Monitor the movements of the police officers outside, and report anything to me immediately. Lu Jin spoke in a positive voice, and after that, he turned around and left the surveillance room with the rifle in his hand, holding up the headset as he walked. Zhao Ji, you guard the gate and the hostages. I'll get the quest item. Okay, boss. Zhao Ji nodded excitedly. I'm used to being a police officer, and this has been a great deal of energy for my first time as a robber. At this point, the temporary command room has been set up. It was still raining, with no sign of wanting to stop. The sky was gray with minimal visibility. A rain shelter that looks like it's springing up. It sprang up quickly with a busy team of police messengers. The provincial office team, it must be said, executes far better than the average team before it. In the middle of the temporary command room, the commander-in-chief stood with his arms folded, and several police officers were sitting in front of their computers, tapping away at their keyboards. Because the bank's surveillance system is linked to the police force system, so the police messenger was able to easily pull up the bank's real-time surveillance. This time, however, there was a problem. No matter how hard the technicians tried, the bank's surveillance system was in a disconnected state. Cold sweat had dipped from the technician's forehead. After all, the commander-in-chief was standing behind them at that moment. It was like being a child again when the adults at home were supervising their homework. All right, they've moved on the surveillance. Start by pulling up the security footage from the parking lot outside the bank before the robbers entered the bank. I need to know the exact number of robbers. The commander-in-chief grimaced and spoke in a deep voice, though such an outcome was expected of him. But there was still a slight disappointment. The two technicians were so relieved that they immediately pulled up the parking lot surveillance footage. Just as the hostages had said before, there are only two masked figures in the picture. There were really only two robbers who entered the bank. The commander-in-chief frowned slightly. That's odd. According to his idea, it should have been three robbers who entered the bank. One of them played along with the two men and got out early. But at this point in the picture, how come there's only two of them? In the meantime, there's a new message from the police messenger who's been trying to break through the bank's surveillance system. Report, we've broken through the other side's defense. We can pull up the surveillance footage from inside the bank. An excited voice rang out, energizing all those present. Chapter 68, I'm afraid the bandits are educated. The commander-in-chief originally had little hope of accessing the bank's surveillance screen. But it was a surprise to hear the technician say that. Immediately came together. Can you locate where the hostages and bandits are? The commander-in-chief stared at the flickering images on the screen and spoke in a deep voice. As he spoke, his face was filled with excitement that he was satisfied to hide. After all, this is a perfect breaking point. The signal isn't too stable right now. I'll try. The police messenger sitting in front of the computer finished and continued tapping on the keyboard. And the other side, Tang Yuyan, who was sitting in front of the computer in the bank's monitoring room, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. How many years ago was all this technology? It's boring. Tang Yuyan spoke disdainfully. With that, he typed a quick string of commands on the computer. The moment her fingertips fell, the computer in the command car outside flickered. Everyone froze in place, staring at each other. What's going on? The commander-in-chief frowned slightly and straightened up. There was a Trojan horse virus from the other side when we connected to the surveillance, and the computer went out of control. The police sergeant sitting in front of the computer opened his mouth in chagrin. It turned out that Tang Yuyan had long ago implanted a virus in the surveillance system. Reinstating the signal was nothing more than an attempt to lure the police differential into a trap. Perhaps it was too much to know what was going on inside the bank. Everyone let their guard down. When businessmen try to connect to the bank's surveillance system with their own computers, the virus also successfully entered his computer. Hurry up and take back control. The commander-in-chief crossed his eyes and slammed his hand on the table in a stern voice. The police messenger was jolted. Hurriedly, he began to fight for control of the computer with Tang Yuyan on the other side. Finally, after a battle between the two sides, computer control of the command room was regained by the police messenger's side. Commander, control has been retaken. It's just, the police messenger wanted to say something. At this moment, the commander-in-chief's face had become extremely ugly. Just what? Say. The commander-in-chief's tone was extremely unpleasant. Even though he thought of himself as a man who was very capable of restraining his emotions, and now the heart is clogged. After all, now that the war hadn't even officially started, his side had been led by the nose by the other side. Some of our data was deleted by the other side. The police messenger whispered stiffly, waiting for a rebuke from the commander-in-chief. However, the commander-in-chief was just silent. The slightly narrowed eyes changed and changed, until after a deep breath. It was only then that the depression in his heart was pushed down. What data has been deleted? The commander-in-chief spoke with forced composure. After all, it was no longer helpful to blame his men now. Not to mention that the bait thrown out by his opponent just now was so tantalizing that even he didn't think much about it. It's even less to blame. Relieved, the police messenger hurriedly checked the database. Then he reported to the commander-in-chief. The other side deleted the surveillance video of the bank's periphery. The commander-in-chief rubbed his temples with his hands when he heard this. The other side is trying to cover the tracks of the third bandit. Carelessly, the commander-in-chief blamed himself for opening his mouth. If he hadn't been in such a hurry just now, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Now the security footage outside the bank is destroyed. The only way to find the bandit who escaped is by visiting the area. Fear only. During this time, Lujuan will make other moves. Time is running out. The commander-in-chief, sitting inside the command vehicle, looked at the bank not far away and murmured in a low voice. In the meantime, inside the bank, Lu Jin had arrived at the place where the bank safe was. Boss, it's too rogue up there, letting us take the diamonds inside the safe but not giving us the key. Inside the headset, came the disgruntled Tang Yuyan complaining and opening her mouth. It's well known, in a bank safe, there are usually two keys. One is held by the bank and one by the customer. The only way to remove the contents of the safe is to insert both keys at the same time. Now, though with that key that the bank keeps, but the key to the client's place was definitely on the director's person without even thinking about it. So, opening the safe is a puzzle. It's all according to the real world, and there's nothing wrong with the director doing it. Lu Jin didn't have any complaints and walked to the center of the room. Set the canvas backpack on his body down. That's true. But boss, how is this safe going to be opened now? We don't have real bombs on us. Inside the earpiece, Tang Yuyan said worriedly. It can be opened without a bomb. Lu Jin spoke calmly. Spinning around, he pulled a black rope from his backpack, and a crowbar. Lu Jin picked up the rope and pulled hard, then tied a knot in it. The overhead surveillance camera was aimed at Lu Jin, and Tang Yuyan, who was sitting in the surveillance room, was just in time to take it all in. Boss, you're not going to open the safe with that rope, are you? Tang Yuyan opened her mouth in disbelief. For a moment, he really couldn't figure out what Lu Jin was doing. It seemed to her that a safe that couldn't be opened with a hammer was even less likely to be opened with a flimsy rope. Lu Jin didn't respond to Tang Yuyan and stood up to use the rope to wrap the spinning wheel above the safe. This was followed by winding another safe in the same manner. Not much longer. The entire inside of the room was just full of that intricate rope that looked like a spider web. The knot in the center, made of rope, was particularly conspicuous. Lu Jin checked again to make sure there was no mistake. Only then did he lift the pre-prepared iron rod with the other end of the rope and move to the door. See only. Lu Jin began to insert the iron rod into the ropes. It then turned, like a steering wheel, the crowbar in his hand. This rope made of polymer polyethylene is extremely strong. Don't even worry about breaking it. With each turn of Lu Jin, the originally loose rope gradually became taut. The rope stirred. Lu Jin, on the other hand, looked relaxed and at ease. Just then, the thick door of the safe began to warp, all the while making a cackling noise. Tang Yuyan, who had been staring at the surveillance, couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the scene. Got up from his chair. I'm afraid the bandits are educated. Tang Yuyan's eyes glowed as she muttered. The mind was quite shocked. After all, who in their right mind would think to open a safe that way? A rope creates a simple lever mechanism, based on the principle that no machine saves work. Use a knot of rope as a pulley and then use multiple knots to form a pulley block. It increases the distance but saves force. In the words of Archimedes, give me a fulcrum and I am able to pry the whole earth. And Lu Jin is doing just such a thing at the moment. Finally, after the rope is taut to a point, a loud bang came as the doors of the two safes flew out violently. Lu Jin casually threw the iron rod on the floor and stepped inside the room. After getting the diamonds, the rifle was picked up again. Mission items have arrived. Prepare to evacuate. Lu Jin held his earpiece with one hand and spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 69, Evacuation by Brains. The moment. Outside the bank. The smoke and rain are constant, endless, and distracting. Inside one of the canopies, the commander-in-chief is huddled around the bank layout map with a skeleton crew of police officers. Discussed how to get more information about the inside of the bank. According to the information we have so far, there are a total of 2 robbers. Without a way to subdue 2 robbers at the same time, there is no way to ensure the safety of the hostages. If it's going to be a plan for a strong offense, that one has to be addressed. One of the police cadres, after finishing, looked around, while waiting for the crowd's opinion. The pen held in his hand swirled back and forth between his fingertips. The crowd was in deep thought. The rain fell on the awning and there was a rustling sound. The atmosphere inside the awning was a bit gloomy. Even though this was just a drill, there was a lesson to be learned from the last one. Everyone is now incredibly serious, even long ago as a real battle. So, every decision must be well thought out. After all, every decision they make will determine the life and death of those hostages. To be exact, there should be 3 robbers. All indications are that the man who was shot and escaped was one of the accomplices, and the 2 remaining robbers were wearing monkey and pig masks. The commander-in-chief raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to caution. The crowd nodded in unison. Then they jotted down the information they found useful in their respective notebooks. But, the foremost problem that remains unresolved, that is without knowing the location of the robbers. How should I control 2 robbers at the same time to ensure the safety of the hostages? We might be able to confirm the robber's location with a thermal imager. One of the police constables suddenly thought of something. turning his head to the colleague in charge of the technical support piece. However, instead, his coworker looked regretful and slowly shook his head. That's not very realistic. Not to mention the fact that the technology, as it stands now, isn't capable of making thermal imagers that penetrate walls. Even if there were no wall to block it, the thermal imager wouldn't work in this heavy rain. The police messenger in charge of the tech finished and buried his head again. Neither this nor that. We can't just wait around, can we? No action at all. Doesn't that make it inaction? A police officer spoke anxiously. The moment. Everyone is very stressed out. After all, this is an exercise that the director can watch. It was both a challenge and an opportunity for the people in the room. A good job might be rewarded by the director, but if you don't do a good job, you may have to write a review if it's not good enough, or you may have to retire early if it's bad enough. At this point, the commander-in-chief, who was the decision-maker, had one hand clasped vaguely against his forehead in a contemplative manner, was trying to analyze the information he had so far. Suddenly, his slightly closed eyes slowly opened. A decision seems to have been made. If anything, the man who was shot was the robber. That means that from the time they entered the bank until now, the robbers have yet to kill an actual hostage, even released a bunch of hostages. He's a smart man who wants to squeeze the value out of every hostage, so it's unlikely he'd go for a hostage in the first place until he had to. After all, killing a hostage, it's not good for him. The commander-in-chief stood up as he spoke and paused. After thinking about it, he tapped the table lightly. His intention was to escape, and since he wanted to escape, he would have left the bank. As long as they are separated from the hostages, we have a chance. Wait a little longer. As long as he tries to escape, he's bound to show a crack. The commander-in-chief spoke with great certainty. There were some minor surprises for the crowd. After all, by continuing to wait in this situation, everyone is likely to be held accountable from above in the end. Commander, but if we do nothing, then... One of the police officers had not finished his sentence. The commander-in-chief then interrupted him. You don't have to worry about being settled. Since I'm in command of this operation, I'm willing to take all the responsibility. The commander-in-chief's gaze was firm, and he gagged everyone with a tone that brooked no doubt. In the meantime, the director is far away from the provincial office, watching the commander-in-chief's every word on the screen. A very satisfied nod. That's more like it. Thieves aren't in a hurry. What's the hurry for you? A police officer? It's good to be in charge. The director finished shaking the teacup in his hand and saw that the water was already finished, so he had to get up to get hot water. Inside the bank, Lu Jin and the three of them had already gathered in the bank lobby. Boss, how are we going to get out of this? It could be surrounded out there by now. I can't really think of anything else we can do unless we grow a wing. Tang Yuyan frowned slightly and asked weakly. Just now, she went through the surveillance outside the bank. Basically, they've figured out the other side's layouts. It's practically unbreakable. So, it's hard not to be a little worried now. Where's the mystery in that? Don't worry. With our equipment, I can definitely lead you guys to kill your way out. Firefight a wave. As long as I can grab the car, I'll be able to dump these boys 8 blocks. Zhao Ji spoke with conviction. As far as he was concerned, there was no problem that couldn't be solved with fists and guns. All the troubles just stemmed from a lack of firepower. In response to Zhao Ji's proposal, Tang Yuyan just rolled her eyes. He then stuffed the lollipop into his mouth and didn't pay any attention to Zhao Ji. After all, her mom used to tell her, don't talk to the cutie. Talking, it's easy on the IQ. Evacuation depends on brains. Lu Zhuan didn't make too many explanations regarding Zhao Ji, but only gently tapped his head with his fingertips. After all, it takes a moment to change a code of conduct that a person has practiced for most of their life. It's really not wise. Zhao Ji was slightly disappointed when he saw that both of them were unimpressed with his proposal, but nothing more was said. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the two, Lu Zhuan dialed the phone outside. I need to speak to your commander-in-chief. The moment the call was answered, the police officer outside then heard Lu Zhuan's icy voice without any emotional coloring. Commander, the robbers have offered to speak with you. A police messenger took the phone and ran to the command car in a hurry, handed the phone to the commander-in-chief who was discussing the plan. The commander-in-chief's eyes changed slightly surprised. Immediately, the crowd was signaled to silence. Hey, I'm the chief commander of the police force for this maneuver. The commander-in-chief frowned slightly and opened his mouth to introduce himself first. I need a car with a full tank of gas, and I robbed too little money. Prepare me another $10 million and put it in the car. In exchange, I can release some more hostages. On the other end of the phone, Lu Zhuan spoke calmly. The crowd in the command car heard that Lu Zhuan was going to release the hostages again. There was some vague commotion. The commander-in-chief once again signaled the crowd with his eyes to be quiet. Yes, the commander-in-chief hesitated for 2 seconds. then agreed to Lu Zhuan's request. Upon hearing the response, the phone on the other end was instantly hung up. A busy tone came on. The group of police cadres inside the command car immediately started a discussion, and the commander-in-chief's face was clouded with suspicion as he stared at the bank nestled in the smoke. The eyes grew bright. This guy is sinking in. Chapter 70, the car is just a diversion. Commander, are we really going to agree to the robbers' demands? Will they get the car and actually run away? One of the cadre of police officers heard the commander-in-chief agree to Lu Jin's request on the other end of the line. Rather worriedly, he opened his mouth. The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes slightly, though the face wasn't as grave as before, but there was a constant frown. Quite cautious. He always felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. After all, judging from the last maneuver, Lu Jin was a person with a very high IQ. There seems to be some clear purpose in every decision he makes, but right now, it seemed that in order to free the hostages, they could only agree to Lu Jin's request. They have the hostages, and if they don't run, we'll throw in the towel. The only way we have a chance is to run. The commander-in-chief put down the pen in his hand and spoke thoughtfully. It seems to be talking to itself. After doing some internal struggling, he apparently decided to fulfill Lu Jin's conditions first. Prepare a car as requested by the robbers. The commander-in-chief gave the order at once. As the police messenger was about to turn around and get ready, he added, "Remember to fill up the gas tank. Don't play small on this, and don't provoke the bandits until you've secured the hostages." Yes, the police messenger got his orders and then turned to leave. Watching the backs of his men disappear in the rain and mist, the commander-in-chief held out his palm to catch the raindrops falling from the edge of the awning. There's always a time when the sky clears up from even the heaviest rain, and it's time for this rain to stop. The commander-in-chief murmured and spoke. At this moment the heavy rain was breaking down. The black clouds that were originally like ink were gradually dispersing, and there seemed to be a dawn light in the sky that was piercing through the clouds. And the plan in the commander-in-chief's mind took shape at that moment. Waiting for the moment when Lu Jin was ready to escape and separate from the hostages, he no longer had any concerns, and that's the best time to do it. But the day will be clear before it is clear. The rain was light, but the cloud was always gathering in the sky. It took a long time to dissipate. Just like the much anxiety in the mind of the commander-in-chief, it could never be dispersed. Now it seems to be just waiting for Lu Jin to come out with the hostages. However, the robber accomplice who was deliberately let go by Lu Jin was indeed a thorn hanging in the heart of the commander-in-chief. It is not enough to remove it for peace of mind. He always thought that third robber was definitely not as simple as cooperating with Lu Jin's act. If, in the beginning, he had been a little more cautious and not allowed the technicians to access the bank's surveillance, might just be able to go through the surveillance and find the third robber. Where did it go? The commander-in-chief, his mind clouded with suspicion, resumed his seat in the canopied command room. Looking out at the continuous rain, his fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desktop. At that moment, a sudden flash of light flashed inside his mind. Like a bolt of lightning, what had been dim eyes suddenly brightened. The man left through the back door. In order not to expose his trail, he would never wander around and increase the risk of himself being seen by others. In that case, it's highly likely that he'll be hiding at the back door to receive his accomplices. The commander-in-chief jerked to his feet at the thought. A haze in the sky pierced through the clouds and shone on his body. The commander-in-chief's mind also became enlightened at this moment. The robbers are trying to escape through the back door. The commander-in-chief stood up violently. A bolt from the blue suddenly appeared in the sky that was about to clear. A flash of electricity shone on the agitated face of the commander-in-chief. He figured it out. Asking for a car is just a blindfold. Lu Jin's real escape route is the back door. That's it. This Lu Jin guy, he used hostages as stand-ins multiple times in the last exercise. Almost fell for his trick. The commander-in-chief was firm in his thoughts and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Listen up everyone. The robber's demand for a car is just a diversion. The real route he wants to escape is the back door. Mobilize the police force to the back door. Never let the robbers escape. The commander-in-chief spoke in a deep voice. He, who had always been calm, became agitated for once in a rare moment. Even his voice was shaking slightly as he spoke. All the police messengers got the news, and the police force that had been placed at the front door began to mobilize to the back door. In the bank, Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was red in the face and was as excited as if he was playing chicken blood, kept wiping the automatic rifle in his hand. Even though he was a police bad boy, his favorite gun was still a rifle that was generally hard to access. At this point, Tang Yuyan, who was on the side, saw Zhao Ji's pressed appearance. It was very disconcerting. Uncle, do you need to be so excited? That gun of yours is about to be coated out of your ass. Tang Yuyan asked vaguely as she ate a lollipop. Boss is thinking what I'm thinking. There's going to be a firefight soon, Zhao Ji said, pulling the bolt with a click. The bullets are loaded. When Tang Yuyan heard Zhao Zi's words, she became even more confused. Didn't Lu Jin ask the police for a car and prepare to run? How did it turn into a firefight? Nah, when did the boss ever say anything about a firefight? Tang Yuyan took out the lollipop in her mouth and opened her mouth with a puzzled expression. Boss was afraid of scaring you, so he didn't say so explicitly. Let me ask you, after we get to the car, will the cops pawn us off? Zhao Zi put away his rifle and glanced at Lu Jin, who was sitting on the sofa and was fiddling with his firearm, and he himself seems to have taken on the role of the tough guy vicariously, totally forgetting that he is also a police officer. I can't believe I'm referring to the police messenger as a cop. Of course not, Tang Yuyan thoughtlessly replied back. Then it won't work. We're going to run, and the police messenger is going to stop us. We'll be in a firefight. The boss is preparing to break his back. Without further ado, let me see if I check if I have enough bullets. After Zhao Zi finished speaking, he didn't bother with Tang Yuyan anymore, but fiddled with his own gun. Looking at Zhao Zi's smug look, Tang Yuyan's head was filled with black lines. It's quite breathless. My mom was right. Tang Yuyan skimmed her mouth, restuffing the lollipop back into his mouth. He sat down on the table with his hands propped up, hands resting on his chin. He looked at Lu Jin, who was not far away. Boss, we're not really going to have a firefight, are we? Tang Yuyan asked Lu Jin vaguely. However, Lu Jin just smiled and shook his head without saying anything. Knowing that she was bored, Tang Yuyan pulled out her cell phone from inside her pocket and played with it. After about 7 or 8 minutes, only then did Lu Jin put down the Type 95 rifle in his hand and glanced down at the watch on his hand. Almost. Lu Jin's expression was indifferent as he spoke lightly. Then he clapped his hands and stood up from the couch. Zhao Zi, it's about time. The police team should be almost ready over there. You go and bring out the 8 hostages, Lu Jin said, re-picking up the monkey mask on the table and putting it on. Okay, boss. Although it was unclear what Lu Jin was up to, however, Zhao Zi didn't ask more questions, and only opened his mouth excitedly in response. Then he sidled up with his rifle and strutted towards the room where the hostages were being held. Yu Yan, you evade. Go and stay in the monitoring room for a while, Lu Jin spoke in a cold voice. Aha! Tang Yuyan jumped off the table and walked toward the monitor. After a short while, the 8 trembling hostages were then brought to the bank lobby by Zhao Zi. Chapter 71. I've been very restrained. Lu Juan stood in front of these 8 hostages without saying a word. A monkey mask with teeth showing. The pair of eyes under the holes in the mask looked calm, yet it invariably puts a lot of pressure on everyone in the room. The feeling is like a person suddenly meeting a tiger in the wild. That awakens the fear that comes from the instincts of mankind. Even Zhao Zi, who clearly knew that Lu Juan's true identity was that of a police officer. It was also at this time that it felt straight in the heart. Even he couldn't tell what was going on. It was clear that Lu Juan hadn't done anything, not even a word, and yet it put so much pressure on people. Zhao Zi even had some doubts that the humongous bandit was Lu Juan's true identity. The police messenger is nothing more than a part-time job. Of course, the crowd didn't know that the reason Lusion was able to have such an oppressive feeling, all because of the system skill humongous bandit aura. It was clear that this domain-like skill could no longer be explained by common sense. Seeing the faintly trembling looks of the crowd, Lu Juan was still satisfied and nodded. At this point, with temperament alone, he had overwhelmed all the hostages. I'm sorry for scaring everyone, but don't worry, I'm a very principled person. As long as everyone cooperates, you won't be in any danger. Does it all make sense? Lu Juan looked around and spoke calmly. That cold tone seemed to make the air around them seem to drop a few degrees. The hostages, already scared out of their wits, nodded their heads. Great, Piggy, get everything inside your bag. Lu Juan spoke calmly. Boss, you're a little more restrained. You'll be in big trouble if you scare people to death. Zhao Zi whispered a reminder in Lu Juan's ear as he handed him the backpack. He was really worried that one of these hostages would suddenly have a heart attack because they were too afraid of Lusion. After all, even he, a veteran police officer for so many years, when I saw Lu Juan's appearance, my heart was scared. Not to mention these ordinary people who usually have to shake 3 times when they are yelled at twice by others. I've been very restrained. Lu Juan opened his mouth helplessly and whispered back. Actually, he's not wrong at all. In order not to scare these hostages, he didn't even make any fierce, vicious looks. Instead, he kept his face expressionless. Even the sound of his voice was extremely restrained. It's just that Lu Juan doesn't know when a person has no expression whatsoever and speaks in a nonchalant manner, often the most intimidating. After receiving Zhao Zi's backpack, Lu Juan once again glanced around the crowd. With that, he took out the pre-prepared raincoat and various animal masks from inside his bag. No more, no less, exactly 8 sets. Lu Juan distributed them to the hostages in turn. Zhao Zi's eyes changed when he saw the items in the hands of the hostages. It seemed to have guessed what Lu Juan wanted to do. At the same time, he also recalled that he had previously complained about Lu Juan making him bring so many raincoats and masks. Now it seems, everything Lu Juan did carried a strong sense of purpose. In Zhao Zi's eyes, people like Lusion who included everything he was about to do in his plans. Simply a freak, even psychologically more or less ill. Lu Juan naturally didn't notice the change in Zhao Zi's eyes. Instead, he raised his hand. But just as he was about to speak, suddenly remembering Zhao Zi's reminder just now, in the back of my mind, I thought I'd better smile at them and not really freak anyone out. After Lu Juan made a mental calculation, he decided to comfort everyone, only he had just taken off his mask. The hostages were frightened and screamed, "Big brother, don't pick it, we won't look at it. You said you'd leave us alone if we cooperated. Please, don't kill me." Everyone seems to have a realization. That's when the bandit takes off his mask. That's when he's ready to take your little life. After all, you've already seen someone's face, so naturally it's best to slaughter you for the sake of secrecy and escape. When Lu Juan saw the crowd in this state, he became even more convinced that he had caused these people no small amount of psychological shadow. The heart still feels a little guilty. To make up for it, he decided to give everyone what he thought was a kind smile. Soothe the crowd. "Everyone, put your raincoats and masks on. You'll all survive." Lu Juan spoke softly, afraid that a louder voice would scare the hostage in front of him. However, it was that light sentence, and that inscrutable smile on his face. It sounded more like a threat to the hostages. Everyone feels even more like they are dying. Woohoo! Gooch! Ouch! Only 8 hostages were seen, each with a twisted face and tears mixed with snot flowing inside their mouths. It was like going to the torture chamber, crying extremely hard. However, but they don't dare to cry out in pain, for fear of annoying Lu Juan. And so, in grief and having to hold back the sobs, one by one, they made some of those strange noises that were really hard to understand. Lu Juan turned around and glanced at Zhao Zi. A helpless shrug. The subtext of that expression was as if to say, "I've been gentle." Zhao Zi rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. After letting the hostage get dressed, Lu Juan nodded in satisfaction. "Piggy, watch the hostages." Lu Juan put down a sentence and then carried his gun towards the bank's monitoring room. "Boss, you seem to be freaking out the hostages." When Tang Yuyan saw Lu Juan come in, she spoke softly, holding a smile on her face. "I've been very restrained. Without further ado, let me tell you about my next plan." Lu Juan waved his hand and pulled a chair from the side, sitting in front of Tang Yuyan. "Next, Zhao Ji and I will escape, because inside the information that the hostages gave to the police messenger earlier, you were not among the robbers, so you have to blend in with the hostages and keep an eye on the movements of the police messenger, and give us useful information at the right time. Get it?" Lu Juan opened his mouth seriously and informed Tang Yuyan of his plan. Hearing this, Tang Yuyan also finally understood. Why did he have to team up with Ling Feng beforehand and enter the bank beforehand? So that's what this time is for. Yeah, yes. Tang Yuyan held the lollipop and nodded her head repeatedly, opening her mouth excitedly. Obviously, she was interested in this bold plan of Lusion's. Very interested. After all, she was a thrill seeker at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of touching the police messenger's security system at a young age. Since you're a robber, you naturally have to do whatever it takes. Well, now you're going to disguise yourself inside the crowd, and you're going to have to act out a little bit with me. Lu Juan had just finished speaking when he violently raised his hand and grabbed Tang Yuyan's collar, stabbing. The collar of his shirt was then ripped out by Lu Juan. Only Tang Yuyan's snow-white skin was suddenly exposed to the air. That fascinating luster was even more blood-curdling. She obviously hadn't reacted yet, and that pair of autumn water eyes opened extremely wide, looking incredulously at Lusion, who was sitting in front of her. A piercing, ear-piercing scream followed. Ah. Chapter 72, The Big Get-Out is about to happen. The room where the hostages are being held. After Zhao Ji lifted the 8 hostages, there were still about 10 people left here. It's not too far from the surveillance room. Tang Yuyan's scream was naturally heard by the hostages still left here. One time, each of these hostages looked panicked and upset. Not much longer. A rattling noise sounded at the door. The crowd looked toward the door that had been opened, only to see that the robber with the monkey head mask was currently pulling Tang Yuyan's arm and pushing the guys away towards the room. At this time, Tang Yuyan's hair was scattered and her eyes were empty. It's hard not to imagine what kind of inhumane treatment this wonderful young girl in front of you has suffered from the robbers. While sympathizing, he secretly hated the robbers. Lu Juan came to the hostages and very roughly pushed Tang Yuyan into the crowd. Some kind-hearted hostages were worried about Tang Yuyan's fall and rushed forward to support her. Mother ******* her, be honest with me. It's just a lesson for you now. Next time, I'll shoot you in the head. Lujuan opened his mouth in a deep voice, not forgetting to glance around the crowd when he finished. The hostages shrank in fear and bowed their heads. It didn't dare to meet Lujuan's eyes at all. Subsequently, Lujuan snorted coldly as a warning, which turned to leave. Lock this room once again. Inside the room, the hostages immediately surrounded Tang Yuyen. One of the middle-aged women took off her jacket and draped it over Tang Yuyen's body. It blocked the rotten clothes in front of Tang Yuyen. Sister, don't think of anything you can't do. Life goes on. There's no hurdle that can't be overcome. The middle-aged woman held Tang Yuyen's hand and spoke in a soft voice, obviously very distressed by what happened to Tang Yuyen. Another young man, also righteous, went forward to comfort. This big sister is right. Think a little. These will be retributed. If you're worried that no one will want you in the future, we could probably try to get in touch. And don't worry, I won't mind you. After the young man finished speaking, he stole another glance at Tang Yuyen. The security guard next to him sneered when he heard the young man's words. Some people want to be Yanghua? Don't take a piss either. The guard leaned against the shelf of his locker and spoke conspiratorially. The two immediately bickered. The others didn't care about them either. But instead, they consoled Tang Yuyen one by one. No one doubted Tang Yuyen's identity. After all, this disoriented look. I guess if you get an Oscar-winning actor, he won't be able to act this well. It was just that everyone didn't know that the Tang Yuyen at this time didn't even have an element of acting. She was truly shocked by Lujuan's sudden move just now. Not for a moment. This time, all the preparations before the evacuation on Lujuan's side are already in place. From sending away Lingfeng, deleting the data, to placing Tang Yuyen among the hostages. Everything was going according to Lujuan's pre-established plan. Sure, they were not able to let up until they were completely out of the way of the police messenger's pursuit. Otherwise all the previous efforts will go down the drain. Eagle, can you hear me? Lujuan held the Type 9-5 automatic rifle in one hand and held the headset with one hand, calling Lingfeng's code name. Office building rooftop. Lingfeng, who was lying on the ground, always watched the movements below with his scope. The rain that had accumulated on the rooftop had long since soaked his entire body. He didn't move himself either. Instead, he had been lying on his back at the sniping spot Lujuan had told him to take position at beforehand. At this moment, he heard Lujuan's call from inside his headset. He responded immediately. Eagle copy, please advise. Lingfeng spoke in a cold voice. There were many similarities between his and Lujuan's personalities. The only difference was that Lujuan was a bit more cunning than him, and he's even more cognizant. Has the number of police messengers at the back door been confirmed? Lujuan spoke in a deep voice. Confirmed. 5 in total. Lingfeng reported the number of people to Lu Yuan with great precision. How long will it take to get rid of these people? Lujuan then asked. He had to know the exact time, because even 1 second could very well determine whether the maneuver was won or lost. 10 seconds. On the other end of the headset, Lingfeng pondered for a moment and replied to Lujuan in a tone of certainty. Very well, keep an eye on these people and do them when you get my orders. At this moment, Lu Juan, who had already substituted into the role of a tough bandit, spoke with a vicious and murderous tone. After confirming with Lingfeng to each other, he put his hand down and walked quickly to the bank lobby. A glance was exchanged with Zhao Ji, who was guarding the main entrance of the bank. Silence ensued as he waited for word from the police messenger. Outside the bank, the police messenger's side had already prepared the car that Lujuan had requested. Sure, it was also impossible for them to be obedient to Lujuan. After all, it doesn't take that long to prepare a fully fueled car. They're deliberately stalling, for the sake of laying a dragnet out there. As soon as the safety of the hostages is confirmed, there will inevitably be a big battle between the two sides. It was just a drill, though, but when both sides are people who like to be serious, this exercise is not so different from a real battle. The commander-in-chief gazed at the bank in front of him with a deep frown. That bronzed, country face looked grave. Even after he had already guessed Lujuan's intentions, there was a slight tension in his eyes. After all, this person, Lujuan, was really a very tricky opponent. Calm, wise and seeking perfection in everything. On top of that he also possessed inhuman sanity. At the moment the commander-in-chief was even a bit thankful. I'm glad that Lujuan has joined the team of police officers, and not really on a detour. Otherwise, with Lujuan's mind, it's quite a disaster for this community. All set? The commander-in-chief was still uneasy, and asked his aide to the side with some concern. Don't worry, Commander, it's been done as you arranged and everything is ready. The assistant next to him spoke with great certainty. The commander-in-chief sniffed, and then breathed a small sigh of relief. All right, contact the robbers. Start the operation. The commander-in-chief's voice was low and he gave the order. A waiting voice came from inside the phone, and all the police officers outside, one by one, were waiting as if they were on guard. don't dare to be lax. Finally, the phone was connected, and Lu Juan's icy voice came from inside the receiver. Looks like you guys are ready. Later, my companion and I will take 8 hostages on board, and there will be 13 left in the middle of the bank. Of course, I've strapped remote-controlled bombs to them, so if you do anything rash, I'll press the button at any time, and a lot of people will die then, Lu Juan said slowly. The commander-in-chief heard this and gripped his cell phone tightly. No, how can I be sure you'll keep your promises when you leave? All hostages must be released. The commander-in-chief spoke in a deep voice. However, on the other end of the phone, Lu Juan but sneered. Ha, sir, you don't seem to have a choice now. Chapter 73, another double. That's all I can do. The commander-in-chief sniffed slightly. As much as he wanted to fight for it again, Lu Juan didn't give him the slightest chance to maneuver. So far there have been no hostage deaths. If he angered Lu Juan at this point in time, he would lose more than he gained. Hearing Lu Juan's teasing tone, the commander-in-chief was very upset in his heart. But there's nothing to be done about it. I agree with your request. The commander-in-chief's teeth were clenched. It was almost as if the words were squeezed out from inside his teeth. In that case, I'll say thank you to you, Commander-in-Chief, on behalf of those hostages. On the other end of the phone, Lu Juan opened his mouth with a smile. After that, he hung up the phone. In the hall, Lu Juan took out the remote-controlled bomb he had already prepared from inside his backpack. The 8 hostages who had already put on their raincoats and masks saw the bomb in Lu Juan's hand. One by one, their faces turned pale with fear, and they all subconsciously gulped. Lu Juan swept a glance at the hostages and pulled a girl out from inside the pile. He put the bomb inside the clear bag. The bag was then hung around the hostage's neck again. The reason why Lu Jin did that, it's really about wanting the commander-in-chief to be able to see the bomb in the first place. After placing the bomb, Lu Jin even asked a very thoughtful question. Well, not too heavy? A calm tone of voice and words that were still kind of gentle, like they really care. But when that is said, it is inquiring whether the bomb is heavy or not. It takes on a different flavor. Those seemingly concerned words were more like a death threat. It's unnerving. When the hostages on the side heard Lu Juan's words, a few more points of fear were added to their eyes when they looked at Lu Juan. However, the hostages didn't realize that Lu Juan actually really cared about them. After all, this robber is not too cold. The girl was obviously dazed and confused, just shook his head in a daze. In response, Lu Juan nodded with considerable satisfaction. Soon, the doors of the bank opened slowly. The commander-in-chief was dressed in a raincoat, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. He stood at the far end of the cordon, staring unseeingly at the gate that slowly panned upward. When the hostages, with their pairs of feet, came into view, everyone's breathing became thick. The already overcast and rainy sky was clouded over. The rain seems to be picking up again at the moment. Bean drops of rain fell on the crowd, crackling and splashing. This unpredictable storm cloud instantly made the atmosphere of the scene tense. That's when the bank's roll-up door pulled completely open. All the police messengers were shaken. See only 10 masked men, also in raincoats, appeared at the gate. Heavy rain poured down. The hideous masks in the shape of various animals were chilling in the dim light. The monkey at the end of the line gazed with that icy gaze at the police messenger in front of him. The mask's concealment made it impossible to see his face. And because the curtain of rain was so heavy, it made it hard to see his eyes. The commander-in-chief at the moment had clenched his fists, deadly staring at the man in the rain with the monkey mask. The monkey mask is the robber. It's a clue to what you know. The heavy rain at the moment had reduced visibility a lot. The commander-in-chief stared at the line of figures wearing the same style of raincoat from a distance. He wanted to strain to see the eyes beneath the hollow of the monkey mask. But, the curtain of rain was too heavy to see. Outside the bank. Get in the car. Check the vehicle. Lu Juan spoke in a cold voice. Zhao Ji, who was wearing a pig head mask, got into the Chinese bus that was capable of carrying 12 people without any hurry. The car was about 10 meters from the bank's front door. And naturally, this 10-meter distance was a mind trick played by the commander-in-chief. He deliberately put it farther away. It's a bit of a walk before you let the robbers and the hostages into the car, and one might be able to find something in it. Zhao Ji opened the driver's door. Jump in the car. After checking back and forth, this confirmed that the vehicle had not been tampered with in any way. Inuyasha nodded silently, signaling that there was no problem with the car. That's to be expected. After all, there is no way a police contingent would ever pull a stunt like this on a vehicle without confirming the safety of the hostages. Because the commander-in-chief knew that the price to be paid for provoking the robbers would be extremely severe. It is the duty of the police messenger to ensure the life and safety of all hostages, and also the meaning of the existence of that uniform. Lu Juan is a police officer, so he knows more about what kind of choices a good police officer will make when he meets a robber. However, Lu Juan, who had always been cautious, still had Zhao Ji check the vehicle. "Get in the car." Lu Juan followed the last of the hostages and spoke in a low voice. The trembling hostages dared not disobey. In turn, they went up towards the minibus. Seeing that the hostages outside are already getting fewer and fewer, the police officers, who had been standing at attention, began to stir. "Everyone, don't do anything rash." But just then, a low command from the commander-in-chief pressed the crowd. They were about 20 meters away from where the Chinese bus was parked. So, the conversation over there and what happened on the police messenger's side is not clear. The commander-in-chief's brow was furrowed as he stared unseeingly at this in the rain. That sharp gaze seemed to want to see through every facial appearance behind the mask. The rain got heavier and heavier and the sky seemed to have leaked. In such a situation, the vision becomes more and more blurred. But the commander-in-chief didn't dare to blink, afraid that if he moves his eyes, the robber will disappear from his sight. Monkey head versus pig head. And then there's the one hostage wearing a mask of another animal. The commander-in-chief has left almost every detail untouched. And in the mind's eye, one image after another came to mind. At the time he knew he was about to start an exercise with Lu Juan as the commander-in-chief. He then kept watching the video of Lu Yuan's last live broadcast. Every little habitual movement of Lu Juan was memorized by him. The images in the video began as a staggering contrast to the reality of the crowd. Just then, Monkey's grip on the gun shook slightly, and the gun in his hand was nearly unsteady. It brightened the eyes of the commander-in-chief. A police constable who can't even hold a gun steady? The commander-in-chief's eyes changed and changed. The corners of his mouth curled into a light smile, relieved as if he was relieved. Just now, he himself had been paying attention to every figure. He found a common denominator. All 10 of these men walked in an unnatural position. It's all rather stiff as if coerced. The hostages were panicked and scared in their minds, and were being escorted by the robbers. It is naturally very normal to have such a situation. Robbers, on the other hand, are not supposed to behave like this. There's something wrong with the identities under that monkey mask and the pig mask. All these signs made the commander-in-chief even more convinced of the conjecture in his heart. Another double? That seems to be all this Lu Juan knows how to do. The maneuver is coming to an end. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth with a light smile. A smug look finally appeared on his face. Chapter 74 this time. He miscalculated. The one with the monkey mask is a double. The real robber, then, must still be hiding in the middle of the bank right now. He wanted to draw all my attention to the minibus and then slip away somewhere else himself. But commander-in-chief's eyes remained fixed on the minibus in the distance, and under his breath, he murmured what he had in mind. He noticed the robbers with monkey and pig masks coming out of the middle of the bank with a stiff stride, like being coerced. As well as before getting into the car, the monkey-masked robber nearly didn't even hold his gun steady. Numerous details. It made him certain that the monkey mask was definitely a double. Lu Jin tried to fool himself with such an old trick. But, Lu Jin hadn't expected that he had seen the video of his last maneuver countless times. He had already been warned about his trick of using a double. This time, he miscalculated. No, the commander-in-chief, who had just had a slight smile on his face, seemed to wake up with a jolt. The smile was gone, replaced by gravity. It was all too easy to recognize, easy enough to see through at a glance. This could not help but regenerate doubts in his mind. If, instead of hiding among the banks, how about Lu Jin hiding among a few hostages? The monkey mask he's been wearing since he entered the bank. Could this have been used to confuse yourself in the first place? Get the monkey mask associated with the robber. When he's ready to escape, he'll change into another mask. That's when one's full attention was on the monkey masked figure. The figure with the other masks would not be noticed at all. So much for that. He would be able to hide himself easily. But, this is unlikely. It wasn't just everyone's pace that stiffened. What's more, the commander-in-chief had just noticed that one of the hostages had a drill-specific remote-controlled bomb hanging from his body. The bomb was in a plastic bag and hung around the hostage's neck. If anything, Lu Jin is hiding among these hostages. Once the remote-controlled bomb detonates, he himself will surely be eliminated from the game. It's not like him, the highly intelligent robber who has been strategizing and winning every step of the way. How could you make such a risky move? The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes and stared dead at the movement on the side of the center bus. At this point, all 10 men with masks had gotten into the car. The car also fired up and prepared to pull out of Bank Square. The commander-in-chief frowned deeply. But, at this point, he still had no intention of letting his men do anything. There's a remote-controlled bomb among the hostages. The distance between the center bus and the bank is now well within detonation range. The robbers were hiding in the middle of the bank. As soon as there is movement on the side of the police force, the hijacker was perfectly capable of detonating that remote-controlled bomb if he was provoked. Sessions. It could be more than 1 or 2 hostage casualties. The commander-in-chief must wait at this point. At least wait until the center bus is out of detonation distance before doing anything. Captain, the robber's car is ready to go. The cadre of police officers standing beside the commander-in-chief watched as the robber's vehicle had made its move. Hurry up and come up with a reminder. I know. The brothers you were told to set up at the back door of the bank. You've got them all set up, haven't you? The commander-in-chief turned his head sideways and looked at the cadre of police officers with a serious question. Before thinking that there was a possibility that Lu Jin would escape through the back door, the commander-in-chief has placed his center of gravity toward the back door. Arranged. If the robbers did get out the back door, they definitely couldn't escape. The cadre of police officers hurriedly responded with a cry. The commander-in-chief sniffed and nodded with considerable satisfaction. He turned back. Eyes were no longer on the minibus that was slowly pulling out of the square, but on the bank in the rain. If one's guess is correct, the robbers were still in the middle of the bank, presumably preparing to break out the back door, and the accomplices who left in a fraudulent manner, ready to pick him up, should be making their move, too, shouldn't they? The minibus slowly pulled out of Bank Square, past the first stoplight, and then on the straight avenue toward the front. Sitting in the driver's seat and wearing a piggyback mask, Zhao Xi glanced in the rearview mirror. Seeing that there was no police car catching up behind him, he was still a little surprised for a moment. Boss, how come none of the cops are following up on their end? Zhao Xi hurriedly reported this situation to Lu Jin. The words were full of shock. Obviously, for such a situation, Zhao Xi was not expecting it at all. Drive well. You don't have to go too fast. Lu Jin, however, responded calmly to Zhao Xi. It seemed like everything was under his control. Lu Jin didn't look back. He just pulled out a map from his arms and looked at it. There is no center of gravity on the side of the police force to chase these two minibuses. Lu Jin knew they were on the hook. But, naturally, he couldn't have gotten off so easily. The commander-in-chief must have set up controls at all intersections when he was preparing the car. So now his own escape plan was only halfway through, trying to get out successfully. The next steps of the program must also be done without fail at every step. As the car traveled another few dozen meters, Lu Jin finally put away the map. Eagle, do it! His calm voice rang out as he held his headset. Rushing the sniper Ling Feng, who had been hiding not far from the back door of the bank, he gave the order. Roger that. The moment the cool response sounded in the headset, not far from the top of the office building, Ling Feng's gaze became unusually stern, the pupils focused to the extreme. The moment your finger pulls the trigger, only a muffled poof was heard as the shell exited the chamber. The bullet seemed like a meteor cutting through the sky. Freshly chambered bullets are extremely hot. The rain was vaporized the moment it made contact with the bullet. Extremely fast. Intertwined with the sound of an inaudible breaking wind, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. There were a couple of police constables guarding the back door of the bank. At this point they were wearing raincoats and were staring at the back door of the bank in full force. Boo! And that's when a police messenger was hit in the back by something. He froze slightly and just tried to turn around. The pupils of the co-worker standing next to him contracted extremely fast. There's a sniper. The police officer who witnessed the appearance of red paint on his colleague's back hurriedly opened his mouth. The splash of red gradually spread under the rain. The police messenger next to him just tried to take cover. The bullets had fallen on them. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, several others were similarly shot. No one was spared. And the commander-in-chief outside the main entrance of the bank got the message almost at the same time. After all, he had already arranged for a number of police messengers to hide in the shadows outside the back door. A police officer had been killed in action, and naturally the news reached him first. The receiver showed up. This kid is really trying to escape through the back door. The commander-in-chief clenched his teeth and spoke viciously. He had guessed early on that the person who had fraudulently left the bank earlier was Lu Jin's accomplice, and his accomplice left with the purpose of picking him up. But what the commander-in-chief didn't expect was for this accomplice to be a sniper. If this had been expected, nor is there a death toll of personnel. But, at this point, there were brothers killed in action. But at least the robbers were going down. Chapter 75, Lu Jin is not in the bank. 5 seconds. Over. Ling Feng spoke calmly. As a sharpshooter who has dominated the police force for many years inside the police force, with this CSLR-4 sniper rifle, he was even more of a godsend. The time to complete the mission was much earlier than what was promised to Lu Juan. After successfully completing the task entrusted to him by Lu Juan, Ling Feng quickly unloaded the parts of the sniper rifle. All that could be heard was a clicking sound. A sniper rifle that was as long as his arm had been completely disassembled by him. He placed the parts carefully inside his backpack. Then he put on his backpack and ducktail hat and got on the elevator of the office building. Quickly left that office building. Go to the prearranged location and meet up with Lu Juan. The moment. Outside the bank, the commander-in-chief stood at the front of the line. The face doesn't look too good. Commander, what now? The police messenger, next to him, spoke up eagerly. Search for that sniper immediately. Are the bomb disposal experts and signal jamming equipment over there ready? The commander-in-chief calmly asked toward the police messenger. Although the team members at the back door were killed in action, this also confirmed the commander-in-chief's previous suspicions. On the other hand, Lujuan planted snipers at the back door to receive him, just trying to escape through the back door. It has been arranged as you requested. In the path of the vehicle, the police messenger's eyes gleamed as he spoke earnestly. Very well. Tell the brothers at the intersection to get their spirits up as well and not to be careless. The commander-in-chief nodded in satisfaction. He had long ago placed men at the intersection. The purpose was to prevent a situation where Lujuan escaped by mixing in with the hostages. At the same time, the minibus carrying the hostages away had a remote-controlled bomb on board. The commander-in-chief had a bomb disposal expert as well as a signal jammer arranged at the first opportunity. Prepare to defuse the remote-controlled bombs among the hostages at the first opportunity after the Chinese bus is out of detonation distance. That is to say, it didn't matter if Lujuan was in the bank at the moment or on the Chinese bus. None could escape him. This two-handed preparation is to ensure that the arrest will be foolproof. Some more time passed. The commander-in-chief raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Based on the current time, it's enough time for the center bus to drive out of detonation distance. The commander-in-chief's eyes narrowed slightly, and his stern gaze landed on the bank that sat in the pouring rain. It's time for a strong attack. If Lu Jin is still in the middle of the bank, he can't run away. Action! The commander-in-chief spoke in a loud voice. The moment this order was given, all of the police agents waiting at the front and back doors raised their guns in unison and surrounded the bank. Starting to close in on the bank, the lead police officer, with his rifle raised, made an offensive gesture toward the team next to him. The players nodded their heads. A few people lifted up their long-prepared breaker hammers, slamming toward the glass door. Only a loud clang was heard. The glass door shattered instantly. At the same time, a police messenger, who had already put on his goggles and earplugs, pulled the pull tab on the concussion bomb. Throw the concussion bomb forward with force. Only 7 or 8 concussion bombs were seen, arcing through the air, fall into the bank together. A blinding white light flashed, followed by a loud noise that penetrated one's eardrums. Even with earplugs in, the loud noise of the concussion bomb still made the sweaty hairs of the group of police officers quiver. These are bombs made of magnesium powder and other chemicals. It doesn't cause fatal injuries, but at the moment of the explosion, it produces a violent glare and a loud sound. Due to the body's self-protection mechanism, under such strong stimuli, it will be instantly incapacitated. This is especially true inside enclosed spaces. That's why it's widely used internationally by police and counter-terrorism teams in rescue and raid missions. After the concussion bombs had finished working, the police officers entered the room, instantly took over the bank lobby. Report, no resistance from robbers in the bank lobby. The captain held up his headset and roared in a loud voice. Report, no robbers were encountered at the back door. The backdoor players shouted with equal nervousness. The commander-in-chief heard the team's report. A slight frown creased his brow, and his heart was vaguely disturbed. Continue to search the second floor. Watch out for ambushes. The commander-in-chief shouted sternly. The original firm gaze had been somewhat hesitant at this moment. In the meantime, the center bus had pulled into the driveway, gaining speed. Boss, don't they care about the hostages anymore? Zhao was surprised when he looked through the rearview mirror and still didn't see the police messenger chasing after him. Who says it doesn't matter? Isn't that right up ahead? Lu Juan, who was sitting on the co-pilot, nudged his mouth toward the front. See only. In the rain, just 2 police cars parked on the side of the road and a row of nails laid on the ground. One of the police messengers was holding up his hand, signaled Lu Juan and his party to stop. Listen up, front hostages. Pull over and don't worry. The bomb disposal experts will disarm the bombs on you. Another police messenger, with a megaphone, was shouting at the top of his lungs. What to do? Zhao Xi frowned and spoke anxiously. Stop the car. Lu Juan pulled the bolt of his pistol, pinned it to his waist, and returned indifferently. The other side, the team that stormed the bank, got the order. Start walking carefully toward the second floor of the bank. Along the way, there was never any sign of Lu Juan, until they came to the room where Lu Juan had previously held the hostages. The captain made a tactical gesture again. The team member in charge of breaking the gate lifted the braking hammer and stormed towards the gate. Boom! The gate was smashed open without incident. In order to prevent being ambushed by Lu Juan, the police officers did not rush into the room at the first opportunity. Instead, they threw smoke bombs in. For a while, the smoke filled the air and the eyes could not see. The irritating fumes are even more choking and painful. There are no robbers here. They're all hostages. Cough cough. Choke me to death. Puke. Come and get me. Help. The hostages cried out for help in unison, one choking and slumping to the ground. "Don't shoot! I'll go in first." The captain outside the door, signaling his team to put their guns down, took the lead by himself and rushed inside the room, only to see that it was full of hostages, but there was no sign of lusion. The captain was alarmed. "Commander! Lusion has escaped." This stern cry rang out in the earpiece for a moment. The commander-in-chief, standing outside the door, froze in place as if struck by lightning. Escaped? The bank is clearly surrounded. How did lusion escape? In this moment, the commander-in-chief's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, he remembered the way Monkey Mask had looked at him the last second he got into the car. It's basically impossible to see through the rain, but that flicker of a glance, at this point, it was like a slap in the face, smacked him hard in the face. Lusion is in the car. The commander-in-chief was shocked and came to his senses. Whether it's allowing the third robber to escape by faking his own death and corrupting the data from the security cameras, or strap a bomb to the hostage and let the third robber hide in the back door and shoot. It's all about tuning the tiger out at the end, with one lustful attempt after another. It was to convince his suspicious self that he would escape through the back door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The commander-in-chief clenched his fist and pounded it on top of the hood of the police car. A small puddle sunk into the tin hood, quickly filled with rainwater. Chapter 76, Let them go first. "I'm going to complain about you guys. Drill the hell out of me. Why don't you take it easy, mister, and change your pants? Roll. I'll file a complaint against you." One by one, the hostages were brought out of the bank by police messengers. When they heard it was a drill, it was hard to contain the anger in his heart. As soon as they came out, they clamored for a complaint. Even though the police messenger was already trying his best to comfort, it didn't help. After all, Lusion, who thoroughly thought of himself as a humongous bandit, scared the piss out of everyone else. At this point, the captain had walked out from inside the bank with his team. "Commander, there's no sign of Lusion or the gang inside the bank. They've escaped." The captain, who came out from inside the bank, dropping his head, he opened his mouth, and the team members following him, moody and buried, didn't say a word. The commander-in-chief sniffed and grimaced, strongly suppressing his inner rage. He turned toward the makeshift command room, the cadre of police officers on the sidelines, following closely behind him. "Commander, what should we do now?" A police cadre looked anxious. While walking, he opened his mouth to ask the commander-in-chief about the next plan. The commander-in-chief frowned and pondered for a long time. The way things are going, it's highly likely that Lusion has already escaped in a Chinese bus. But there was one thing that puzzled the commander-in-chief greatly. That is, Lusion has a bomb strapped to the hostage, and if he presses the bomb, he will be killed in action at the same time as the hostage. In this way, Lusion would likewise be judged a failure in this maneuver. How could Lu Jin take such a risky step? "Contact the team that ambushed the intersection for me immediately." The commander-in-chief spoke in a deep voice. The assistant sniffed and hurriedly switched the channel of the radio to contact the police messenger at the intersection. The moment the center bus had stopped in front of the barricade, a police officer and bomb disposal expert were about to go forward to disarm the bomb for the hostages. A rustle came from inside the radio intercom. "Wait! Alert first!" The police messenger leading the team stopped the bomb disposal expert and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Radio reception normal. Go ahead." The police messenger looked suspiciously at the center bus in front of him, raised his hand to wipe the water droplets from his face, and spoke in a proper voice. "Lusion is now in the van, and there are likely to be casualties when several of you intercept. Find a way to stall them first and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Don't take any chances with the shots. The robbers in the car are most likely not wearing monkey or pig masks right now." The commander-in-chief spoke quickly, finishing his sentence in a very short time. He was worried that Lusion had already exchanged masks with the hostages. By the time the two sides clash, it is likely that there will be a situation like a police messenger shooting down a hostage. So, the commander-in-chief repeatedly instructed the intercepting police messenger not to shoot. The police messenger in charge of the interception looked grave when he heard these words from the commander-in-chief. Glancing up, he glanced at the center bus not far away. "Commander, so are we letting them go now?" The police messenger opened his mouth with some hesitation and inquired of the commander-in-chief. "Yes." The commander-in-chief at the other end, after a few seconds of silence, agreed to the request for release, but quickly added, "After the release, you follow them and wait for reinforcements to arrive." "Yes, sir," the police messenger responded, and after hanging the radio intercom on his chest, he removed the megaphone from the car. "Listen up, robbers on the center bus. I know you're on the bus. I can let you go, but you must keep the hostages safe. Can you do that?" The police messenger ripped out his voice and spoke loudly to the front. Sitting in the van, Zhao Ji was about to stick his head out of the window and respond to the police messenger. "Lujuan, however, reached out and pressed him down. Don't talk to him, just put on a double flash. Lu Zhuan's cool eyes stared flatly ahead as he spoke calmly. When Zhao Ji heard Lu Zhuan's words, he froze for a moment. He didn't understand why Lu Zhuan told him not to finish. There was a 2-second hesitation before this dawned on him. Oh, I see. This guy was trying to confirm what mask the robber was wearing. This cop, he's pretty damn crafty. Zhao Ji cursed without a good breath. Then, as Lu Zhuan requested, he flashed his headlights twice. The police messenger's cleverness falls flat. There was a slight loss of heart, but he didn't dare to stop Lu Zhuan again. As the commander-in-chief said, with a bomb strapped to the hostage in the car and uncertainty about what kind of mask the hijackers were actually wearing, clash with robbers. Inevitably, the hostages will be injured by mistake. He had to get out of the way to ensure the safety of the hostages. Remove the barricades. The police messenger yelled out unwillingly. The chain of nails, laid on the ground, was pulled away by 2 police messengers. Several police officers just watched the van leave in the pouring rain. The van hadn't been gone long. The young police messenger immediately jumped to the car and shouted to his colleagues next to him. Quickly, keep up with them. Don't lose them. At this point, Lu Zhuan, who was sitting in the car, also received Ling Feng's message. Boss, I've managed to escape. Heading to the next location. Ling Feng's flat voice came from inside the headset. Very well. Meet us where we are and take cover. Lu Zhuan was very satisfied with his return. He was still quite relieved about this person. Ling Feng doesn't say much and does things reliably. Boss, they're following us. Lu Zhuan received the news that Ling Feng had completed his mission. As they passed through the intersection, a police car followed them. Zhao Ji saw this police car through the rearview mirror. Opening his mouth, he asked, Boss, what should we do now? As a police constable, Zhao Ji has never been the one to follow criminals. Now the roles are switched and he's the one being stalked. Can't help but be a little flustered. Even the steering wheel is a little off. But, compared to Zhao Ji, Lu Zhuan was much more calm and relaxed. This composure comes from the fact that he thinks about it far more than anyone else. So, it was actually within his expectation that such a situation would arise. Accelerate. Turn left at the intersection ahead. Lu Zhuan spoke calmly. Zhao Ji nodded heavily. 1 foot on the gas. Follow. The police messenger in the back, grasping his head grip, shouted. The 2 cars began to speed down the highway. However, at the front intersection, Zhao Ji suddenly turned the steering wheel and made a sharp turn into the left intersection. The police car behind them almost hit the guardrail because it was going so fast. The police messenger hurriedly turned the steering wheel. Whoa! The water on the side of the road stirred up a splash. After stabilizing, the police car dead-ended behind the van. Just as the van was pulling into an isolated stretch of road, the corners of Lu Zhuan's mouth rose slightly in an arc. Stop the car. His sudden words. It made Zhao Ji not have time to react, and he stepped on the emergency brake. The car jerked to a stop. Everyone in the car was leaning forward uncontrollably. Chapter 77, the robbers suddenly accelerated. They must be trying to escape. Why did this kid stop all of a sudden? The police car that had been following Lu Zhuan closely behind him also made a sharp break and stopped at a distance from the Chinese bus. The police messenger in the main driver's compartment frowned slightly. His eyes filled with a puzzled look. Don't care about him. We just have to keep following and wait for the support unit to arrive. The other police officer in the passenger seat didn't think much of it. After all, the hostages were now in Lu Zhuan's hands, and with their current abilities, they were unable to rescue them. One could only follow Lu Zhuan closely and wait for support. At this point, Lu Zhuan inside the Chinese bus took out a map from inside his pocket. Only on top of the map, many areas were marked with a red pen. Lu Zhuan glanced at the map, then looked around. Immediately after that, another circle was drawn on top of the map. Boss, what era is this? Can't you just use your cell phone for navigation? Next to him, Zhao Ji cocked his head and glanced at the map in Lu Zhuan's hand, opening his mouth in surprise. Lu Zhuan frowned slightly and shook his head. The map on your cell phone is very convenient, but there are some things that don't show up on the map on your cell phone. For example, a Skynet distribution point inside a city. These cameras, which are located in most corners of the city, make it easy to keep track of the movement of vehicles on the road. On the road to escape, these cameras must be circumvented. Naturally, there are no cameras labeled on top of the map. The only way to find out where they are is to find them on your own. And Lu Zhuan had let Zhao Ji drive around almost every corner of the city before the maneuvers began. The locations of all the cameras were standardized on the map in his hand. So, the map on the phone was naturally not as useful as the map in Lu Jin's hand. Sure, this time parking Lu Jin wasn't just looking at the map. At this point the parking area is a straight stretch of road where you can clearly see the vehicle behind you in your rearview mirror. Lu Jin calmly glanced at the fact that there were a total of 2 police cars behind him. A police car is capable of carrying up to 5 people. That is to say, at this point in time, the ones following him or her are at most 10 police officers. There weren't many people. It's about time. Intersection ahead. Turn left. Lujuan once again looked down at the map in his hands and spoke blandly. As he spoke, he was already planning the final exit route in his head. Zhaoji stole a glance at Lujuan, who was sitting on the passenger side. Even when he saw the police car right behind him through the rearview mirror, he remained calm beyond normal. It was as if every drop of blood that flowed through his body lost its temperature and became cold. There is only absolute sanity to back up every decision he makes. One time, Zhao Ji had a secret admiration for this boss. Lu Jin was a few years younger than himself though, but with a heart of gold. You don't even get a chance to use your head when you do things with him. Simply by acting on his orders, you will be able to achieve the ultimate goal. Awesome indeed. Okay, boss. Zhao Ji nodded heavily, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. There was even some anticipation in the mind. Expect that wonderful look on the faces of the police constables after they managed to escape the chase. Maybe it's the rain. There aren't many vehicles on this highway. The CMB kept its distance from the police dispatch behind it as it traveled down the highway. The sky was drizzling in gray, and the sight was greatly disturbed. Lu Juan had been staring flatly ahead, and that pair of cool eyes was very calm. It made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Just as the Chinese bus turned left and turned into another road, his eyes moved slightly, like the calm lake water that rippled. Accelerate. Stop at the front intersection. Lu Juan spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Ji glanced at the dashboard and grimaced. Boss, the speed limit on this road is 80 yards. Any more acceleration and you're speeding. Zhao Ji raised one eyebrow and hurriedly opened his mouth to give a reminder. He hadn't been slowing down the speed he had been maintaining. It was now running at the maximum speed limit of the roadway. After all, he was always a police messenger. When faced with these situations, the first reaction is still some hesitation. Remember, you're a robber. Lu Juan spoke calmly, keeping his eyes on the front. Hearing this, Zhao Ji was slightly stunned. There was a sudden flash of realization in his eyes. Yeah, I'm a robber now. What do I care about traffic rules? Thinking of this, Zhao Ji no longer hesitated. 1 foot on the gas. Boom! The sudden acceleration produces a great sense of pushback. The entire car of hostages, at the same time, leaned back. At this moment, a Chinese bus was actually driven by Zhao Ji with the feeling of a McLaren. The dashboard needle jumped from 80, straight to 102. The police messenger in the back saw the sudden acceleration of the Chinese bus, and his taut nerves were instantly drawn to the extreme. The speed had also exceeded 100, and, seeing that the Chinese bus was gradually drawing away from him, want to speed up? The police messenger driving the car gripped the steering wheel in a death grip and spoke nervously. This is the kind of roadway where their police cars are grossly overspeeding at this point. But if you don't continue to accelerate, the robbers in front of us are about to run. Accelerate. Now that the robbers have suddenly accelerated, they must be trying to escape. Can't lose him. The police sergeant next to him shouted sternly. Both hands grabbed the handles on top of the car and were ready. The police messenger driving the car sniffed, gritted his teeth, and similarly stepped on the gas. Zhao Ji glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the police car was still behind him. A disdainful light smile curled the corners of his mouth. When it comes to drag racing, he's got plenty of experience. After all, he's a fierce man who can drive a car to the second floor. Come on. Usually you guys complain about the old man. Now let's give you guys a taste of speed and passion too. Though he usually breaks some discipline in order to catch thieves. But in his opinion, sometimes there was no excuse for breaking discipline in order to catch a thief. But it's just that some people are making complaints about him in this regard. So much so that they are in their 40s and still on the front line. Therefore, he has more or less some grievances in his heart. Now is the perfect opportunity to vent. Zhao Ji stepped on the gas again. The engine let out a roar and the speed soared again. The slightest incline in the road is capable of making the car feel like it's flying. The hostage sitting on top of the car. I was screaming at first, but by the time the car reached its peak, I was numb. Eyes dull. Expression wooden. It's like the soul has left the body. Life and death have long since ceased to matter. One is already numb and seeks only to hasten destruction. However, a mid-size bus is not a McLaren after all. And the engine takes a beating that it shouldn't at its price point under prolonged acceleration. It finally struck. Put. Boom boom boom. Only to see the needle of the dashboard dropping rapidly. No matter how Zhao Ji stepped on the gas pedal was of no help. After a few muffled thuds, it shuddered and stopped. Boss, we fell for it. They must have tampered with this car. Zhao Ji twisted the car key and tried several times, but could not start the car after. Pounding his fist on the steering wheel, he spoke in great exasperation. But Lu Juan remained calm as usual, not surprised at all that the car is having problems. Because, even if the van was fine, he would have told Joji to stop. The reason why Joji was told to speed up was to make the police messenger behind him nervous. The police messenger in the back saw Joji finally stop and skidded for a distance before stopping 100 meters away as well. In order not to provoke lusion, he always kept a distance from the Chinese bus. Just as the police messenger on the bus was staring intently at the center bus in front of him, only the door of the minibus was suddenly opened. A man wearing a fox mask and a rabbit mask jumped out of the car and ran wildly toward the hills down the road with his bag on his back. The robbers abandoned the car and ran away. The police messenger spoke in unison. Several police officers in the car rushed to open the doors and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 78 Desperate Escape Stance. All the police messengers got out of the car. 6 police constables gave chase. After all, the 2 robbers who got out of the minibus were fast. If they delayed a second, they would be pulled a short distance away and had to make every second count. Naturally, there wasn't much time to think about anything else. The total number of police officers on the 2 vehicles was 8. 6 chased them out, leaving 2 police officers standing by the car. Uncle Lai, the robbers have heavy weapons on them. Sure, I don't have to go help? A young police officer looked anxiously at the 6 colleagues who chased them out. Eagerly, he opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged police officer beside himself. They just go after it. The robbers have heavy weapons, plus you alone won't be much use. Let's just free the hostages first. The middle-aged police constable was also looking at the silhouette on the hillside by the roadside, with the same worried look on his face. Despite the concern, 1 or 2 more people really wouldn't be of much use. The robbers abandoned the vehicle and fled, with hostages in the minibus. Naturally, someone had to be sent out to calm the hostages. After all, the hostages were taken by robbers and drove wildly for that distance. Guess the hostages are not in good shape at this point. The young constable nodded heavily. The 2 men then walked towards the center bus, prepare to free the hostages. At this point, above the hillside, people wearing fox masks and rabbit masks were running desperately and furiously towards the mountains. And the police officers who came out after him were close behind, one after the other, still separated by a distance. The robbers were fast and were the first to run up towards the hill. There is a total flavor of desperation from the gesture of escape. It is natural to be able to distance yourself from the police messenger behind you, though this is just a drill and catching the robber doesn't get you credit. Yet, it is one of the few opportunities to be able to present yourself in front of the director. So a few police constables were also very desperate. Already the people in front of them were treated as really vicious robbers. So, here on the already muddy hillside because of the rain, they were also clinging to the figure in front of them. I can't run. What to do? Why are the cops still chasing after us? The figure with the fox mask gasped and spoke loudly. The air he inhaled tore at his lungs, making his face agonize. And the rabbit-masked robber next to him was just as tired and out of breath. Run! Can't stop. Have you forgotten the bombs on us? The rabbit-masked robber gasped. Keep running up the hill. Fox Mask sniffed, and his originally heavy footsteps became light once again. As if regaining his strength, he continued to run wildly. Who, what the, runs faster than a rabbit? The police messenger in the back braced his hands on his knees and gasped violently. Vaguely, he could see countless stars floating like fireflies before his eyes. Hurry! These 2 are definitely robbers. Catch them and you'll have plenty of chances in the future. A police messenger next to him was also tired though. But he clearly didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, although they are police constables, they are equally human, with their own families and their own social roles. While realizing their ideals and fulfilling their duties, they also want their salaries to be higher and their positions to be higher. It's human nature and there's no excuse for it. However, being in the system, it's hard as hell to move up. So with the opportunity right in front of you, it's only natural to leave no stone unturned and go for it. You're right, even if it's a drill. We have to go after it. The other police officer took off his hat and, with a clench of his teeth, continued to follow. In fact, he was puzzled in his heart. He couldn't figure out how Lu Juan could be so rigid. It was clearly a drill, and it was made to look like a game. He didn't know that the 2 robbers who were on the mountain at this time were not Lu Juan and Zhao Ji at all. Instead, it was 2 hostages under duress. Whatever it is, with a bomb strapped on and facing a death threat, definitely inspires one's potential. After all, it's a dying mouse with its tail lit on fire that will run like hell. However, the faster the 2 hostages ran, the more they were able to create the illusion that these 2 were Lusion and Zhao Ji to those police officers in charge of the chase. Without realizing it, the crowd had already run into the middle of a large mountain. Dragging his heavy feet, he moved forward slowly. Eventually, the hostage with the fox mask lay directly on the ground. I'm not running. It's better to be blown up than exhausted. Fox Mask spoke under his breath with a lifeless look. He lay on the ground, his eyes staring lifelessly at the rain falling from the blackened sky, obviously given up struggling. I'm not running either. Bunny Mask also gave up resisting and gasped for air. A couple of police officers shuffled over to the two men slowly, dragging their tired bodies with them. Even though he was exhausted, a smile covered his face. Run! Isn't it quite a runner? Hey, can't run, can you? One of the police constables smiled and spoke. Although his face was green and his lips were white, the smile on his face could not be hidden. Don't bull ****** them. Now they're robbers. Hurry up and cuff them. The other police officer was sweating profusely by now and spoke under his breath while fanning himself. Although he didn't say anything on his mouth, in his heart he greeted Lu Zhuan's family properly. After all, the chase had taken them at least 8 or 9 kilometers, and it was still this roadless hillside. There was naturally some resentment in his heart, or he wouldn't have prompted his colleague, treating the Lu Zhuan at this moment as a robber. Two of the police officers cheerfully stepped forward and each handcuffed one of the robbers. At the same time the robber's mask was removed. This, worry your mom yo. When the two police officers saw the face behind the mask, they moved as if struck by lightning and completely froze in place. In his heart, there were even 10,000 grass mud horses running wild. Several other police officers were baffled. They have come up to take a look, and at that look, everyone froze. They knew what Lu Jin looked like, and Lu Jin was not one of those two. That is to say, these two are not robbers. They never dreamed that they had chased these 7 or 8 miles after 2 hostages. You are not robbers? One of the police officers looked at the hostages and couldn't help but ask out, even though it was already clear in his mind. Mostly he didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to believe that they had gone to all this trouble and captured a hostage. No, not. One of the hostages responded with difficulty. After running so far, it felt like my lungs were about to explode when I opened my mouth to say the last word at this point. You are ing hostages. Then what are you running for? We're here to save you, not hunt you down. One of the police constables, pointing at the hostage with the rabbit mask, cursed. Fingers and voice were trembling, obviously furious. Why are you running? I've got a bomb strapped to me. It's going to kill me. The hostage's face was extremely ugly, and he almost spoke with a sobbing voice. Physical exhaustion, coupled with a spiritual fear of death. He was almost falling apart. The police messenger's brow deepened as he heard the hostage's reply. Indeed, they knew it was a drill, but the hostages didn't. The two hostages got out of the car and ran wildly towards the mountains. It gives them no time to think too much at all. Didn't even expect the robbers to come up with such a trick. The commander-in-chief had reminded them of this long before. Keep them on their toes. And they did, which is why they were dead set on the Chinese bus that Lu Zhuan was traveling in. But along the way, Lu Zhuan made Zhaoxi speed up and stop again. Plus this rainy, cloudy weather is obscuring the view. It made them all very nervous, afraid that in the blink of an eye Lu Zhuan would abandon the car and run away. So, at the sight of the originally accelerated Chinese bus suddenly stopping and two people jumping down from the bus. Plus, the commander-in-chief had said that the robbers were most likely not wearing monkey and pig masks right now. And the two men who got out of the car and ran away with exactly the same 2 masks. They didn't even have time to think about it, so they chased after it. Who knew that a line of people chased them all the way and ended up chasing 2 hostages? Chapter 79, I'm sorry, you're dead. After 6 police officers chased them out, the Chinese bus stopped in the rain. A group of figures with various animal masks were staying quietly inside the center bus. Beneath the masks were eyes that were either frightened or disturbed. The figures were trembling. The continuous rain outside the window remained, and the raindrops fell on the car window, making a rustling sound. The atmosphere was oppressive and eerie, only to see 2 police officers in the rain screen with one hand on their heads, running quickly towards the center bus here. Once in the car, the 2 men patted the rain off their bodies. Glancing at the crowd sitting on top of the minibus, he breathed a sigh of relief. There's no need for anyone to be alarmed. We're police messengers. The robbers have escaped. We're here to save you. The young police constable's face was resolute as he wiped the rainwater off his face and spoke with a bitter smile. After all, a drill scared these people like this, and they don't know how to explain it to these people. However, heard the police messenger come to rescue them. The hostages in the car didn't act overly surprised. Instead, they looked at the police messenger in unison. The entire minibus fell into dead silence. The 2 policemen couldn't help but frown slightly when they saw the crowd's indifference. There was doubt in his eyes. People should be freaking out. The middle-aged police constable known as Uncle Lai didn't think much of it and said casually. The police officer next to him nodded slightly. Indeed, with so much happening, it's understandable that the average person would be slowed down for a while. Don't be afraid, everyone. The robbers have run away. You are safe now. He looked at the people in the car and spoke again to calm the mood. There was a kind smile on his face. Make yourself look as amiable as possible. But the hostages just stared at him and didn't say anything. This gave the two police officers the vague impression that there was something weird going on in the car. The two police constables frowned even tighter. Uncle Lai pondered a little, suddenly held his breath and tugged on his colleague's sleeve. Wait, the robbers are probably still in the car. Uncle Lai lowered his voice and whispered in his own colleague's ear. The young policeman's face changed dramatically as he sniffed. Then his eyes coalesced and he looked around, attempting to identify the robbers from the hostages in the car. One hand was already gripping the top of the gun handle at his waist, ready to draw. However, these people are wearing masks. It's too hard to tell them apart just by eye. But the more they did, the more uneasy the two police constables became. Seems to look at everyone and think he's a robber. Underneath the masks, each person's eyes widened more and more, while covered in horror. Some of them even stood up. The two police constables became extraordinarily nervous at the sight. One by one, they pulled out their sidearms. All sit down. Sit down. The young police sergeant lost his voice and yelled. The gun shifted back and forth over the crowd. But with so many people, he had no idea which one was Lu Juan and Zhao Ji. In that mask of an animal, it became as hideous and horrible as a demon. Just as the two were slowly backing away, something hard was pushed against their backs. The hearts of both men lifted violently and began to pound wildly. The rest of his eyes glanced up at the window glass of the minibus. Through the reflection of the mirror, only two masked figures were visible. At the moment it was pointing a gun at them. Without guessing, they knew that these two were Lu Juan and Zhao Ji. The top of the center bus remained quiet, but the eyes of the crowd that saw this scene had changed from horror to despair. The breathing became much thicker as well. The whirring sound could be faintly heard. It was clear that everyone's nerves were on edge at the moment. Boo! Boo! Lu Juan and Zhao Ji didn't have much to say. Woody pulled the trigger. Gunshots erupted in the silence and disappeared into it again with the snap of a finger. The rain was still rustling outside the window, but the sky, at this point, seemed to have gotten a little more cloudy. Blanks hit the back. It didn't cause any fatal injuries, but it hurt so much that the two police officers bared their teeth. Seeing that they had been shot and still refused to fall to the ground, Lu Juan gently pushed forward with the muzzle of his gun. The young cop frowned deeply, although there were 10,000 reluctances in his heart. At this time, he had to fall forward. After all, there are rules for maneuvers. He was now a dead man and had to cooperate with the robbers. The two police officers fell to the ground, the paint on their backs soaking through their uniforms and spreading like ink. The bright red color is frighteningly chilling. After the police officers fell, the tall figures of Lu Juan and Zhao Ji, who had previously stood behind them, reappeared in the hostages' line of sight. Everyone was trembling violently under the grip of fear. Combined with this damp and cold weather, they just felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. The bone-chilling cold made their hands and feet turn cold. Even breathing is careful. Under the gazes of the crowd, only Lu Juan slowly removed his mask. He crouched down on the ground and put his own mask on the cop's face after turning him over. Lu Juan gazed at the police messenger on the ground, and after a few seconds passed, he took a deep breath. I'm sorry, you're dead. Lu Juan patted the police messenger's arm and spoke rather regretfully. There was a hint of compassion in his eyes. In this moment, he seemed to actually see his colleague's sacrifice. Good does not always triumph over evil. What overcomes evil is strength. Lu Juan secretly thought this way in his mind. There was an extra hint of determination in the calm gaze. It's time to go. Get your bag. Lu Juan stood up from the ground, put on his raincoat, and turned to leave. Okay, boss. Zhao Ji put on his backpack and followed closely behind Lu Juan. The two men disappeared into the rain, one after the other. Even though Lu Juan and Zhao Ji had already left, but the hostages on top of the minibus are still distraught, and didn't dare to do anything rash. Are the robbers really gone? One of the hostages took off his mask and spoke incredulously. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. There was a moment of silence. Should be gone. Another hostage, uncertainly, returned. The crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief. The nerves that had been taut finally loosened at this moment. The people cried tears of joy and embraced each other. It took a while for the crying to die down. In the meantime, the police officers who chased them out of the mountain were also desperately rushing back at the moment. But when they rushed back, only to see a group of people in the minibus surrounding two police messengers who were lying on the ground. A moment of silence is being observed. Where's Lu Juan? Say something. Seeing his two colleagues lying on the ground, the police officer in charge grabbed the collar of the young police officer and spoke angrily. The hostage thought it was this police officer who couldn't accept the fact that the police officer had died for a while. They have come up to persuade. Uncle, people can't live after death. You're sorry for your loss. Let them go in peace. We will always remember them. The police officer in charge peeled away the crowd and continued to pursue. Hurry up and tell me, where did Lu Juan go? just as the crowd tried to pull him away. The young police officer lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm a dead man now." The young police officer finished breathlessly and continued to close his eyes and play dead. The hostages were so shocked to see this scene that their mouths opened extremely wide. It's scammed. Chapter 80. I'm sorry, Lusion ran away. Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief is standing under the awning. Behind him stood a simple regimental table, around which were gathered 5 or 6 police cadres. On top of the table, there was a map. A few of the police cadres were looking at the map and discussing it intensely. They have not been idle all the time from the feedback back to the robbers' escape route, speculating on the ultimate intentions of the robbers. There was clearly a disagreement at this point, so the discussion was slightly more heated. The commander-in-chief didn't bother with them. It's normal for discussions to be heated. The commander-in-chief looked at the curtain of rain in front of him. That dense rain fell sharply, causing little ripples as it landed on the ground. He's waiting for the squad sent out in pursuit to be able to deliver good news. Lusion did still have chips in his hand, but as long as the squad he had arranged for himself was able to deadhead him, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was an exercise where the robbers had to escape a 48-hour manhunt if they wanted to win. He couldn't even escape, so how could he win? So, the current situation is still an advantage for the police messenger's side. Just be able to hold on to that advantage. Then you can win. Command room. This is Falcon. Please respond if you receive. And it was at that moment that Table Mountain's intercom suddenly sounded. One time, the commander-in-chief's heart rejoiced. The Falcons, the squad that had set themselves up for the chase. Guess, good news is coming. Command room copy. Go ahead. The commander-in-chief hurriedly picked up the intercom on his desk and responded. The words fell. The commander-in-chief couldn't help but gulp. Obviously, he was still in a somewhat nervous mood at this point. After all, the next message one receives will most likely bring down the curtain on this maneuver. We lost them. Lusion escaped in a police car after killing 2 of us. Next to the Chinese bus, the police officer at the head of the group was holding a walkie-talkie. He stood in the middle of the rain and took a deep breath of cool air before speaking into the walkie-talkie. The rain was quite dense, and it was painful on one's face. But the cop half tilted his head back and let the rain fall wildly on his face. It was hard on his mind. This hardness is not brought on by the fact that one may be reprimanded or chastised, more because of guilt. They followed the robbers' fleeing vehicle and could be considered the hope of the police force. But, at this point that hope was extinguished. It was because of their misjudgment that the robbers easily escaped from them by playing just a little trick. Not only did they escape, they even killed 2 of their brothers. Lost with. The commander-in-chief held the walkie-talkie in disbelief. He was a little disbelieving for a moment. How could we lose them? The instruction he gave to Falcon was nothing more than to follow the robber's vehicle from a distance while providing feedback to the command room on the robber's escape route. And now you're getting the message that you've lost him? Hijacker's vehicle stops on roadway near Richwood Hill. After killing 2 of our brothers, the robbers fled toward the east in the police car we left behind. It's been about 20 minutes on the run by now. Commander-in-chief, we apologize. The sound of a report rang out again among the intercom. That side reported what had happened to the commander-in-chief in a nutshell. A final apology full of apologies. The commander-in-chief listened to the sound of the report and let out a long sigh. Calm the hostages and bring them all back. The commander-in-chief spoke in a deep voice. And after he finished speaking, he placed the walkie-talkie back on the table. He turned to look out of the awning into the rain. The rain was still falling rapidly. The commander-in-chief gently closed his eyes. His eyebrows knitted together, and a hard expression on his face. Lusion still escaped. This was his plan from early on, wasn't it? He seems to be able to come up with near-perfect plans in any situation. On the means of escape just now, in hindsight, it seems pretty rough. With a little more thought, he was able to see through his plan and catch him. But really, if you put yourself in my shoes, even if it was himself who clung to Lusion at that time, faced with 2 people suddenly getting out of the car and running madly up the hill, what else could one think? I am afraid I will fall into his trap myself. Have to say, Lusion is indeed a very smart person. He's smart in the sense that he's able to pinpoint hearts and minds. It seems, he was able to get everyone who fell into his plans to do exactly what he expected them to do. It's awesome. This opponent is indeed not simple. Phew. The commander-in-chief let out a long sigh. He fished a box of cigarettes from inside his pocket and shook a cigarette out of it. After lighting it, take a deep breath. The depression in his heart was only slightly relieved. In the face of the Falcon losing Lusion, besides being shocked, he was indeed extremely angry in his heart. But now is not the time to go on a rampage. After all, the maneuvers weren't over yet, and he still had plenty of opportunities. 48 hours was still a lot of time for him to calmly make a lot of decisions. The commander-in-chief agreed with the words of Chawezi. Don't be angry. Anger will only reduce your wisdom. As commander-in-chief, the brains of the police force, he must remain calm. The robbers fled east on Fullwood Road. If I remember correctly, there are very few cameras on the Fullwood roadside because it's remote, right? The commander-in-chief flicked the ashes of his cigarette, looked back at the cadre of police officers gathered around the round table, and opened his mouth to inquire. In the time before, he also studied the map for a long time with a cadre of police officers. Exactly. Over on Fullwood Road, there's very little camera coverage. A police cadre hurriedly responded to the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief nodded. Since Lu Jin would be there to carry out his plan to get away, that must have known it too. Have the technical department pull up the surveillance for a kilometer radius of Fu Lin Road? Lu Jin is now riding in one of our police cars, fleeing from Fullwood Road 20 minutes ago. They should have gotten pretty far by now, but there's nothing to do but determine his course of action first. Add more men to the tech department. Get the brothers pumped up. And within an hour I want to know the exact route the robbers are taking to escape. The commander-in-chief stomped out the cigarette in his hand before he opened his mouth to give the order. After saying that, he rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. Yes. A cadre of police officers rushed to respond. Then he turned and burrowed into the middle of the temporary command room to convey the commander-in-chief's orders. The commander-in-chief wrapped his hands around his body and once again looked at the rain with a deep frown. Lu Jin, watching the rain fall, he murmured to himself, his face full of concentration. I don't know exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 81. How come I don't have such a brain? Suburbs. A police car is traveling down the road. It's raining from the sky. The rain crackled on top of the bodywork. Boss, where are we going next? Inside the police car, Zhaoji glanced sideways at Lu Jin, who was sitting beside him, and opened his mouth to give an inquiry. It's been nearly 20 minutes since they left their hostages behind and fled. Under Lu Jin's command, Zhaoji drove the car around. Where exactly he was at this point, Zhaoji himself wasn't sure. Keep going. Turn right at the traffic light intersection ahead, then continue on for 300 meters. When you get to the fork in the road, turn onto the dirt road on the right. Lu Jin put away the map in his hand and calmly opened his mouth to respond to Zhaoji's cry. When he spoke, his face was expressionless and his eyes were always looking straight ahead. Though look, it was like being very familiar with this stretch of road. Boss, have you been here before? Zhaoji raised one eyebrow and asked curiously. As far as he knows, Lu Jin is not from Shanyun City, and it was still the first time he came to Shanyun City, so he should be extremely unfamiliar with the city. But this whole time he directed his driving. It was exactly like a living map. It seemed as if every corner of the city was imprinted in his mind. Been here. Didn't we go through the road here the first day we stepped on it? Lu Jin spoke calmly. As she spoke, Lu Jin moved her body around, looking for a sitting position that would make her more comfortable. After all, for the 20 minutes or so since he'd gotten in the police car, he'd been sitting upright looking at a map. Indeed, it's a sore back from sitting. Awesome. Why don't I have a brain like that? Zhaoji couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard Lu Jin's words and opened his mouth rather enviously. Indeed, on the first day of the stampede, he drove his car and took Lu Jin and Tang Yuyan, Ling Feng and the others around almost the entire Shangyun city, the place where they are now naturally came to be. But, Zhaoji already had no impression of this place at all. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was able to remember even one fork in the road. It's a lot of people compared to people. Zhaoji did things by revering force for the most part, but who wouldn't want to be able to have a good brain? What about being able to strategize and win? At this point, Zhaoji was jealous that Lu Jin's brain was so strong. The car continued on. While facing the stoplight, Zhaoji looked around to see that there were no cars. Then he kicked the gas and ran a red light. After all, he had just been speeding in the city, and if he had been pursued, it would have been enough to suspend his license. It doesn't matter if you run a red light now. Someone whose license is suspended? Is it hard to be afraid of getting a few more points? Not to mention, if you don't even run a stoplight, still have the nerve to call yourself a tough guy? Turning right at the traffic light intersection, Zhaoji continued to drive forward as Lu Jin had just said. Fruity. After a distance of over 300 meters, he came to the fork in the road. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhaoji followed what Lu Jin said and turned directly into that rather muddy dirt road. Stop the car. Just drove less than 100 meters down the dirt road. Lu Jin suddenly spoke up and told Zhaoji to stop the car. Zhaoji was quite puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. The car wasn't going very fast at this point, and it skidded a short distance before coming to a steady stop. Boss, why are we stopping here in the middle of nowhere? After the police car stopped, Lu Jin directly opened the door and got out. Zhaoji, on the other hand, surveyed the slopes on both sides of the road and asked with some confusion. Lu Jin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he walked to the side of the road in the rain on his own. There was a car parked there covered with a tarp. As soon as Lu Jin ripped away the rain cover, a 7-seater van appeared in Zhao Zi's line of sight. Change the car. Lu Jin looked at Zhao Zi and spoke calmly. Zhao Zi hurriedly nodded and got off the top of the police car, jogging towards the van in the rain. The moment he saw the van, Zhao Zi was truly stunned. He really didn't expect at all that Lu Jin had prepared a car here. The question is, when did he prepare it? Chapter 82, Lu Jin's escape plan. Zhao Zi ran to the van and was just about to pull open the driver's door and sit in it. Suddenly, he saw the bushes next to him shake, and a figure burrowed out. Zhao Zi was startled. Boss. He only saw the figure take off the waterproof mask on his face, then looked at Lu Jin and opened his mouth to greet him. Only then did Zhao Zi see that the figure that came out of the bushes was definitely Ling Feng. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you kids scared me. Zhao Zi looked at Ling Feng, who was wearing a raincoat, and couldn't help but open his mouth to spit. Ling Feng didn't pay any attention to him. Zhao Zi also made a fool of himself and shrugged. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart that this Ling Feng was really a freak. You have a car and you don't ride in it, but you hide in the middle of a bush in the rain. Most importantly, he also covered the car with an awning. This brain, I guess, is not as good as my own. Lu Jin nodded at Ling Feng and didn't say anything. Just took the camouflage patterned awning and got back on top of the police car. Zhao Zi hurriedly got into the driver's seat. Through the window, Zhao Zi looked at the police car over there with a puzzled expression, and in his mind, he didn't understand what Lu Jin was preparing to do, only to see Lu Jin killed the direction, kicked the gas, and directly drove the police car out of the muddy dirt road and into the woods next to it. Getting out of the police car, Lu Jin entered the camouflage patterned awning over the police car. Finally, a few more thick branches were broken off and thrown over the awning. Zhao Zi had a shocked look on his face. You don't say. After Lu Jin's maneuver, even Zhao Zi, who knew the location of the police car, could barely make out the outline of the car when he looked through the window. If anyone else had driven through the area, they would not have noticed a police car in the middle of those woods. Only after doing this did Lu Jin return to the panel car. Only, Lu Jin didn't choose to sit in the passenger side. Instead, he sat in the back seat. Boss. Awesome. Lu Jin returned to the car and drew a few paper towels to wipe the rainwater from her hair and face. Zhao Zi started the van while heartily expressing his admiration for Lu Jin. This operation by Lu Jin was indeed too powerful. With the police car hidden like this, it will take some effort on the part of the police force to find the police car. Is that all you have to say? No other lines? Lu Jin threw the wet paper towel into a plastic bag and casually responded to Zhao Zi. Zhao Zi scratched the back of his head in slight embarrassment. Indeed. After attending the maneuvers with Lu Jin himself, and seeing Lu Jin's various operations, it also seems to be the boss. Awesome, said the most. No way. Who let Lu Jin's operation shock himself again and again? Zhao Zi didn't admire many people in his life. Lu Jin can be ranked first. Come sit in the back and let Ling Feng drive. Lu Jin dried her hair before she looked up at Zhao Zi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and opened her mouth. Zhao Zi looked puzzled, but it was better to do what Lu Jin said. He got out of the car and resumed his seat on top of the seat behind Lu Jin. Turn around and go back the way you came. Only after Ling Feng sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle did Lu Jin open his mouth to give the order. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Feng hurriedly turned around. In this 7-seater van, he drove towards the road he had just come from. Boss, there's not much going on right now. Why don't you tell me about your plans? The vehicle drove along unhurriedly, and the atmosphere inside the car was slightly stagnant. Zhao Zi was a bit bored. So he looked at Lu Jin, who was sitting in front of him, and opened his mouth rather sincerely to ask a question. Though it was true that he only needed to do what Lu Jin said and didn't need to know Lu Jin's specific plans at all. But when people are curious, it's hard to suppress. Watching all of Lu Jin's maneuvers, Zhao Zi was indeed very interested in Lu Jin's overall plan. Do you know why we're changing cars here? Lu Jin sat in the back of the driver's seat, trying her best to keep her figure blocked by the seat in front of her and Ling Feng. Eyes forward so that no one in the back seat can be seen when the camera captures a picture of the vehicle. As he adjusted his stance, he spoke calmly. Since Zhao Zi was so curious, it didn't matter if he told him about it. I know. Isn't that just to draw all the attention of the police messenger? Zhao Zi opened his mouth and gave a response. It's true that he's not considered a highly intelligent person, but he's not stupid either. He was naturally able to see such a simple reason as Lu Jin changing cars. Exactly. This is called Bullhorn Hill. A large hog farm was built on the top of this mountain in the 1980s. The dirt road was also built because of the hog farm, but more than a decade ago, the pig farm closed down because of poor business practices as well as substandard wastewater discharge. It's not really strategically located, so it's been left undeveloped and then it's been abandoned. There are only 2 cameras in this area of Bullhorn Hill. One next to the intersection we just came in and out of, and the other one outside the other exit of Bullhorn Mountain. Lu Jin leisurely opened his mouth and narrated without haste. Zhao Ji quietly listened to everything Lu Jin said. The heart couldn't help but be secretly impressed. After all, as a native of Shangyun City himself, he had never heard of this Oxhorn Mountain at all. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was just an outsider who hadn't even been in Shangyun City for a week yet. He already knew so much about the place. It's hard to imagine, in the course of these few days, just how much effort did Lu Jin put into making a plan. We took off in the police car. Although we traveled a long stretch of road without cameras over at the Fullwood Hill section, but using the eye in the sky system, it was easy for the police messenger to find the police car we were in again. What do you think the police messenger's side will think when they finally see us through the surveillance and see that we drove a police car into the entrance to Bullhorn Mountain? Lu Jin spoke again. As he spoke, he lifted the watch on his wrist to glance at the time. Zhao Ji pondered slightly after hearing Lu Jin's words. Obviously, he had also seriously pondered over Lu Jin's question. They'll think we're hiding out in the middle of an abandoned pig farm in Oxbow Hill? Zhao Ji looked up at Lu Jin's back and opened his mouth rather seriously in response. But, boss, it was only a moment after we entered the intersection that we switched vans and came out. Won't the police officers suspect this van? Having just responded to Lu Jin, Zhao Ji thought of something else. Once again, he opened his mouth and inquired, what if I told you that this one van, it was only a half hour ago that it pulled in from the other entrance to Bullhorn Hill? Lu Jin raised one eyebrow and spoke calmly. Zhao Ji was slightly stunned, and instantly had a look of realization. Chapter 83, Discovering Lu Jin's Traces. But soon, Zhao Ji was puzzled again. So, why are you in such a hurry, boss? Shouldn't we have hidden the car farther away when we all switched cars? Zhao Ji spoke thoughtfully. In his opinion, they've switched cars. There should be plenty of time to deal with police cars. However, Lu Jin only drove the police car a few hundred meters into the intersection before changing cars. This is clearly not the best option. The shorter the time between our entrances and exits, the easier it will be for the police messenger side to overlook our switching vehicles. After all, if you think about it, we just entered Bullhorn Mountain in the middle of the surveillance footage. Would they care about this van that appeared in the surveillance footage a few minutes later when they had a preconceived suspicion that we were hiding in Bullhorn Mountain? The corners of Lu Zhuan's mouth hooked up into a light smile as he leaned back in his seat and looked at the Nyojiu Mountain, which was shrouded in smoke and rain. In his calm gaze, he couldn't see any semblance of joy or sorrow. Everything was going according to his plan. Even this cloudy weather was in his reckoning. It was raining, for one thing, and it was cloudy, with poor visibility, enabling him to do some maneuvering on the hostage's body. Change cars at this location, because their odor is also masked by the rain. This makes canine searches more difficult. Under the police dog's sense of smell, which is thousands of times more sensitive than that of human beings, even if your police car is well hidden, it will soon be searched out. But with the rain covering it, the canine's nose won't be as sharp. It would certainly buy him a lot of time. As for, why was Lu Zhuan so sure that the commander-in-chief would think that they were hiding in Oxhorn Mountain? Such is his mastery of human nature. The commander-in-chief is smart, but smart people tend to be paranoid. After all, while a group of PhD students were discussing whether rain falling from 10,000 meters would kill people, the average person would just wonder if they hadn't gotten caught in the rain. So, the move by Bullhorn Hill to switch cars has quite a few holes in it though, but in the eyes of the commander-in-chief, it was filled with so much uncertainty. Temporary command of police messenger. The commander-in-chief sat at his desk, a pen flying between his fingers, was patiently waiting to hear from the technician. Reporting to commander-in-chief. Police car sightings. Finally a report came from outside the door of the temporary command center. A police messenger is standing outside the command room with a laptop in his hand. Come in. The commander-in-chief gripped the spinning pen in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. The technician walked briskly into the command room and opened the laptop he was carrying. The image presented on the screen was the same police car that Lu Zhuan had hijacked. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, we followed the surveillance footage along the route of Lu Jin's escape. It was finally determined that Lu Zhuan has driven into Oxhorn Mountain. It hasn't come out yet. We suspect that Lu Jin may be hiding in Oxhorn Mountain. The technician pointed his finger at the map. Quickly finished reporting the news about Lu Zhuan to the commander-in-chief. Finishing his guess, the technician looked up at the commander-in-chief, waiting for orders from the commander-in-chief. Yes, immediately dispatch squads and surround Oxhorn Mountain. Conduct a carpet search. We must catch Lu Zhuan this time. The commander-in-chief slapped the table and spoke excitedly. The previously low mood was swept away. Then something seemed to come to mind. Are there any vehicles coming in or out of the Oxbow Hill intersection during this time? The commander-in-chief spoke thoughtfully. Shortly after Lu Jin and the others entered Oxhorn Mountain, a van had driven out of Oxhorn Mountain. Only the driver can be seen in the car, though. The technician next to him hesitated for a moment, then spoke seriously. The commander-in-chief sniffed and instantly frowned slightly. Pull up the surveillance time bar to the footage of the van pulling out of the entrance to Oxbow Mountain. An eyebrow was raised upon seeing the 7-seater van appear at the junction of Oxbow Hill Road. After framing the image, his eyes were fixed on the screen with a deadly stare. Again, I don't think I can see very well. Zoom in again until you can see the person sitting in the seat clearly. One man, a 7-seater van. The commander-in-chief murmured something as suspicion clouded his brow. The play button on the video screen was then pressed. As the van continued to drive for some distance, the commander-in-chief pressed the pause button again. Xiao Lu, got any paper? The commander-in-chief reached out and asked. The technician next to him hurriedly took out a piece of paper from inside his pocket and handed it to the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief was seen taking the paper, removing the black pen, and comparing it to the screen. Afterwards, some data was quickly written down on top of that piece of paper. From the time the police car pulled into Bullhorn Hill to the time the van pulled out, there was just over 10 minutes between them. The Winfield van, nearly 6 meters long, travels 4 spaces in 1 second, a distance of 24 meters, and a speed of about 90 mph, driving pretty fast. The commander-in-chief stroked his chin, lost in thought. He was now suspicious that Lu Juan had already changed cars and left. But, if the car was traveling within the speed limit, he would unconditionally believe that Lu Juan had switched to the van. But the van, which had appeared out of nowhere, was speeding. Commander-in-chief, could Lu Juan and the others have changed cars and run away? The police officer next to him asked skeptically. The commander-in-chief was silent. A slight frown. I don't think so. The commander-in-chief pondered for a moment and finally affirmed the guess in his mind. First of all, the 7-seater van was too big a target and there was only one person in the cab. Secondly, Lu Juan's car just went in not long ago and this 7-seater van came out. There's no time to lose. Finally, he's a smart guy. If you really want to escape, there's no need to speed and attract my attention. This person on top of the van should have been threatened by Lu Juan and used as a smokescreen to confuse us. The focus of the search is still going to be on Bullhorn Hill. And of course the people in this van are not to be let go and are to be stopped at the next intersection as soon as possible. The commander-in-chief analyzed the situation in detail to his men. But rather than analyze it, it was more like he was convincing himself. How long will it take for our group to get near Bullhorn Mountain? The commander-in-chief glanced at the map on the table and asked after the police messenger. At top speed, it'll probably take half an hour. The police messenger hesitated for a few seconds, which gave the commander-in-chief a relatively accurate answer. Tell them to go faster. And in the meantime, keep an eye on the intersection at all times. Prevent Lu Juan from running away from the other exit of Oxhorn Mountain. The commander-in-chief spoke thoughtfully, a glint flashing through those eyes. Run away? The Bullhorn Mountains are a complex environment, and with the rain, they are able to mask their scent very well. Coming out of Bullhorn Hill, you're sure to be seen by the surveillance at the intersection. Wouldn't it be better to hide in the Oxhorn Mountains and escape down the mountain road inside the deep mountains? The young police officer next to him, after hearing the commander-in-chief say that Lu Juan will change cars, it was incredible. In his opinion, Lu Juan's escape down the mountain road could be far safer than escaping from the highway in a car. After all, the ruggedness of the mountains will also make the police chase much faster and more difficult, and the highway goes in all directions. Once the trail is discovered, it will quickly fall into the circle of police officers. I'm not sure, but it never hurts to be careful. The commander-in-chief was as cautious as ever. By letting Lu Juan escape until now, he had already made too many mistakes. So now, he became extraordinarily careful. Chapter 84, he wants to be a hunter. Yes. Responding to the commander-in-chief, the young police messenger saluted and exited the makeshift command room, clutching his laptop. One time, silence fell in the command room. The commander-in-chief had his hands behind his back and was pacing slowly in the command room. A deep frown. The map of Bullhorn Mountain kept flashing in the commander-in-chief's mind. Lu Juan murmured under his breath. The commander-in-chief closed his eyes and tapped the index and middle fingers of his right hand against his temple. Lu Juan is smart. Certified genius across the net. Geniuses are rational lunatics. In the last exercise, Lu Juan had also infiltrated the command room of the police team and put down a remote-controlled bomb before the end of the exercise. At great risk, eventually eliminated the commander-in-chief of the police force. He is indeed a supremely rational madman to be able to act like that. And would such a madman choose to hide in the Bullhorn Mountains? The commander-in-chief walked over to the window and looked up at the curtain of rain outside. Smoke and rain. Water had pooled on the concrete pavement of the plaza. Armed police officers passed by with umbrellas. their combat boots stomping and splashing in the standing water, followed at his side by the police dog, whose one eye was fixed on the sparrow that was hiding from the rain and grooming its feathers under the green belt in the distance. Though look, like a lone wolf in the middle of a deep mountain, eyeing its prey. Prey, hunter. Looking at the canine stance, the commander-in-chief murmured with a grave expression on his face. An exercise where the robbers are the equivalent of the prey and the police team is in the role of the hunter. But how could a sane madman like Lu Juan be willing to play the prey? In the last exercise, the super high IQ, using a perfectly rigorous plan, had been leading the police team by the nose. The eventual fallout allowed him to make the perfect transition from prey to hunter in the middle of that maneuver. Not only did he make everything go the way he expected, he even took out the commander-in-chief of the police force. Then, in this maneuver, he would certainly not play the prey in peace, he would also make himself the hunter. The thought dawned on the commander-in-chief instantly. He hurriedly turned back to the whiteboard where the map hung in the makeshift command room, and settled on the location of Bullhorn Hill with a red tack. The huge map was rapidly shrinking in the commander-in-chief's deep eyes, and it seemed that at this point he could only see the small piece of Bullhorn Mountain. Lu Juan is a genius, a lunatic who is sane to the core. In his eyes, Bullhorn Mountain was certainly not the most perfect place to hide. But, this place is the perfect hunting ground. If he wanted to be a hunter, he would have stayed in the middle of the perfect hunting ground that is the Bullhorn Mountains. Make more noise here. That's what's crazy. Knock, knock, knock. Report, Commander-in-Chief. There's been a new discovery over at the technical department. Just as the Commander-in-Chief felt everything clear in his mind, a knock sounded at the door of the temporary command room. The young police officer who had reported earlier reappeared in the doorway. Enter. The Commander-in-Chief opened his mouth to respond, but never turned around, still leaning on the table and staring at the map across the room with narrowed eyes. The young police messenger walked quickly to the Commander-in-Chief, holding the laptop in his hand and playing the surveillance video on it. This is footage from a security camera outside the other exit at Bullhorn Hill. The time was 25 minutes before the Winfield van left Bullhorn Hill earlier. While the video was playing, the young policeman opened his mouth to explain. The Commander-in-Chief rubbed his temples with one hand, his eyes staring at the surveillance video on the computer. His face was obviously quite relaxed compared to earlier. That means that the van we found earlier entered Bullhorn Mountain normally through another entrance/exit? After watching the surveillance video, the Commander-in-Chief calmly opened his mouth to ask out. There are toll booths on that section of the highway attack outside of Oxbow Mountain, and while it's a long distance and time consuming to pass through Oxbow Mountain, it's also true that there will be vehicles going around Oxbow Mountain as a way to get around the toll booths. So there's a big chance that this Winfield van has nothing to do with Lu Juan and the others. The young cop almost nodded, while spelling out all his thoughts. The Commander-in-Chief sniffed and didn't say anything. He walked to the door of the makeshift command room, looked at the rain, and lit a cigarette. Everything is clear. There are a total of 2 entrances and exits to Oxbow Mountain, and the distance between the 2 entrances and exits is almost a 30-minute drive. The security camera footage we saw earlier showed that the 7-seat Winland van was speeding. Thus his passage through the Oxbow Mountains took only 20 minutes or so. It also fits well with drivers who choose to take the long way around toll booths. All indications are that this van has nothing to do with Lu Juan, and there were no remaining vehicles coming out of Bullhorn Hill. Then Lu Juan must be in the middle of Oxhorn Mountain. Good boy. Want to be a hunter? I'm not a piece of bone to chew on, nah. The Commander-in-Chief took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and watched as the smoke blended into the drizzle before he opened his mouth to murmur. The young police officer holding the laptop was standing behind the Commander-in-Chief at that moment, listening to the Commander-in-Chief's murmur. He was curious, though he did not open his mouth to inquire. Gather all the squad leaders and meet. The Commander-in-Chief extinguished the cigarette in his hand on the trash can's hold down, before turning to look at the young police messenger to give the order. Temporary command room. Several of the police squad leaders who had participated in this exercise had gathered here. The Commander-in-Chief stood in the center of the room. He grabbed the red pen on the table and drew a circle on the map where Oxbow Mountain was. Lu Juan wants to be a hunter. If I'm not mistaken, Oxhorn Mountain is the hunting ground he chose. Gather all forces and blockade Oxhorn Mountain. The Commander-in-Chief braced his hands on the tabletop, looked up at those present, and spoke with extreme seriousness. As the words fell, the Commander-in-Chief swept his gaze over the crowd. Seeing that the squad leaders present were basically in a state of confusion, he raised his eyebrows slightly. What's the problem? The Commander-in-Chief calmly opened his mouth to inquire. Commander-in-Chief, what does this hunter mean? A squad leader raised his hand and opened his mouth to ask out a question with a puzzled look on his face. The rest of them also looked up at the Commander-in-Chief. Obviously, the Commander-in-Chief inexplicably opened his mouth with a sentence about Lu Juan wanting to be a hunter, leaving them puzzled for a moment. An exercise, police officers and robbers. Originally we were the hunters and the robbers were the prey. But a smart man like Lujuan is not willing to act as prey. I've studied his last maneuver, and to summarize his performance in one sentence, it's a metamorphosis from prey to hunter. With this maneuver of ours, I'm afraid he's also trying to be the hunter and treat us as prey. At this time he is at Oxbow Mountain. This is where he is going to hunt us. The commander-in-chief lightly tapped his fingers on the map on the desktop and looked at the group of squad leaders and opened his mouth. The words fell. Everyone's eyes fell on the location of Oxhorn Mountain on the map. Chapter 85, What a Tiger Der. Highway. A 7-seat windmill van sped past. The wheels ran over the water on the road, stirring up a muddy spray. Boss, where are we going next? Inside the car, Zhaoji looked left and right for a while before opening his mouth to break the quiet atmosphere. Words. Lujuan looked up towards the front. Back downtown. While opening his mouth to respond to Zhaoji, Lujuan closed his extremely old-style notepad. On the notepad, densely packed with hand-drawn maps of Lujuan, as well as listing a variety of escape plans. In the middle of the last exercise, Lujuan had similarly carried a notepad of the same style with him. Lujuan is a smart man. He was also well aware that his opponents were also intelligent. The key factor in winning or losing a game between smart people is who makes fewer mistakes. There is no such thing as an absolutely perfect plan in this world. What Lujuan can do is to make his plan infinitely perfect, and constantly reduce the mistakes in his plan. So he carries a notepad with him, lists his plans, and hand draws all the maps. And always check and optimize all your escape plans. Minimize mistakes as much as possible. Back downtown? Boss, did I hear right? We're going back downtown now? The downtown area can be filled with sky-eye cameras, and the main force of police officers are in the downtown area. If we go back now, aren't we just shooting ourselves in the foot? Zhaoji looked at Lu Yuan with a shocked face and staggered his mouth. Indeed, the density of surveillance cameras in the city is extremely high, with fewer blind spots on the surveillance cameras and easier for the police patrol teams to transfer officers. In the eyes of Zhaoji, whose brain perennially belonged only to the half-activated state, if they went back to the city now, wasn't it just plainly looking for death? It's a long time for this maneuver. If we're just looking for a place to stall, then this maneuver is going to be boring. Can we still be called humongous bandits if we don't make some noise? Lujuan calmly opened his mouth, and as the words fell, he wrapped his hands around his body and closed his eyes in preparation to rest for a while. His system gives rewards based on ratings. After tasting the sweetness of the system's generous rewards last time, Lujuan naturally had to improve his rating for this exercise as much as possible. That's not a bad thing to say. It's not easy for us to legally be a humongous bandit. If we find a place to hide and drag it out until the end of this exercise, it's indeed too much of a wimp. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it big. Boss, why don't we just drive straight to the provincial hall and blow it up? It's bound to be a blast. Hearing Lujuan's words, Zhaoji nodded rather agreeably. Rubbing the scruff on his chin with his right hand, Zhaoji opened his mouth extremely seriously. This statement was made. Lujuan, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, hurriedly opened his eyes and gave Zhaoji a rather shocked look. Even Ling Feng, who had been driving silently and without any presence, looked back at Zhaoji. You have a grudge against the provincial office? Lujuan raised one eyebrow, his face already regaining its calmness once more. He spoke languidly, his tone rather calm. No grudge? Zhaoji blinked his eyes and responded with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say we need to make some noise? Doesn't the boss think blowing up the provincial office isn't big enough? How about hijacking the director again? What a tiger der. Ling Feng turned around and continued driving, and he, who had always spoken little, uncharacteristically opened his mouth and spat out a word. The sound wasn't that loud, but within this small space inside the car, Ling Feng's spitting voice was naturally heard by Zhaoji. Zhaoji instantly stared at Ling Feng's back with wide eyes, clearly not convinced by the spat. Lujuan rubbed his temples and did not speak again, only once again wrapping his hands around his body and closing his eyes. It is enough for this team to have themselves as the smart person who acts as the brain. So, it doesn't matter if Zhaoji is missing a string in his brain. What Lujuan needed was just that he had absolute execution power, and that he would not have any questions about his orders would be enough. And together so far, Zhaoji had clearly done just that. So for Lujuan, he did count as a good teammate. The 7-seat Winland van was still moving swiftly, traveling through the rain towards the city. Beyond Bank Square, temporary command room. The commander-in-chief put down the red marker in his hand and looked up and scanned the circle of all the squad leaders present. After conferring and determining that Lujuan was at Oxhorn Mountain, he had already made a tight deployment of his actions. This big net is spread out. This time he won. Be able to escape. After looking around at those present, the commander-in-chief's eyes returned to the map once again. The index and middle fingers of his right hand tapped the location of Oxhorn Mountain on the map, and the commander-in-chief's words carried a strong sense of confidence. All the police squad leaders present looked at the commander-in-chief in unison. The moment. Everyone's faces were full of confidence. It was as if the scales of victory were already tilting in their favor. Action. The commander-in-chief stood up straight, his hands wrapped around his body, and opened his mouth with extreme seriousness to give the order. Yes, the commander-in-chief's words have just fallen. The squad leaders present saluted the commander-in-chief in unison and responded in unison. Outside the temporary command room, the commander-in-chief stood under the awning, looked at the rain and lit a cigarette. Police dispatch is a high-intensity, brain-draining job, especially the commander-in-chief who acts as the brains, and smoking keeps his brain clear and his mind active. Phew, a long exhale of smoke. The commander-in-chief stared at the busy scene in the rain. Groups of police officers in raincoats and on leads were being quickly mobilized, and a police car pulled out of the plaza outside the bank and was headed for Oxbow Hill. Lujuan, you are indeed a good opponent. The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes and murmured something, a maneuver that could give himself this much of a headache, even feeling a pressure that he had never felt even in actual combat. Lujuan's role as a robber, even if he falls in the middle of Oxhorn Mountain, is already a great success in his own eyes. This kid, he deserves his own admiration. Putting out his cigarette, the commander-in-chief stretched and looked up at the overcast sky. If we can end this maneuver at Bullhorn Hill, we'll be able to sleep soundly tonight. In the days leading up to the start of the exercise, in order to study Lusion's behavioral habits during the exercise, he himself had stayed up for several days, and was indeed exhausted. Outside of Bullhorn Mountain, a large number of police cars were assembled outside the two entrances. Raincoat-clad, heavily armed police agents set up barriers at both entrances and exits. Several bomb-proof vehicles drove within the Bullhorn Mountains, and the destination of their trip was the abandoned hog farm building on the high point of Oxbow Mountain. There, it was the most likely hiding spot for Lujuan to hide in the entire Oxhorn Mountain. The sky was terribly overcast and the dense rain greatly reduced visibility. At this moment, the entire Oxhorn Mountain was shrouded in a cold and solemn atmosphere. Chapter 86, Lusion did not come here. Bullhorn Hill. Outside the abandoned pig farm located at the top of the hill, more than a dozen special task force members were slowly approaching the abandoned pig farm. Dense raindrops fell, striking above the raincoats of the troopers with a snapping sound. The cover of trees and the hazy smoke and rain reduced visibility. Even if you look down from the top of the abandoned pig farm, it's not easy to notice the special task force members who are traveling at this moment. Report, a team has arrived at the designated location. It was only after all the team members had reached the wall and found cover that the lead special agent held down his headset and reported the situation to the makeshift command room, and the rest of the troopers were pressed against the wall, waiting in silence. Everyone is standing by. It seemed that this was not a drill, but a real live battle. It was able to have such an effect, and regardless of the outcome, it had been a successful exercise. Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief stood behind a couple of technicians. Above the technician's body, several displays hang, and on one of them is a real-time image of the outside of the abandoned pig farm at the top of Nyojiao Mountain. Each member of the special task force carries a police micro-camera, even though dozens of kilometers separate the temporary command room from Oxbow Mountain, but that's still within the signal coverage of the police cameras. Therefore, even though the commander-in-chief was in the temporary command room, he was still able to make real-time decisions to the special agents outside the abandoned pig farm. Looking at the image of the abandoned pig farm on the screen, the commander-in-chief did not rush to make a decision. He tapped his right index finger on his left arm, his brow deeply furrowed, as if he were in deep thought. In the entire Bullhorn Mountain, everyone thought that this abandoned pig farm was the best place to hide. This is a place that the police force will surely search, and Lujuan certainly knew this. Analyzing Lujuan's character according to the study, he would definitely make a move in such a place. A bomb? Or a personal ambush? It shouldn't be an ambush. After all, Lujuan was an extremely sensible person. He wouldn't take that big of a risk. A-team action. All team members should be more careful. It's highly likely that Lusion has planted a bomb in the middle of the abandoned pig farm. The commander-in-chief grabbed the walkie-talkie on his desk and opened his mouth in a deep voice to give his orders. Although according to his own analysis, there is a great possibility that Lujuan is not in this abandoned pig farm. But the commander-in-chief wasn't certain that Lujuan wouldn't feel that the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. So, even if he determined that Lujuan would move something in this abandoned pig farm, he had to first rule out that this was not Lujuan's hiding place. Anyway, at the moment, the entire Bullhorn Mountain was under the blockade of the police force. As long as Lujuan was hiding in the Oxhorn Mountain, then he couldn't escape. Roger that. A response from the special task force came from among the radios. The commander-in-chief sniffed and clutched the walkie-talkie in his hand, his eyes staring dead-on at the display of the abandoned pig farm screen. Inside, he was obviously quite nervous as well. In the middle of the screen, the lead special agent raised his right hand and then waved it forward. All of the special duties unit members then slowly marched towards the abandoned pig farm in an extremely tacit understanding. It's slow. After all, the commander-in-chief had explained that there might be dangerous elements in this pig farm. The commander-in-chief was also holding his breath, staring at every step of the special task force members' march. The fact that this exercise had gone on so far, with 2 police officers killed in action, had already given the commander-in-chief enough of a headache, and he naturally didn't want any more casualties to occur. But, as the members of the special task force searched, what the commander-in-chief feared did not happen. In the entire abandoned pig farm, Lujuan did not carry out any deployment, and in the face of such a situation, the commander-in-chief's brow didn't stretch by half, but directly wrinkled into a Chuan character. No way nah. The commander-in-chief's brow knitted into a ball, and the hand clutching the walkie-talkie had turned slightly white at the joints due to excessive force. At this point the commander-in-chief had realized the problem. If Lujuan wanted to act as a hunter in this exercise, then he would not let go of such a perfect hunting ground as this abandoned pig farm. But at this time there is not a trace of Lujuan's visit in this abandoned pig farm. It's hard to be wrong about what you think. Report: nothing was found in the abandoned pig farm. Judging by the dust on the site, no one has set foot on this pig farm for at least 3 months. Lujuan did not come here. At this time the voice of the special duty member reporting the situation also rang out over the intercom. The commander-in-chief's face was extremely ugly. Organize everyone and search the entire mountain. Make sure to find the police car Lujuan and the others were traveling in earlier. The commander-in-chief took the walkie-talkie, gritted his teeth, did his best to keep himself calm, and opened his mouth to give orders to the special task force. Yes, a response from the members of the special duty squad soon rang out over the intercom, and after responding to the commander-in-chief, the team members didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly gave down the commander-in-chief's orders. A large number of police constables wearing raincoats and pulling dogs to guard various locations outside of Bullhorn Mountain quickly entered the mountain and began a massive search. In the meantime, in the makeshift command room, the commander-in-chief put the walkie-talkie back on the table. He braced his hands on the table, his gaze falling on the map that lay on top of it. Nothing was found in the abandoned pig farm. According to the commander-in-chief's research on Lujuan these days, if Lujuan is hiding in Oxhorn Mountain, he will not give up on leaving something in the pig farm. But there is no trace left by him at all among the pig farms. It's hard to believe that Oxhorn Mountain is not the hunting ground he chose. If that was the case, then 7 out of 10 times he was no longer in the Oxhorn Mountain. How many cars have come out since the police car Lujuan and the others were in entered Oxhorn Hill? After the commander-in-chief took a deep breath of cool air, he hurriedly looked up at the several technicians in front of the computer and spoke in a deep voice. There were no other vehicles coming in or out except for that one 7-seat Windland van. The technician hurriedly opened his mouth to respond with a cry. Listening to the technician's words, the commander-in-chief took a deep breath of cool air and closed his eyes with extreme resignation. It's that 7-seater windmill van. Lujuan, this kid, had really eaten himself to death, and he was clearly only a little bit away from being able to catch him. However, because of the various clues he put out, he convinced himself that he was hiding in the midst of the Bullhorn Mountains, and thus spared the vehicle in which he was actually traveling. Half an hour into the Bullhorn, which means it wasn't a pre-prepared vehicle. It's his accomplice, the sniper who shot at the back door of the bank. The commander-in-chief closed his eyes and muttered under his breath. At this time, his mind had gradually become clearer about Lujuan's plan. Phew, make every effort to search for that 7-seater Toyota van's path of movement. We still have a chance. After letting out a long breath of turbid air, the commander-in-chief felt like looking at a few technicians and opening his mouth. With only 6 hours of the chase having passed, it's not too late to find out. He still has a chance. But, unbeknownst to the commander-in-chief, not far from the makeshift command room was an awning that housed the hostages who had been rescued from the bank earlier. At this point, a young girl with a lollipop in her mouth and a headset on her ear had a smile emerging from the corner of her mouth. The discussion in the temporary command room just now had been heard by her through the headset. P.S. The author exploded the photo. Just in the comments of this chapter. Everyone take your own. He. Chapter 87 Lusion's Scary Features. Downtown. The Winfield van driven by Ling Fong was slowly following the traffic ahead. Although it's not a peak commute time, the downtown area still has a lot of traffic. Ding! Inside the car, Lujuan's cell phone let out an icy beep. Under Zhao extremely curious gaze, Lujuan didn't move and took out his cell phone from his pocket to look at it. After seeing the content of the text message on it, Lujuan raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect such a quick response. That's kind of funny. Putting away his cell phone, Lujuan murmured with a smile. The words fell. Lujuan clasped his hands again. preparing to close his eyes again. Zhao Ji on the side stared at Lu Yuan with wide eyes and an anxious face. Obviously, he was very curious about what kind of text message Lusion had received. Plus the fact that Lusion's sentence was somewhat interesting. It stimulated his curiosity even more. It was expected that Lu Juan would take the initiative to tell them the content of the text message after reading it. Who knew that Lu Juan didn't seem to have this intention? Boss, what's the news? Scratching the back of his head, Zhao Ji came over to Lu Juan and asked out playfully. Ling Feng, who was driving ahead, also raised his head sideways when he heard Zhao Ji ask a question. Tang Yuyan sent a message saying that the side of the police force has sensed our plan to get away. Our opponent this time is quite interesting. Lu Juan opened his eyelids to look at Zhao Ji and calmly spoke the news he had received. The fact that the chief commander of the police force was able to react in such a short period of time was indeed beyond Lu Juan's expectations. With such a short time, they must not have searched the mountain yet. The fact that he had already reacted before even searching the mountain was proof enough that the commander-in-chief of this police team was indeed a smart man. This opponent is not simple. Boss, Bull, you let Tang Yuyan stay in the police command room as a hostage. Then we can control the police's decisions in real time. Won't we win this maneuver for sure? Zhao Ji looked at Lu Juan and spoke excitedly, unable to help but give a thumbs up as he spoke. Obviously, Zhao Ji, an extremely difficult prick in everyone's eyes, was heartily admiring of Lu Juan. The information Tang Yuyan can provide us with is ultimately limited. It's still up to us to win this maneuver. Lu Juan opened his mouth to respond to Zhao Ji. The words fell. He then closed his eyes once again to shut his eyes. The police messenger for the commander-in-chief to be able to so quickly recognize the bureau of the Oxhorn Mountain. This is indeed beyond their own expectations. But this did not affect Lu Juan's next plan. After all, it would take time for the police team to track down where Lu Juan and the others were going to be. And for a while there was enough time to execute the next plan. The vehicle continued to move forward. Almost 10 minutes later, the van arrived at a bustling shopping mall, and Ling Feng drove the car to the underground parking lot at Lu Juan's signal. Take everything and get out of the car. Lu Juan opened his mouth to remind him, and then took the lead in opening the car door to get out of the car. When Zhao Ji and Ling Feng heard this, they also hurriedly got out of the car, put on the black backpacks with guns and ammunition on their backs, and followed Lu Juan's footsteps. Boss, there's a camera there. Zhao Ji followed behind Lu Juan, and when he looked up, he saw the camera above the garage. There are just 2 entrances and exits to this underground garage, and there are cameras above the entrances and exits. If you want to leave through this underground garage, you can't avoid being caught on this camera. We didn't land here, so it wouldn't hurt to be photographed. Lu Juan walked towards the outside of the garage while calmly responding to Zhao Ji. The route at this point was completely the escape route that Lu Juan had already planned. That is to say, every step they took now was one that Lu Juan had already taken before he made his plan. What place has a camera? Lu Juan naturally knows clearly. After hearing Lu Juan's words, Zhao Ji nodded and didn't say anything else, only following closely behind Lu Juan. Ling Feng didn't talk much, so naturally he didn't open his mouth to say a word after getting out of the car, just carrying his black backpack with the sniper rifle and silently following Lu Juan. The trio exited the underground garage and made their way to the walkway outside the mall. By now the rain had stopped. There was a lot of foot traffic on the pedestrian street, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was shoulder to shoulder, and Lusion and the 3 of them were carrying huge black backpacks because of that. So even in such a huge flow of people, it was still extremely easy to be spotted. Lu Juan remained calm and walked at the front to lead the way without any hurry. At some point, Lu Juan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the camera directly in front of him, his deep eyes calm, a faint smile emerging from the corners of his mouth. There was a 2-second pause to make sure that a positive face had been left amongst the security footage before he turned towards a side alley. After entering the alley, Lu Jing led Zhao Ji and Ling Feng both, and began to march left and right. Zhao Ji followed behind Lu Juan, looking around while closely following Lu Juan's pace. He realized that after walking into the alley, none of the cameras appeared on the path that Lu Juan had taken them on. That is to say, in Lu Juan's escape plan, he plotted a path that was completely blind to surveillance, and he hadn't glanced at a map or even one of his hand-drawn notepads along the way. It's amazing how such a complicated route is etched into his mind. Zhao Ji looked up at Lu Juan's back. After seeing Lu Juan's ability before, he had the utmost respect for Lu Juan, and at this point, in admiration, more than anything else, it was scary. Despite taking part in this maneuver, Zhao Ji was also really enjoying his time as a robber these past few days, but he never forgot who he really was. He's a police officer with a heart for justice. After seeing the horrors of Lu Juan, it began to feel that if such a person really did something illegal and criminal, what a terrible thing it would be. But, thankfully, Lu Juan was a police messenger. Just like him, Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief stood in the doorway of the temporary command room, still holding half a cigarette between his right index and middle fingers. He frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the gloomy sky. The rain, which had lasted almost all day, had stopped, but the sky had not brightened up, and was still terribly cloudy, and I was afraid that another downpour would follow. The search of Oxhorn Mountain was not yet over, and the police car in which Lu Juan and the others were traveling had not been found. No word yet from the few technicians who are tracing the trajectory of that one Winland van through the security footage, either. If this maneuver was a game of chance, at this point, Lu Juan had already won half a sun over himself. The commander-in-chief is under a lot of pressure, but all he could do was wait. Report, we have located the final parking location of the Winfield van. It was also when the commander-in-chief was full of worry that a technician rushed out to report the situation in the temporary command room. P.S. Did not pay attention to the author's attention to yo. Fans broke 10,000. Live yards, live supervision. DY number Longagio 152. Chapter 88, this is provoking me. Hearing the technician's report, the commander-in-chief instantly came to his senses. Just wanted to throw away the cigarette in his hand. Saw that there was still most of it. In line with the principle of thrift and not waste, the commander-in-chief hurriedly took a few puffs, throwing the cigarette butt into the trash can. The commander-in-chief turned eagerly into the temporary command room. Commander-in-chief, this underground parking lot is where the Winfield van will eventually be parked. Seeing the commander-in-chief come in, the technicians rushed to report the situation. On the display above the computer, a piece of surveillance video was being paused, and that image was the one of Lu Juan coming down from the van. Lu Juan. Looking at Lu Juan's figure in the middle of the surveillance screen, the chief commander couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Finally discovering Lu Juan's trail, an unconcealable joy appeared on the commander-in-chief's face. The technician pressed play and the image on the display began to play. The light in the underground parking lot wasn't really good, but from the security footage, it was still possible to make out the appearance of the three people coming down from the car. Can you confirm that it's Lu Juan, right? The commander-in-chief stood behind a few technicians, and although he already had an answer in mind, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. A comparison was made, and it is indeed Lu Juan. The technician hurriedly opened his mouth to give an affirmative reply. The commander-in-chief nodded, the smile on his face thickening a bit. It was now only 6 hours after the 48-hour escape time set by the maneuver. As long as we determine his course of action, then it won't be difficult to catch him. Where did they go after they got out of the car? The commander-in-chief hurriedly opened his mouth excitedly to ask again. The technician wasn't slowing down, his fingers crackling on the keyboard, and the picture above the monitor changed again. After exiting the underground parking lot, Lu Juan and the others traveled southeast along the pedestrian street. This is Lu Juan's last appearance in the security footage. After that he chose an alley with no cameras and nearby security cameras did not capture them. After pulling up the video, the technician rushed to report the situation to the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief frowned slightly and leaned over to press the play button on this piece of security footage. In the middle of the video, Lu Juan looked up and straight at the camera. Then a smirk appeared on his face. This smirk, in the eyes of the commander-in-chief at the moment, was full of mockery. After staring at the camera for 2 seconds, Lu Juan then turned around and walked in towards the alley next to him. This is provoking me now. The commander-in-chief inhaled a deep breath of cool air and murmured a low murmur. He kept his gaze fixed on that surveillance image. Such a provocation was indeed like something Lu Juan had done. Is it a way to anger your opponents and influence their decisions? Not an overly clever tactic, but it does work. The commander-in-chief reached up and rubbed his temples, glancing at the time on the security camera. 1750. It was now 6:23 p.m. Which meant that Lu Juan's last appearance on the surveillance screen had been half an hour ago. Where was Lu Juan last seen in the surveillance? The commander-in-chief hurriedly opened his mouth to ask out. Janya Road, the pedestrian street behind Baiwa Plaza. The technician opened his mouth to report. The commander-in-chief nodded and turned to the table where the map was laid out, on which he marked out the location where Lu Juan had last appeared under the surveillance screen. Lu Juan ended up turning around and walking into the middle of the alley, which has no surveillance and doesn't accommodate vehicles. So will he choose to ride or walk, whether by bike or on foot? Since he came back here from the suburbs, that proves that his drop-off point should be nearby. It shouldn't be more than 5 kilometers away. While murmuring to himself under his breath, the commander-in-chief drew a circle on the map with a red pen. Inside this circle is a 5-kilometer radius from where Lu Juan last appeared. There are 2 urban villages in total. The commander-in-chief's eyes swept across the circle, his fingers tapping on the desktop as he stared at the map and murmured once more. Urban villages are a mixed bag of fish and dragons. A good place to hide. If the choice is yours, the urban village is equally optimal for landing. leave one squad behind to continue searching for police cars inside Bullhorn Hill, and bring the rest of you all back. Lujuan has shown up downtown. The commander-in-chief hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie on the table and rushed to give orders to the main force that was searching the mountain in Oxhorn Mountain. Previously, although it has been perceived that Lusion is most likely not in the Oxhorn Mountain, but Lusion has not yet shown up, so the commander-in-chief did not mobilize the Oxhorn Mountains police force. At this point, since Lujuan had already shown up, the large force should naturally be transferred back. Roger that. A quick response came over the intercom. The commander-in-chief lowered his walkie-talkie before turning back to the few technicians behind him. You guys continue to check the security footage of all the intersections that alley may have passed through. Make sure to find Lujuan's whereabouts. I don't believe this kid can vaporize out of thin air. Opening his mouth to give another command, the commander-in-chief then looked down and studied the map. And after hearing the order, several technicians didn't dare to slow down and rushed to check the surveillance video from various places around the area. Although the city has a high coverage of security cameras, there is a tremendous amount of foot traffic, so trying to find someone from among the security footage is a lot of work. Downtown, within a neighborhood, Zhaoji slightly awkwardly jumped in from the fence, after standing steadily, hurriedly and furtively looking around, to make sure that no one found it before he breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, are we breaking and entering if we do this? Zhaoji looked at Lujuan and opened his mouth in a small voice to ask, although he is a person who claims that he is not afraid of the sky and the earth. In order to catch robbers, he has done a lot of disciplinary things, but he has not really done anything illegal. Now sneaking over the wall into other people's neighborhoods, he was still a little scared in his heart. Just into the neighborhood, not into the homes. There's a camera outside, can't get around it, have to go over the wall. Lujuan glanced at Zhaoji and calmly opened his mouth with a response. The words fell. Then he had already turned around and walked out towards the front. Lingfeng didn't say a word and bypassed Zhaoji to follow Lujuan's pace. Seeing this, Zhaoji gulped, and after another cautious glance, he hurriedly chased after them. After tumbling out from the other side of the neighborhood, Lujuan didn't rush to catch up. Instead, he looked down at the time. Almost. After looking at the time, Lujuan took out his phone and dialed the only number on the call log. Hey, boss. I'll just pick up my friend and come over. So why don't you see about getting my room for me first? Thanks. Okay. After the phone was connected, Lusion manipulated a mouthful of dialect-flavored Mandarin and opened his mouth smilingly. While watching Luchun's operation at this moment, Zhaoji had a curious look on his face. What's going on here, boss? Chapter 89, What a Fight Between the Gods. Lujuan hung up the phone, then once again walked ahead to lead the way. Zhaoji and Lingfeng followed closely behind. Zhaoji was very curious about Lujuan's phone call just now. After wanting to speak several times, he scratched his head and opened his mouth to ask out. Boss, who was that call you just made? Listening to your tone, the person on the other side should not come from a small place. Zhaoji came over to Lujuan's side and opened his mouth with a squeeze. Indeed, in the past few days with Lujuan, it was really the first time Zhaoji had heard Lujuan speak to someone in that tone, mixed with the dialect of ordinary, with that slightly formal tone, completely not the Lujuan he knows. Yesterday I made a trip to the urban village on the west side of the city, left my ID at an inn there, and paid the owner an extra $200. Have the owner get me a room with my ID when he gets my notice. In order not to make my boss suspicious, when communicating with him, I pretended that I was a migrant worker who had just entered the city. Lujuan walked forward without any hurry while talking to Zhaoji about the cause of the incident. Good execution by Choji. Thus Lujuan recognized Zhaoji as a teammate. Since it was recognized, there was nothing wrong with talking to him about the details of his plan and the decisions he had made in the middle of the exercise. So that's how it is. I have to say, boss, this is a really high trick you're pulling. We're heading east of the city now, but you've booked the inn west of the city. Nowadays, the registration systems of all inns and hotels and the police messenger system are linked, and as long as there is identification information, the police messenger is able to access the rooming records of all hotels within his jurisdiction at any time. By the time they find out about the rooming records of your identifying information, their eyes will surely be all over the urban villages on the west side of the city. Then we're safe. Zhaoji's eyes widened as he opened his mouth in a rather excited manner. He was completely unprepared for the fact that not only was Lusion able to plan an escape route completely free of cameras in the urban area where the sky-eye camera coverage was extremely high, even on the way to escape, it was surprising that traps were being laid to disrupt the ranks of the police messenger. From the beginning, Lingfeng had swindled himself to death. Himself and him had gotten away from the bank, and Tang Yuyan had stayed as a hostage at the temporary command headquarters of the police force. The change of cars to the later Bullhorn Hill tricked the entire main body of the police force into going to Bullhorn Hill. That's totally 10 steps forward nah. Zhao Ji was a rough man, but the more he was, the more he admired smart people. Therefore, the admiration in his gaze toward Lu Yuan was even more fervent. By the way, boss, didn't you say that the commander-in-chief of the police force this time is also a smart guy? So do you think he'll realize that your record of running an inn is just a front? After Zhao Ji secretly admired Lu Juan in his heart, he opened his mouth to ask out rather curiously. Bullhorn Hill has already fooled the commander-in-chief of the police force once, and this time the rooming and record in Bullhorn Hill's bureau are basically a change of scenery. That commander-in-chief is also a smart man, so he can't fail to see it, can he? He naturally perceives problems. However, you said that the hotel opened in the face of my identity information. Even if he thinks there is a problem, can he not go to see it? We were last seen on the security cameras at 5:50, and I called my boss at 6:31. 40 minutes. The hostel where I left my identity information is almost 3 kilometers or so from where we were last seen on camera. At our fitness level, we can cover a distance of almost 4 kilometers in 40 minutes, but we have to take more detours to avoid the cameras, and 3 kilometers is about right. He's a smart guy, and he can think of these things. You say with all this corroboration, he mustn't make a trip to the fold? Lu Juan spoke leisurely as he walked. The words were spoken in a cloudy manner, as if he was just chatting with Zhao Ji about some family matters. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was already stunned after hearing Lu Juan's analysis. Even Ling Feng, who looked like he was uninterested in everything, was listening with great interest. Being a smart person is so tiring nah. It's amazing how much you have to think. Zhao Ji was shocked for a moment before smacking his lips and opening his mouth to spit. He'd had an eye-opening day, have to say. These games between smart people and smart people. In his eyes that's a godsend. A temporary command post outside Bank Square. By this time, the main force of Oxbow Mountain had returned to the outside of the temporary command headquarters. The commander-in-chief and a couple of squad leaders with their teams were gathered around a table in the makeshift command room. A map of the downtown area was on the table, and above the ground had already been written by the commander-in-chief with a red pen full of dense markings. During the time he was waiting for the main force to pull back from Nyojia Mountain, the commander-in-chief wasn't idle, and he sifted through all of Lu Juan's possible hiding places on top of the map. After all, now a few comrades from the technical department have yet to find Lu Juan's trail again from the surveillance footage. If you can't find any trace of Lu Juan from the surveillance video, you can only start a carpet search centered on the place where Lu Juan was last seen. So, it was naturally necessary for himself to mark out Lu Juan's possible hiding place at this time. Everyone say what you think. This man, Lu Juan, is not easy to deal with. It's indeed not easy for us to win this maneuver. In order not to lose face with the provincial office, everyone will work a little harder in the next 2 days. The commander-in-chief pressed out the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray on the table, and only then did he look at the group of squad leaders with a serious face and opened his mouth. The exercise had gone on so far, and the commander-in-chief still had far less useful information at their disposal, so this maneuver was destined to be a tough one. Overtime was already a foregone conclusion. Report, we found the rooming records of Lu Juan's ID card in the urban village on the west side of the city. Just as the commander-in-chief was boosting his morale and preparing for this next tough battle, a technician ran over excitedly to report the new discovery to the commander-in-chief. Words. A joyful look appeared on the faces of all the squad leaders present. The commander-in-chief was the only one with a slightly locked brow and a puzzled expression. 634? From the technician's hand just printed out the rooming record. Glancing at the content on it, the commander-in-chief instantly locked his brows deeper. He murmured and read the time on the rooming record. Randomly, he hurriedly glanced toward the map again, on which the place where Lu Juan was last seen in the surveillance video was marked with a red marker pen. And the commander-in-chief also marked the time. Lu Juan disappeared here at 5:50. The urban village on the west side of the city is at this location, about 3 kilometers away. 40 minutes or so. If you're walking, that should be about right. But Lu Juan is a smart man. He could make such a mistake? The commander-in-chief held a red pen in his hand, the tip of the pen tapping on the map, his brows deeply locked as he gazed coldly. Obviously, at this point he was weighing the credibility of this rooming in record. Is this really Lu Juan's 100%? You can pay attention to my DYO. There is a burst of photos yo DY, Longdagia 152. Name, Dragon Fight. Chapter 90, Lusion, the highly intelligent robber. The commander-in-chief rubbed the scruff on his chin, his brow deeply furrowed, his eyes still fixed on the rooming records in his hands. He had watched the live video of Lu Juan's last maneuver 3 times. Although he couldn't say that he had thoroughly researched Lu Juan as a person, he did have a certain understanding of him. In the last maneuver, Lu Juan's plans were interlocked between each step, from beginning to end. The fact that the registration systems of all inns and hotels were networked with the police system was something Lu Juan couldn't possibly be unaware of. This rooming record, There's something wrong with it. Commander-in-Chief. Since Lusion has revealed his cloak, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and take action. Just as the Commander-in-Chief was pondering, a squad leader hurriedly opened his mouth to give a reminder. The few remaining squad leaders didn't say anything, but they all looked at the Commander-in-Chief in unison. Everyone was waiting for the Commander-in-Chief to give the order. The Commander-in-Chief raised one eyebrow and placed the paper record of the room opening in his hand on top of the table. He braced his hands on the tabletop and looked up at the group of junior captains who were looking at him expectantly. Lujuan, the highly intelligent robber, won a landslide victory in the last exercise he participated in with his interlocking plans. Do you guys think such a person would make such a cheap mistake? The Commander-in-Chief took a deep breath of cool air before speaking seriously. As soon as these words were uttered, all the squad leaders were slightly stunned, and then fell into silence thoughtfully. When the Commander-in-Chief put it that way, it seemed to be true. If Lujuan was someone who would make such a simple mistake, how could the last exercise have caused such a big commotion? How could the director have gone to such lengths to invite him to the provincial office? Indeed, such a low-level blunder doesn't seem like something Lujuan could do. After all, we were just tricked by him at Oxhorn Mountain, so we can't help but learn a lesson. One of the squad leaders was silent for a moment before nodding and speaking rather approvingly. The rest of the group nodded at that. In the temporary command room, a short silence fell. Everyone was looking down at the map on the table with a thoughtful look. Lujuan was last seen here, but the inn where the room was recorded is here. The distance between the two places is 3 or 4 kilometers, and there is only a 40-minute difference between Lujuan's last appearance and the time on the rooming record. If they didn't use any transportation, 40 minutes would indeed only be enough time for Lujuan and the others to walk to this part of the city village of the inn. Do you guys think that Lujuan is now truly hiding in this area near the inn as well? After a moment of silence, the Commander-in-Chief pointed to 2 points on the map and opened his mouth to address a group of squad leaders. But wouldn't it be too risky for Lujuan to do so? If he's hiding in this area of the inn right now, and he's intentionally making rooming records to lure us here, what's the plan? Is it hard not to be afraid that we'll blockade the whole area and carpet search it? A squad leader reached up and scratched his brow, earnestly voicing what was on his mind. The Commander-in-Chief also nodded quite approvingly at his words. If Lusion was in this area at this time, it would not do him the slightest bit of good at all if he made this rooming record. Is there a possibility that the rooming records are nothing more than a smokescreen used to confuse us? While Lujuan's real escape route is in the opposite direction? The Commander-in-Chief was reading the opening, and as he spoke, his finger pointed to the area east of the city. Several squad leaders sniffed and also looked at the eastern area of the city on the map. City East. In the middle of a rather old neighborhood, Lujuan led Zhaoji and Ling Feng towards the unit door of one of the buildings. Older neighborhoods do not have elevator support. Dimly lit stairwells. Lujuan silent walking upwards. Boss, what are we doing in this place? There are no inns in the middle of such an old neighborhood. Are there? Zhaoji, who was gasping for breath because of climbing the stairs, looked up at Lujuan's back and breathlessly opened his mouth to ask a question. It wasn't that he was physically weak and couldn't come up for air after climbing a few flights of stairs. The main reason was that they had already walked a few kilometers before coming to this neighborhood, and even though Zhaoji, who was a police errand boy, already had physical strength that was quite a bit better than that of an ordinary person, he still couldn't hold out a bit. However, on the contrary, Ling Feng and Lujuan, the two of them looked like they didn't blush or gasp. Ling Feng had good physical strength, which Zhaoji could understand. After all, he was a top sniper, an existence that could be in an extremely harsh environment and still be on the ground for hours at a time. But how was Lujuan's physical strength so exaggerated as well? Are all the young cops this strong now? It's too risky to stay in a hostel. And the police force side of the lineup to check out where we've landed will definitely start with hostels and hotels. 48 hours of time, and their eyes can't fall among the residential neighborhoods. Older neighborhoods have low camera coverage and most of the residents are elderly, making it difficult to conduct screening visits. This kind of place is the best place to land. Lujuan calmly opened his mouth to respond to Zhaoji. On the last day of preparation, Lujuan acted alone. It was then that he found this old neighborhood with rooms for rent on the 6th floor. After negotiating with the landlord, Lujuan signed the contract and paid a month's rent and deposit on the spot. Settling down in such a residential area, it was absolutely impossible for the side of the police patrol team to find out in a short time. It's so much safer than staying in hotels and hostels. Hearing Lujuan's words, Zhaoji gasped and bent over, one hand holding his knee while the other gave a thumbs up at Lujuan's back. He was too tired to talk. When he reached the 6th floor, Lujuan took out his key and opened the door to his room. The decoration was extremely old. After all, it had been a house for decades, and there wasn't much furniture in the room. Except for 2 beds and a worn-out sofa, there was only an old fridge that clacked. As soon as Zhaoji entered the middle of the room, he rushed to the sofa and sat down, so tired that his face was pale, just like he was about to die. Ling Feng, on the other hand, stood in the doorway, surveying everything in the room, as if the top snipers were this vigilant. Lu Juan, on the other hand, walked into the room and took out 2 bottles of water from the clacking refrigerator and handed them to the two. After renting the room yesterday, he bought the necessities of life from the supermarket downstairs. After all, after they landed here, it was too risky to go out again, and the necessities of life naturally had to be prepared in advance. For the rest of the day, you two will hide here. It will be hard for the police squad to find this, and hiding for 40 hours or so shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lu Juan drank half a bottle of water before looking up at the 2 men and speaking. What about you, boss? Zhao Ji hurriedly opened his mouth to ask after he had drained the entire bottle of mineral water. Listening to Lu Juan's tone, he didn't seem to be prepared to stay here. The maneuvers aren't over yet, so naturally I have to go out and make some noise. Lu Juan opened his mouth calmly, and although his tone was calm, a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth as the words fell. P.S. Updates have resumed. A weak plea for gifts. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 91, Deploying Your Intuition. A sentence Lu Juan said in a cloudy manner, as if he was just mentioning a trivial matter in general. As the words fell, Lu Juan casually placed the remaining half bottle of mineral water in his hand on the table. Boss, since it's safe enough here, don't we just have to stay quiet for 40 hours or so and this maneuver will be won? Why do you need to go out on another adventure? Zhao Ji looked at Lu Juan and opened his mouth to ask out in a rather puzzled manner. Even Ling Feng, who was on the side, raised his head to look at Lu Yuan, his brows slightly locked, a pair of eyes similarly filled with incomprehension. It's not hard to win this maneuver, but wouldn't it be a bit boring if it just ended like that? Lu Juan smiled faintly and spoke. It was said with a playful expression. Lu Juan was not a person who liked to look for excitement, and the reason he chose to venture out and make some more noise was naturally for the system's rating. After all, after the exercise was over, the higher the rating given by the system, the more generous the rewards Lusion could obtain. However, it was impossible for Lu Juan to tell anyone that he had a system, so naturally, he had to find an excuse to fool Zhao Ji and the others. Boss, do you think it's possible that all you smart people are crazy like you? Going out for some excitement in a game that you can obviously win easily. Zhao Ji skimmed his lips and looked at Lu Chen to spit it out. It was true that he didn't quite understand Lu Juan's thoughts. Wouldn't it be nice to win the game on a solid basis? Why take the risk? Anyway, his legs were so weak now that he didn't even bother to move a bit. His boss could toss him around all he wanted. He just wanted to find a place to lie down. Zhao Ji moved his neck and simply came straight to a kudzu lie on the sofa. Lay flat. It smells good. Boss, I'm coming with you. Ling Feng stood at Lu Yuan's side and pulled the strap of the backpack containing the sniper rifle tight behind him, before he looked at Lu Yuan and opened his mouth in an extremely serious manner. A succinct sentence, coupled with that extremely determined look. Obviously, Ling Feng is genuinely willing to accompany Lu Juan to go out and risk his life. No, it's rather risky to have too many people. Just wait here with Zhao Ji. I'll notify you if anything happens. Lu Juan patted Ling Feng's shoulder and spoke with a smile on his face. Their team of hijackers hadn't been formed for a few days yet, but it seemed to be gelling pretty well now. Maybe it's easier for pricks to get along with pricks. Academics call this stuff the sting response. That's an order? Ling Feng raised one eyebrow and looked at Lu Juan, who still asked out in a concise manner. In 4 short words, the tone was extremely serious. Yes. Lu Juan raised one eyebrow and nodded. His reluctance to bring along Ling Feng and Zhao Ji was indeed due to selfishness on the one hand. The trio's actions were too big of a target, and it was indeed much more convenient to be on his own. And on the other hand, it's kind of for both. He wanted to make a bigger deal out of it for the sole purpose of the rewards that the system had given him, which was sort of his own personal business. If he made a bad move and was caught by the commander-in-chief, they had only caught one of them, which didn't mean that the whole team of robbers had failed. Okay, since this is your order, boss, I'll do as you say. Ling Feng nodded, responding seriously to Lu Juan. Since he recognized Lu Juan as his boss, he would naturally follow Lu Juan's orders. He is a soldier transferred to the local sniper. His bones still have the iron obedience of the military. He only obeys those he admires and recognizes. And because of that, Ling Feng was a complete disobedient prick in the eyes of most of his superiors. Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief and a group of squad leaders remained gathered around the table that held the map. Commander-in-chief, you said that Lu Juan's direction of escape was the eastern area of the city. Then how did he manage to leave a rooming record in the west side of the city? Is it hard to believe that this kid can fly? A squad leader scratched the back of his head and spoke in a rather puzzled manner. The rest of the squad leaders nodded in a rather agreeable manner when they heard this. Is there a possibility that lusion is indeed, as the commander-in-chief said, actually fleeing towards the eastern region of the city? And this record of rooms in the direction of the west side of the city. Lusion had his gang go and leave it? After all, this kind of small inn, many of them do not abide by the rules. As long as the money is given, even if it is not the person's identity card, does not matter. One of the junior captains, who was quite old for his grade, scratched his brow and voiced out what was on his mind. Abandon ship and save the day. It's not impossible. The commander-in-chief sniffed and nodded approvingly. This statement of his is the only one that for the time being explains his vision. Whether he was watching lusion's performance in the live video of the last exercise, or whether he was fighting lusion in this exercise, he was an extremely strict person. Every step of his plan was near perfect. So, a blunder like opening a room record is not like something lusion would make. The commander-in-chief is certain that this room record must be fraudulent. Commander-in-chief. Then how do we deal with the rooming records that have appeared in the west of the city? Leave it alone or? A squad leader looked at the commander-in-chief, who had a deep frown on his face and stared down at the map, and opened his mouth to ask out. Can't leave it alone. Even if lusion is really abandoning his car to protect his honor, we still have to capture this car for him. Team B, take a squad and check out this inn where the rooming records appeared. If any of the hijacker team appears on their security footage, immediately seal off the urban village where the inn is located and then seek backup. The commander-in-chief looked at the squad leader of the codename Group B squad and opened his mouth to give his order. And then he set his eyes on the area east of the city on the map. If lusion's escape route is in the opposite direction to the east of the city, then this urban village in the east of this city is the optimal choice for him to land. Teams A and C, your two squads head to this urban village in the east of the city, guard the entrances and exits, and conduct a sweep of the entire village. Teams D and E, two squads, stay as command and be ready to support the other teams. After the commander-in-chief took a deep breath of cool air, he stood up straight and spoke out all his deployments. His intuition told him that the rooming records that appeared on the west side of the city should just be a smokescreen that lusion had gotten up in order to waste the energy of the police force. The east side of the city was lusion's true direction of escape. This time, he was prepared not to think about it too much and just follow his instincts and deploy. So, in his deployment plan, only one squad had been sent to the west side of the city to check out the situation, while more men had been sent to all the villages in the east side of the city. Yes, all the squad leaders are receiving the deployment from the commander-in-chief. At that moment, they all responded in unison to the small captain's voice, and then quickly went to carry out the commander-in-chief's orders. A brief silence once again reigned in the makeshift command room. The commander-in-chief stood in front of the table. His eyes once again fell on top of the map. He grabbed the cigarette case on the table, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he once again studied the map. Chapter 92, The Game. Begin. At this point in time, the commander-in-chief had already focused his research on the eastern area of the city on the map. There is only one urban village on the east side of the city. Urban villages are large in size, inhabited by workers from all over the country all year round. Basically more than 90% of the population are tenants, and the penetration rate of eye-in-the-sky cameras in urban villages is not high. A place like this is absolutely perfect for hiding. However, the commander-in-chief felt that lusion would not choose to hide in a city village. At this moment, he was looking at the map and pondering what kind of place he would choose if lusion was in the eastern part of the city and he didn't choose the city village. City East. Lusion was standing under a camera's surveillance blind spot. Ding! Just as he was reaching for his old notepad and was perfecting his next plan, the cell phone in his pocket beeped. Lusion pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. The text message was naturally from Tang Yuyen. The content is quite concise. One team west of the city, two teams east of the city center. After reading the content of the text message on his cell phone, a smirk appeared on lusion's face. The opponent this time is not simple nah. Interesting, lusion murmured with a smile before he put the phone back in his pocket. When he first prepared to open the room to record this hand of smoke bomb, lusion knew that the chief captain will certainly be suspicious. But his own evacuation route to the eastern region of the city did not show up in the monitoring at all. Even if he was suspicious, the commander-in-chief would certainly not let go in the face of only a little clue. Lusion guessed that he would send out quite a bit of manpower to check things out. Who knew that he would send only a small team to an inn that had a record of rooms being opened? Instead, two squads were dispatched to the urban villages on the east side of the city. He did not reveal his own whereabouts of fleeing in the direction of the east of the city. That is to say, that he was guessing? To dare to make such a deployment on the basis of mere speculation is indeed a man of courage. Such an opponent is indeed not simple. Snapped. Lusion closed the old notepad in his hand and looked up at the gloomy sky, a slightly playful expression growing on his face. He wasn't one for taking risks, but encountering such an opponent had inspired the few adventurous spirits in his heart. Then have a good time. Lujuan murmured to himself, then moved his neck and stretched. The sky, which had been overcast for almost an hour, finally began to rain again. The rain came in a rush, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and bean-sized raindrops fell densely from the sky, darkening the already dim sky by a few degrees again. The game, begin. Lujuan opened the black umbrella, looked at the dense rain curtain, and murmured with a calm face. It seemed as if the commander-in-chief was across the room from him at the moment, and that he was speaking this sentence to the commander-in-chief who was face to face with himself. Holding the umbrella, Lujuan walked towards the front without any hurry, greatly appearing under the surveillance above. At this time the sky is extremely dark. The rain will also affect the clarity of the camera, coupled with the umbrella. Naturally, will not be the police for the monitoring screen from the middle of the recognition, so naturally there is no longer any need to hide from surveillance. City West. The B-team squad had arrived outside the inn that showed the record of the rooming house, located in the middle of the city village hostel. The building, decoration are quite old, hanging in the door above the light sign are faded. Hostels located in urban villages are basically this old looking. After all, people in urban villages are basically city workers, and staying in hostels is all about affordability. The inn did not have a high income and naturally could not afford to refurbish and replace all kinds of equipment. Either they will be eliminated or they will open up as a husband and wife store and struggle to hang on. Leave 3 to guard the front door, 3 to barricade the back, and the rest to follow me in to investigate the situation. The squad leader looked up at the inn's doorplate and made a quick deployment arrangement. The police officers were also quick to act, blocking off the entrance and exit of the inn. For his part, the squad leader took the remaining police officers into the inn to investigate the situation. This inn is a typical husband and wife store, with the owner working the night shift and the boss's wife working the day shift. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the boss and the boss's wife were both inside the counter. The two of them kowtowing to their melons were watching TV dramas on that old computer. Seeing a police officer enter, the lean boss with glasses hurriedly got up and walked out from inside the counter. "Yo, comrade, you guys are here to check?" Boss with a smile on his face, cheerfully welcome up. Speak at the same time hurriedly pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out a hand up. The junior captain hurriedly raised his hand in refusal. He took out Lujuan's picture from a folder and handed it to his boss. "This man, did he come to your hotel today and get a room?" The junior captain opened his mouth rather seriously and asked out. The owner took the photo and frowned at it with a confused look on his face, clearly not impressed. "I've been working the night shift for a while now, and my wife watches the store during the day. Wife, come over here and see if this man lives in our neighborhood." The boss first responded politely to the young captain, then hurriedly turned his head and waved at his wife. The boss's wife hurriedly walked out from among the counter, not forgetting to grab a handful of melon seeds in her hand. The owner's wife was fat, less than 6'6", and looked like she had to be 200 pounds out. This man, coming over to look at the picture in the boss's hand. The boss's wife nodded in response as she kowtowed to her melon. Upon hearing the boss's wife's words, the young captain instantly became excited. "I didn't expect Lujuan to really be in this inn. As long as I catch him here, not only will I be able to end the maneuver, but I will also be able to get a big credit? What room is he in?" The young captain looked at the boss's wife excitedly and asked. Even as he spoke, his right hand had unconsciously moved toward the gun pinned to the back of his waist. "He's not staying here. He came in yesterday at noon. He left his ID with me and paid an extra $200 for the room. He explained to me at that time that he went to pick up an old countryman and would come here to stay today. And when he did, he called me in advance and asked me to use his ID card to get the room for him first. At 5 or 6 o'clock, he called and I used his ID to get the room for him." The boss's wife was gushing about the whole thing as she kowtowed to her melon. The words fell out of her mouth, and she couldn't help but glance back towards the old computer inside the counter. It seemed to be a bit of a hangover from the TV show he had just watched, and the lean boss, hearing his wife's account and seeing the little captain's not-so-good face, instantly realized what was going on. He hurriedly tugged at his wife's sleeve. "You loser, how dare you make any kind of money? People haven't even come to the store yet and you dare to give them a room? If this man is a fugitive, wouldn't you be guilty of harboring him?" The owner opened his mouth with a curse, scolding his wife. Chapter 93 this time. Just be a gambler. The owner is a man of vision. Seeing the change in the young captain's face, he knew that the man they had come to check out had to be a fugitive 80 to 90% of the time. He doesn't know the law. Only thinking that his wife's behavioral actions were harboring criminals, he opened his mouth to reprimand her. With that scolding, though, the boss's wife was visibly on fire. "How dare you scold me? This is a day without hair. People come to the room with their own ID and pay more. I'm legally compliant. So how come I can't make this money?" Zhang sure how, you know how to yell at me. If you have the ability to yell at outsiders, you piece of divorce, go get divorced tomorrow. The boss's wife was scolded and reprimanded by her boss. She first froze for a moment, and after she reacted, she crossed her arms and cursed. From her size and face, the boss's wife seems to be a spirited person. At this moment, when he started to rage, he was indeed as terrifying as hell. The junior captain looked at the situation at hand. For a moment are confused. He is just to visit the investigation. I did not expect this turn of the moment the situation has developed into this. Boss. We're just here to find out a little bit about the situation. This guy isn't much of a criminal. The junior captain hurriedly started a sentence of explanation. After all, it's looking like it's going to stir up a divorce. Leave. You must. With your appearance. With a tank thick. No tank tall. Except the neck is all waist. I have long wanted to leave you. The boss called Zhang Shihao rose to his feet after hearing his wife's words. As if he hadn't heard the words of the junior captain at all. He directly opened his mouth and roared. You, Zhang Shihao, you heartless thing. Lousy was really blind in the beginning. How did I follow such a heartless thing like you? The boss's wife was so enraged that she was shivering, raising a trembling hand and pointing at the boss, fog rising in one of her eyes as she spoke. The young captain couldn't help but scratch his forehead. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a clean slate. You say you want him to make an arrest or check out some leads, which he's good at, but when it came to the matter at hand, he didn't really know what he should do with it. It was always a mess because they came to line up a walkthrough situation. So naturally, they couldn't just slip away. You two, handle this, calm them down, explain the situation to them. The junior captain hurriedly waved at the two team members following him and opened his mouth with a commanding tone. And then the commander-in-chief hurriedly slipped out of the inn and went to the police car hidden next to the inn. Although the two police officers who were left behind were helpless, they could only follow the squad leader's orders and helplessly persuade the fight. Back on top of the police, the squad leader hurriedly picked up his walkie-talkie and reported the situation to the chief commander in the temporary command room. After all, this record of rooms in the city's western urban village is just a smokescreen put out by Lujuan, which proves that the commander-in-chief's intuition is likely to be right. Lujuan's escape direction was most likely the east area of the city in the opposite direction. Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief held a lit cigarette between the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and curls of smoke rose from the tip, filling the entire command room. Quite a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the entire makeshift command room, making the incandescent lamps that hung above the makeshift command room appear dimmed for a few moments. Phew! After inhaling deeply and exhaling the smoke, the commander-in-chief pressed the still half-empty cigarette butt into the ashtray. He grabbed the red pen on his desk and drew across on an area of the map that had originally been circled in a circle. Reporting to the command room. This is Team B Squad. Copy, please reply. It was at this moment that the intercom on the table suddenly rang with a report of the situation. The commander-in-chief hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie on his desk. This is the command room. Go ahead. The commander-in-chief responded calmly, then held his breath as he waited for a reply from the other side of the intercom. Sincerely Hotel, we've checked. Lujuan didn't come here today. He came here yesterday and left his ID card with the innkeeper, asking her to use Lujuan's ID card to get him a room once she received the call. That's what led to the open house in the city's west side village. A report from the team leader of Team B came from among the walkie-talkies. The commander-in-chief sniffed and a slightly relieved expression appeared on his face, which was good news for him, after all, proving that the rooming record in the city's western urban village was just a smokescreen put out by Lujuan. It also showed that his previous intuition was most likely correct. Then one's deployment would be a good bet. Now that we have a clear picture of the situation, let's close up and come back. The commander-in-chief responded with a walkie-talkie, and at this point the tone of his mouth was all noticeably lighter. After investigating the matter of the rooming record, the commander-in-chief has become even more convinced that Lujuan's real escape route is actually the eastern area of the city. Then next, all of his operational deployments will be centered on the east side of the city. Be a gambler this time. Putting down the walkie-talkie in his hand, the commander-in-chief once again placed his eyes on top of the map, and after taking a deep breath of cool air, the commander-in-chief murmured to himself. Indeed, now the commander-in-chief did not possess a single shred of evidence that could prove that Lujuan's escape direction was the eastern area of the city. Although the rooming records of the city's western urban village were confirmed to be nothing more than a smokescreen put out by Lujuan, this is not evidence that Lujuan's direction of escape is the eastern area of the city. The commander-in-chief is indeed taking a gamble by putting all his weight on the eastern part of the city. City East, Urban Village. At this time, the two squads of Group A and Group C had already arrived at the city center village. Upon arrival, both squad leaders didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly deployed according to the commander-in-chief's orders. All of the exits throughout the urban village were quickly set up with guard posts and began to screen everyone entering and exiting the village. And at the moment, outside a rather old noodle shop in the middle of the city village, Lusion put away his umbrella, shook off the water on the umbrella, and walked into the middle of the noodle shop in a big way. The noodle shop occupies a small area and the decoration is quite old. It is obvious that it has been opened in this urban village for many years. This kind of fly tavern that has managed to survive for so many years in the middle of a city village usually tastes pretty good. After having breakfast at the hotel in the morning, he had been running around all the time, with no chance to eat at all, and at this time, Lujuan was indeed hungry enough. This is a good time to grab a bite to eat and refresh. It's pretty rainy. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles. Make it a big one. Lujuan walked into the store, looked at the boss who was sitting inside the counter with old glasses and old books, smilingly opened his mouth to greet. Okay, you find a seat first. The boss looked up at Lujuan and responded with a smile as well. Although the boss didn't have any impression of Lujuan, looking at his attitude this warm, he seemed like a familiar customer. Thinking only that it was an acquaintance he hadn't remembered, he naturally greeted them politely. Lujuan smiled and nodded, so he found himself a spot to put his backpack down and then sat down in the seat next to him. P.S. Recently there is no manuscript fee. A weak request for a wave of reward. I hope you can support it. Otherwise the poor author can only eat dirt in the new year. Chapter 94, A Common Acquaintance. Not much longer. The beef noodles were then cooked and served. The owner was a small old man in his early 60s, with short, nearly half-white hair, and clothes that had been washed white, obviously worn for many years, but extremely clean. The store's interior decoration was extremely old, but it was also all cleaned up very neatly, and even the tables didn't have that greasy feel to them. Obviously, this owner is an extremely sophisticated person. The old store is guarded and run with a lot of care. Boss, business isn't so good today, is it? Watching the boss place the beef noodles in front of him, Lujuan smiled and opened his mouth to ask. The look was like nagging an old acquaintance. It's true that it's not very good. With all this rain, there are fewer people out to eat noodles. The owner placed the noodles on the table and responded with a kind smile on his face. Previously, Lujuan's attitude when he entered the door had already made the boss subconsciously think that Lujuan was a familiar customer that he had little impression of. At this moment, hearing Lu Jing chatting with himself so familiarly, he naturally reinforced this thought. After all, this noodle shop of his has been open for more than 10 years, and with so many guests coming and going, how many of them can he remember? Not to mention the fact that he's older now and his memory isn't so good anymore. It's normal to forget previous acquaintances. You go ahead, boss. Lujuan smiled and nodded. Then he picked up a pair of chopsticks and lowered his head to eat the noodles. The boss also responded with a smile. So he took a stool, sat down in the doorway to look at the rain outside, and lit a cigarette. The beef noodles tasted good, and Lujuan ate them quickly. And just as Lujuan was about to eat, 4 or 5 police officers in raincoats walked by on the road outside the door. Lujuan looked up at the passing police officer, then lowered his head and picked up a spoon in his hand to take a sip of noodle soup. It seems those police messengers were not related to themselves in general. Several police officers passed by the door of the noodle shop, and even one of them glanced into the middle of the shop, but didn't realize that Lusion, who was drinking soup with his head down, was their target. After all, at this time, Lusion had already changed his clothes, and also lowered his head. Just a glance. And how could he realize that the person who was calmly eating noodles was precisely the tough guy in this exercise of theirs? Most importantly, the police officers had the preconceived notion that the robbers, 3 in number, should have acted together. And in the entire noodle shop, Lujuan was the only one. Thus it will be subconsciously assumed that this person has nothing to do with the robbers. Diagonally across the street from the noodle shop, there is an inn. The purpose of the police officers was to check out the hotel. After all, the commander-in-chief thought that this urban village was the place Lujuan had chosen to land. And with more than 40 hours left in the exercise, Lujuan and the others naturally had to find a place to stay. And naturally, hostels are the first choice. As that squad leader said before, as long as the money is there, these small inns will give you a room at the same risk even if you don't have an ID. Therefore, even if the rooming records could not be found, after the commander-in-chief blocked the entrances and exits of the entire village, his first order was still to check all the inns in the village. And the reason why Lujuan was within the city village at this time, it was after receiving Tang Yuyan's text message that Lusion directly rushed towards this side of the city village. He was already in the east area of the city, not too far from this city village. So naturally, he was able to rush into the city village before the 2 squads of the police team arrived at the village. The most direct and simple way to improve your rating. Then, is to eliminate as many poor police officers as possible. The previous commander-in-chief guess was not wrong. Lujuan did want to be a hunter, and at this point in time, the urban village is the optimal hunting ground. Several police officers quickly entered the noodle shop diagonally across the street from the noodle shop, and by this time, Lujuan had already eaten all the noodles in his bowl. Lujuan got up and carried his own backpack to his boss, who was sitting in the doorway smoking. "What's going on here? What's with all the police messengers?" Lujuan casually opened his mouth to ask while pulling money out of his wallet to settle the bill. "I don't know. I don't see so many police officers on weekdays. Maybe they're just coming to the inn for a routine check." The owner smoked a cigarette and responded with a grin. At this point, he had long since considered Lujuan to be his familiar guest, and naturally became more familiar when he spoke. "By the way, boss, I have something here. Is it okay if I put it in your storage? My friend will come get it later, but I have to go out. My name is Lujuan. He mentioned my name. Just give it to him." After Lujuan pulled out the money, he looked at the boss again and opened his mouth, his eyes extremely sincere. "No problem. Just leave it there. I'll keep an eye on it for you." The boss exhaled his smoke and hurriedly nodded his head in response. "If you are open for business, even if you meet a stranger, you will help with this kind of small matter, not to mention your regular customers. This little thing is nothing at all." "Okay, thank you." Lujuan smiled and nodded, then hurriedly pulled out a cardboard box from within his own backpack and placed it on top of the counter. The carton looked like an ordinary express delivery, and it wasn't too big, just about the size of 2 palms. "Boss, here's the noodle money." After placing the box on the counter, Lujuan took out his noodle money and handed it to the boss. Then he opened his umbrella and disappeared into the rain. The owner was still sitting in the doorway smoking a cigarette and didn't feel anything was wrong. Everything looked so normal. A regular acquaintance ordered a large bowl of beef noodles and left a delivery to be temporarily stored in his store. Very common. After all, he didn't realize that this acquaintance of his was a tough guy and that the box he had placed in his store contained a remote-controlled bomb. Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief sat on a stool and looked up at the roof of the temporary command room, his eyes a little lost in thought, as if he was thinking about something. News has been coming back nonstop from the east side of the city's urban village, but none of it was good news, and after sealing off the entire city village, he first had all 2 squad leaders arrange for manpower to line up all the inns, but none of them found any trace of Lujuan. There was no sign of the hotel, so the next step was to check convenience stores, supermarkets and restaurants. After all, as long as he's in this urban village, he can stay out of the inn, but he can't go without food, can he? As long as there were no problems with the area he had located, then even if Lusion was hidden well, he would always be able to find him. All it takes is time. The good thing is that, now you still have an extremely good amount of time on your own as well. Thinking of this, the commander-in-chief let out a long breath of turbid air, and the expression on his face relaxed a few points. He reached up and rubbed his red, bloodshot eyes, and once again put his best foot forward, once again preparing for his next deployment. P.S. The second chapter is delivered. It's so late. The donkeys in the production team are already off work. Yo! Chapter 95, The Fattened Sheep at the Door. Urban Village. In the middle of a shady alley, Lujuan covered himself with an umbrella and opened his backpack to pull out a bag of stuff. It was almost 3 or 4 minutes before he stepped out of the middle of the alley. The black umbrella lifted slightly, and Lujuan's face appeared underneath it, and at this moment, his appearance was just like a radical change from before he entered the alley. The head was covered with a yellow ducktail cap, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a smattering of black mustache plastered under his nose. At this moment, with this appearance, even if he stood in front of Zhao Ji and the others, I'm afraid that he wouldn't recognize them. All of these things used for camouflage were prepared by Lujuan on the day he acted alone. It's kind of used at this point. Holding an umbrella, Lujuan turned around and retraced his steps in the direction of the noodle shop where he had just eaten beef noodles. As he passed by the noodle shop, Lujuan glanced towards the store. By now the owner of the noodle shop had returned to the middle of the counter, put on his old glasses again, and was looking down at the newspaper. And the box containing the remote-controlled bomb that Lujuan had deposited was still sitting on top of his counter. Lujuan turned back and passed by the noodle shop without haste to the inn that was diagonally across the street from the noodle shop. The inn was sandwiched between 2 stores, and there was no store on the first floor, only a staircase leading to the second floor. A sign for the inn stood outside the stairs, while the words "for a room, please go to the second floor" were sprayed in large letters in paint on the wall of the stairwell. It is not uncommon in urban villages to find hostels that do not have a first-floor store and have counters on the second floor. Lujuan put away his umbrella and looked around. Seeing that there was no sign of the police messenger in the vicinity for the time being, he went straight up to the second floor. Going up to the second floor, Lujuan saw the in's counter. Inside the counter lay an obese middle-aged man, who stepped on a pair of flip-flops, his legs resting right on top of the counter, the whole person lying on a recliner, and at that moment was brushing a certain sound with his cell phone. Hello everyone, I'm Dragon Fighting. I hope those of you who are just coming in nod your attention. I look forward to your attention. Yo! The cell phone was turned up loud and the sweet anchorwoman's voice echoed throughout the second floor. Boss? Lujuan came outside the counter, looked at the middle-aged man in the counter with a smile on his face, and opened his mouth with a cautious look. The obese owner heard the voice and hurriedly stretched his feet back from the counter. Get a room? The boss set his cell phone aside before opening his mouth with a raised eyebrow in question. The face of the owner looked quite intimidating, not like an innkeeper, but more like a butcher. Boss, here's the deal. I am a foreign province to this side of the business. Yesterday bad thief. Wallet was stolen. Not only on the body of cash all gone, even ID cards are lost. Good thing I still have a bank card in my bag. I just got some cash out, but here's no ID to try and find a place to stay. Do you see? You can make it easy? Lujuan was full of smiles, looking at the boss cheerfully opened his mouth, and spoke with a timid look. The fat-faced boss sniffed and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Lujuan. If it was a normal day, when he encountered such a situation, he would definitely give Lujuan a room without even thinking about it. After all, business at his inn was already bad, so he'd take one more deal if he could. But today things can be a bit special. Only a moment ago, a few police officers came, saying they were here to check on someone, and not only did they inventory their entire inn, they even checked the surveillance records. It looks like the situation is pretty serious, and this police messenger had just left before, and here comes a no ID. Take your hat off and I'll take a look. The boss thwarted his obese chin and pondered for a while, before he nudged at Lu Chun and opened his mouth with a frown. Lujuan didn't say anything, just smilingly took off his hat. The boss looked up and down a few times and didn't say anything, just squinted his eyes as if he was remembering something. He police messenger, after the search was over, did take out 3 photographs for him to memorize the people on them and told him to call the police if he was to see them, because it was a drill. The police officers didn't have the right to post Lujuan's photo or portrait, so they could only show the boss the photo. But how could he remember just a few glances? He did remember clearly, however, that there were 3 of the group that the police officers were looking for, but there was just one person in front of him. Besides, he remembered a few of the guys in the photo, and they didn't have long beards. Nah. The most important thing is that this kid looks like a wimp, but also does not look like a person who is a criminal. Nah. Just you live alone? The owner raised one eyebrow and opened his mouth again to ask a question. Yes, there is one, boss. As the saying goes, all within the 4 seas are brothers. You see, you just do me a favor and give me a brother. Lujuan nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, and even opened his mouth extremely sincerely after responding to his boss. It did look like a businessman who had his ID stolen and was about to go to the end of his rope. Looking at this appearance, the boss was already happy in his heart. This small inn, the opportunity to meet such a fat sheep is not much. This is not slaughtered for nothing. Dude, I'm trying to make it easy for you too. But you don't know. We've been checking our place tightly lately, and just now a few police officers came to check it out. You don't have an ID to register. If you get caught, my little hotel will be in trouble. The boss rubbed his obese chin and looked at Lu Chun with a difficult face as he opened his mouth. That look. It did look a bit like he was trying to help, but couldn't do anything about it. Tell you what, boss, you see, I'll get you some extra money, and if this is really because of me you get fined, I'll take it for you. Lujuan was also frowning deeply, as if he was deep in thought before he looked at his boss and opened his mouth extremely seriously. As soon as those words came out, a smile that was hard to hide surfaced on that boss's obese face. That's what he was waiting for. It's not easy to meet a fat sheep. Naturally, you have to ruthlessly slaughter it. Brother, with your words. If old brother doesn't help you again, then I'm really not a human being. Let's do it this way. You give 500. Old brother will give you a room. Even if you really get caught at that time, old brother doesn't need you to take the responsibility now. The obese boss did his best to hide the smile on his face and made a rather difficult expression before speaking. 500 Alright, 500 is 500. Boss, you give me one against this side of the window. I happen to see the rain. Lujuan was also in quite a difficult situation, pondering for 2 seconds before making a slightly difficult decision, and as soon as those words came out, a smile instantly broke out on that boss's face. After all, their own this and usually $50 a night no one live. Today even met such a wrongdoer, so that they directly earn a few hundred. And Lujuan pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose, his face having once again regained its calm expression. So far, one's plans are going quite well. P.S. I'm asking for a wave of bounties, and I hope you'll support it. Chapter 96, A Hunting Feast. You need an audience. These are all by this side of the window. Take your pick, brother. The boss took out a few keys and placed them on top of the counter, cheerfully opening his mouth. His face full of horizontal meat piled up with smiles. Okay. Lujuan nodded and looked at the door number written on the key, finally choosing room 201. After taking the key and paying the room fee and deposit, Lujuan walked towards his room amidst the owner's cordial greeting. The moment he turned around, his complexion returned to normal, and his pair of eyes were extremely calm, making it impossible to see the depths. Where was the half of the wimpy look from a moment ago? Coming to the door of the room, Lujuan opened the door and went in before unlocking it at the first opportunity. The room was small, and apart from a bed, there was only an old sofa and a big old TV set. There is a separate bathroom in the room, but the degree of hygiene is quite worrying. The bathroom and the sink above the mirror, full of unclean limescale. After surveying the room, Lujuan came to the window and looked towards the downstairs. As Lujuan had expected, room 201 was being located closest to the noodle shop. So, he was by the window now, just able to see everything in the middle of the beef noodle restaurant. The reason why Lujuan came to this inn to open a room, on the one hand, in order to keep an eye on the noodle shop downstairs, so as to be able to find the best opportunity to detonate that remote control bomb. The other reason was that the team of police officers had just searched this inn, and even if the remote-controlled bomb exploded by then and they were sure that they were in the neighborhood, they might not suspect this inn. At this time there are no customers in the noodle shop. Still the boss is sitting alone in the counter looking at the newspaper. Lujuan was not in a hurry. First opened his backpack, took out an invisible camera from it, clipped the camera to his collar, and turned on the live broadcast. This hunting feast of his own can't be enjoyed by himself alone. Have to have some audience now. This exercise, the director did not ask Lujuan to open the live broadcast, but also prepared the live broadcast equipment and the live broadcast room for him. He can turn on the live streaming device whenever he wants and access the live stream at the same time. At this point, after Lujuan turned on the live broadcast, there was a picture in the middle of the broadcast room. The maneuver started at noon, which was when Lujuan and the others made their move on the bank, and the live broadcast was set up. When the live room was first opened, a lot of viewers did come. After all, the last exercise was brilliant. Not only did the netizens give Lujuan the name of the strongest robber in history, the live broadcast fire was also extremely exaggerated. Even after the end of the exercise, netizens are still discussing the details of the exercise, and half of the hot searches on various platforms for 3 or 4 consecutive days are about Lujuan. So, after the live broadcast of this maneuver was opened, there were still hundreds of thousands of viewers waiting even though it was in pitch black. But it's nearly 8 p.m. now. After 8 consecutive hours of waiting, there had been no picture in the live broadcast room, and most of the netizens had lost their patience and left the live broadcast room. But spare a thought, there were still 70,000 to 80,000 viewers in the live broadcast. At this time, Lujuan opened the live broadcast. The live broadcast room connected to the screen. All the hard-waiting netizens instantly boiled up. Wow! Finally, the picture has appeared. Sure enough, Lusion, the strongest robber, still hasn't forgotten about us. The group of netizens. Congratulations. I didn't think I'd be able to watch another live broadcast of Lujuan's maneuvers in my lifetime. This life is considered fulfilling. Say, where is this now? It doesn't seem like a bank. Can it be that Lusion has already escaped? It is said that the bank was robbed at 12 o'clock, and now it is already 8 o'clock in the evening. According to Lujuan's ability, it should have escaped long ago. Look at the announcement on the official blog of the Provincial Department of Shangyun Province. The rule of this exercise is that the robbers have to escape from the bank after escaping the 48-hour capture time. And now the exercise has only begun for more than 7 hours. So it seems that we can still watch more than 30 hours of live broadcasts. More than 30 hours? Lujuan must hold on. After all, if he gets caught the exercise will be over. Just in time to get ready to eat. This drill live on rice. I can eat 2 more bowls of big white rice in one meal. Live in the booth. The audience's enthusiasm for discussion was so high that the entire live broadcast room was filled with black pop-ups. The news that Lujuan had opened the live broadcast was also quickly spread by netizens, and a large number of netizens interested in the maneuver flocked to the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in the live room instantly began to soar. In the midst of the provincial hall, the director was sitting at his desk drinking tea. There was a laptop on the desk, and it was the live feed of the exercise that was playing on the computer screen. Yo, this Lujuan kid turned on the live camera. Looking at the hijacker's view of the live broadcast suddenly had a picture. The director also came to the spirit, and hurriedly scooted his chair a little closer. Looking at the mold. This kid hides it pretty well nah. Looking at the live feed, The director raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured to himself. In this exercise, neither the police force nor the robbers had turned on the live broadcast, so the director was informed of the progress of the exercise only through the reports from the temporary command room of the police force. So, until now, the director has not learned much. All that was known was that Lu Juan had managed to escape the pursuit and that 2 police officers had already been eliminated. Most importantly, the commander-in-chief did not get too many clues about Lu Juan's escape route. Judging from the current situation, lusion, this kid does have a few tricks up his sleeve, well thought out and well planned. His old buddy city council didn't lose the last maneuver nah. After watching the live broadcast from the robber's perspective for a while, the director picked up the cell phone on the table and dialed the number of the commander-in-chief. Director. The phone was quickly answered and the respectful voice of the commander-in-chief rang out. The director had always been the person the commander-in-chief respected the most, so he was naturally respectful between words. Little Lina. Lusion's side has already started the live broadcast from the robber's perspective. There are a lot of netizens who are concerned about this exercise of ours. And since the netizens want to see it, let's fulfill their demands. Get the live feed of the police squad perspective up too. The director opened his mouth gravely, sort of giving the commander-in-chief his own instructions. So far in this exercise, the director is not quite satisfied with the performance of the commander-in-chief, but it is acceptable. The attitude towards the commander-in-chief at this point was no different than usual. I got it. The commander-in-chief's side quickly responded to the director, and once he received a response, the director hung up the phone as well. In the meantime, footage also appeared on the live feed from the police squad's perspective. Chapter 97, Next Operational Deployment. Temporary Command Room. The commander-in-chief stood at the table where the maps were laid out. The camera was on the side of the table. The ashtray on the table had been cleared away. The junior captains of groups B, D, and E also gathered around the side of the table. Several people were apparently discussing the deployment of the next operation. Commander-in-chief, since we've already checked all the inns in the city village and still haven't found any sign of lusion, should we expand the search circle, taking the city village as the center, and check all the inns and hotels within a 2-kilometer radius? The junior leader of Group D was the first to speak up and voice his thoughts. He was a junior captain in the Criminal Investigation Detachment, and was still quite experienced in the criminal investigation aspect of searches. There is nothing wrong with that statement, since the inn in the city village did not find Lu Juan landing point. Naturally, we have to expand the search circle. Words. The chief captain, however, shook his head slightly. Hotels and hostels are the best places to land, but they are not the safest places to land. If we are dealing with ordinary people, our next operational deployment should indeed be to widen the search circle as you said. But Lu Juan is a smart man. A smart man like him would have chosen a place to land that would have been safer than a hotel or hostel. The commander-in-chief spoke calmly. As he spoke, those eyes never left the map on the table. A safer place than hotels and inns? The Team B squad leader raised one eyebrow and spoke with some confusion. Obviously, for a moment he did not understand what place the chief captain was talking about. Civilian house. If it's for security, I don't think Lu Juan would have chosen hotels and hostels. Instead he would have looked for a rental house. The commander-in-chief stretched out the index finger of his right hand and tapped the map. Speaking with extreme seriousness, this statement was made. The 3 squad leaders present were thoughtful, then nodded. Indeed, rental housing is extremely difficult to detect compared to hotels and hostels, and in places like urban villages, many local landlords rent out their houses and don't bother to update their tenants' information in real time. For Lu Juan, finding a rental house to hide in is indeed safer than landing in a hostel or hotel. Commander-in-chief, so what do we do next? Check out all the tenants in the urban village? The D-team squad leader raised one eyebrow and opened his mouth to inquire. The commander-in-chief raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist, and only then drew in a slight breath of cool air. It's now after 8 p.m. and it's almost time for the people to go to bed at 10 p.m. It's obviously too late to line up tenants. The chief captain spoke rather calmly. At the end of the day, this is just a drill, and it's not like Lu Juan is a threat to society. They can't harass ordinary people in the middle of the night just to catch lusion, can they? Even if you want to line up rental houses in urban villages, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. The 3 squad leaders couldn't help but frown at the words. They couldn't line up rental houses, so what should they do next? If Lu Juan's team of robbers is in this urban village, then he can't afford not to eat or drink. Let's investigate the supermarkets, kiosks, and noodle stores and restaurants in the urban village first. As long as Lu Juan and the others are in the urban village, we'll always be able to find out some clues. We only need to be able to find Lu Juan's trail, and we can be sure that Lu Juan is in the middle of the city village. Then we can catch him in a jar tomorrow. The commander-in-chief looked up at the 3 squad leaders and watched them all fall silent before he opened his mouth and spoke the deployment he had already worked out. That would indeed be a law. The squad leader of Group B listened to the commander-in-chief's deployment and opened his mouth rather approvingly. The remaining 2 squad leaders nodded. The commander-in-chief's next operational deployment did not pose the slightest problem, and they naturally did not have any problem with it. Commander-in-chief, do you need me to lead a team over and support Groups A and C? The D-team squad leader looked up at the commander-in-chief and opened his mouth to give an inquiry. No, all of you go back and let your groups rest. It's been a long day of tossing and turning as well. The brothers should be tired. There's still a lot of time left in the maneuver, so the brothers should rest up so they can replace the brothers in Groups A and C tomorrow. The commander-in-chief waved his hand, before rubbing his temples and responding to a couple of squad leaders. Judging from the several smokescreens Lu Juan had thrown out today, it seemed that his purpose was to drain the strength of the police officers. The more so, the more the commander-in-chief had to ensure the physical strength of his brothers under his command. No matter what, at the very least, the temporary command must be guaranteed, and there must be manpower that can be called upon at any time. Yes, upon hearing the commander-in-chief's command, several squad leaders responded in unison, and then he went out of the temporary command room to carry out the commander-in-chief's order for the brothers of the 3 squads who were in the temporary command headquarters at this time to find a place to rest and relax. In the meantime, the commander-in-chief also picked up the police walkie-talkie and conveyed the news of the next investigation into the supermarkets, kiosks, restaurants and noodle shops in the city village to the squad leaders of Groups A and C. The live feed of the police messenger's point of view, after the camera was turned on, the live room was likewise flooded with quite a lot of viewers. Although the heat was not as hot as the Robbers View live room, the number of viewers had also reached more than 100,000 people. The discussion that had just taken place in the middle of the temporary command room was naturally relayed to the live broadcast in real time, and naturally, the audience began a heated discussion after seeing the commander-in-chief's deployment. The commander-in-chief this time seems to be very strong. That's right. Looking at the information on this exercise, he's the chief captain of the provincial office of the Upper Cloud province. His abilities are naturally good. Looks like this maneuver won't be any less exciting than the last one. Indeed, the matter of Lu Juan being a highly intelligent robber is already recognized all over the internet. And then to have a highly intelligent chief commander of the police force as his opponent. That stuff is naturally wonderful. That said, is Lu Juan really in the city center village that the commander-in-chief is talking about right now? How do I look at the current situation? The chief commander is already pressing most of his manpower on the city center village. Just came back from the Hijacker's Viewpoint live broadcast. Looking at that picture, it seems like Lu Juan is indeed in the middle of the city. It's over. This time we, the strongest robber, have finally fallen into the net? I still choose to believe in Lu Juan. After all, this kid is a player capable of creating miracles. Indeed, you guys are still narrow-minded. On the surface it was Lu Juan who was surrounded by the police officers. In reality it was Lu Juan who surrounded all the police officers by himself. The viewers were very enthusiastic about the discussion, and the number of pop-ups in the live broadcast was naturally quite high. Among the heated discussions, many of them are on this exercise. The police force commander-in-chief is appreciated. After all, from the analysis and operational deployment of the commander-in-chief just now alone, his ability was obvious. Chapter 98, The Courier Box Lusion Left Behind. Urban Village. In the middle of the inn. At this time, Lu Juan was still standing behind the window, looking downstairs at the noodle shop with a calm expression. The rain outside the window did not half weakened. Bean-sized raindrops fell densely, hitting the window above, making a crackling rattling sound. After the general commander's side of the action deployment was given, the 2 squads, Group A and Group C, which had surrounded the urban village, also acted quickly. 2 squads of police messengers split up and began canvassing supermarkets, kiosks, noodle stores, and restaurants in the urban village. 2 police constables in raincoats also soon appeared in the noodle shop downstairs. Lu Juan raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, he was in no hurry to detonate the remote-controlled bomb in the middle of the box. After all, there's still too little prey. While eating noodles at the noodle shop, Lu Juan made any attempt to hide his face and looked up at him when he talked warmly with the owner of the noodle shop. And all this is done to make the boss more impressed. Business at his noodle shop wasn't exactly good today, and he would naturally be impressed with himself, one of the few special guests. So, if the police messenger had taken out his photo and shown it to the noodle shop owner during the lineup, I'm sure he would have been able to recognize him. And after the noodle shop owner recognized his own, he naturally recruited more prey for Lu Juan. By then, one's system rating should be able to go up quite a bit. At this time, Lu Juan stood quietly outside the window. The appearance, full like a hidden in the dark, staring at their own prey of the lone wolf. Downstairs noodle shop. The two policemen in raincoats entered the door and walked straight toward the noodle shop's cash register. And the owner was still sitting in the middle of the cash register, with his own old glasses, looking at the newspaper. Hearing the rattling, the owner looked up. Seeing that the visitors were two police officers, the boss hurriedly put down the newspaper in his hand and walked out from among the cash register. "Hello, boss. May I ask if you have seen these three men today?" One of the police constables pulled out 3 photos from his own bosom, and while handing them over, he opened his mouth rather politely to inquire. The owner took the photo, pushed the old glasses on the bridge of his nose, and moved the hand holding the photo as far away as possible again. When he saw the picture of Zhao Ji and Ling Feng, the boss didn't have much of an expression on his face, although he had a deep frown on his face. When he saw Lusion's photo, a touch of shock that was not hard to detect immediately appeared on the boss's wrinkled face. "Boss, you've seen it?" The two police constables who were waiting for their boss's reply were obviously aware of the flash of shock on his face. The older police officer hurriedly stepped forward and opened his mouth rather excitedly to ask out. They had been busy all day and hadn't found a single bit of useful information about Lu Juan. If this noodle shop owner had really met Lu Juan, that would be great news for the police force. After all, as long as they were able to determine that Lu Juan and their gang of robbers were in this urban village, it wouldn't be difficult to catch them. "This man ate a bowl of beef noodles at my noodle shop today." The boss stared at Lu Chun's picture for a while longer before he spoke with extreme certainty, because Lu Juan was quite enthusiastic about talking to him today, but he had no impression of him at all. So he had a particularly deep impression of him. "When I saw the photo at this time, I naturally recognized it at once." "Just him? Didn't see the other two?" The older police officer frowned slightly and hurriedly opened his mouth for another inquiry. Lu Juan's team of robbers were 3 people in total. They should be acting together. So how could this boss only see Lu Juan alone? It was just him. It was about 7 o'clock, I think, and he came in and ordered a bowl of beef noodles and sat there and ate it. By the way, he deposited a box with me when he left. Said his name was Lu Juan, and that his friend would come over then, mention his name, and let me give him the box. The boss once again looked at the photo and once again made sure that he hadn't misread it before he opened his mouth with utmost certainty. And it was while the older officer was talking to his boss that the younger officer had taken out his walkie-talkie and was ready to report the situation to the junior captain. After all, Lu Juan is a tough guy who carries heavy weapons. Although he hadn't seen himself now, the captain had explained that as soon as he found anything, he would report it at the first opportunity and ask for backup. "Lu Juan, it really is. Boss, where's the box you were talking about?" The older police officer murmured with a grave expression. Since the boss had said Lu Juan's name, it must be correct. Following the direction the boss was pointing, the police officer also saw the box sitting on the table. He took a closer look at it, and it looked as if it was just an ordinary delivery box. Nothing unusual about it. But, since this is something left behind by Lu Juan, he naturally did not dare to open it without authorization. Naturally he had to wait for the captain to come over and decide. Not much longer. Both squad leaders from Team A and Team C arrived at the noodle shop, and with them came 3 police constables. "Captain, the noodle shop owner said that Lu Juan came here at 7 o'clock to eat a bowl of beef noodles, and this is the courier Lu Juan left behind. He told the boss that someone would mention his name to pick it up." As he watched both squad leaders rush over, the older police messenger rushed up to report the situation. The 2 squad leaders sniffed and both hurriedly came up, surveying the box that was placed on top of the counter. "Just Lu Juan came to eat the noodles alone?" After looking at the box, the A-team squad leader opened his mouth with a raised eyebrow and asked a question. "Yes, according to the boss, it's just Lu Juan alone." The police officer hurriedly nodded in response to the squad leader. The A-team squad leader frowned deeply, once again setting his eyes on the box on top of the counter. The crowd of police officers were looking at the box with deep concentration. "You guys, Lu Juan came out to eat the noodles alone. Does that mean that a few of his teammates and him weren't with him? This box he's got, he's saving it for his teammates?" The small team leader of Team A stared at the box for a while before he raised one eyebrow and spoke in a rather puzzled manner. The words came out. Several of the other police officers stared, then nodded rather approvingly. "That does make sense. Since the things in here were left by Lu Juan for his teammates, did that mean that it must be of great use to them in finding Lu Juan? Let's report this to the commander-in-chief first." The squad leader of the C-team squad stood up straight and took out the walkie-talkie he was carrying as he spoke. He was just about to switch channels and call the temporary command when he was stopped by the squad leader of the A-team squad. "Wait, do you think if there's an important clue in here and we find it, is it considered a major merit?" Team A squad leader stared at Team C squad leader and opened his mouth with extreme seriousness. "P.S. 2 more deliveries. Please readers, more support. Send a gift. Thanks." Chapter 99. This is the bomb. Major mistake. Available. The C-Team squad leader's brow was deeply furrowed with hesitation. According to the regulations, they should report to the commander-in-chief at the first opportunity when they find such a situation and evacuate the people at the scene. The C-Team squad leader was prepared to follow the rules and regulations, but the A-Team squad leader's words shook him up. A major meritorious performance. We both have a chance to get promoted. Seeing the hesitation of Team C's team leader, Team A's team leader took his wrist and spoke seriously once again. The C-Team squad leader once again gave the A-Team squad leader a sideways glance. After all, a major meritorious performance was no small temptation. Gritting his teeth, the C-Team squad leader looked a little more determined. Obviously, he naturally didn't want to let go of the credit that was right in front of him. Seeing the change in the expression on the face of Team C's squad leader, Team A's squad leader returned his gaze to the box on the counter. Without much hesitation, he reached out and cupped the box in both hands, ready to move it to the top of the table next to him. Also at this very moment, Lujuan, who was standing behind the glass of the inn's window, pressed the remote control switch in his hand while a smirk surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Boo! A muffled sound rang out in the middle of the noodle shop, and the box held in the hands of Team A's squad leader shook as thick green smoke rose from it. This drill-specific bomb was not lethal, but it was still somewhat powerful, and when it exploded in the hands of Team A's squad leader, it still made the squad leader's hands go numb. One time, the police officers present as well as the noodle shop owner were all staring at the box that was emitting strong green smoke with wide eyes and shocked faces. Everyone was confused. What's going on here? Is it hard to believe that this box contains cannonballs? What the is going on here? The C-Team squad leader froze for a few seconds before speaking up. With these words, the A-Team squad leader came back to his senses, and he hurriedly tore the box in his hand open with one hand. The contents of the box also finally appeared in everyone's sight. It was like a bomb that had been detonated for a drill. This is a bomb? After seeing what was inside the box, the voice of Team A's squad leader trembled a little. Instead of the important clue he thought it would be, the box contained a bomb. This is going to be a real problem when it's botched. When they discovered what the robbers had left behind, they did not report to the commander-in-chief at the first opportunity, as required. Instead, they chose to take matters into their own hands, resulting in major injuries and deaths. This is a trap left by Lujuan. Exercise-specific bomb. The explosion range is judged to be 10 meters, which means, not a single person in this noodle shop can survive. The small team leader of Team C clenched his fists in death. His teeth clenched tightly, and a few words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. At this point, he was extremely regretful. If he hadn't listened to the words of Team A's squad leader and tried to be greedy for credit, I'm afraid this wouldn't have happened. Report back to the commander-in-chief. After staring at the drill-specific time bomb that had already exploded for a long time, Team A's squad leader opened his mouth in an extremely feeble manner. Things had progressed to this point, so it was naturally impossible to hide them any longer. After all, in order to be greedy for credit, he himself did not report the situation in the first place, which is already a big fault. Now that such a large number of casualties had been caused, he naturally did not dare to have any more thoughts of withholding information. You boys report yourself. I'm not taking the blame for this one. The C-Team squad leader reached up and rubbed his temples, handing the walkie-talkie directly to the A-Team squad leader. Then he casually found a seat and sat down, with a stern face and a deep frown, as if he had a belly full of anger. After all, when he found what Lujuan had left behind, his first reaction was to prepare to report the situation to the commander-in-chief. If it wasn't for the A-Team squad leader who kept saying something about major meritorious performance on the side, they wouldn't have gotten to this point now. Therefore it was normal for the C-Team squad leader to have resentment in his heart. Seeing the situation, the A-Team squad leader could only scratch the back of his head helplessly and adjust the intercom channel. This is squad leader of Team A squad, calling temporary command room. Please respond if you receive. Holding the walkie-talkie, the A-Team squad leader spoke in a deep voice. In the temporary command room, the commander-in-chief was sitting in a chair next to the camera, his face calmly examining the map in his hands. All the deployments he could make had been conveyed, and now all the commander-in-chief could do was naturally waiting for good news to come from the two squads, Group A and Group C, and it was at that moment that the voice of Team A's squad leader rang out from within the intercom. The commander-in-chief hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie and responded to the A-Team squad leader. Provisional command received. Go ahead. The commander-in-chief tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart and keep his voice as calm as possible. We traced Lujuan at a noodle shop in the middle of the city village and found a courier left behind by Lujuan. Because of my mistake, did not first report to the temporary command? The courier in the middle of a bomb. After the bomb exploded, a total of 7 police officers as well as a crowd in the determination of the scope. That means, caused a total of 5 police officers, 2 squad leaders, and one mass casualty. The voice of Team A's squad leader reporting the situation rang out from the intercom. His voice was quite heavy, and it was not difficult to hear his self-reproach from the words. And after hearing the report of Team A's squad leader, the commander-in-chief's face was horribly gloomy. He cupped the walkie-talkie in his right hand, his whole hand trembling slightly from the excessive force. 5 constables, 2 squad leaders, and a mass. A total of 8 men killed in action? Such a big mistake. And this happened after the livestream was turned on, which means the nation's netizens saw the casualty list. The commander-in-chief closed his eyes and propped his forehead with his right hand, and from the muscles in his cheeks, it was easy to see that he was clenching his teeth in death. Lujuan has not been captured, but the police team has delivered such a reply. Such a result, the commander-in-chief do not know how to explain to the director. But, it's not time for the maneuvers to end, nor is it time for accountability. What was the bomb that went off? After trying to suppress the anger in his heart, the commander-in-chief tried to maintain a calm tone as much as possible and opened his mouth. It's a remote-controlled bomb for maneuvers. A response from the A-team squad leader soon came from among the walkie-talkies, and with those words, the commander-in-chief's brow instantly deepened. Remote-control bombs? If it's a remote-controlled bomb, then that means Lusion and the noodle shop shouldn't be too far away, and to be able to cause such a large casualty, indicating that the timing of the detonation of Lujuan is extremely well grasped, so that Lujuan is at this time in the vicinity of the noodle shop, and it is very likely that he is in a place where he can monitor the noodle shop. The commander-in-chief stood up with some excitement. Despite the huge blunder that occurred and caused so many casualties, he was now finally able to prove that his instincts weren't right. Lujuan's team of robbers is in the middle of the city village, and the proximity to the noodle shop was such that it would not be impossible to catch him tonight. Anchor live yards yo. You can come to supervise yo. Chapter 100, time to find something for the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief took a deep breath of cool air, and his gaze went to the darkness beyond the door of the makeshift command room. The deployment of the next action was calculated in his mind. Since they were able to determine Lu Jin's hiding range, the next step was to catch Lu Jin's team of robbers as fast as possible and end the maneuver as early as possible. So much for that. It's also a way of being able to make up a little bit for being eliminated from so many people's faults. Urban village. In the middle of the inn, Lu Jin stood behind the window and looked at everything in the noodle shop downstairs. The invisible camera from the robber's view hung just above his collar. So, what Lu Jin saw naturally appeared in the live broadcast from the robber's perspective. One time, the live feed was all abuzz. Just came over from the live feed of the police messenger's perspective. The latest news is that Lu Jin utilized a remote-controlled bomb to eliminate 5 police officers, 2 squad leaders, and a crowd. The brother upstairs is using a 2G network, right? You just got the message? We've even finished watching the live broadcast. I have to say, it's still Lu Jin nah. This strike is big news. That's right. People are at least recognized by the netizens as the strongest robbers. This maneuver Lu Jin still stayed his hand, but the last maneuver eliminated the commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief of this maneuver is still alive and kicking. That makes sense. That said, when will Lu Jin finish off the commander-in-chief? I'm afraid this exercise is unlikely. After all, the last exercise Lu Jin took out someone else's commander-in-chief, and things got so big, it's unlikely that this exercise the police force wouldn't want to nah. Upstairs brothers all wake up. Lu Jin in order to eliminate these few police messenger. Now will their position has been exposed. Estimates immediately have to be arrested. Still think of eliminating people commander-in-chief it? Don't listen. Don't listen. Lu Jin is greatly YYDS. Absolutely impossible to be arrested. Agree with the upstairs brother's statement. Since I was a child, I've always felt that Lu Jin, this kid can do it. Absolutely is the material to do great things. Lu Jin is the strongest robber. He can definitely turn the tide in a desperate situation. What's this little storm? Agreed. Trust Lu Jin. After all, only if he sticks around can I watch the live broadcast a little longer. At this point, the audience of the Robber's Perspective livestream had reached more than 500,000. The number of pop-ups in the livestream was naturally very high, and most of the viewers in the live broadcast were in favor of Lu Jin. After all, on Lu Jin's performance in the middle of the last exercise, it also kind of shows the audience what a real high IQ robber is. Even after the last maneuver, many viewers spontaneously reviewed every step of Lu Jin's plan in the middle of the maneuver, and short videos of these rehashes were made and posted on top of various websites. And after seeing these replays, the viewers were able to truly realize how terrifying Lu Jin was. There is a ring between every step of his plan. What seemed to be a casual move, every step was in preparation for his escape. So, that's why so many viewers chose to believe Lu Jin. Just as a lively discussion was taking place on the air, Lu Jin, who was standing behind the window, also took out his cell phone from his own pocket. Lu Jin dialed the phone with a calm face. The call was quickly answered. What's the order, boss? On the other end of the phone, a sweet female voice came. It's time to find something for the commander-in-chief to penetrate. In the tone of a tip-off, tell him that Zhao Ji and I were found at the inn in the city's eastern village. I don't need to tell you exactly how to organize your words, do I? Lu Jin spoke calmly. As he spoke, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to find something for the commander-in-chief. Got it, boss. You can count on me to do my job. I'm not brainless like the other two of them. There was an immediate response on the other end of the line. The words fell out of his mouth and he then hung up. In the middle of a hotel near the temporary command, a young girl with a double ponytail and a lollipop in her mouth placed her cell phone on the table. She held up her laptop, which had a pink sticker on it, and rested her slender legs on top of the coffee table. With a bright smile on her face, her slender fingers began to tap the keyboard. Temporary command room. The commander-in-chief has given the order to bring back the 5 police messengers and 2 squad leaders who were eliminated. After all, in the midst of this maneuver, they have been killed in action. Naturally, they were not allowed to participate in the next maneuvers. Just when the commander-in-chief had already only worked out the next search and arrest plan and was about to convey the deployment down, a technician suddenly ran to the door and knocked on it. Enter. The commander-in-chief looked up. Seeing the anxious look on the technician's face, he hurriedly opened his mouth to respond. Commander-in-chief. An alarm call came in from the provincial office. The call was about a report that the Sincere Inn on the west side of town was harboring criminals. Over at the provincial police reception department, they knew it was related to this exercise of ours, so they transferred the phone recordings to us. The tech entered and hurriedly opened his mouth to report the situation. The commander-in-chief sniffed, and his eyebrows instantly twisted into a Chuan character. Sincerity Inn, west of the city? Isn't that the place where Lu Jin's ID card rooming records appeared before? Hiding criminals? Who is the whistleblower? The commander-in-chief opened his mouth, looking at the technician rather puzzled. Because it's just a drill. The police force also did not post portraits of Lu Jin and the others. And how did the whistleblower know who the criminal was? The whistleblower identified himself as an innkeeper. The technician rushed to respond truthfully to the commander-in-chief. And hearing this, the commander-in-chief was even more confused. What kind of operation is it when an innkeeper reports that his inn is harboring criminals? This is a recording of a 911 call. Looking at the commander-in-chief's expression, the technician hurriedly placed the laptop in his hand on top of the table. Start playing the recording in the computer. I reported that the Sincere Inn on the west side of town is harboring several criminals. It's all because my unlucky wife, in order to make some money, gave the criminals a room after taking their money. And she won't tell the truth when the police messenger comes to investigate. I had nothing to do with this. I just found out. Come on you guys. Those 2 criminals are still inside our hotel right now. In the middle of the call, there was indeed a gruff male voice that sounded quite emotional. The commander-in-chief's brow knitted together as he listened to the recorded call. Sincerity Inn, west of the city. When Lu Jin's ID card rooming record appeared, he had already sent the B-team squad out to investigate. And the result he got for himself was that Lu Jin was not in the west side of the city. What's with the tip line at this point? What the hell is going on here? P.S. Today 2 more to send. Tired waist sore. Tomorrow ready to add more yo. Everyone remember to come to the live room to discuss the matter of adding more. Chapter 101, didn't check the security cameras? In the middle of the hotel, Tang Yuyan leaned lazily on the sofa with a mask on her face, one hand holding a half-eaten lollipop while the other slid the mouse of her laptop. She had already finished handling the things that Lu Juan had explained. The rest of the day is, naturally, your own skincare catch-up time. And it was when Tang Yuyan had just found her favorite TV series that the cell phone next to her computer rang. Just as she was about to enjoy her cozy time, someone called her, and Tang Yuyan, who was a bit unhappy in her heart, couldn't help but frown. Patting the mask on her face, she still picked up her cell phone and looked at it, and after seeing the caller ID, she rushed to pick up the phone. Hello, boss. Tang Yuyan held the phone. Her voice slightly slurred as she half tilted her head because she was applying a mask. After all, this mask on its own is not cheap, so naturally, it's not something you want to waste. How did it go? Lu Juan's calm voice came from the phone. Don't you trust me to do my job? After I changed my voice with a sound card, I called the police to the provincial office as the owner of the Sincere Inn to report my own wife for harboring criminals. This call will definitely be routed to the temporary command for this exercise. And the commander-in-chief is a smart guy. And the biggest drawback of smart guys is that they think too much. And this call is definitely enough to keep him busy. Tang Yuyan opened her mouth rather proudly, in a posture that begged for praise. The results of the investigation of the Sincerity Inn, the team leader of Team B, after returning from the west side of the city, reported all the details of the incident to the commander-in-chief in the temporary command room. At that time, Tang Yuyan was still in the shelter of the temporary command headquarters to pacify the hostages, and the specific details reported by the team leader of Group B were naturally heard clearly by Tang Yuyan in the wiretap. So, Tang Yuyan knows that the person who gave Lu Zhuan the forged rooming records was the hotel owner's wife, and also knows that the boss clashed with the owner's wife after learning about it. Knowing so many details, she faked this call to the police seamlessly. Well done. You're staying in a hotel, aren't you? Lu Zhuan's voice once again came from the other end of the phone. Although the words that came out were words of appreciation, they still couldn't hear too many emotional fluctuations. This boss of his own was completely like an emotionless machine. Stayed in, as you requested, in room 607. By the way, where are you now, boss? After Tang Yuyan responded to Lu Zhuan, she casually asked again. The hotel she was currently staying in, as well as the room, were all told to her by Lu Zhuan, and Tang Yuyan didn't know exactly what his purpose for doing so was, but still did what he said. And she was still quite curious about where Lu Zhuan was hiding now, but she had put a few messages to him, so the place he was hiding now shouldn't be too bad. I'm in the east side of town at the moment. Lu Zhuan's calm response sounded in the middle of the phone, and when Tang Yuyan heard this, she instantly sat up straight from leaning on the sofa, and because the movement was a little too large, even the mask on her face fell off. No way. Boss, didn't I notify you in advance before the police team moved in? How come you're still trapped in the city center village now? Tang Yuyan opened her mouth in extreme shock. This boss himself, obviously also a smart person before in the bank in the middle of the plan are also extremely rigorous. How could he be stuck in the middle of a city village at this point after receiving his message? Just playing with them. Don't worry, they can't trap me. Lu Zhuan's calm voice of response once again came from the cell phone. After the words fell, the phone was also hung up. Listening to the busy sound in the phone, Tang Yuyan took off the mask on her face. A helpless expression. I really don't know what this boss of his is thinking. When he can obviously win the match easily, he has to make himself deep in the hole. But, at this time, Tang Yuyan, from the bottom of her heart, felt that this boss of hers was quite interesting. Temporary command room. At that moment the commander-in-chief was standing in front of the table where the map was laid out, and one hand was rubbing his vaguely aching temples. It was also at this moment that a figure walked in outside the door of the temporary command room. Commander-in-chief, you wanted to see me? The person who came was none other than Team B's squad leader, who stood on the other side of the table, looking sleepily at the commander-in-chief as he opened his mouth. Previously, the commander-in-chief had told their 3 squad leaders to go down first and arrange for the team members to go and rest, so that they would be ready to take over the work of the 2 squads, Group A and Group C, when the time came. After arranging the team members under his command, Team B's squad leader made do with a lie down in the middle of the police car at the temporary command post. He had not slept for much longer when he was woken up by a phone call, and he had not even had time to wash his face before rushing to the middle of the temporary command room. Listen to this. The commander-in-chief turned the laptop on his desk to the Team B squad leader, before he pressed the play button. Among the computers, the recording of the previous alarm call soon rang out, and listening to the contents within the phone recording, the Team B squad leader's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. When he led the team to investigate this in before, he saw the reaction of the innkeeper and the owner's wife, and it didn't look like they were lying. What's with all the police calls now? When you led the team to check out this hotel, did you check the security camera footage in the middle of the inn? It was only after the recording of the phone call had been played that the commander-in-chief looked up at the B-team squad leader and opened his mouth to ask. The expression on his face was fairly calm as he spoke. After all, the recording of this alarm call was indeed a trivial matter compared to the explosion in the middle of the village in the eastern part of the city just now, which resulted in the deaths of 5 police officers, 2 squad leaders, and 1 member of the public. Surveillance footage. Didn't check. The small team leader of Team B scratched the back of his head, lowered his head, and opened his mouth in a rather self-condemning manner. At that time, they had just entered the inn to understand the situation, and the 2 couples, the innkeeper and the innkeeper's wife, quarreled. Looking at the quarrel, the Team B squad leader only felt a headache, and after learning the situation from the boss's wife, he forgot about the matter of checking the surveillance. No surveillance? The commander-in-chief raised one eyebrow and murmured thoughtfully, if you don't even check the surveillance video, just based on the boss's wife's 2 or 3 sentences of testimony, there's really no way to prove that the room record is not left by Lu Zhuan himself. After all, as long as Lu Zhuan gave enough money, it wasn't impossible for the boss's wife to take the risk of harboring him. But, even after checking the surveillance, there is no way to ensure that Lu Zhuan is 100% not in the City West Inn. After all, a smart person like Lu Zhuan As long as the boss's wife was willing to harbor him, he could surely find a way to avoid the security cameras and enter the inn's rooms as well. This call to the police claiming to be the owner of the inn, even if it was only 1% true, that was not something to sit back and do nothing about. DY number, Londagia 152, asking for attention. Chapter 102, his ultimate goal, is me, Commander-in-Chief. Why don't I lead the team again and recheck that hotel on the west side of town? This time, I will definitely check it out. Team B's squad leader lowered his head and saw that the Commander-in-Chief didn't say anything for a while. Then he raised his head and spoke seriously. Didn't check the surveillance. That was my own mistake. Since there is now such a situation as an alarm call, he or she is going to take care of the matter and make up for his or her mistake. But, the Commander-in-Chief sniffed but shook his head. 2 squads, Group A and Group C, are in trouble in the city's eastern urban village. You go over and take over as squad leader and direct the combat deployment of the remaining members of both squads. The Commander-in-Chief got up and took a cool breath before speaking seriously. The words fell. He walked over to the water fountain and opened his own thermos to catch some hot water. Something happened? The small team leader of Team B sniffed and opened his mouth with a shocked expression. The 2 squads, Group A and Group C, added up to more than 50 people. Lu Jin's trail hasn't been confirmed yet. What can happen to them? And to hear the Commander-in-Chief ask him to go over there and take over the position of junior captain meant that it was not a small matter. After all, if the 2 squad leaders hadn't made serious mistakes and were both removed from their posts, how did they need him, the squad leader of Team B, to go over and take over the post of squad leader? A remote-controlled bomb for maneuvers has exploded in the middle of a noodle shop in the city's eastern village, resulting in the deaths of 5 police officers, 2 squad leaders, and a mass of people in action. While lining up the situation, the owner of the noodle shop established that Lu Jin had eaten in the middle of his noodle shop, which means that the one who set off the bomb was Lu Jin. And Lu Jin's current location can't be too far from the noodle shop that caused the explosion. Only Lu Jin was the only one who showed up in the noodle shop at that time, and the rest of the 2 gangs of robbers, we didn't get a track of their actions, perhaps not in the eastern part of the city's urban village. The Commander-in-Chief was just about to take a sip of the tea in the middle of the thermos, but because the tea was too hot, he was scalded to the point that he frowned deeply. Glancing at the thermos, he spoke calmly this time. Although the words were quite calm, that face was still extremely ugly. After all, it was naturally impossible for the Commander-in-Chief to let go of such a large number of casualties. Being able to keep his tone calm while mentioning it was as far as he could go. What? To have caused so many casualties? Both squad leaders were killed in action? The small team leader of Team B opened his mouth with wide eyes and a shocked expression. When the Commander-in-Chief had asked him to prepare to take over the positions of the squad leaders of the 2 squads, Group A and Group C, he had merely assumed that the 2 squad leaders had been temporarily removed from their positions. Who knew that they would die in battle at the same time? 2 squad leaders killed at the same time. What kind of big joke is this starting? I have to say, Lu Jin's calculations about human nature are very strong. 2 squad leaders being eliminated at the same time is an outcome I didn't dare to think about. But Lu Jin's purpose should be more than that. After all, in the middle of the last exercise, he eliminated even the Commander-in-Chief of the police squad. So I'm afraid that the ultimate goal of this exercise is to eliminate me as well. The Commander-in-Chief leaned on the table and blew on the water in his thermos before he spoke with extreme seriousness. He didn't realize that Lu Jin could obviously find a place to hide and wait quietly to get the end of the maneuver, but he didn't fail to do so. Instead, they are unusually active, and every now and then they make a big noise. In the last exercise, he eliminated the Commander-in-Chief of a team of police messengers at the last minute, and this maneuver Lu Jin was not quiet. So, the Commander-in-Chief felt that Lu Jin was afraid that he had thoughts about himself as well. This Lu Jin is really bold nah. The B-team squad leader listened to the Commander-in-Chief's words and opened his mouth with a deep frown and extreme gravity. If the Commander-in-Chief was eliminated, then this would be a great shame for their entire police force. And judging from Lu Jin's performance in the midst of this maneuver, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his ultimate goal was to come at the Commander-in-Chief. After all, this man is strong. Not only is it the highly intelligent robber that's been making the rounds all over the internet, but it's a ballsy thing. It's really not defensible. After you go to the city's eastern urban village to take over the duties of the 2 squad leaders of Team A and Team C, mobilize all forces to block all entrances and exits of the urban village while at the same time checking out all the rental houses near the noodle shop. The effective detonation distance of a remote-controlled bomb is within 200 meters, which means Lu Jin should be within that range. As for the alarm call from the Sincere Hotel on the west side of the city, I'll personally take the special task force there to investigate. After blowing towards the water in the thermos for a while, the Commander-in-Chief finally took a sip of the somewhat scalding tea. After drinking the tea, he then calmly exhaled a long, cloudy breath and spoke out the deployment of the operation he had thought of. The previous special duty squad was left behind at Oxhorn Mountain to continue searching for the police car that had been abandoned by Lu Jin and the others. It was because the rain had basically washed away Lu Jin's and their scent. Police dogs can do very little. So, the special task force found the police car after searching almost the entire Bullhorn Mountain. You lead the team yourself? But didn't you say that the ultimate goal of the hijacking team is you? Wouldn't it be too dangerous to do that? After hearing the Commander-in-Chief's words, Team B's squad leader opened his mouth with a worried expression. The Commander-in-Chief himself is leading the team, which is indeed too risky. After all, it's a matter of honor for the entire police force. Dangerous? Have you forgotten that I'm also from the Special Forces Brigade? If I do meet those robbers, I'd be willing to touch base with him. I'm just afraid I won't meet. The Commander-in-Chief smiled and placed the thermos in his hand on a side table. He moved his arms as he spoke. Even though he was wearing a shirt, it wasn't hard to see the muscle lines underneath that shirt. Commander-in-Chief, it's still too risky for you to lead the team yourself. The reputation of our entire police force is at stake. Team B's squad leader stepped forward and opened his mouth with a deep frown to dissuade him, but the words were just coming out. He was then interrupted by the Commander-in-Chief raising his hand. Now that the operational deployment has been finalized, there is no need for further discussion. I'll take the special duty squad to investigate the situation, and I may not run into a few people from the robber gang, but you. Remember, Lu Jin is a highly intelligent robber and he has several lives in his hands right now. Make it a priority for the brothers to keep themselves safe during the search. The Commander-in-Chief patted the shoulder of Team B's squad leader and spoke in a serious tone. In fact, the Commander-in-Chief would like to lead his team to the east side of the city to go against Lu Jin in the middle of the village. But, if he did, the director was afraid he'd rip his head off. So he could only go to the less dangerous Sincere Hotel on the west side of the city to investigate the situation. P.S. 2 chapters of updates first to organize my thoughts and get ready for a New Year's Eve blast. Chapter 103, Lusion. This kid, so powerful? Team B's squad leader opened his mouth, obviously wanting to persuade the Commander-in-Chief one more time. But, looking at the Commander-in-Chief's determined look, the words reached his mouth and the junior captain swallowed back. After all, he was only a subordinate, and if the Commander-in-Chief really made a decision, it was impossible for him to persuade him. I will do it and prioritize the safety of my brothers. The Team B squad leader sighed rather helplessly before looking at the Commander-in-Chief with extreme seriousness and saluting. The Commander-in-Chief smiled and nodded. He lifted the watch on his wrist and glanced at the time. It was now 8:30 p.m. And more than 7 hours had passed since the chase. Got to get a grip. The Commander-in-Chief took a deep breath of cool air and murmured to himself as he picked up the thermos on the table. The police messenger's perspective is live in the booth. Hearing the news that the Commander-in-Chief was prepared to personally lead the team, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also instantly skyrocketed. After all, the head of the police force was ready to go out, which was naturally explosive news. We have to say, the Commander-in-Chief of this exercise is really hard. Directly himself personally led the team on the field. Just for this, someone Zhou, from today onwards is his fan. Indeed, the Commander-in-Chief this time is quite charismatic. When there was such a big explosion in the city's eastern urban village that caused such a large number of casualties, he was still able to maintain his sanity. This alone can show that he is a bull. But then again, what do you guys think the Commander-in-Chief will do if he messes up by personally leading the team this time? Laughing and crying. You know Lu Juan is in the east side of the city in the middle of the city. The brain of this robber team is not in the west side of the city. Who has that ability to eliminate the Commander-in-Chief? Lu Juan is in the eastern part of the city. But who's to say Lu Juan won't remotely command his companions and take out the Commander-in-Chief? Agree with the upstairs. Anyway, I unconditionally believe in Lu Juan. After all, this person is really too scary. You just have to choose to believe in him unconditionally. It's exactly right. Go Commander-in-Chief. Finish off Lu Juan and ruthlessly punch these Lu Juan fans in the face. Support the Commander-in-Chief. Punch punch punch. +1. Judging from the pop-ups in the live broadcast, the audience in favor of the Commander-in-Chief wasn't in the minority either. After all, the Commander-in-Chief's performance in the midst of this maneuver, while not considered too good, was not bad either. You are in the light. The enemy is in the dark. Spare the situation. He made the deployment of the action are not too much of a problem. With a performance like that, it's naturally not hard to amass a following. In the midst of the provincial hall, the director sat behind his desk, rubbing his stubbled chin with an extremely hard look on his face. In only an hour or two, the director seemed to have aged a great deal. This kid, Lu Juan, is he so powerful? That's not at all obvious either. The director leaned back in his office chair, his eyes still glued to the live feed of that police squad's perspective, and murmured to himself, he invited Lujuan to come to the provincial hall for maneuvers. On the one hand, it was also quite a long time since their provincial office had held a drill, and Lusion had received so much attention online after the last drill that he had even been called the strongest robber ever by netizens. Since he had such a high level of attention, it was only natural that this exercise would be known by all when he was invited to the provincial hall for the exercise. When the time comes for the provincial office to take the victory in the exercise, it will be able to prove its strength in front of a national audience. And on the other hand, Old Lee's city council loses the drill, and he himself invites him to play the robber boy in the middle of the drill, and gives him additional teammates. In such a situation, one's provincial office can still win the maneuver if they want to. Wouldn't that be a testament to your leadership? When the time comes, it would be good to taunt him severely in front of Old Lee. Only, what the director didn't expect was that it wasn't going in the direction he thought it would go. Lu Juan escapes from the bank, and Ling Feng, a sniper hidden in the middle of the building behind the bank, takes out 5 police officers. Lu eliminated 2 more officers before he switched from the Chinese bus to a police car and fled to Oxbow Hill. The explosion in the east side of the city's urban village killed 2 more squad leaders, 5 police officers, and a member of the public. Only 8.5 hours have passed since the exercise was conducted, but the number of casualties has already exceeded the director's bottom line. But the director did not participate in this exercise, although the heart is anxious, but also cannot be involved in the middle of it, can only be here to watch the exercise live. Heartbreaking. Boy, you've got to fight for me now. Looking at the image of the commander-in-chief and the viewpoint of the police patrol team, the director murmured after letting out a long sigh. The number of casualties has been inflicted and is now impossible to reverse. The good thing is that now the exercise is not over. There is still a chance. As long as it is able to catch Lu Juan, the face of the provincial hall is considered to be able to save some. But it's really hard to tell what's going on right now. After all, the director was watching the live broadcast in real time, which was equivalent to having God's perspective on, and he naturally knew where Lu Jin was hiding. There was nothing wrong with the commander-in-chief's deployment of the operation, but just judging from Lu Jin's performance in the middle of this maneuver, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to catch him this time. But this was the closest the commander-in-chief had gotten to Lu Jin since he got out of the bank. No matter what, the director can only hope that the commander-in-chief will take this opportunity to end the exercise. Interim command. After the operation was deployed, both teams began to move. The team leader of Group B took 2 team members, took a police car, and rushed towards the eastern part of the city village. The commander-in-chief, on the other hand, took the freshly rested special duty squad and sailed out towards the west of the city. Almost 20 minutes or so later, Team B's squad leader had arrived outside the city's eastern urban village. At this time, the entrance and exit of the village. Several police cars parked next to the intersection. A dozen police patrols set up a card on the entry and exit of the personnel to carry out a strict check. After the team leader of Group B got off the bus, he walked straight towards the police officers who were setting up a checkpoint. How's it going? Walking over to the police officer who was lining up the situation, the commander-in-chief looked at the situation inside the town center and opened his mouth to ask a question. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, just when the town center was bustling with the number of people coming in and out. Even though there were already more than a dozen police officers who had set up checkpoints, they still felt a bit understaffed. Report, we have the residential buildings near the noodle shop where the explosion occurred on lockdown. With the exception of the 2 entrances and exits of the urban village, where 30 police officers have set up checkpoints, the rest of the force has been put into blocking off the residential buildings near the location of the explosion. The police officer who was lining up turned around, and after seeing the face of the junior captain, he hurriedly saluted and earnestly opened his mouth to report the situation. Well done. The Team B squad leader nodded with more satisfaction as he sniffed. With both squad leaders killed in action, the police officers in the city's east side of the village can be said to be in a state of disarray, but they still blocked off the residential buildings near the explosion site at the first opportunity, which is doing very well indeed. P.S. The first shift to send. DY number Londagia 152. Please pay attention to Yo. Chapter 104, are you ready to end your own hotel? If the residential buildings near the explosion site were cordoned off at the first opportunity, then Lusion must not have escaped yet. It's just a matter of time before we try to catch him. The small team leader of Group B fished out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out all the way to light it, and after taking a deep breath, he then looked up to the street in the middle of the city village and murmured to himself to open his mouth. His brow was slightly locked and his gaze was cold. By the way, what's your internal comm channel? The junior captain took a few puffs of his cigarette before he raised an eyebrow and once again looked at the officer to ask out. 0058. The officer responded to a quick call from the squad leader as he lined up. The squad leader sniffed and adjusted his walkie-talkie to the channel, testing it before holding it down and speaking. My name is Wan Wei. I'm the squad leader of Team B squad. Because the squad leaders of both your Group A and Group C squads were unfortunately eliminated, I will now take over both of your squads. All the next operational deployments are subject to what I have arranged. Please respond if you receive. The squad leader held the walkie-talkie and spoke in a serious tone. After the words fell, he picked up the small half of the cigarette in his hand and took a deep drag before throwing it in the small puddle of standing water. It was still raining at this point. The rain was not considered heavy, but the hazy smoky rain still enveloped the entire town center village. It made the already dim bright yellow streetlights look even dimmer. Exit 2 barricaded team received. Teams cordoning off residential buildings in the blast zone receive. Received from. One after another. The response of the police officers of the various teams in the city center village rang out among the walkie-talkies. The commander-in-chief sniffed and put away his walkie-talkie with a calm face. Next, it is time to deploy an action plan and weave a big net in the middle of this urban village to catch this big fish. Lusion. City West. 2 bomb-proof police cars were slowly pulling into the middle of the town toward the Sincere Inn. It's not often that the special branch's bomb-proof police car shows up in this urban village at night. So, these 2 explosion-proof police cars traveling in the rain still attracted many passers-by to stop and look. Within the bomb-proof vehicle, the commander-in-chief was lowering his head to organize the bulletproof undershirt he had just put on. Commander-in-chief, why don't you wait in the car later? I'll just get out of the car with my brothers and search the hotel room. The squad leader of the special task force looked at the commander-in-chief and hesitated for a moment before he opened his mouth. Scratching his brow, he feared for the safety of the commander-in-chief. And the commander-in-chief had been promoted from the special duty brigade before, and he himself had been his subordinate before, so he still knew him quite well. And knew he wouldn't listen to what he had to say. It was only then that he hesitated to know how to speak. You kid, do you want to get your ass kicked, and you're even trying to teach me things? Hearing the words of the special demolition squad leader, the commander-in-chief raised his head and opened his mouth with a laugh and a curse. As he spoke, he reached out and tapped the commander-in-chief's helmet. Obviously, the 2 are still very close. Otherwise there wouldn't have been such a move. The special demolition squad leader also just smiled after being tapped on the helmet by the commander-in-chief and didn't say much. After all, he knew the commander-in-chief's character, and since he had already said so, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to persuade him with anything else. The 2 bomb-proof police cars continued to move slowly. Not much longer. Then he came to the downstairs of the Sincerity Hotel. After the vehicle stopped, the heavily armed members of a kind of special task force opened the door and came down, surrounding the entrance and exit of the Sincerity Hotel at the first time. The commander-in-chief put on his own jacket and stepped out of the car. The special duty squad leader was right behind the commander-in-chief, brows furrowing slightly. The commander-in-chief first looked up at the Sincere Inn in front of him. It was determined that the outdated building didn't allow for exit from anywhere other than the 2 entrances and exits. Send a couple of men downstairs to guard against them jumping off the second floor to get away. The rest of you, besides guarding the entrances and exits, all follow me in to line up the rooms in this one inn. Remember, this group of people are all brigands. If they make any rash moves, just shoot them down. The commander-in-chief looked up and surveyed the building in front of him for a few moments before opening his mouth to order the deployment of the operation. The squad leader beside him sniffed and hurriedly pressed down the headset worn on his ear, quickly going down what the commander-in-chief had ordered. In the middle of the hotel, the owner was half lying on top of a recliner, catching up on the country romance TV series on that one old computer. The corners of the lean boss's mouth grinned up to his ears as he watched the characters make a fool of themselves in the middle of the TV. Obviously, this type of drama is very popular for bosses. Welcome to. And that's when the sensor door at the front of the store rang with an icy beep. Business came. The boss hurriedly put down the hands of the melon, got up and looked ready to welcome customers. After all, this kind of small store in the middle of the city village business is not good. A day can only do business with 3 or 5 people. There are guests to the boss is naturally the first time to greet. But, seeing the group of people who came in at the doorway, who were actually heavily armed members of the special duties unit, the lean boss was slightly stunned, and then had an expression worse than tears on his face. It was only a few hours before this little tie-in of his own had been surrounded by police officers. We've just sent those police officers away. How come there's a bunch of heavily armed SWAT officers here now? Is this a plan to put an end to your own little dingy inn? I'm just a law-abiding citizen myself. So what's going on here? Hello, are we here too? Check. The boss hurriedly stepped out from the counter, pulled out the pack of crumpled cigarettes from his pocket, and pulled out one and handed it up towards the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief looked at the attentive boss, hurriedly waved his hand and refused to accept the cigarettes handed over by the boss. Don't be nervous, we just came by to find out what's going on. Some of our brothers came by earlier to find out what was going on, and you said you hadn't seen these 3 men. And just moments ago, We received a 911 call from you about reporting your own wife for harboring criminals. So the criminals are these two? The commander-in-chief opened his mouth to ask a question after refusing the cigarette handed over by the lean boss. As he spoke, he took out the photos of Zhao Ji and Ling Feng from within the folder and handed them to the hotel owner. The boss listened to the commander-in-chief's words and was in a state of confusion. But he still didn't dare to say anything more and took the photo handed over by the commander-in-chief. And after seeing that the photo was the same one that the police messenger who had come to investigate earlier had shown himself, the boss gulped. Sir, I haven't seen these two now. And I didn't call the police. Are you guys looking in the wrong place? The boss looked at the commander-in-chief and spoke with a smile on his face. P.S. Live coding in progress. Everyone interested can check it out, yo. Thanks. Chapter 105, Lu Jin is really bold. And hearing the boss's words, the commander-in-chief was also confused. Are you sure you didn't call the police? The commander-in-chief looked at his boss with a deep frown and spoke with a shocked expression. The owner didn't make a 911 call. So who made that recorded 911 call he received? I really didn't hit. And neither of those two were at our hotel. Not to mention, how could I report my own wife for harboring criminals? No, I'm not harboring my wife. Sir, we're all law-abiding citizens. So how could we possibly keep it private now that we know the two of them are criminals? Will you see if you have made a mistake? The boss hurriedly accompanied a smiling face and tried his best to defend himself. This police call he really did not call. For his current wife, the boss is indeed not so satisfied, but also not to the point of calling the police now. The commander-in-chief frowned deeply and let out a long sigh. After listening to his boss, he had sensed the problem. Indeed, the voice in the recording of the alarm call was that of a gruff boy. But it was markedly different from the voice of the lean boss in front of him. The owner wasn't lying. That means there was something wrong with the 911 call he received. That recording of the phone call. He himself had gotten the squad leader of Team B to listen to it. And he had indeed come to this inn to investigate the situation. And had also heard the owner's voice. But he didn't deliberately try to memorize this boss's voice. So it makes sense that you didn't perceive it while listening to the recorded phone calls. Just, who made this 911 call if it wasn't the innkeeper? Lu Jin? Isn't this kid stuck in the middle of a village on the east side of town? Even in the midst of being surrounded, he still puts himself in such a position? There's something about this kid. Boss, do you mind if we check your security cameras, as well as check the rooms in your inn? The commander-in-chief took a deep breath of cool air and calmed himself before looking at the innkeeper and speaking, though this 911 call does seem to be problematic. But, since he had come here himself, it was natural that he couldn't help but check out the inn. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, one couldn't let it go. Don't mind. The owner gulped and thankfully smiled and moved out of the way. The last time they came it was just ordinary police messengers. This time the special police squad came in riot vans. And if they minded, who knows what would come next? Armored vehicles? Helicopter gunships? Anti-terrorist units? This small, shabby store of mine can't afford to be tossed around like this. Leave 2 men behind to check the surveillance. The rest of you go up with me and line up the hotel room. The commander-in-chief smiled and nodded at his boss before turning back to give serious orders to the special task force behind him. Yes, the special duty squad leader sniffed and gestured at his teammates behind him. Several teammates then completed the division of labor with great understanding. The commander-in-chief then took a few of his teammates upstairs and prepared to search the rooms of the inn. City East Urban Village. In the middle of the inn above the noodle shop, Lu Jin pulled out a chair and sat behind the window. The curtains of the window had been pulled up. So Lu Jin looked through the gap in the window and quietly watched the police officers downstairs as they went about their business. In the midst of the rain, more than a dozen police officers surrounded the noodle shop in their raincoats. The perimeter has been cordoned off, and the new squad leader was already standing just beyond the cordon, looking up and surveying the residential buildings surrounding the noodle shop. Lu Jin's invisible camera was removed from his collar and placed on top of the windowsill at the back of the window. So, the hijacker's view of the live feed was just enough to get a perfect first view of the police messenger going about his business downstairs, live in the booth. Holy, Lu Jin today is really the legendary boldness. He is hiding right above the heads of the police officers, really walking on the tip of the knife now. I have to say it does seem a bit bold. After all, when the police constables down here look up, their eyes may be directly on each other. What do you know? Have you ever heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Lu Jin's place looks dangerous, but the police team just can't find it. Don't you think it's infuriating? Ha ha. What the brothers upstairs said is still quite reasonable. Come on. You guys are still blowing up Lu Jin in this situation? Now that he's clearly surrounded, it's estimated that the maneuver will be over in less than an hour. Although I am a big fan of Lu Jin, I have to admit that Lu Jin is indeed surrounded. Wow. Lu Jin today can hold on now. I want to watch this livestream for a while longer. I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer. After all, the current situation is indeed unfavorable for Lu Jin Na. What are you talking about? My Lu Jin is the most awesome existence. The strongest robber in history YYDS. This little situation is just that. Can this trap my Lu Jin? That's right. We don't need to do anything. We just need to trust Lu Jin forever. Ha ha. That's a good point. We just need to believe in Lu Jin, and leave the rest of the miracles for Lu Jin to create. It's open. Lu Jin wins. 1-5. Upstairs brother, don't run. Since you dare to open the disc, I dare to put my head to the collar on the line. 1-5? Does that mean that if Lu Jin loses, I'll drink 1 basin of foot washing water upside down? If Lu Jin wins, you'll have in 5 pots? Upstairs brother. If you say so. I'm not sleepy. There was a lot of buzz in the live room. There were so many pop-ups that the blackness of the pop-ups almost covered the entire broadcast room, and the viewers who enjoyed the first view at that moment, after seeing the police team's deployment downstairs. A lot of netizens feel that Lu Jin is already in deep trouble and reckons that there is no way to escape. Sure, there were also quite a few viewers who still believed that Lu Jin was capable of performing miracles and chose to believe in him brainlessly, and compared to the hustle and bustle of the live broadcast room, Lu Jin was very calm. The expressionless face looked at everything that happened downstairs, as if he was just a theater watcher, and everything that happened downstairs had nothing to do with him in general. A few moments later, Lu Jin stretched and got up to move around a bit before pulling out a lollipop from among his own backpack. He had prepared a lot of things, but almost nothing that could be eaten. Although I had eaten a bowl of beef noodles only 2 hours before, I was really hungry at this moment. When there was nothing to eat, they had to eat some lollipops to satisfy their hunger. It's almost time to go. Unwrapping the lollipop and placing it in his mouth, Lu Jin twisted his neck before murmuring to himself. The words were not loud, but, because the hidden cameras are placed closer together, so the murmur still made its way into the broadcast. One time, the live feed exploded once again. Chapter 106, Kid, Arrogance Leads to Defeat. Live stream. Is Lu Jin so arrogant? In his current situation, how dare he think of just saying he's leaving? Indeed, Lu Jin's wave of pretending is indeed a bit too much. That said, now that the downstairs is completely surrounded, if Lu Jin wants to go out now, wouldn't that be throwing himself into the net? Is Lu Jin going to be unable to think of anything else? Why are you preparing to break out at this time? That is, wouldn't it be better to wait until after 11 or 12 o'clock at night, when the police officers are tired and have let their guard down, and then break out? He, Lu Jin, is at least a highly intelligent robber? What you can think of, can he not think of? Since he dares to prepare for a breakout now, he must have his own calculations. Lu Jin is at least a 10-step master. He dares to move. He definitely has his own plans. You people should not be salty about carrots and carrots. Still, we only need to believe in Lu Jin. As for the miracle, we'll leave it to Lu Jin to create it. I have to say, Lu Jin today is indeed a cow. In a situation like this, what he wanted was not to find a place to hide, but instead, he was preparing to get away. Perhaps, this is the difference between a tough bandit like Lu Jin and an ordinary robber. Under such circumstances, if Lu Jin still manages to get away, I'll be his die-hard fan in the future. Hey, if I could have a teammate like Lu Jin, I'd have to go follow him and do a big job no matter what. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking about Lu Jin's murmur. After all, the viewers with God's view were able to clearly see the deployment of the police team downstairs. With so many police officers cordoning off the scene, a dragnet would not be an exaggeration. And in the face of such a dragnet, Lu Jin's behavior remained so calm. A sentence almost time to go, which in the eyes of the majority of the audience in the live broadcast, naturally has an extremely serious suspicion of pretending to be 13. Sure, there were not a few diehard fans of Lu Jin in the live broadcast, even though it felt like Lu Jin's attempt to get away at this point was indeed a bit of a tall order. These diehard fans still chose to believe Lu Jin. Even they themselves felt somewhat blinded by this belief. But, in their eyes, Lu Jin is indeed an existence that can create miracles. In the midst of the provincial hall, at this time has long passed the point of the end of the day. In addition to the few police officers on duty, the entire provincial hall has not been a few shadows, and the lights in the deepest part of the provincial hall, the director's office, were, rather exceptionally, still on. The director had just made himself a pot of hot tea, sat down behind his desk and filled a cup for himself, shaking the cup and smelling the sweet aroma of the tea. A live stream of the maneuvers from both perspectives was still playing simultaneously on the laptop on the desk, and Lu Jin's line, "It's almost time to go." The director naturally heard it. Hearing Lu Jin open his mouth were such rampant words. He was also not in the mood to savor the good cup of tea in the middle of his own teacup anymore. This kid Is he even this rampant? The director murmured with a deep frown, and as he spoke he sat up straight and opened the pop-up on the live feed. After seeing a number of viewers on the air who were thinking the same thing as himself, after thinking that Lu Jin was really too rampant and that trying to get away next was completely self-inflicted, the director's brow was finally a little more relaxed. That look, it was like finding a soulmate. Kid, arrogance will lead to defeat. Nah. To make a man perish, he must first be inflated. Now that you're so puffed up, it's almost as if you should be planted next. The director looked at the pop-up and opened his mouth with a contented murmur. Though look, it was as if Lu Jin was standing across from himself while he was educating him. When the words fell, the director once again picked up the teacup on the table, and after sniffing the aroma of the tea in front of his nose, he drank all the tea in the teacup in a rather satisfied manner. 2 kilometers outside the urban village, in the middle of an old neighborhood, within a rented room in one of the buildings, Zhao Ji was sitting on top of the sofa in a katsura position, while Ling Feng was sitting on the bed in his room. I don't know when. Ling Feng had already assembled the CSLR-4 sniper rifle that was in his backpack, and was currently holding it in his arms, carefully wiping it with his own sleeve. When the maneuvers are over, the gun will have to be handed back, and there won't be many chances to run into it yourself. After all, this stuff can be extremely valuable. This is the only one in the entire provincial office, and it's unlikely that this gun would be taken out unless on a special mission. And in the middle of the living room, Zhao Ji was paralyzed on the sofa for a while before he glanced sideways at the curtain of rain outside the window. The rain wasn't very heavy, but the dense rain hitting the top of the window, making a splitting and rattling sound, was really a bit distracting. Zhao Ji scratched the back of his head and got up to get a drink in the middle of the refrigerator. Then he walked to the door of the room where Ling Feng was. I mean, can you stop hugging your Thai sniper rifle like a wife all the time? It looks weirdly creepy. It's just a broken gun, isn't it? What's so rare about it? Zhao Ji looked at Ling Feng, who was polishing that one CSLR-4 sniper rifle. After taking a sip of the drink in his hand, it was only then that he muttered something. He is really some do not understand Ling Feng, this person. All day holding that a CSLR-4 sniper rifle, as a piece of treasure. Isn't that just a lump of iron? What's so rare about it? Except that it's more accurate, has a longer range, and is more expensive? You want to practice with me? Ling Feng raised his head and frowned as he stared at Zhao Ji before speaking coldly. He was here quietly polishing his CSLR-4 sniper rifle, and it didn't affect him, so he wasn't here to pick a fight? It's a teammate though. However, if it was Zhao Ji who wanted to practice, then Ling Feng wouldn't mind touching base with him. Practice what you practice. I just wanted to ask you, where do you think our boss is now? This time for the maneuvers, the provincial office has deployed quite a few people. Do you think our boss will be in any danger if he goes out on a blind wave? Zhao Ji scratched the top of his eyebrows, and after rejecting Ling Feng's idea of practicing a bit, he then opened his mouth with a worried expression. After 2 hours of being paralyzed on the couch, he was about as rested as he could be. There's no news from Lu Jin until now. One time, he also couldn't help but worry about Lu Jin. With that IQ of yours, is it your turn to worry about the boss? Ling Feng lowered his head once again, his gaze returning to the top of his sniper rifle as he responded to Zhao Ji with an indifferent tone. After saying his words, he breathed towards the top of the sniper rifle's body. Then he wiped the fingerprints on it with his sleeve. That look, it was as if he didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Ji. P.S. It's being broadcast live. Yo! For those who are interested, Chapter 107, Canvassing Tang Yuyan, Stuffy Ling Feng. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Zhao Ji couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. That's not something he'd like to hear for himself. If the boss says he has no brains, then he'll admit it. After all, his own boss that is recognized throughout the network as a highly intelligent robber. He really cannot compare. But this Ling Feng is completely stuffy, and is not at all different from himself. Nah. How dare he question his own intelligence? This itself is naturally unconvincing. Ha! Not that I'm saying, we're only half-assed. How dare you question my intelligence? Zhao Ji let out a cold laugh before he stared at Ling Feng and opened his mouth. A look of disdain filled his face as he spoke. Obviously, regarding his own intelligence, as long as it wasn't in front of Lu Jin, Zhao Ji still had a few moments of confidence. Ling Feng did not open his mouth to respond, just still fiddling with the sniper rifle in his arms. Obviously, he understood all too well that it would be a complete waste of breath to argue about things like intelligence with someone who wasn't very witty in the first place. Seeing that Ling Feng didn't react after hearing his words, Zhao Ji skimmed his lips. Self-conscious of his lack of interest, he too turned around and returned to the living room. Stand behind the window. Zhao Ji looked at the rain curtain under the dim streetlight downstairs with a grave expression, though it hadn't even been a few days since the collaboration with Lu Jin. But Zhao Ji was admiring Lu Jin from the bottom of his heart. Winning or losing a maneuver was not that important in Zhao Zi's opinion. But isn't it too inadequate for you to hide in this rented house while your boss is out fighting for his life right now? The police messenger and the military are all about following orders as a first priority. But he, Zhao Zi, is not an ordinary police officer nah. He was able to join this team of robbers of Lu Jin's by virtue of the fact that he was a police officer who used a landlubber's hooligan mindset to handle cases. So, at this time, he had rested enough, and what he wanted was not to listen to Lu Jin and continue to hide here, waiting for the victory of the maneuver. Instead, he pondered how to get to the boss, to die, but also to die with the boss nah. Inside the room, after Zhao Ji left, Ling Feng also frowned slightly and turned back to look out the window. After staring at the darkness outside the window for a few moments, Ling Feng pulled out an elderly phone from his pocket. This cell phone is the director's uniform communication tool for robbers. Taking his cell phone, Ling Feng first flipped through Lu Jin's contact number. There was a deep frown of silence for half a second, but he didn't press the dial button after all. He was also not sure what kind of situation Lu Jin was in at this time. If Lu Jin was being surrounded by people at this time, if it's still hiding in the freezer, wouldn't a phone call from himself expose him? Mull it over for a moment. Ling Feng still turned up Tang Yuyan's phone number. She was hiding in the temporary command headquarters of the police force, and had been in one-line contact with Lu Jin, which Ling Feng was aware of. So, Tang Yuyan should be aware of Lu Jin's whereabouts at this time. The phone was dialed and after a few seconds of ringing, the call was quickly answered. Hello? Stuffy, what are you calling me for? In the middle of the phone, Tang Yuyan's sweet voice rang out. Hearing Tang Yuyan give herself this nickname, Ling Feng was slightly stunned. A slight frown followed, obviously not very happy with the nickname Tang Yuyan had given herself. Do you know where the boss is now? Ling Feng indifferently opened his mouth to ask out. As for that nickname, he did not open his mouth to mention it. Not really happy with that nickname though, but just as well it was still accepted. You mean that little cutie Lu Jin? What about it? I've clearly told him all that the commander-in-chief of the police force has focused on the urban villages on the east side of the city. But he's still stuck in the middle of the city village. It pisses me off when I think about it. Do you think he's stupid? I should have known that I should be the boss of our team. Ling Feng simply opened his mouth indifferently and asked. Tang Yuyan then muttered and began to vent her grievances. After all, after realizing that Lu Jin was still in the middle of the urban village even after he had clearly received her message, Tang Yuyan was just filled with fire. But before he could say more to Lu Jin, he had already hung up the phone. This belly full of anger had been bottled up until now. And finally someone was able to vent it. City East Urban Village? What's going on there now? Listening to Tang Yuyan muttering for half a day, Ling Feng acted like he hadn't heard a word. Instead, he opened his mouth to ask about the situation in the urban village east of the city. He and Zhao Ji were hiding in this rented house, completely losing access to information about this maneuver. Naturally, I don't know what's going on in the city's eastern urban villages right now. What else could be going on? The commander-in-chief of the police force has sent 2 squads to surround the entire town center. Lu Jin is still in the middle of the city village. I guess he can't get out. By the way, if Lu Jin is arrested at that time, our gang of robbers can't be leaderless. See if you want to vote for me at that time with your vote? In the middle of the phone, Tang Yuyan's voice rang out once more, talking about the situation of the urban villages in the east of the city while not forgetting to canvass for himself. After all, just Zhao Ji, that uncle, is not smart enough, but extremely confident. His vote, when the time came, would definitely be for himself, so Ling Feng's vote was especially important. Ling Feng, the stuffy man, should have no interest in the position of the boss. Canvassing on your own now has a good chance of success. City East Urban Village. Hang on, Ling Feng murmured, and then he simply hung up the phone. It seems that, for Tang Yuyan canvassing move, just completely did not hear the general. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yuyan listened to the busy tone in the middle of the phone, her pair of autumn water eyes wide. This guy, Ling Feng, is this selective deafness? How come you can't hear about your own canvassing when you hear so much about the urban villages in the east of the city? Is it hard to believe that you don't have a good signal? Tang Yuyan lifted her cell phone and looked at it. The signal is clearly full now. Looking at the full signal in his cell phone, Tang Language couldn't help but murmur. Grabbing a lollipop from the table, Tang Yuyan sat on top of the sofa like a puffer fish, puffing up. Is Lu Jin this personality so charismatic? It's only been a few days, and this makeshift gang of robbers that was just pulled together is already so solid. Are all men's friendships so easy to establish? Tang Yuyan munched on a lollipop in her mouth, her eyes staring at the hotel ceiling as she murmured to herself. Lu Jin was indeed strong. That much she recognized. But that made Ling Feng, a stuffy man, follow him to his death? After staring at the ceiling for a while, Tang Yuyan also really couldn't figure it out. And at that moment, she didn't think about it anymore and just shook her head to herself. The mind of a man is just too hard to understand. I'm afraid I won't be able to sit in this position of the robber boss anyway. P.S. It's live coding. So if you want to put the author in a dark room, feel free to come and watch. Chapter 108, Zhao Zi's Two Wonderful Plans. In the middle of a rental house, Zhao Zi was still standing behind the window, looking down at the night. He scratched the back of his head with a sad face. At the moment, he was wondering how he could find his boss. But with his brain, he's the kind of guy who can't be relied on when it counts. So, after mulling it over, I couldn't come up with anything. That's when it happened. Ling Feng walked out from the middle of the room. Zhao Zi, who heard the commotion, hurriedly looked back. Ling Feng still had an indifferent expression on his face, and it looked as if anyone owed him $1 million or $800,000. Go! Ling Feng looked up at Zhao Zi. Seeing that Zhao Zi was also looking at himself, between the four eyes, Ling Feng coldly spoke. Still the same attitude. This attitude, indeed, made Zhao Zi quite upset. Where to go? Zhao Zi raised one eyebrow and opened his mouth rather unpleasantly. The fire in his tone was obvious. Save the boss. Ling Feng lowered his head to wear his combat boots and responded coldly without raising his head. The attitude remains the same. However, after hearing the content of Ling Feng's words, Zhao Zi instantly came to life. He looked at Ling Feng with wide eyes and hurriedly walked towards Ling Feng's side. Save the boss? Do you know where the boss is now? Zhao Zi rubbed his hands together and looked at Zhao Zi rather shocked as he asked out. He had just stood at the window for so long, but he had no clue about Lu Jin's trail. What he couldn't even figure out. How did this Ling Feng know? I called and asked Tang Yuyan. The boss is now in the middle of the urban village in the east of the city. The police force has 2 teams surrounding the town center village, and I'm afraid the boss is in a bad way. We've got to go pick him up. Ling Feng had already dressed up a bit and put the black backpack containing his one sniper rifle on his back. Only then did he speak calmly to Zhao Zi. As the words were spoken, the gaze that looked at Zhao Zi was filled with contempt. Ha ha, brother Ling Feng, it's still you. Why do you think I didn't think to call and ask Tang Yuyan after thinking about it for so long? I said early on that I could still count on you, and now it looks like I was right. Zhao Zi cheerfully opened his mouth. He even reached out and patted Ling Feng's shoulder as he spoke. That look was as if he and Ling Feng that were close and good brothers. You're not mad at me for saying that thing about your IQ? Ling Feng raised one eyebrow and looked at Zhao Zi as he spoke indifferently. As he spoke, he also shrugged and shook Zhao Zi's hand down over his shoulder. Look at that. How can we, brothers, be so angry over such a trivial matter? Zhao Zi sniffed and hurriedly reached out to put his hand on Ling Feng's shoulder once again. And then the skinless, grinning man opened his mouth. As these words were exited, Ling Feng, who had always been indifferent, also broke into an unprecedented smile. After all, they're all teammates who've been tough guys together. It is also true that we can call them brothers. For something as little as that just now, Ling Feng naturally didn't really care about it. By the way, you said that the entire town center village has now been surrounded by police squads. If we go to the city center village now, then I guess we're not going to save the boss, but to deliver heads instead. According to me, while they're all in the middle of the city, let's go and blow up their temporary command. Won't they all be back by then? Or let's just do what I said before and go blow up the provincial office for s sake. After making such a big commotion, they definitely won't be in the mood to care about the boss's side of things anymore. Zhao Zi wrapped his arm around Ling Feng's shoulders and spoke extremely seriously, speaking with a look of excitement on his face. Obviously, Zhao Zi was extremely satisfied with the 2 plans he came up with. The smug Zhao Zi, on the other hand, didn't notice Ling Feng's look of disgust. This pickup operation is under my command. You just do what you're told. Understand? Ling Feng was really too lazy to bother with Zhao Zi. Just one raised eyebrow and spoke calmly. As an explanation, after all was said and done, Ling Feng also stopped caring about Zhao Zi and took away Zhao Zi's hand on his shoulder. Putting the backpack with the sniper rifle on his back, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the rental house. Row, row, row. Listen to you. All listen to you, okay? Zhao Zi smacked his lips before he opened his mouth with what appeared to be a helpless face. After saying that, he scratched the back of his head before he chased after Ling Feng, who was about to open the door. Although his mouth had been compromised, Zhao Zi still felt that his 2 decisions were completely fine. It might not be called perfect. There is that little bit of a flaw. But with these 2 schemes of his wanting to save the boss, wouldn't it be an easy task? It's a shame. Didn't need a teammate who knew what he was doing. These 2 perfect schemes of his own would have to be put on hold for the time being. Xingtung village. After Lu Jin packed up, he put on his black backpack, opened the door. Lu Jin walked toward the stairs with a calm face, and in the middle of the room, underneath the window, there was an aluminum basin with a sheet in it. and a half-lit candle. The innkeeper was still lying in the counter when he passed it. With his feet up on the counter, he was swiping a small video on his cell phone. "Brother, is this going out?" When the boss saw Lu Jin carrying a backpack, he spoke with a smile. After all, this was one of the few fat sheep in his store, so naturally he had to be polite. "Haven't had dinner yet. Going out to find something to eat." Lu Jin wore a smile on his face and also gave a rather polite response. "Though look, it is like a foreigner, revealing caution in every way. That noodle shop downstairs is good. You can try it." After hearing Lu Jin's words, the boss was also extremely courteous and amenable to Lu Jin about the food downstairs. Lu Jin nodded at his words, and after seeing Lu Jin's reply, the boss lowered his head once again and swiped his phone. Lu Jin's face regained its calmness once again. "Try to ease yourself toward the stairs." At this point, the beef noodle shop downstairs has been surrounded by a police contingent and a cordon has been put up. The owner, since he even recommended this noodle shop to himself, that meant that he, who had been swiping his cell phone in the middle of the counter, was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. This was a good thing for Lu Jin. Downstairs noodle shop. At this point, the squad leader of Group B left behind the manpower to line up people coming in and out. Already, he had taken the rest of his men and started lining up the private houses around the noodle shop. After all, the commander-in-chief had explained that the inns in the city village had been checked and no trace of Lu Jin had been found. Therefore, the next focus of the investigation was naturally on the private rented houses. And Lu Jin, that's an extremely ferocious bandit. At this point in time, when searching a private house, it is natural that you have to bring along some extra manpower. P.S. The second shift is sent. I hope those who like it will support it more. There are quite a few people urging for more tonight. There will be additional chapters, which will be posted up later. Chapter 109. Boss, just go ahead. Outside the cordon, a few police constables, wearing raincoats, were checking every passing pedestrian with extreme scrutiny. Because it had been raining all day, there weren't really a lot of pedestrians on the streets. Lu Jin stepped out from the middle of the inn stairwell and first glanced towards the blocked and lined up area. The street intersection in front of himself was barricaded with a total of 6 police messengers. While checking for passers-by, their eyes are always on the neighboring homes. And this figure of Lu Jin who walked out from the entrance of the inn. Apparently it wasn't attracting much of their attention. Opened the black umbrella. The umbrella was pressed down as low as possible so that no one could see his face from the front. And at this point, Lu Jin did not hurry towards the intersection where the barricade was set up. Instead, he turned and walked into a nearby mini-mart. Without haste, he took a drink out of the middle of the cooler and walked over to the counter to check out. Though look, totally like an ordinary passerby. In the meantime, the room on the second floor of the inn where Lu Jin was staying, the candle burned slowly, the dancing flame finally touching the sheet in the basin. The sheet was lit, and as the flame burned the sheet, it began to gradually consume the one candle that had been placed on top of the sheet. The ash melted and got on top of the burning sheet, making the piece of poor quality sheet burn even more. Jumping flames began to engulf the curtains above the window's fire pit, and after the curtains were also set ablaze, the bright yellow light of the fire was finally reflected out throughout the room. Pedestrians on the street stopped to watch the fire on that second floor. "It's on fire. Come and put out the fire." Among the crowd that stopped to watch, I don't know who shouted a few times. Shouting the body attracted a couple of police messengers over there who were lining up pedestrians coming and going. A couple of police messengers at the first sight of the fire, hurrying in the direction of the inn, eager to put out the fire. They completely failed to notice Lu Jin, who was wearing a black umbrella, among the crowd of onlookers. And as several of the police officers were scrambling up towards the stairs, standing in the middle of a crowd of onlookers, Lu Jin, who looked up at the fire upstairs, holding his umbrella, he turned and walked toward the intersection ahead without haste. The second floor of the inn. The owner was still lying in the middle of the counter, swiping short videos on his cell phone. Watch as a couple of police messengers rush up. The owner's heart thumped. "Is it hard to believe that you've been found out about the room you gave to the kid with no ID? But, the kid just went out to eat. As long as he wasn't in the middle of the room, these police officers couldn't find any evidence. You shouldn't be penalized yourself. Boss, you hotel." The police officer running at the front opened his mouth out of breath after seeing his boss. When the boss saw this, he couldn't help but gulp, and for a moment, a heart was in his throat. "It's on fire. The room on the far right looks like it's on fire." The police constable following behind him looked at the boss, who had a weak face, and hurriedly opened his mouth following the words of the one in front of him. And with these words, the boss instantly widened his eyes. Hurrying towards room 201, using the spare key, he opened the room to see that the entire curtain had been engulfed in dancing flames. The whole room was filled with smoke. "God damn it. I do you a favor and take you in, but you set fire to my hotel. Put out the fire." As soon as the boss saw what was going on in the middle of the room, he instantly broke into a fit of rage. Several police officers were also following the boss, and seeing the situation in the middle of the room, they rushed to participate in putting out the fire. Streets. Lu Jin held her umbrella and watched from afar as the police patrol team set up a guard at the entrance and exit of the city center village. There are quite a few people, and it's lined up extremely tight. It's not easy to break through this setup. Lu Jin's face was calm as he walked towards the setup without any hurry. Amidst the rain, Lu Jin approached the guard post in front of him step by step. The police messengers at the post totaled 14 or 15, so it wasn't impossible to break in by force, but the risk was just too great, and Lu Jin didn't like the feeling of walking on the tip of a knife. The safest way to break out of this entrance and exit post is to create a disturbance. As long as he could briefly attract the attention of the police guards, then Lu Jin would be able to leave from the guard post with minimal risk. Holding the umbrella with one hand, Lu Jin's other hand reached into his jacket. At this point, he was clutching a drill grenade in his hand. It had no substantial power, but made enough noise to attract the attention of the police officers on guard duty, as well as create a small disturbance. Bell. And that was when Lu Jin was getting closer to setting up his post and was about to create a disturbance. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. The cell phone he now had on him was specially prepared by the director for their team of robbers for this exercise. The phone card is naturally new. That is to say, the number of one's current cell phone is known only to a few people within the team of robbers. The call that came at that moment was naturally from his own teammate, Tang Yuyan. Myself and her have always maintained a single line of communication. At this moment, if she called herself, could it be that there was some new movement on the side of the chief commander of the police force? Between frowns, Lu Jin still withdrew his hand and took out his cell phone to answer the call. Boss, I see you. Just go ahead and I'll cover you. Zhaoji is just outside the city village. He'll meet you at the first opportunity. The phone was connected and Ling Feng's calm voice rang out in the middle of the phone. Lu Jin was slightly stunned. He was truly surprised that this call would be from Ling Feng. Didn't he tell them to just wait in the middle of the rental house until the drill was over? These two boys are still really disobedient nah. But, right now this does help one's trouble. Hang up. After Lu Jin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, he once again walked toward the front with a calm expression. He believes in his teammates. After all, isn't a teammate what you use to hold your back on the battlefield? Lu Jin's pace was calm and steady, and the spacing between each step, and even the splashes of water stirred up by his footsteps as they fell, were not far apart. It seems, is like a machine without feelings. The police officers who had set up guards were already close by, and one of the police officers who was checking the pedestrians entering and exiting looked up at Lu Jin, and when he saw the face under Lu Jin's umbrella, he froze slightly. At this time, Lu Jin still wore glasses and a mustache. So, this police messenger didn't recognize Lu Jin at first, but after narrowing his eyes and staring at Lu Jin for a few seconds, he obviously sensed that something was wrong as well. His eyes widened and he was about to open his mouth to inform his teammates as he reached for the pistol behind his back, and that is at the same time. A scorching hot bullet specialized for sniper rifles had cut through the void and sped towards that police errant boy. Wherever the bullets passed, the rain that hadn't yet had a chance to fall was vaporized into rain mist. Snap! A muffled sound came out. The bullet struck the back of the policeman who was about to pull out his gun. Although the blanks were used for maneuvers and were not lethal, there was still a noticeable pain when they were hit. The police officer turned around with a shocked look on his face. Only the rainwater that had slid down his back had been laced with scarlet paint. That is to say, himself is now shot and killed in action. P.S. Third shift delivered. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 110. This stuff really hurts. Snap. A muffled sound came out, and the shot police sergeant turned back with a shocked look on his face. And when the remaining few police officers heard the commotion, they also looked towards the shot police officer. The scarlet paint mixed with the rain and spread out on the ground. Though look, it was like a few plum blossoms blooming in the midst of the rain. The crowd of police officers were all slightly stunned, their eyes widening almost simultaneously. Shocked and dismayed, they didn't expect this to happen at all. There's a sniper! Take cover! Take cover! As the crowd of police officers froze in place, one of them suddenly snapped back to his senses and exclaimed in a loud voice, and with a cry of alarm, all the police messengers reacted and began to rush around for cover. One time, the barricaded scene was a mess. Boo! And just when a group of police officers were all busy looking for cover, a muffled sound once again came out from the roof of the building opposite the entrance and exit of the neighborhood. A searing bullet pierced the void once more, coming towards a police messenger who was looking for cover. Pop! A subtle rattling sound came out as the one drill-specific bullet struck the police messenger in the back. The paint packet exploded, and the scarlet fuel blended with the rain, instantly staining the back of the police officer. A few hundred meters away, Ling Feng fired 2 shots in a row, accurately hitting the 2 men. This shooting skill was truly remarkable. Uncle Lai, should we evacuate the crowd first? A young police officer who had just found cover, with a tense, gasping face, glanced back, just in time to see the setup. Those pedestrians were in disarray. The young police officer hurriedly turned around and looked at the old police officer who was hiding beside him and was already over half 100 years old and asked, "There's not enough people to cause a stampede. This is nothing but an act. And the bullets in the robbers' guns are just blanks, which are not lethal and do not threaten the lives of the public. Hide yourself. Don't get eliminated." The old police officer known as Uncle Lai held his own sidearm and sat crouched behind the bunker, taking a deep breath while speaking to the young police officer. The words fell. Uncle Lai looked back at the young police officer again, and looking at the young police officer's flustered look, Uncle Lai patted his shoulder. "Relax. It's just a drill. It won't kill anyone. All we need to do is take this maneuver seriously. At least with teammates who fall before your eyes in the middle of a drill, they get a do-over. If this were a real live battle, if this man goes down, human lives would be truly lost." Uncle Lai looked at the young police officer and spoke with as much of a smile on his face as he could muster. The young police sergeant's brows were slightly locked as he listened attentively to Uncle Lai's comforting words, and it was only after the words fell that he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Taking 2 deep breaths of cool air once more, the young police messenger glanced back toward the setup. In the midst of the panicked crowd at the setup, he saw a figure with a black umbrella. Instead of fleeing around as the other pedestrians were generally being overwhelmed, he was rather calmly walking towards the outskirts of the village in the middle of the city. The young police officer squinted his eyes, trying as hard as he could to get a good look at the face under the black umbrella. But the umbrella was pressed down so low that from his current viewpoint, he could only see the chin of the person under the umbrella. "What's your boy fuming about? Focus. It's not good enough for us to just hide. We need to find a way to counterattack." Uncle Lai, who was squatting on the side of the young police officer, looked at the young police officer who was staring blankly at the chaotic crowd over there, and for a moment thought that he was in a daze. A quick pat on the back of his head and a small reminder. After the reminder, Uncle Lai took a deep breath of cool air and prepared to probe and look at the situation outside. If they were able to find the sniper's position, they would be able to find a chance to counterattack. And it was at the moment when Uncle Lai poked his head out that Ling Feng, who was lying on the roof of the building across the street from the entrance and exit of the city center village, locked onto Uncle Lai's head at the first opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Feng pulled the trigger. The chamber of the gun shook, and a searing hot bullet erupted from the chamber at an extremely fast speed. It cut through the void, evaporating the raindrops on the trajectory and hitting Uncle Lai squarely on the forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss! Even though it was a drill bullet and not unlethal, it still hurt quite a bit when it hit the forehead. The moment he struck his brow, Uncle Lai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and hurriedly covered his forehead, frantically rubbing the place where he was struck. Uncle Lai! Uncle Lai! Looking at Uncle Lai covering his head and lowering his head in a frantic rubbing manner, the young police officer froze slightly and hurriedly rushed up to grab Uncle Lai's arm and opened his mouth with a worried face. "Don't shake it. I have to say, this stuff doesn't kill you, but it really hurts." Uncle Lai pushed the young police officer's hand away, which released the forehead he was covering. At this moment, his forehead was blood red where he had been hit, and he didn't know whether it was the skin that was crimson or the pigment among the bullets from that maneuver. Above Uncle Lai's wrinkled old face, snot and tears flowed. How can one say tragic when an old man who is over 100 years old cries like this? This maneuver-specific bullet, no killing power. Under such a long distance, the pain is also within the range of human tolerance. It was also true that there was only a slight pain when the 2 police constables, like those 2 before, were hit in the back. But at this time, the location where Uncle Lai was hit was the forehead. This place was struck, and although it was barely within the range of being able to endure didn't mean it wouldn't be like Uncle Lai's old tears. Set up a card at the mess of pedestrians. Lujuan holding an umbrella, not hurrying towards the exit of the city center village. And at this point, the police officer who had discovered Lujuan in the first place was lying on the ground, his eyes staring at Lujuan with a deadpan expression. At this time, his heart was extremely unwilling. This bruiser who had given the entire police force an extreme headache was clearly right in front of his eyes, but he had not been able to catch him. And to have to watch him slip out of his face like that, just now, even if he was able to shout it out, his own teammates had a great chance to shoot him down. But, himself didn't he even have a chance to shout it out. Just as he opened his mouth, he was shot down by a sniper from the robber team. For the sake of the fairness of the maneuver, he himself could only lie down in the ground in the midst of his unwillingness, and act as a dead man in peace. Lu Juan walked over to the corpse that was extremely unwilling, with a pair of glares like bronze bells staring at him. And before stepping over, Lu Juan and the police officer on the ground looked at each other, and a smirk surfaced on Lu Juan's originally calm face. And this faint smile made the police officer on the ground gnash his teeth in hatred. He was really wanting to get up and punch Lu Juan up. But he is only a dead man at this time. P.S. Too busy at home? Just one more today. Say sorry to everyone. Chapter 111. A team of robbers, and even a sniper. Lu Jin walked out of the city center village without haste amidst the gaze of the police officer on the ground who wanted to knife people. And the rest of the police messengers were hidden behind cover. Self-concerned, they naturally didn't notice Lu Jin. Hijacker's perspective live in the room. Seeing that Lu Jin had gotten out of the city center so easily, hundreds of thousands of viewers were stunned. After all, this was an outcome they never expected. There are not a few viewers who believe that Lu Jin will be able to successfully get out of the city village, but they also didn't dare to think that Lu Jin got away so easily. Wow, Lu Jin actually walked out of the middle of the city village so easily? That's a bit too fake, isn't it? Sure enough, it's still Lu Jin who's bullish still saying he'll leave despite the siege of the city center village. Indeed, even though I'm a big fan of Lu Jin, the fact that Lu Jin was able to get out of the city center so easily is something I really didn't dare to think about. That said, where are the brothers who said Lu Jin was already going to cool off in the middle of the live broadcast before? Why don't they call out now? I said a long time ago that we only need to believe in Lu Jin, and as for the miracle, let's leave it to Lu Jin to create it. As expected, Lu Jin, am the one who can create miracles. I have to say, to see a humongous bandit, you have to look at me. Lu Jin, greatly, indeed, Lu Jin de YYDS. Surprisingly, he can easily get away in such a situation. From today onwards, I am Lu Jin da's brainwashed fan. Right, just now wasn't there a brother who bet against me, saying something like as long as Lu Jin could escape from the middle of the city village, he would drink 5 pots of foot washing water, right? Dude, if you say so, I'm not sleepy. Ha ha. The brother who just bet with others don't hide. Hurry out, this foot washing water I sponsor a basin. That said, in such a situation, Lu Jin even escaped. This time his name as the strongest robber ever can be considered secure. That's right, judging from Lu Jin's performance in the midst of these two maneuvers, the reputation of a highly intelligent robber is completely deserved. Other than that, Lu Jin de is indeed strong. No way. No way. And hard-blowing Lu Jin? Wasn't Lu Jin able to get out of the middle of the city village by relying on his teammates? If it wasn't for a good teammate, Lu Jin estimated that he would have to account for it in the middle of this urban village. Is this even hacked? Lu Jin's teammates are strong. Is it hard to believe that it's not the fact that they are strong in their own right and deserve such teammates? Live in the booth, the audience exploded. After all, the viewers, who had always chosen to believe in Lu Jin, were naturally exceptionally excited after seeing that Lu Jin actually did get away from the city center village under such circumstances. Naturally, they were in the middle of the live broadcast, frantically mocking those viewers who had previously mouthed that Lu Jin had to be planted this time. And this massive wave of mockery was instantly pulling up the popularity of the live broadcast. Not only did the audience of the live broadcast go up by a wave, even the gifts of the live broadcast also went up by a crazy wave. The popularity of the live broadcast room once rushed to the top of the live broadcast platform, and naturally, the popularity of the name Lu Jin has been raised by a wave. On top of various websites, the discussion of Lu Jin in this maneuver had also nearly reached a frenzy. On top of the hot searches of the major portals, you could basically see words like maneuvers as well as Lu Jin. Lu Jin's fame had almost reached the point of being known by everyone for a while, only because the camera in the robber's view is Lu Jin hanging above his collar. So, even though the name of the strongest bandit, Lu Jin, had reached the point of being known by everyone, Lu Jin did not show his face in the middle of the live broadcast, so although he knew the name Lu Jin, no one recognized what he looked like, and this naturally made Lu Jin seem even more mysterious in the hearts of the audience. But this was quite a good thing for Lu Jin. After all, the fewer people who knew what he looked like, then it would naturally be easier for him to be secretive on the road to escape. Residential building across the street from the urban village. Above the roof, Ling Feng, who was wearing a raincoat, was lying on the ground. His face was calm, one eye was closed, and the open one was staring right at everything at the entrance and exit of the city center village through the magnifying glass. As soon as a police messenger shows his head, he'll be the first to shoot. And naturally, Ling Feng's marksmanship is not to be questioned. As long as the shot is fired, it is inevitable that someone has to be eliminated. The boss is out. Get ready to receive. Seeing that Lu Jin had already walked out from the middle of the city village, Ling Feng spoke into the earpiece on his ear while staring dead on through the magnifying glass at the movements of the police detail hidden behind the bunker. The rain had been going on for hours at a time and still hadn't abated by half. And above the roof of the building, there was already nearly 5 centimeters of standing water. Ling Feng was lying on his back in the middle of the standing water like this, and his tone remained extremely calm as he spoke. It seems, even with this inclement weather, he was still able to remain absolutely calm. Delhi, I'll take care of the rest. Within Ling Feng's earpiece, the sound of Zhao Ji's response soon came, and the response fell. A dilapidated second-hand Santana from the village not far from a parking lot rushed out of the rampage. The car was fast. In just a few seconds, that one used car came to the exit of the town center. After a drift and a tail, it directly crossed between Lu Jin and the exit of the city center village. Boss, get in the car. After rolling the window down, Zhao Ji looked at Lu Jin with a smile on his face and waved before he opened his mouth in extreme excitement. The speed of this car, as well as the rampaging stance, naturally caught Lu Jin's attention early on. At this moment, the car window rolled down, and after seeing that it was Zhao Ji, Lu Jin slightly raised his eyebrows. The reason why I pulled the kid Zhao Ji into the gang at that time. The main thing is that I heard he once brazenly raced a suspect downtown in pursuit of that suspect. Now it was also finally time to see the car skills of this Zhao Ji kid. Present. Lu Jin naturally didn't slack off in the slightest. Hurrying to open the car door, Lu Jin just sat down. Zhao Ji kicked the floor oil. The old used Santana let out a low growl, revving to a peak while the tires rubbed violently against the ground and black smoke billowed out. The foot brake is released at the same time as the handbrake. That old used Santana took a direct ejection start, feeling the rather strong feeling of pushing back. Lu Jin frowned slightly. Have to say, Zhao Ji, this kid, although his head is not considered smart, but it's a really good ride. It's amazing that a used Santana can drive like a sports car. It was at the same time that Zhao Ji drove the car to eject the start. A police messenger behind the bunker saw the scene and instantly widened his eyes with a shocked expression. He turned to look behind himself at his co-workers. There are still racers among Lu Jin's team of robbers? The police officer spoke with a shocked face and extreme seriousness. Chapter 112, The Jianghu is a long way away. Let's see you in the next book. The end. Spread flowers. I don't know if it's a racer or not, but this team of robbers are not simple nah. Whether it's the writer just now or the sniper on the roof. It's not simple nah. The colleague behind that police officer pressed close to the cover and took a deep breath while opening his mouth with a serious face. Indeed, the sniper, who fired several shots, completely eliminated a police messenger with a single shot. No bullets, just one sniper suppressed so many of them. This sniper is definitely at the top of his game. As he watched the used Santana go away in a cloud of dust, the police officer who had been looking around also looked back. Say, is this sniper and writer from our provincial office? How come I've never heard of it either? Our provincial office has such a powerful sniper? The police messenger also stayed close to cover, before he turned his head to his colleague and opened his mouth to ask a question with a deep frown on his face. In his memory, haven't really seen such a great sniper among the provincial halls. That's because your boy is exposed to too narrow a dimension. Our provincial hall is considered a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons no matter what, and there are naturally quite a few capable people. Snipers, don't we have one in the special duty detachment of the provincial office? That kid even won a lot of international awards. To say it's a legend is an understatement. That colleague leaned against the cover and opened his head sideways to look at the situation outside while still not forgetting to open his mouth to chat with the police officer next to himself. Mostly this is what's going on right now. They were completely pinned down by the snipers on the opposite floor. Don't even dare to poke your head out to see what's going on, let alone take any action. So, under the circumstances, a bit of small talk isn't too much to ask. There's even someone this powerful in our provincial office? Listening to his colleague's words, the police officer had a shocked expression on his face. Holding the gun in his hand, he opened his mouth wide-eyed and asked out. It was true that he hadn't been at the provincial office for a long time, and he didn't know much about what was going on in the provincial office. So, also hadn't really heard that there was even such a powerful one. That's natural. We have a lot of capable people in the provincial office. I remember that kid seems to be called Ling Feng. Looking at his rookie colleague's inquisitive face, that police officer raised one eyebrow and spoke with considerable pride. Though look, it was as if the honor that Ling Feng had received had little to do with himself. Inside the urban village, Team B's team leader is leading his team through the midst of residential buildings. A call for help suddenly came from among the walkie-talkies, and listening to the situation reported in the intercom. The squad leader's face turned blue. He cupped the walkie-talkie in one hand, his fingers making a popping sound at the knuckles. 2 teams of men, and they managed to let Lu Jin escape, and that's with a nationally televised broadcast. All of us, wait for us to go back and write a check. The small team leader of Team B's teeth were clenched, and a few words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. In the middle of the building, The faces of the group of team members following the junior captain were all extremely ugly as well. In the middle of the hotel, Tang Yuyan was lying on the sofa catching up on the drama. The hotel's doorbell suddenly rang, and Tang Yuyan looked up, her brows slightly locked. She hadn't called for any hotel service, so why was the doorbell suddenly ringing? Though the mind is quite puzzled. But, still getting up, Tang Yuyan walked to the door of the room and looked out through the cat's eye, and seeing the few figures outside, Tang Yuyan's heart rejoiced and hurriedly opened the door to the room. The door to the room opened. Lu Jin walked in with Zhao Ji and Ling Feng. "Boss, I'm surprised you didn't get caught? You know that the commander-in-chief of the police force has sent 2 squads to surround the village in the middle of the city. You even escaped under those circumstances?" Tang Yuyan looked at Lu Jin and spoke with a shocked expression. There was a playful smirk on his face as he spoke. "Thanks to Ling Feng and Zhao Ji. If it weren't for the 2 of them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get out of the city center village that easily." Lu Jin entered the house and walked to the sofa to sit down by himself before he calmly opened his mouth. Zhao Ji followed Ling Feng into the house, and once inside, it was time to find a place to sit on his butt. Ling Feng entered the house, but he looked around. It seems, snipers are all a little more alert than normal. "Say, boss, you don't think you're going to go out and make a scene next?" Zhao Ji rested for a few moments before he looked up at Lu Jin and opened his mouth with a breathless look. Racing around the city, it was quite a drain on his mental energy. He's exhausted now. If Lu Jin was still prepared to go out and make a scene, he really couldn't accompany her. What's done is pretty much done. Next, wait for the maneuver to end. Lu Jin glanced out towards the window of the room before speaking calmly. The number of police messengers eliminated so far in this exercise has been considerable. Lu Jin estimated how the system's rating wouldn't be too low, since he had been able to obtain enough rewards. He naturally didn't need to take too many risks. The 40 hours or so went by in a flash. Provisional command. The commander-in-chief sat inside the awning, looking out at the wet world, his face calm as he smoked a cigarette. Lu Jin was once again nowhere to be found after escaping from the city center village. This kid's tactics are just brilliant. No trace of him could be found after he disappeared beyond the surveillance screen. It's like having wings. After more than 40 hours of searching, the commander-in-chief was indeed tired. Now that Lu Jin's victory was a foregone conclusion, the commander-in-chief gave up the struggle and enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Provincial office. In the director's office, the director sat at the back of his desk. At this moment, he watched the live broadcast with an extremely ugly face. This maneuver had resulted in a high casualty count for their provincial office and had ultimately failed to capture Lu Jin. That's a pretty ugly score, to say the least. Would like to prove the strength of their own provincial hall. Did not expect to be hit hard in the face? The director of this heart is naturally not good. In the middle of the hotel, the 4 of them, Lu Jin, were eating breakfast in the hotel restaurant at the moment. After finishing the last noodle in her bowl, Lu Jin looked up at the clock on the wall. The time allotted for the maneuver to make the arrest has come and gone. That is to say, at this point they, the gang of robbers, had won in the truest sense of the word. The maneuver is over. Go! I claim the honor that belongs to you. Lu Jin got up, looked at Zhao Ji and the 3 of them, and spoke with a smile on her face. The whole book is finished. It's hard when it's over. This is the author's first book at Tomato, but the author is no novice author. The book is just over 200,000 words, and it shouldn't have ended so hastily. But as you all know, the author has broken off before for a long time. The main reason for this is that the novel's fee couldn't support itself anymore, and the author went to work for 2 months. I made some money to go home for the new year and thought about picking the book up and writing it. But after writing for a while, perhaps because of the long break, the author always felt very out of place. Thinking about it, let's just end it here, apologize to all readers and take a bow. It's a new year, and the author, with savings from her previous part-time job, is ready to embark on the road to full-time employment once again, hopefully with a fresh start. The new book is already in the works and is expected to be released before the New Year's Eve. Still in tomatoes. Again, I'm sorry, the jungle is a long way off, so I'll see you in the next book.